When I was 7 years old, a fire destroyed my family. My parents' life or death was unknown. It was my Aunt Liwan who rescued me from the fire. From then on, we depended on each other. During the summer vacation in my senior year of high school, I came to Liujiang City to work as a summer intern, but because of a strange text message, I fell into a conspiracy and was pushed into Tianlai Lake. I accidentally went to the Xiaonan Mountain Xiuxian realm. In the world of cultivating immortals, I joined a small sect and began the long journey of cultivating immortals. But for some reason, my realm has been stuck at the qi refining stage, unable to build a foundation. But I found that I would not die of old age, so I kept practicing hard. 20,000 years later, I cultivated to the 10,000th level of qi refining and encountered the thunder tribulation of ascension. I didn't expect it to be the terrifying Xianming evil thunder. As a result, I was struck back to earth. When I flew out from the bottom of Tianlai Lake, I saw a couple by the lake. The man was called by Peng Fei and the woman was a slut. They thought I was sent by someone else and were full of hostility towards me. Bai Peng Fei even wanted to have me sunk to the bottom of the Heavenly Tears Lake. I got angry and cast a spell, and those bodyguards instantly exploded into a bloody mist. Bai Peng Fei and the woman were terrified. I questioned them about the missing person notice and learned that it was August 31, 2024 and my summer vacation had not yet ended. My spiritual sense covered the entire Liujiang city, and I found my Aunt Liwan. I was very excited, but also hurt. At this time, some old monsters in Liujiang City were alarmed by my spiritual sense and rushed towards me. I ignored them and continued to ask Bai Peng Fei for a mobile phone, preparing to report safety to my aunt. Suddenly, an old man who looked like Ouyang Feng came walking on the water. He was Bai Yang Feng, the ancestor of the Bai family. Bai Peng Fei thought he was here to save him, but he didn't know that Bai Yang Feng was also shocked by my aura. Then, the ancestors of the Jun family, the Zhuang family, and the Zhang family also came. They were all extremely respectful to me and thought I was a powerful person in the divine realm. I was very confused about the divine realm they mentioned, but I could also see that they were very weak, only at the first or second level of the qi refining stage. Bai Peng Fei still wanted Bai Yang Feng to avenge him, but he didn't know that he was in big trouble. I asked Bai Yang Feng what to do if his descendants wanted to kill me. Jun Zhantian killed that woman to save face. Bai Yang Feng also had to kill Bai Peng Fei, but he was unwilling to accept it. I saw through it and killed him directly. Jun Zhantian and the other three were so frightened that they froze in place in an instant, their hair standing on end and their scalps tingling. I don't like leaving any trouble behind. What happened tonight, my appearance, etc., just pretend it never happened. Killing Bai Yang Feng is no different from crushing an ant. Li Yuandao looked calm and said, "Do you understand what I am saying?" "Senior, we understand. We will never reveal a single word about you." Jun Zhantian and the other three were terrified and quickly made assurances. Li Yuandao nodded, then pointed at Jun Zhantian and said, "You stay, the rest of you can go." When Zhuang Jinglong and Zhang Kaifeng saw this, their eyes were filled with envy. Being able to follow a powerful being in the divine realm is a great fortune. Now it has fallen on Jun Zhantian. The Jun family is destined to rise and leave behind several other major families. But the two dared not say much, and respectfully took their leave, leaving with a feeling of disappointment. Jun Zhantian was stunned at first, and then he was filled with endless ecstasy. He couldn't believe that he was chosen by a senior from the divine realm. Being able to follow a powerful god is equivalent to holding on to such an unimaginable thigh. Both he and the family behind him will soar to the sky. When Jun Zhantian came back to his senses from his daze, his old face was filled with excitement and his eyes were red. He made a worship gesture with both hands, knelt on the ground, and shouted with fear and trepidation, "Jun Zhantian, thank you for your help. It is an honor for me and my family to serve you. From now on, if you have any instructions, I will do my best." Li Yuandao glanced at Jun Zhantian indifferently. The latter was kneeling on the ground in submission, his body trembling, and it was unclear whether he was excited or terrified. This made Li Yuandao's brows flash with a hint of complexity, and his heart was full of emotion. At the beginning, he was just a small person at the bottom of society and had no right to come into contact with someone like Jun Zhantian. Now, The other party was no better than an ant in front of him, trembling with fear. "Since you are so sincere, I will give you a chance." Li Yuandao nodded slightly and spoke casually. Although he could personally investigate the fire that year, the life and death and whereabouts of his parents, the person who pushed him into Tianlai Lake, etc., the information was blocked, and it would take too much time for him to check them one by one. Given the power of Jun Jiantian and the family behind him, it should be much faster to investigate these things. "Now, do 3 things for me," Li Yuandao continued. "First, there was a fire at number 60 Dongi Road, Qianlong Street, Pennsylvania County, 10 years ago. I need all the details and information. Second, 2 months ago, at 11 p.m. on June 30th, someone was pushed into the lake of heavenly tears by a mysterious person and died. Find the person who did it. Third, help me find various medicinal herbs that are over 100 years old. The more the better. If you do this well, you will definitely get some benefits." He wanted Jun Jiantian to collect spirit stones, but this thing was extremely precious in the Xiananchan immortal cultivation world, and was probably even rarer on Earth. Jun Jiantian may not even know what spirit stones are. It is my honor to share the worries of my seniors. I dare not talk about the benefits. I will devote all my family's strength to whatever you say. Jun Jiantian was confused about what Li Yuandao had ordered, but he was also an old fox, so he didn't dare to ask more questions. He bowed respectfully again and said, "Senior, I dare to invite you to come to my Jun family to rest, and at the same time, I will hold a banquet to welcome you." Li Yuandao waved his hands expressionlessly, his voice extremely cold. "No need. Prepare a brand new mobile phone for me now. And some pocket money." Jun Jiantian felt a little disappointed, but he didn't dare to say much and hurriedly did it himself. In just 10 minutes, he returned with a new Warwick Supreme Limited Edition P99 in his hand. "Senior, this is the phone you requested. It contains my exclusive phone number. If you need anything, just tell me at any time. All the resources and experts of my Jun family are at your disposal. There are 10 million in this card. It's pocket money for you, senior. I left in a hurry and didn't bring more money. Please forgive me, senior. Also, here are the keys and door cards to my empty villa. You can just reset the fingerprint and I mask scans directly. I will give you the villa as a place to live. Please don't dislike it." Finally, Jun Jiantian handed over a bank card and the door key to the villa, looking nervous, fearing that Li Yuandao would not be willing to accept them. Li Yuandao was not hypocritical. He took it and said, "As long as you do a good job for me, I will not treat you unfairly." A look of ecstasy flashed in Jun Jiantian's eyes. This little bit of effort is totally worth it to be recognized by a powerful god. Moreover, this is a long-term investment. Don't worry, senior. I will start investigating the matter you told me tonight. Jun Jiantian spoke solemnly. If there's any news, let me know immediately. Let's go. Li Yuandao nodded, turned around, took a step and flew into the air, turning into a stream of light and disappearing into the night sky. Jun Jiantian stood there in shock, his eyeballs almost falling to the ground. Fly. The senior actually flew away. Is this the method used by a powerful god? Jun Jiantian gasped secretly, feeling surprised and happy, and thought that he must do a good job for his senior. He cleaned up the bodies of Bai Pengfei and the bitch next to him, and left in a hurry. Just a few minutes. Several old figures appeared and looked around Tianlai Lake in confusion. Where are the people? That senior left. Maybe he passed by our Liujiang city. Yes, how could a powerful god with unfathomable power and legendary existence come to our Liujiang city? Leave Tianlai Lake Park. Li Yuandao was walking on the streets of Liujiang city. He crushed the iPhone he had taken from Bai Pengfei and threw it into a trash can on the side of the road. According to memory, he entered Aunt Li Wan's phone number into the Huawei P99 given by Jun Jiantian. Hello, who is this? It was Aunt Li Wan's voice, familiar yet unfamiliar, as if it had come from thousands of years ago. Li Yuandao felt a lump in his throat when he heard it. Auntie, it's me. Li Yuandao spoke with trembling. There was a sudden silence on the other end of the phone, and after a while, Li Wan shouted in surprise and joy. Yuandao, is that you? Where have you been these past 2 months? I've been looking for you for 2 months and even called the police. I thought you. Where are you now? Did something happen? Listening to his aunt's nervous and helpless voice, Li Yuandao's nose felt even more sore and his heart felt warm. It feels so good to be back. Aunt, I'm fine. I originally wanted to work in Liujiang City during the summer vacation, but I met a black-hearted boss and something unexpected happened. It's all right now. Li Yuandao raised the corners of his mouth slightly and smiled knowingly. It's good that you're all right, it's good that you're all right. Don't work during this summer vacation. Your aunt can afford your college tuition. Li Wan breathed a sigh of relief, and then hurriedly urged, school will start in a few days, don't run around anymore. Do you remember your Aunt Qin? She is my aunt's best friend. Not a sister, but better than real sisters. She even held you in her arms when you were a child. Your Aunt Qin and I agreed before that if you are admitted to Luzhong Yuan University, you will live in her house. And her daughter is the same age as you, and she was also admitted to Luzhong Yuan University, so you will have a companion. I'll call your Aunt Qin right now and I'll send you the address later. Without waiting for Li Yuandao to speak, Li Wan hung up the phone in a hurry. Hearing the busy tone on the phone, Li Yuandao could only smile helplessly. I am an old monster who has lived for 20,000 years, with the cultivation level of the 9,000th level of the qi refining stage. My strength is almost invincible in the world, and I have an endless lifespan. Why do I still have to go to school? To Li Yuandao, it was ridiculous no matter how he looked at it. Thinking of his Aunt Li Wan's constant teachings and her long-standing expectations for him, Li Yuandao felt relieved. Ever since his parents passed away, his aunt has always hoped that he would study hard, get admitted to his ideal university, and make a name for himself as soon as possible. If I don't report to the university in a few days, I don't know how sad my aunt will be. Whatever. The great hide in the city. 4 years of college life are just a blink of an eye. It's a good opportunity to take advantage of the school period to nourish the damaged Dantian and repair the broken Naiwan Palace. At the same time, I can look for various cultivation medicines and spiritual stones to improve my cultivation. Just think of it as a training in the world. Maybe one day, I can suddenly build a foundation. Time flies, and after 20,000 years of hard training, Li Yuandao has become accustomed to being alone. Now that he can step into the world again, he might as well enjoy himself. Of course, the most important thing is to find out the truth about the fire that year and find out whether my parents are alive or dead. Maybe the fire was not an accident, but there is an unknown secret behind it. It was caused intentionally by someone else, it was arson and murder. Aunt Qin mentioned by Aunt Li Wan is called Qin Shu, and she is Aunt Li Wan's best sister. Many years ago, Qin Shu and her husband failed in business. Her Aunt Li Wan took out all her savings to help them, which was considered a helping hand for Qin Shu and her husband. Qin Shu has always been grateful for this, and their relationship has become even better because of it. Li Yuandao didn't think there was anything wrong with staying at the other party's house. It was just a small matter. In order to avoid worrying his aunt, he just had to follow their arrangements. After a while, his aunt sent him a text message, asking him to go to a designated location and also gave him a phone number, which belonged to Aunt Qin's daughter. The other party agreed to meet there. Li Yuandao located the address and found that it was only a few hundred meters away from where he was, so he walked there. 5 minutes later. Arriving at the corner of the street, Li Yuandao glanced around and his eyes fixed on a red Porsche on the side of the road. Car side. Leaning against a young girl with long straight black hair, about 17 or 18 years old, tall figure, oval face, delicate makeup, loose t-shirt and denim shorts, showing a pair of dazzling white long legs. The whole person has an extraordinary temperament. But her slightly furrowed brows revealed a coldness that kept people at a distance. Is she Aunt Qin's daughter? Li Yuandao looked at the girl, a hint of surprise flashed across his eyes, and then he quickly returned to his calm composure. He pulled out his cell phone and made a call. Li Yuandao. Where are you? A girl's impatient voice was heard on the phone and not far away at the same time. I am coming. After confirming that the girl in the Porsche was Aunt Chin's daughter, Li Yuandao hung up the phone and walked forward. When Chen Yanqi received a call from her mother asking her to pick someone up, she was absolutely unwilling to do so. A country bumpkin from a small county town actually asked her, a young lady, to pick him up. No man has ever been treated like this. That's all. In the end, she was made to wait for a full 10 minutes. If Mom hadn't said he was his best friend's nephew, I wouldn't have come even if you beat me to death. My mom also said that this guy has better grades than me and is very handsome, a definite school idol. I want to see if it's true. Chen Yanqi, who had been waiting impatiently, hung up the phone, looked up, her pretty face cold and full of impatience. Hello. Are you Aunt Chin's daughter? Li Yuandao, with messy long hair, walked forward and spoke politely with a smile. Who are you? I'm waiting for someone, please go away. Chen Yanqi stepped back vigilantly and shouted loudly. It's so unlucky to meet such a stinky beggar when I go out. Seeing the girl's disgusted expression, Li Yuandao smiled helplessly. I am Li Yuandao. Are you Li Yuandao? My mother's best friend's nephew. My mom said you've been missing for 2 months and were ripped off by the shady business you worked for. Turns out it's true. Chen Yanqi was shocked and frowned deeply. Where is the school hunk? She couldn't help feeling disappointed and covered her nose with her hands, but she felt that this wasn't polite, so she said abruptly, Hello. My name is Chen Yanqi. I'm going to the airport to pick up my bestie, and I wanted to bring you with me, but you're going to dirty my sports car. Why don't you go to the restaurant my bestie and I have an appointment at and wait for us? I'm being disliked. Li Yuandao complained secretly, but when he looked back at himself and saw that he was covered in dirt, it would indeed easily lead to misunderstandings, and it would not be good to dirty someone else's sports car. What's your bestie's name? Send me a photo. Li Yuandao spoke lightly. Chen Yanqi looked at him with caution. What are you going to do? Don't dream of trying to eat swan meat. You are just daydreaming. I need to go to the airport to pick someone up, but your car is too slow. I can just fly there. It only takes 2 minutes. Li Yuandao's eyes moved slightly and his tone was very serious. Chen Yanqi's eyes widened, as if looking at a fool. Do you usually talk so nonsense? My sports car is slow. You still fly. Why don't you fly into the sky? Humph, you turn around and talk nonsense. Xiao Xia must be scared by you. Fuqin Restaurant, Box 6, go there first. After saying that, she got into the fiery red trot and sped away, muttering angrily, it was definitely the biggest mistake for my mother to let him stay at Lily Garden Villa. Watching the Porsche disappear around the corner, Li Yuandao was not annoyed. After 20,000 years of hard training, there weren't many things that could cause him any concern. Xiao Xia. Li Yuandao muttered something, took advantage of the night, avoided the crowd, flew up from the corner of the street, and disappeared into the void. 1 minute later. Liujiang International Airport. Li Yuandao hid in the void, his spiritual sense enveloped the airport, and soon stopped at a girl who looked to be about 17 or 18 years old, who was standing at the airport exit. He searched the girl's backpack for her ID card, Zhuge Xiaoxia. From Longdu. The girl has short hair that falls naturally over her ears. Under the slightly curved bangs is an oval face. Her long eyelashes make her big eyes look more watery and as if they can speak. She is wearing a black JK women's suit, looking sunny and pure, full of girlishness. However, the white shirt she was wearing underneath was propped up so huge that it seemed to be about to burst out, which showed how well she was nourished on a daily basis. At such a young age, he has such a monument, cup. It's not easy. Li Yuandao chuckled and teased, then landed silently behind Zhuge Xiaoxia. At this time, the latter was still looking around, obviously waiting for Chen Yanqi's arrival. But then, a gentle question came from behind. Are you Chen Yanqi's best friend, Zhuge Xiaoxia? Zhuge Xiaoxia was startled and turned around hurriedly. When she saw Li Yuandao's appearance clearly, she patted the towering ground and breathed a sigh of relief, but she still subconsciously took a few steps back. Who are you? Do you know Yan Qi? Such a slovenly appearance made her feel suspicious. Li Yuandao was a stranger to her. Before this, she had never seen Chen Yanqi have such a friend. My name is Liu Endao. She asked me to pick you up. Let's go. Liu Endao introduced himself and prepared to take Zhuge Xiaoxia back to the city. Don't come over here. If you dare to touch me, I'll call for help. I know all of Yan Qi's friends, but I've never seen you. Let me tell you, I have practiced it before. Zhuge Xiaoxia hurriedly stepped back, assumed a taekwondo stance, and prepared to turn around and call for help. Someone, this guy is molesting me. Scream. It immediately attracted a lot of people's attention. Liu Endao was speechless and quickly shouted. Shut up. I really came to pick you up. Don't scream. I'm still waiting for dinner. Although he has an infinite lifespan, he is still unable to practice complete fasting and still feels hungry. He hopes to go to Fuqin restaurant for dinner as soon as possible. When someone treats you, you must eat as much as you can. Besides, if I'm surrounded by people, I won't be able to explain myself. Liu Endao secretly cast a small spell, and Zhuge Xiaoxia, who was originally screaming, immediately became silent. Then he took advantage of the situation and pulled the other party into a dark corner next to the airport. His palm turned into a knife and knocked the girl unconscious. Then he folded and kneaded her body with a snapping sound, turning it into a large piece of tofu. After doing everything, Liu Endao stuffed it into the backpack brought by the other party. He had no choice but to press down the two towering breasts before he could finally zip up his pants. It's finally quiet. This way it's easier to take it back and avoid unnecessary trouble. Fortunately, the Tai medical cannon I practiced is powerful enough. Not to mention being folded and kneaded like this, even if it was beaten into a bloody mist, I can still save it within an hour and reverse the past and be reborn. I have to thank the Dubao Taoist Duanyut who came to my door in the first place. Liu Endao exhaled, whispered to himself, put on his backpack, and flew into the air. Not long after. In front of Fuqin restaurant in Liujiang City. Liu Endao walked into the restaurant carrying a backpack, with messy long hair and wearing a dusty cloth coat. Fuqin restaurant is considered extremely high-end in Liujiang City. The waiter at the door was naturally very well-mannered. He did not stop Liu Endao because of his expression. Instead, he politely took him to box number 6 that Chen Yanqi had booked. After waving away the waiter, Liu Endao opened his backpack and took out Zhuge Xiaoxia, who had been squeezed into a ball of tofu by him. He no longer looks like a human being. Liu Endao shook his head and muttered softly, everything is nothing but illusion, in the end it will just be a pile of beautiful women and withered bones. In his eyes, Zhuge Xiaoxia was somewhat pretty, but she was no different from other people, just a piece of skin, and he would not show any sympathy to her. Back then in the sect, which of the senior and junior sisters was not a peerless beauty? However, Zhuge Xiaoxia's 2 cups made Liu Endao miss the senior sister in the sect who had already ascended to heaven. She always manages to suffocate Liu Endao, but leaves him with endless aftertastes afterwards. Crack. Crack. Liu Endao placed Zhuge Xiaoxia on the dining table and laid her out like a quilt. But his face, limbs, skin, etc. were all squeezed by him into a horrible state. But as the spiritual power in his palm surged, Zhuge Xiaoxia's body quickly recovered and was full of vitality. Let's erase the memory of the quarrel just now. It will be troublesome to explain. The palm of his hand fell on Zhuge Xiaoxia's head, and Liu Endao erased part of the other party's memory. Just half a minute. Zhuge Xiaoxia woke up slowly. I found myself lying on the table in the box and was stunned. Didn't I just get off the plane and wait for Xiaoqi to pick me up? Kidnapped. She turned around and saw Liu Endao sitting at the table. She was so scared that she quickly jumped off the table and shouted, "You tied me here." Hey, don't say such harsh words. I'm Chen Yanqi's friend, I'm here to pick you up at the airport. Liu Endao frowned, but said calmly, "Who told you to fall asleep in the car? I can only carry you to the private room we booked." Is that so? Zhuge Xiaoxia looked suspicious. Liu Endao coughed lightly, and felt bad for folding the other person so badly that he said, "To show my welcome, I'll treat you to this meal. You can call Chen Yanqi. She may be on her way to the airport now. She's too slow, so I'll pick you up first." Zhuge Xiaoxia tilted her head, looking confused. But seeing that he was safe and sound, Li Yuandao thought he didn't look like a bad guy, so he picked up the phone and made a call. Xiaoxia, have you landed yet? Wait for me at the exit, I'll be there soon. My little girl, you must have missed me after not seeing me for a whole summer. As soon as the phone was connected, Chen Yanqi's voice was heard, sounding very excited. Zhuge Xiaoxia glanced at Li Yuandao beside her with her lively eyes and said apologetically, Yan Qi, I'm already at the Fuqin restaurant. Immediately, she briefly told him how Li Yuandao had picked her up from the airport. Impossible. I set out before him. And Li Yuandao hasn't even seen you, so how did he get through to you? Are you and him colluding to piss me off? Humph, just wait, I'll be there soon. Chen Yanqi hung up the phone angrily. Zhuge Xiaoxia held her mouth tightly, looking a little aggrieved, and turned back to question Li Yuandao. Humph, now I remember, you have never seen me before, how did you recognize me? Yan Qi said that he left before you, how did you get to the airport first? I told you, her car is too slow. But I can fly, so I can get there in no time. As for you, you have an outstanding temperament and I can recognize you at a glance. Li Yuandao shrugged. Outstanding temperament. Is that so? Zhuge Xiaoxia turned her beautiful eyes and smiled, feeling very happy. As long as you are a girl, you will enjoy the compliments from others at any time. For a moment she forgot to continue asking Li Yuandao how she got from the airport to Fuqin restaurant. She had no memory of it at all. Ah. I almost forgot about my little white rabbit. I hope it's bored. Zhuge Xiaoxia hurriedly stood up, grabbed the backpack next to him, and nervously unzipped it. Little white rabbit. Li Yuandao looked at it in confusion. As Zhuge Xiaoxia jumped, the two big white rabbits rose and fell violently, almost hitting Li Yuandao's face. She looked down so hard that her toes were invisible. Li Yuandao even wondered if she would often fall and get bruised when walking. Woo, woo, my little white rabbit, it is dead. Zhuge Xiaoxia choked up and her eyes turned red for a moment. Li Yuandao looked at him in confusion and found that the other person was holding a white hamster the size of half a palm, which was lifeless. I'm afraid he was suffocated to death by being crushed in the backpack. Your hamster. Woo woo, its name is Little White Rabbit, it's the cutest. How could this happen? I always took it out like this before, and it was always fine. Seeing the extremely sad look on the girl's face, Li Yuandao's eyes moved slightly and he said with a smile, it's not actually dead, it's just pretending to be dead to tease you. Let me see. Ah, really? Have you ever kept a hamster? Zhuge Xiaoxia was extremely surprised. Li Yuandao took the little hamster whose body was gradually stiffening, and his palms were filled with spiritual power and vitality. Squeak. In the blink of an eye, the dead hamster turned over again and made excited noises. Wow, little white rabbit, you're really okay. You are so bad, you dare to bluff me. Zhuge Xiaoxia smiled with tears in her eyes, and her smile was filled with anger as she scolded the little hamster. Deng deng. Footsteps were heard outside the box. Then the door of the box was pushed open. Chen Yanqi came in angrily and started to attack him. Li Yuandao, how did you find Xiaoxia? I clearly left before you. Xiaoxia, did you collude with him? Or did he drug you with some kind of drug? Zhuge Xiaoxia had just put the hamster back into her backpack and said happily, Yan Qi, you're here. We haven't ordered any food yet, so where's the soup? Let me tell you, although Li Yuandao looks dirty and a little ugly, he's a nice guy. He helped me wake up the sleeping little white rabbit. Li Yuandao remained silent, the silence was deafening in his heart. My current appearance is indeed a bit shabby, but it's not ugly at all. Chen Yanqi held her forehead with her hand, her face full of helplessness. She glanced at Zhuge Xiaoxia's 2 cups and thought to herself, as expected, the big ones are relatively stupid. To put it in a more emotional way, it's pure. Yan Qi, I finally waited until you are free. I'll treat you to dinner this time. The door of the box was pushed open again. A young man with slick back hair and powdered face and wearing a baseball uniform walked in. Xiao family, Xiao Xizong. Hearing the voice of the person coming, Chen Yanqi rolled his eyes and felt disgusted. Apart from her parents and Zhuge Xiaoxia, no other man called her like that. During this period of time, Xiao Xizong pursued her relentlessly, which made her very annoyed. Xiao Xizong, I'm going to have dinner with my friends, please leave. Chen Yanqi gritted his teeth and tried hard to suppress his anger. The Xiao family is considered a wealthy and powerful family in Liujiang City, and we cannot offend them to death. It's okay, let's go together. Xiao Xizong chuckled, his eyes wandering. When his eyes met Zhuge Xiaoxia, they froze instantly. There was surprise and passion in his eyes. The two monuments on Zhuge Xiaoxia's body were extremely visually impactful, making Xiao Xizong's blood boil. He waved his hand and said, "This meal is on me. Order the most expensive dishes." I invited them. You can go now. Li Yuandao touched his stomach and became impatient. I'm already hungry, and here comes another one that's being lazy. Xiao Xizong was stunned for a moment before he noticed Li Yuandao. After a quick look, he turned around and looked at Chen Yanqi. Who is this guy? Where did this beggar come from? He's not a beggar. He's the child of a relative of my mother's in a small county town. Chen Yanqi glared at Li Yuandao angrily, then turned back to look at Xiao Xizong. A sly flash of cunning flashed in her beautiful eyes, and she spoke word by word, "From now on, he will live with us and go to school together. Don't bother me anymore." She mentioned that Li Yuandao lived with them, hoping to keep Xiao Xizong away from her. Two beauties, one young and energetic, the other with a baby-faced and plump figure, are actually going to live with this poor bastard. With his continuous offensive pursuit, it was a luxury to even touch Chen Yanqi's hand or have a meal together. Xiao Xizong's mentality exploded, and he said unhappily, "Yanqi, this beggar living with you is like a flower on cow dung. Are you threatened by him, or does he have something on you?" Chen Yanqi and Zhuge Xiaoxia both looked at Li Yuandao. The latter was sloppy, so the flowers and cow dung were very appropriate. "Why are you looking at me? I'm not saying you're cow dung." Li Yuandao was very dissatisfied with the looks of the two women and said coldly, "Do you want me to throw him out? We still have to eat, not come here to discuss shit and piss." Puff. Zhuge Xiaoxia smiled with her hands covering her mouth, swaying the cup gracefully, and looked at Li Yuan with her beautiful eyes, saying, "The cow dung he was talking about is clearly you." Chen Yanqi rolled his eyes and sighed helplessly to Li Yuandao, "Are you really stupid or are you just pretending to be stupid?" Her impression of Li Yuandao dropped again. "A dog bites you, and you still want to talk back. I want to slap him away, but eating is more important now. I'm hungry." Li Yuandao shrugged indifferently and said, "What do you want to eat? Just order the dishes. It's my treat." "You. Can you stop talking nonsense? You're treating me." Chen Yanqi's chest was heaving and his tone became impatient. "You said you could fly before, and now you're treating us to a meal. This is Fuqin Restaurant, the most upscale restaurant in Liujiang City. The average per capita consumption starts at 10,000. She and Zhuge Xiaoxia only come here once or twice a month, and it is impossible for them to spend time here for a long time. With Li Yuandao's current condition, can we afford him? Who knows, she might have to pay the bill by then. That would be so embarrassing. You bastard, you have a sharp tongue." Xiao Xizong couldn't hold it anymore. This country bumpkin who looked like he came out of a group of beggars was actually more pretentious than him. "Who are you talking about, bastard?" Li Yuandao raised his eyebrows, and a fierce look flashed in his eyes. "I'm talking about you." Xiao Xizong reacted, his teeth almost breaking. He sneered, "You are very good. If it were any other day, I would make you pay for it. But Yanqi is here, I am in a good mood, I won't bother with you for the time being." He suppressed his anger, hoping to show enough grace in front of Chen Yanqi. "But you said you want to treat us, can you afford it? Don't you see what kind of restaurant this is?" Glancing at Li Yuandao, Xiao Xizong said disdainfully, "This meal is on my behalf. Eat more later. You'd better move out of Yanqi's house after this. If I'm happy, I'll reward you with tens of thousands of dollars. Are you sure you want to treat us to a meal? Don't regret it." Li Yuandao looked at him with a smile, suppressing the coldness in his eyes. "Regret? I have plenty of money. Besides, I want to treat Yanqi and beautiful Xiaoxia, you are just a byproduct. I guess this is the first time for a poor guy like you to enter such a high-end restaurant, right? Then eat as much as you want. Xiao Xizong's face was full of contempt. Li Yuandao nodded. Okay, then I'll give you a chance. Hearing this, Chen Yanqi shook her head slightly, thinking that if she and Xiaoxia were really invited to dinner, she would continue to insist. Seeing that I couldn't afford the job, I just tried to find a way out. It seems that he not only talks nonsense and plays dumb, but also has a lot of scheming. This kind of man is unreliable. How did my mother end up with a relative like my best friend? Yeah, it's good to have someone treat you to a meal. Zhuge Xiaoxia didn't think too much about it. She clapped her hands excitedly and raised her cup. Hee, Li Yuandao, why don't you invite Yan Qi to take a seat? Oh, if you want to eat, sit down. Li Yuandao pointed to the seat next to him and spoke lightly. What kind of attitude is this? Chen Yanqi frowned. This is the first time I have met such an impolite boy. Zhuge Xiaoxia blinked her big eyes and said with a smile, you should say princess, please take a seat. Hee, you don't know how many boys are eager to have dinner with Yan Qi. It's a rare opportunity. What the hell? Princess, please take a seat. Li Yuandao was stunned for a moment, then curled his lips. Sit down if you want. You can eat standing up. This guy is definitely a straight man. I'm afraid he has never touched a woman's hand. Chen Yanqi's eyes were filled with anger and he gritted his teeth. On weekdays, there are so many boys surrounding her. Even the young master from a wealthy family like Xiao Xizong greets her with a smile. Li Yuandao, on the other hand, always looks calm and composed, but lacks any gentlemanly manners. He is definitely pretending. Given my conditions, which boy wouldn't be moved? He must have fallen in love at first sight, but he was just trying not to show it. A scheming man who plays hard to get. Chen Yanqi pursed her lips and complained in her heart. Is this the nephew my best friend mentioned by my mother who has excellent grades and a good appearance? Xiao Xizong's eyes lit up and he was very excited. This is a good opportunity for him to show off. A redneck is a redneck, he doesn't know manners. Xiao Xizong quickly pulled out a chair and said elegantly, Yan Qi, in my eyes you are a princess, please take a seat. Chen Yanqi's expression eased slightly and he sat on the chair that Xiao Xizong had pulled out. Although Xiao Xizong's character is not very good, his knowledge, background, and cultivation are not comparable to Li Yuandao who came from a small place. Yan Qi, you order the dishes. Order whatever you like. Xiao Xizong patted his chest and spoke in a domineering tone. Chen Yanqi pushed the menu in front of Zhuge Xiaoxia and said, let Xiaoxia order. I won't order. Let brother Yuandao order. Zhuge Xiaoxia pushed the menu aside again and glanced at Xiao Xizong who was constantly trying to please her. The latter made her feel very uncomfortable. My brother is calling out. Chen Yanqi was speechless. Xiao Xizong's eyes were spitting fire. How could a stinky beggar-like guy have the charm to be so favored by beautiful women? Li Yuandao was not polite. He took the menu and said to the waiter who was already waiting beside him, boiled water, and these drinks. Haha, a country bumpkin is a country bumpkin. He won't even eat when he comes to a place like this. Xiao Xizong couldn't help but sneer out loud. Li Yuandao ignored him and continued, cross out what I just said. Give me 100 servings of each of the other dishes. Chen Yanqi and Zhuge Xiaoxia both looked at it in astonishment, their beautiful eyes widened. The waiter next to him was stunned on the spot. They had seen all kinds of customers coming to consume here, but he had never seen anyone so arrogant. Even if he was a big eater, he would not order dishes like this. Poor bastard, are you sincere? Xiao Xizong's face darkened and he shouted through gritted teeth. He treated us to a meal, but that didn't mean we had to be ripped off. Don't worry, if you can't finish it, it's mine. Just, don't cry later. Li Yuandao curled his lips and looked at the waiter, is it okay? Of course, no problem. Our Fuqin restaurant will satisfy any dining requests of our guests. After a slight hesitation, the waiter quickly agreed and left the box. Eat. Feed me as much as you can. You country bumpkin won't die from overeating. Xiao Xizong sat down beside him with a sneer. Half an hour later. Rows of dishes from carts were served on the tables one after another. Almas caviar, 3-colored magoo, Buddha jumps over the wall, Xuanyang abalone, braised shark's fin, 8 immortals crossing the sea, and so on. Each dish is the specialty of Fuchin restaurant and also one of the most expensive dishes. And now there are 100 copies of each one. Xiao Xizong was jealous when he saw this, even he had never been so extravagant. Eat. I'm so hungry. Li Yuandao pointed at the table and started eating without any hesitation. He eats elegantly, but not slowly. In just half an hour, the table was piled with plates. For him, the things in front of him were just right. As a cultivator, the spiritual power he could draw from food was too little. Due to his injury, he needs more food to replenish his energy. Every bite of food was completely digested by him. In a short while, the hundreds of dishes served were all devoured by Li Yuandao. Xiao Xizong's face had already turned green. Originally, he wanted to show off his elegance and financial resources, but he didn't expect Li Yuandao to be such a big eater. This meal would cost at least 1 million. He was completely wronged. Wow, Brother Yuandao, you are so awesome. From now on I will call you Brother Dawei. It should be Brother Dawei. Zhuge Xiaoxia's beautiful eyes widened with excitement and she clapped her hands in applause. Men who can eat are also very attractive. Li Yuandao smiled faintly. No big deal. I've been a big eater since I was a child. When it comes to eating, I like to eat as much as I can, eat until I'm full, and eat until I'm satisfied. As much as I can. Brother Yuandao, you are so awesome. Zhuge Xiaoxia's lively eyes suddenly lit up with light and brilliance. Chen Yanqi was already stunned. She can understand that since she came from a small place and had a less affluent life since childhood, she can eat more. But this is the first time I have seen someone eat like a starving ghost, as Li Yuandao did. She was afraid that Li Yuandao would die of starvation on the spot. Boy, you wanted to trick me from the beginning, right? Xiao Xizong had a dark face and was holding his breath, almost unable to catch his breath. Li Yuandao drank a mouthful of golden abalone porridge and glanced at him. You were the one who wanted to treat us, I didn't cheat you. If you can't afford it, you should have said so earlier. Who can't afford it? I just don't want to invite you. I want to invite Yan Qi and the others instead. Xiao Xizong gnashed his teeth and sneered, we haven't touched the food on this table yet. You can pay for what you eat yourself. Chen Yanqi's pretty face changed slightly, and her eyes were full of anxiety. If Li Yuandao can't pay the money later, she will be the one in trouble in the end, and even her mother will have to rush over. Are you planning to default on your debt? Li Yuandao raised his eyebrows and his face turned slightly cold. Xiao Xizong raised the corner of his mouth and said with disdain, why, do you still want to beat me? I'm afraid you don't have the courage. Bang. Li Yuandao kicked out twice, and Xiao Xizong bent his legs and knelt down. Xiao Xizong's face was filled with shame and anger. As the eldest son of the Xiao family, he had never kneeled in front of others. You're refusing to pay because you feel you didn't get to eat a bite. Here, a reward for you. After saying that, Li Yuandao threw the bones he had left over in front of Xiao Xizong. Xiao Xizong cursed loudly and tried to get up. But, the next moment, his eyes suddenly became confused, then he lowered his head, crawled on the ground, and started to chew on the bones on the ground with his mouth. Such a scene made Chen Yanqi and Zhuge Xiaoxia stunned, their faces full of disbelief. For quite a while, Xiao Xizong came to his senses and found himself crawling on the ground like a dog, gnawing on a bone. He got up in shame and anger. What did you do to me? You've eaten the food, so it's not a loss. Can you pay the bill? Li Yuandao glanced at him and said lightly. Xiao Xizong was so angry that his chest heaved violently. When had he ever been humiliated like this? Boy, I will make you die. Li Yuandao narrowed his eyes and shook his head. It seems like you really want to default on your debt. I hate people who default on their debts the most. Bang. With a muffled sound, Li Yuandao grabbed Xiao Xizong's head and pressed it into the large bowl of golden abalone porridge in front of him with great speed and accuracy. Puff, puff. Xiao Xizong almost couldn't hold his breath, causing the bowl of porridge to bubble violently. You bastard, let me go, Gulupuchi. If you don't let go, I'll kill you, puff puff. Puchi Puchi, let me go, Puchi Puchi. Xiao Xizong felt like he was going to suffocate to death, with death looming over his entire body. Li Yuandao's hand holding him down was like an iron clamp, as if it weighed 1,000 pounds, making it impossible for him to move no matter how hard he struggled. He is just an ordinary person. In front of Li Yuandao, who has reached the 9,000th level of qi refining, he is not even as good as a grasshopper. Let me go, puff, puff. I'm willing to pay for it, puff, puff. Xiao Xizong was terrified at this moment. He didn't want to die, so he immediately surrendered. Li Yuandao finally let go of his hand, sat down leisurely again, and said calmly, "Wouldn't it be better if you paid the bill earlier? Why are you looking for trouble?" Chen Yanqi and Zhuge Xiaoxia were both stunned. They couldn't imagine that Li Yuandao could be so violent and would start fighting over a disagreement. As a result, Xiao Xizong really gave in. Hoo hoo. Huff huff. Puff. Xiao Xizong sat down on the ground, gasping for breath, his face covered with food residue and grains of rice constantly bursting out of his nose, like the pea shooter in Plants vs. Zombies, spraying all over the floor. It's my bad luck today, kid. Xiao Xizong, who had finally finished spraying rice grains all over his nose, stood up cursing, but before he could finish his words, there was a loud bang. Li Yuandao threw a big bag over. Pay the bill quickly. If you keep talking nonsense, I'll let you know why the flowers are so red. Half of Xiao Xizong's face suddenly swelled up and a broken tooth fell out. He didn't dare to say any more nonsense and just paid the bill. Do you guys still want to eat? If not, leave. Li Yuandao looked at Chen Yanqi and Zhuge Xiaoxia and asked. He finished all the dishes they had just ordered, and they hadn't even had a bite yet. Humph. I'm just a starving ghost reincarnated. Just watching you eat makes me full. Xiaoxia, let's go. Chen Yanqi pulled Zhuge Xiaoxia away, and scolded, also, you need to explain to me what happened just now. Did you collude with him? Yanqi, we really don't have it. You know me, I will never lie to you. That would be great. If I knew you were lying to me. I'll give you 2 autographed photos. I'm mad, and I want it now. Okay, I'll give to you when we get to Lily Garden Villa. It's a deal. The 2 women walked in front, out of the Fuqin restaurant, chattering to each other. In just a few steps, they talked about everything from cosmetics, clothes, bags to star chasing and fan support clubs, and they could easily bring up all kinds of gossip. Chen Yanqi no longer looked angry, and it was obvious that the 2 women had a very good relationship. Li Yuandao walked behind, ignoring the boring gossip they were talking about. Xiao Xizong had already left in a panic, but he didn't bother to take it to heart. He was just an ant, and it was an honor for him to even take a second look at him. Walk out of the Fuqin restaurant and follow Chen Yanqi and Zhuge Xiaoxia towards the parking lot. When Chen Yanqi came, he changed to a red mini BMW that could seat 3 people. But as soon as he got in the car, Li Yuandao's face suddenly turned cold and he looked towards the parking lot not far away. Xiao Xizong was also in the parking lot, in his car, preparing to make a phone call. You damned redneck, you're dead. Wait until I let Brother Wei and the others find out your identity and your family. I want your whole family to sink to the bottom of the Sky Tier Lake with you. As he said this, his face looked ferocious. Li Yuandao saw it, his eyes flashing with murderous intent. He raised his hand and pressed lightly into the void. Xiao Xizong, who was not far away, suddenly froze in the driver's seat. Then his whole body cracked apart bit by bit, and silently turned into blood mist that scattered in the car. Master said that some troubles should be killed on the spot. Wait for him to bring people here to cause trouble, then pretend to be awesome and slap him in the face. That's just a boring plot in novels. Enemies, don't even keep them for the new year, you can't even keep them overnight. Li Yuandao shook his head secretly, thinking in his heart. The 2 women didn't know that Xiao Xizong had already died on the spot not far from them. Chen Yanqi glanced at Li Yuandao with disdain in the rearview mirror, started the car, and returned to Lily Garden Villa. The car passed through the bustling streets of Liujiang City. Li Yuandao, who was sitting in the back seat, turned his head suddenly. An ancient building not far from the street caught his attention. The incense pavilion. Looking at the old-style building with a neon sign, Li Yuandao's eyes became brighter and brighter. He hurriedly said to Qin Yanqi, "Stop the car. I have something urgent to do." "What are you up to?" Qin Yanqi frowned, looking very unhappy. But she still stopped the car on the side of the street. Li Yuandao got out of the car and said to the two women, "You go back first, no need to wait for me." After saying that, he walked straight towards the incense pavilion. There were many luxury cars in front of the Zongxiang pavilion, and beautiful women and handsome men were coming in and out. There were also beautiful women in cheongsams lined up at the gate to greet guests with smiles. "Handsome guy, do you want to have a meal or a pedicure?" When he arrived at the entrance of the Zongxiang pavilion, a tall female receptionist came forward and asked Li Yuandao with a smile. Li Yuandao smiled meaningfully and said, "Is your foot massage serious?" "Xiaoxia, he wants to go to the incense pavilion." Seeing Li Yuandao walking to the gate of Zongxiang pavilion, Qin Yanqi was a little confused. "I saw it. Can't all men resist temptation?" "That's not right. He doesn't even look at our two beauties here. He would rather go to a place like this and look at those vulgar women." Zhuge Xiaoxia looked at Qin Yanqi's beautiful face suspiciously, then turned back to look at her two cups, very puzzled. Zongxiang Pavilion is one of the top clubs in Liujiang City and a paradise for many young people to eat, drink and have fun. Secretly, it is also the top brothel in modern cities. Hee. Men are really not good people. Just the services here, can he afford it? Qin Yanqi gritted his teeth and looked at Li Yuandao's back, his eyes filled with contempt. No. Brother Dawei comes from a small town, so it's normal that he can't resist the temptation of the big city. I can't let him go astray. Zhuge Xiaoxia got out of the car in a hurry and ran towards Li Yuandao. As Li Yuandao was about to enter the gate of Zongxiang Pavilion, she just managed to catch up with him. "Brother Dawei, you can't go in." Zhuge Xiaoxia grabbed Li Yuandao and said angrily. Li Yuandao stopped and looked back at the two cups that were coming up. He looked at Zhuge Xiaoxia and asked in confusion, "Why? And my name is Li Yuandao, not Big Stomach Brother, let alone Big Viagra Brother." "Why? You're asking questions even though you already know the answer to this filthy place." At this time, Qin Yanqi also came forward with a look of resentment on his face. Zhuge Xiaoxia nodded repeatedly in agreement. "Yes, Brother Dawei, you shouldn't go into a place like this." Li Yuandao curled his lips and shook his head, saying, "How can such a precious place for cultivation be considered dirty? I'll be right out." "You might as well say double cultivation. Is this what a man thinks about every day?" "Humph." Seeing that Li Yuandao refused to listen, Qin Yanqi sneered, turned around and pulled Zhuge Xiaoxia away. "Xiaoxia, let's go back. If he dares to go in, he can forget about living in Lily Garden Villa." "Oh, then you guys go back first." Li Yuandao shrugged indifferently and followed the receptionist into the incense pavilion. Li Yuandao. "You, men, you are all the same." Not far away, Qin Yanqi turned around and saw that Li Yuandao really ignored them and simply went into the Zongxiang pavilion. She was so angry that she stomped her feet. She thought that when Li Yuandao saw her leaving in anger, he would come forward to apologize, try to please them, and go back to the Lily Garden Villa with them. In the end, it turned out that it was just her wishful thinking. My mom was definitely deceived by her best friend. He has excellent grades and good looks, and he's the school hunk. The result, that's it. Qin Yanqi became more and more angry and said angrily, "Xiaoxia, let's go back. Isn't this bad? What if Dawei can't find the way?" Zhuge Xiaoxia felt a little reluctant. "You still want him to go to Lily Garden Villa? He can just sleep on the street." "Sleeping on the street? How can that be possible? Didn't you just say that he was cheated by working illegally? Look at how much he ate just now, he must be starving. He was cheated while working illegally, so he must be feeling very upset. He might want to come to the incense pavilion to relax. If he keeps it to himself, who knows what will happen." Zhuge Xiaoxia shook Qin Yanqi's hand and advised, "Actually, Dawei is quite pitiful. How about we wait for him? We will try to persuade him later. Now let's go shopping in the mall and buy him a set of clothes. Otherwise, if we go back like this, Auntie will be angry." Thinking of his mother's nagging and expression, as well as Li Yuandao's slovenly appearance, Chen Yanqi's expression eased a little, and he said angrily, "We've only met for a while, and you're already on his side, and you even said that we didn't collude. But for the sake of Xiaozhan's autographed photo, I won't pursue it. In the future, when he's out, he'd better stay away from us, and don't say he knows us. Let's go shopping." Incense Storage Pavilion. Every furnishing and decoration is full of ancient charm and is extremely luxurious. The receptionist who received Li Yuandao kept a bright smile on her face. She did not look down on him because of his slovenly appearance. Instead, she asked enthusiastically, "Sir, do you want a full service, or?" Li Yuandao did not respond immediately. He ignored the extravagant environment and the men and women around him. His spiritual sense had already covered the entire Zhangxiang pavilion. "Is the basement open?" Li Yuandao asked. "I'm sorry, but we're not welcoming guests yet." "Oh, then let's go to box 10 on the first floor. Call all the young beauties you can order now, I'll need some people later." "Call everyone who can be called. This is Han Xin selecting soldiers, the more the better." The woman's eyes lit up, her smile grew wider, her waist lowered, her hips lifted, and she led the way with a charming smile. "Sir, please come this way. I'll arrange it for you right away." Box number 10 on the first floor is extremely spacious and can easily accommodate dozens of beauties lined up in a row. To this, Li Yuandao was very satisfied. He sat cross-legged in the middle of the box and practiced his main technique, 9 turns heavenly flame art. The spiritual energy lingering under the Zhangxiang pavilion suddenly swept towards him madly. Just when passing by the Zhangxiang pavilion, Li Yuandao sensed the fluctuation of spiritual energy here, and then asked Chen Yanqi to stop the car. Although the spiritual energy here cannot be compared with the world of immortal cultivation, it is extremely precious on Earth where the spiritual energy is thin today. It is also a good opportunity to use the spiritual energy to initially repair the damaged Dantian and Naiwan Palace. But the repair speed is still too slow. Li Yuandao was thinking about going underground. He wondered if there might be an unknown spiritual eye down there. But if the other party refused to give it to him, he would not insist and would wait for an opportunity to sneak in. After a while, dozens of women dressed seductively and coolly were brought into the box. Li Yuandao took a quick look and without hesitation, kept the 20 women who met the requirements. The group of women were suddenly very happy. They didn't care about Li Yuandao's dirty appearance and greeted him with coquettish smiles. There is no way, at any time, whoever has money is the boss. Come here and lie down. Come here, lie down, and don't move. You are here. Li Yuandao directed the 20 women to move, and the women naturally responded to his requests and lay down in the position he specified. They have a more intense mysterious yin energy than other ordinary women, which can serve as the energy support for simple magic circles. The situation was urgent, and Li Yuandao had no way of finding the best jade to slowly set up the formation. With the help of these 20 or so women, it was enough for him to set up the simplest spirit-gathering formation. After they lay down, Li Yuandao cast a spell, knocking them all unconscious, and then sat down cross-legged among them. This moment, the spiritual energy flowing in the box became noticeably richer. Li Yuandao's injuries had recovered a lot, and his cultivation had even broken through 3 levels in a row. Although this was insignificant compared to his 9,000th level of qi refining. But in just less than an hour, these women who were lying in a disorderly manner began to show layers of sweat on their bodies, their faces gradually turned pale, and even yellow water flowed out. We can't go on, people will die. Come to the incense pavilion every day from now on. Not only can you stabilize your injuries, but your cultivation should also gradually recover. Once we find the healing elixir, we can start the treatment. Li Yuandao stopped with regret, stood up, opened the door of the box, and called the manager of Zhangxiang Pavilion. Clean it up. They all fainted. They'll be fine after a good night's sleep. After the manager arrived, Li Yuandao pointed at the women who had fallen down in the box and said, "They all fainted." The manager was stunned when he saw his daughter stumbling around unconscious inside. Many people passing by the box stopped to look, their eyes almost falling to the ground. That's amazing. Are you all confused? How powerful this is. Look, there's yellow all over the floor. Is that feces and urine? Brother, you are so fierce. You are simply a role model for us men. Brother, do you have any secrets to teach me? As the excitement spread, more people gathered around, and a group of men looked at Li Yuandao, who was so slovenly that his appearance could not be seen clearly, and cast their gazes of admiration. What a secret! Li Yuandao glanced at the group of men with crystal worms on their brains, pushed through the crowd, and walked towards the front desk of the Zongxiang Pavilion. He was going to check out and also plan to apply for a membership. After all, I will come here to practice often in the future, so it will be more convenient to have a membership. Mr. Li, this time it's my fault that Zongxiang Pavilion didn't entertain you well. I didn't expect that even 20 of them couldn't satisfy you. I'll waive your expenses this time. The manager caught up with Li Yuandao and said politely, I just hope that Mr. Li can be a little gentler next time. Our girl can't stand it. Li Yuandao looked back and asked expectantly, will it be free next time? Ah, this. The manager was speechless for a moment. Li Yuandao threw out the bank card in his hand and said calmly, open a membership for me and deposit 1 million. After receiving the bank card, the manager was stunned for a moment. Seeing Li Yuandao's slovenly appearance, he was prepared for the other party to eat a free meal. But in the end, Li Yuandao acted so arrogantly, it really shows that you can't judge a person by his appearance. The manager quickly processed a membership for Li Yuandao and respectfully escorted him to the entrance of the Zongxiang Pavilion. Li Yuandao put away his bank card and membership card, thinking that it would be troublesome to come here every day in the future. Otherwise, why not just take over the Zongxiang Pavilion? Never mind. In a civilized society, fighting and killing are not good. I am a pacifist. I won't do anything too bloody. At worst, I can ask Jun Zhantian to buy this place. Li Yuandao shook his head secretly and suppressed the idea of killing and robbing. Arrived outside the door. Chen Yanqi and Zhuge Xiaoxia were already waiting on the side, holding large and small bags. Mr. Li, I'll need your care in the future. The manager walked us out with a smile on his face. But he was interrupted halfway through his speech. Brother Dawei, you finally came out. Zhuge Xiaoxia went forward carrying a bunch of things. Chen Yanqi looked at the manager with a cold face and said, I'm sorry, how much did he spend this time? In her opinion, Li Yuandao naturally had no money to pay the bill. After all, the cost of living in the incense pavilion was not low. The manager was shocked, thinking that Li Yuandao's girlfriend had come to cause trouble. Hello, Mr. Li, this time your entertainment is free. After all, it's our fault for not hosting you well enough. The manager smiled and spoke helplessly. Chen Yanqi looked surprised. Free? What's going on? Manager, it's okay, it's okay. Li Yuandao said calmly, it's just that a few people fainted. Since I didn't have a good time, I'll give it a free meal. There's nothing wrong with that. Ah, someone fainted. Brother Dawei, what happened? Zhuge Xiaoxia's face was full of curiosity and her gossipy heart was burning. The manager smiled and explained, we arranged 20 girls for Mr. Li, but they all got knocked out by Mr. Li. Well. Mr. Li is welcome to come and play again next time. After saying that, he left in shame. Chen Yanqi and Zhuge Xiaoxia were both stunned at this moment. 20 women, all knocked out. The two women couldn't help but imagine endlessly. Zhuge Xiaoxia couldn't help but reach out and touch Li Yuandao's waist, his eyes shining. Brother Dawei, is your waist made of iron? It's amazing. The legendary perpetual motion machine is just like this. Hee hee, you have to do hard labor for me and Yan Qi in the future, just work hard. Chen Yanqi couldn't help but glance at Li Yuandao's waist. She didn't know what came into her mind, her pretty face suddenly flushed and her ears turned red. Let's go. I don't want to stay here for a moment. Chen Yanqi pulled Zhuge Xiaoxia up and left in a hurry to hide his embarrassment. In the car. Chen Yanqi glanced at Li Yuandao from the rearview mirror, sighed, and advised, don't go to places like the incense pavilion again. Why? I have a membership worth 1 million. How can I not go? Li Yuandao looked at it strangely and was puzzled. Chen Yanqi was immediately furious and simply shut up. This guy talks nonsense and talks a lot of bullshit, and he has 1 million members. Zhuge Xiaoxia covered her mouth and smiled. She thought Li Yuandao was deliberately trying to anger Chen Yanqi, so she hurriedly eased the atmosphere. Okay, I will take good care of Brother Dawei in the future. Chen Yanqi shook his head and said again, in the Fuqin restaurant, you beat Xiao Xizong, so be more careful next time. The Xiao family is a wealthy family, we can't afford to offend them. Oh, I see. Li Yuandao shrugged and responded, thinking that the guy would never have a chance to take revenge. Soon. The car arrived at a villa complex located halfway up the mountain. Li Yuandao took a look outside and was shocked, because he found that the so-called Fuyun Mountain Villa complex here was the villa address given by Jun Zhantian. And it is the king of the villa complex here, Fuyun Villa. But from the looks of it, the Lily Garden Villa where Chen Yanqi and Zhuge Xiaoxia live seems to be also on this Fuyun Mountain. Soon the car stopped in front of a European-style villa. The front yard garden is full of lilies. As soon as I got off the car, a young couple walked out of the villa. They looked somewhat similar to Chen Yanqi. Yanqi, why are you back so late? A well-maintained woman who looked only 30 years old came forward and asked Chen Yanqi. When she saw Zhuge Xiaoxia behind her, she quickly smiled and said, Xiaoxia, are you tired from catching the plane? Have a good rest tonight. Li Yuandao recognized the woman at a glance. It was Aunt Qin, Chen Yanqi's mother, and Aunt Li Wan's best friend Qin Shu. I held him in my arms when I was a child, and I still have a vague impression of him. Now, many years have passed, and he hasn't changed much. As for the man who followed her politely with gold-rimmed glasses, he was Aunt Qin's husband Chen Jingtian. Aunt Qin, Uncle Chen. Hello. Li Yuandao came forward and greeted politely. Yuandao, is it you? How did you become like this? Why didn't you tell Aunt Qin when you came to Liujiang City to work? You should have come directly to Aunt Qin's company. It's a sin to run into those unscrupulous merchants. We were all so worried when we heard from your aunt that you were missing. Now we are glad that you can come back safely. Seeing Li Yuandao's slovenly appearance, Aunt Qin felt distressed and took his hand. Come on, let's go inside and talk. I'm glad you're okay. Chen Jingtian patted Li Yuandao on the shoulder, seeming indifferent and as if he was not good at talking. Li Yuandao hesitated for a moment, scratched his head and said, Aunt Qin, would it be inconvenient for me to live in Lily Garden? I have a house here, Fuyun Cottage. Qin Shu and Chen Jingtian both paused and looked at each other, seeing the astonishment in each other's eyes. Brother Dawei, the king-level building in Fuyun Mountain Villa is yours. Zhuge Xiaoxia opened her mouth wide in surprise. That's Fuyun Cottage, the most expensive building in Liujiang City. Xiaoxia, do you think it's possible? Chen Yanqi rolled his eyes, and then angrily said to Li Yuandao, can you stop talking nonsense in front of my parents? Don't even think before you brag. Do you know how much Fuyun Cottage costs? Even if my parents sold the company, they still can't afford it. Yanqi, it's done. Yuandao is just kidding. Qin Shu pulled Chen Yanqi and continued, since you've come a long way, why don't you stay and live together? Your Uncle Chen and I don't live here on weekdays, and I'm worried about the 2 girls living here. If you're here, at least you can take care of them. In Qin Shu's opinion, Li Yuandao was embarrassed to stay, so he made up a lame excuse. Li Yuandao was ready to continue to decline, but he subconsciously scanned the surroundings with his spiritual sense, and suddenly discovered that there was a fluctuation of spiritual energy under the Lily Garden Villa, which was very subtle and implicit. This kind of fluctuation is completely different from the spiritual eye energy of the Zhongxiang Pavilion. There shouldn't be any source of spiritual veins underground here, right? If this is the case, then Lily Garden is the real king of buildings, right? Aunt Qin and her family made a fortune from buying this villa. And if he lives here, he can practice every day. In the long run, his injuries and cultivation will definitely recover faster. Thinking of this, Li Yuandao did not refuse again and said gratefully, thank you Aunt Qin, I'll bother you more in the future. Don't bother. Come on, let's go inside. Qin Shu greeted him warmly and entered the villa. Chen Yanqi walked behind, glared at Li Yuandao's back fiercely, and muttered secretly, This man is too concerned about his reputation, he really knows how to save face. Okay Yan Qi, now you have a companion and the villa will be more lively. We live upstairs and Dawei lives downstairs, so we don't interfere with each other. Zhuge Xiaoxia pulled Chen Yanqi into the living room and comforted her in a low voice. You're a long way away. School will start in 2 days. Here's the tuition that Auntie Qin prepared for you. Take it. After Li Yuandao sat down, Qin Shu took out a bank card and said with a smile, study hard and don't let your aunt down. What? Is this guy's tuition paid by his own parents? Chen Yanqi opened his mouth in shock and cast an incredulous look at Qin Shu. Qin Shu glared at her daughter, making her hold back her words. Then she smiled at Li Yuandao again and said, take it quickly. It's only natural that Aunt Qin will pay for your tuition. Chen Jingtian, who was sitting next to him, smiled and nodded, and had no objection. Li Yuandao's Aunt Li Wan helped them with all her might and he will always remember it. Thank you Aunt Qin. I will try my best. Li Yuandao felt a little warm in his heart, and without any pretense, he took the bank card. Although he is not short of money now, he does not want to refuse Aunt Qin's kindness. After chatting for a while, Qin Shu and Chen Jingtian and his wife prepared to leave. They don't live here on weekdays. They are busy with work at the company and basically never come back here. Went out the door. Chen Yanqi chased after him and said to Qin Shu angrily, Mom, he is a liar, you were deceived by him. Then she told him about Li Yuandao's visit to Zhangxiang Pavilion. Chen Jingtian on the side couldn't help but frown slightly. Jingtian, wait a moment. After Qin Shu finished speaking, she hurried back to the living room of the villa, followed closely by Chen Yanqi. She was expecting her mother to scold Li Yuandao severely and even kick him out of the Lily Garden villa. But Qin Shu, who returned to the living room, not only did not reprimand Li Yuandao, but instead took out another bank card. Yuandao, I heard from Yan Qi that you like to go out and play, so Aunt Qin will give you some more pocket money. You can relax on the weekends when you are free. But you must pay more attention to your health and don't fall behind in your studies. Li Yuandao glanced at Chen Yanqi, knowing that the other party must have complained, but he didn't care. He thanked him gratefully and took the bank card. Is this considered the cost of visiting a brothel? Yan Qi, get along well with Yuandao from now on and don't bully him. Also, tomorrow is the birthday party for Mr. Xiao. You and Xiao Xia should go too. It would be good to make more friends. Qin Shu solemnly warned Chen Yanqi, and then looked at Li Yuandao. Yuandao, Xiao family birthday banquet, do you think you can join us tomorrow to have fun? Although there is no invitation, with Aunt Qin's face, you should still be able to get in. Xiao family. Is it the Xiao family of Xiao Xizong that was destroyed by me? Li Yuandao was slightly stunned, then shook his head and said, Aunt Qin, I won't go. All right. Go to bed early. Aunt Qin is leaving first. By the time Qin Shu left, Chen Yanqi was so angry that his nose was almost crooked. Her mother is never so nice to her on weekdays. Did you also give my mother some kind of magic potion? Seeing Li Yuanli accepting the gift as if it was a matter of course, Chen Yanqi was furious and said angrily, it's fine if I let you live in Lily Garden Villa, but you still have the nerve to ask my mother to pay for your tuition. Oh, you can talk to Aunt Qin. If she agrees, I will pay for my tuition myself. Li Yuandao smiled faintly and said. You. Chen Yanqi was so angry that he couldn't speak, and his chest heaved violently. If she goes to argue with her mother, won't she be scolded? After catching his breath, Chen Yanqi gritted his teeth and said, Humph, my family is not short of that little money. We can still afford your tuition. But you are self-aware and didn't shamelessly ask to go to the birthday party together. A banquet of that standard at the Xiao family is not something you can attend. Besides, you have offended Xiao Xizong. She originally wanted to use this opportunity to dampen Li Yuandao's arrogance and anger him, but in the end, Li Yuandao shrugged his shoulders and said indifferently, I'm not interested, it's just a shabby banquet. You. Yan Qi, it's all right. We're all exhausted after a long day. Let's take a shower and rest. Seeing the tense situation, Zhuge Xiaoxia hurried forward to mediate and handed Li Yuandao a large bag. Brother Dawei, this is the clothes Yan Qi bought for you to change into temporarily. If they don't fit, we can buy a few more sets later. She's actually a very nice person, with a sharp tongue but a soft heart. By the way, you'll stay in the guest room on the first floor. Talking. Chen Yanqi was pushed to the second floor by Zhuge Xiaoxia. Wait. I forgot there's something important I haven't mentioned yet. Chen Yanqi paused, and leaned down the spiral staircase to the second floor. He said to Li Yuandao with a depressed look on his face, "Since my mother insists on letting you stay, you have to make 3 rules with us. First, you are not allowed to use the public restroom on the first floor. Xiaoxia and I used to use it frequently. You are not allowed to use it again. We are misophobic. Humph, the guest rooms have their own restroom. Second, you are not allowed to bring women back. If you want to get a room, go outside. The third and most important point. You are not allowed to come up to the second and third floors. That is the exclusive area for Xiaoxia and I. Humph, don't even think about coming up to spy on us doing obscene things." Li Yuandao was speechless, but still nodded. "You are ugly, you have the final say. Especially the third request, you will be more assured. If you are so ugly, don't even think about such a beautiful thing. I don't have the time for that. I'm ugly." Chen Yanqi glared and pointed, but soon she sneered. "Li Yuandao, is this interesting? Men feel that they are not worthy of a girl and feel inferior in their hearts, so they always use this method to cover themselves up. Boring. Yan Qi, don't be angry. Let's go upstairs and wash up." Seeing the tense atmosphere, Zhuge Xiaoxia hurriedly pushed Chen Yanqi to the room on the second floor. After saying that, he pulled Chen Yanqi upstairs. Li Yuandao came to the back garden of the villa at this time. There is also a swimming pool here. As soon as he walked into the garden, he felt the rich fluctuations of spiritual energy. There is definitely a spiritual vein underground. If we can move the spiritual eye of the incense pavilion here, will we be able to cultivate a complete spiritual vein? Li Yuandao's eyes lit up and he was secretly expecting something. After walking around the back garden, he returned to the house and went to his own guest room. But when he entered the room and saw the scene, Li Yuandao was stunned. Behind the pink bed curtains, stockings were spread out, overlapping ominous signs, of different sizes and colorful, making Li Yuandao dazzled. Don't they usually clean up? Li Yuandao touched his nose and after hesitating for a moment, he decided to clean up. After tidying up my clothes, I found something like an egg fallen from the bottom. Zhuge Xiaoxia's toy. She is indeed a childish and lively little girl. Li Yuandao shook his head slightly and complained, but still packed up and put his things away. Judging from Chen Yanqi's aloof look, the toy is definitely not hers. After he had sorted out the clothes and things, he took them to the living room and waited for the 2 women to come down and take them away. "Ah. Xiaoxia, have you packed up everything in the guest room?" "Ah, it seems not." "Ah, you damn girl, hurry up." Suddenly, screams of 2 women were heard from upstairs, followed by hurried footsteps. Chen Yanqi ran down in front, her long white legs dazzling the eyes. Zhuge Xiaoxia came next with wet hair, obviously having just finished a shower. She was wearing a thin knee-length nightgown and was also jogging behind. Because of the 2 cups on her head, when she ran, the cups rose and fell and swayed left and right, making her very conspicuous. Li Yuandao was stunned when he saw this, and then he couldn't help but sigh softly. "I suddenly miss my senior sister so much. She ascended to heaven very early, and I don't know what happened to her now. Where are our things?" Chen Yanqi ran to the door of the guest room, took a look inside, and hurriedly looked back. "It's all here." Li Yuandao pointed at the sofa next to him, picked up the egg toy, and looked at Zhuge Xiaoxia. "Is this your toy? Little girl, you are so childish. What is this?" "It's not mine. It might be a new toy that Yan Qi bought." Zhuge Xiaoxia's eyes fell on Chen Yanqi. "Yanqi, you still buy this kind of gadget, hee, it turns out you are so childish. Ah, give it to me quickly." Chen Yanqi screamed, rushed forward and snatched the egg toy from Li Yuandao's hand, blushing and excitedly said, "How dare you touch other people's things?" Zhuge Xiaoxia looked over curiously. "Yan Qi, what toy is this? Brother Dawei is also kind enough to help us clean it up. Don't be angry, after all, it's not broken." I just bought these little gadgets I saw occasionally. Don't ask what it is. Chen Yanqi dodged his gaze, quickly put away the egg toy, and urged, Xiaoxia, come and help us, let's take the clothes upstairs, so that someone won't see their eyes pop out of their mouths. Oh, okay. Zhuge Xiaoxia responded and started to take action. Soon, the two women came down from upstairs again. Li Yuandao couldn't help but take another look at the two cups dangling from Zhuge Xiaoxia's chest. He was simply admiring and missing her. It's so similar to senior sisters. When I was with senior sister, this was one of the most beautiful scenes. Where are you looking? Chen Yanqi noticed Li Yuandao's gaze and could not help but stand in front of Zhuge Xiaoxia. He glared at Li Yuandao and sneered, you sound righteous but you are so filthy in secret. Xiaoxia, restrain yourself. You're almost hitting someone in the face. Zhuge Xiaoxia turned around and looked down at her two breasts, and said helplessly, isn't there anything I can do about it? No matter how thick I wear, it can't cover it. Just look at it, it won't make you lose any flesh, I believe in Brother Dawei. Look at you, you're not wearing much either, Brother Dawei is looking at your beautiful legs, hee. At this time, Chen Yanqi was indeed wearing very cool clothes. Under the short nightgown, a pair of snow-white long legs were shining, bright enough to blind people. Don't worry, all I see are mosaics. Li Yuandao shrugged and prepared to go back to his room to wash up and rest. But at this time, Zhuge Xiaoxia suddenly whispered in Chen Yanqi's ear, and the two of them glanced towards Li Yuandao from time to time. Li Yuandao looked speechless. He listened to everything they said. In fact, Dawei has the desire but not the courage. So, he went to the incense pavilion just for show. Otherwise, why would they give it to him for free? There were 20 women, how could he make them faint? So, Yan Qi, not only do we not have to be afraid, we should also show it openly. It would be even more uncomfortable for him to just watch. After whispering for a while, the two women lay down on the sofa in the living room with ease. In the end, Chen Yanqi deliberately stretched her almost flawless pair of snow-white long legs across the sofa. Boring. Li Yuandao spat out something and turned back to his room. After washing up, he changed into the spare pajamas in the room and fell down on the bed. Staring blankly at the ceiling of the room, Li Yuandao still felt like he was in a dream. He spent 20,000 years alone by the green lamp, practicing hard, and thought he would never be able to come back. But in the end, he actually returned to his hometown. In addition to finding out the culprit behind the fire, we also need to confirm the whereabouts of my parents. The most important thing is to repair the broken Naiwan Palace as soon as possible and heal the damaged Dantian. Only in this way can our cultivation level return to the 10,000th level of qi refining. It's just that the Liyun pill for repairing the Naiwan Palace and the 5 elements Wrathful Spirit pill for warming the Dantian are two extremely special pills. If you want to refine them, the materials needed are not easy to find. 7 sacred grass, corpse firewood, driving life flower, 1,000 machine dew, etc., are all rare spiritual objects that can only be encountered by chance. What if we can't find these spiritual objects on Earth? The final way out may be to return to the Xiaonan mountain cultivation world. He sighed in his heart as a faint trace of spiritual energy in the back garden of the villa slowly wandered around and was slowly absorbed by Li Yuandao's body. A feeling of tiredness swept over me. Sleep until you wake up naturally. Li Yuandao changed into a set of casual clothes bought by Chen Yanqi. Compared with his sloppy look yesterday, he immediately looked refreshed. The incense pavilion. Li Yuandao had some thoughts and was ready to go out. After all, compared to the spiritual energy of the Lily Garden Villa, the spiritual energy of the underground Zongxiang Pavilion was much richer. He needs to improve his cultivation and stabilize his injuries as soon as possible. Big Viagra. Bang. As soon as I walked out of the room, I was hit hard by a soft and elastic body. Zhuge Xiaoxia, who was wearing a pink kawaii nightgown, bumped into Li Yuandao, then was bounced away, fell on the sofa, rolled around, and saw stars. Ah. Yan Qi, come quickly. Prince Charming. I saw the Prince Charming of my dreams. Help me see if this is a dream. Zhuge Xiaoxia sat up on the sofa, saw Li Yuandao's appearance clearly, and immediately let out an excited scream. Xiao Xia, what's wrong? Are you sleepwalking again? Chen Yanqi, with his messy hair, ran downstairs with his long legs. When she saw Li Yuandao standing in the living room, she was stunned, her heart was pounding like a deer, and she fell in love with him instantly. Li Yuandao is 1.8 meters tall, with delicate features and fair skin, making him a handsome guy. After 20,000 years of cultivating immortals, his entire temperament has changed dramatically, becoming ethereal and transcendent, as if he has merged into one with the natural world. Just one look at it makes people feel like they are in a spring breeze, and they unconsciously develop a liking for it and gradually fall in love with it. So handsome. How come a handsome guy suddenly appeared in Lily Garden Villa early in the morning? Ah, my hair is a mess and I haven't washed it yet, it must look ugly. Chen Yanqi came back to his senses and was suddenly flustered. Yanqi, do you recognize him? Oh my god, he's so handsome that he made me pregnant. Zhuge Xiaoxia was heartless and didn't think too much. She looked at Chen Yanqi, wiped the saliva from the corner of her mouth and shouted, Yanqi, be reserved. Look at you, you are so handsome that your menstruation is irregular, and your period is coming out of your nose early. Ah. Chen Yanqi covered his nose and prepared to turn around and run upstairs. Li Yuandao looked at the two embarrassed women and shook his head, eat breakfast by yourselves, I have to go out for a while. No, this voice is familiar. Chen Yanqi paused, looking at the back figure that could pierce her heart, and she felt familiar with it. She pinched her nose and said in astonishment, You are Li Yuandao. Besides me, are there other men in this villa? Li Yuandao turned around and cast a look of contempt. Chen Yanqi was suddenly embarrassed and at a loss as to what to do. Zhuge Xiaoxia exclaimed, Are you dodge? Be good and have a good breakfast later. Li Yuandao scratched Zhuge Xiaoxia's nose and prepared to go out. Chen Yanqi hurriedly shouted, Where are you going? The incense pavilion. Li Yuandao turned his back and disappeared at the door. You. Chen Yanqi was furious again, and the image that Li Yuandao had just established in her mind collapsed in an instant. I came to the Zhangxiang pavilion, ordered a girl at random, and entered box number 10 again. When the manager left, he cast a sympathetic look at the girl who entered the box, while the girl looked pale and at a loss. Li Yuandao looked at her speechlessly, raised his hand to knock the girl unconscious, and began to practice. Although the spiritual eye energy is far from enough for a cultivator at the 9,000th level of qi refining, it is better than nothing. I'll go back and get the incense pavilion and rearrange the formation, which should make the spiritual energy even more concentrated. Time soon came to evening. Li Yuandao finished his practice and was about to leave when his phone rang at the right moment. It's Aunt Li Wan. Yuandao, where are you? Have you moved into Aunt Qin's house? Are you used to it? Li Wan's words were full of concern. Aunt, I'm still used to it. I'm outside, comforting the girl in need. Li Yuandao listened to his aunt's words, his heart was filled with warmth, and he smiled, They are from Yihangyuan. No, it's the orphanage here, they are all very cute girls. I know my family is very loving from afar. I'll transfer your living expenses later. Remember to eat well and study hard, but your health is more important. Listening to his aunt's endless advice, Li Yuandao always had a happy smile on his face. After hanging up the phone, his mood became even brighter. After leaving the box, the manager appeared again. Looking at his girl who had fainted inside, he could only shake his head. How tragic. Return to Lily Garden Villa. At the front yard gate, Li Yuandao saw Aunt Qin and her husband Chen Jingtian talking in a low voice, their faces full of anxiety and apology. Opposite them was an old man in a black tang suit, his face full of arrogance. I don't know what he was saying, but Aunt Qin nodded and bowed repeatedly. Seeing this, Li Yuandao's face darkened and he stepped forward. Aunt Qin, what happened? Who is this old man? You have come a long way, so please do not be rude. This is the Xiao family's housekeeper Huang. Chen Jingtian's face changed drastically, and he quickly scolded, saying in a hurry, You're back just in time. Young Master Xiao Xizong of the Xiao family suddenly disappeared, and his car was found in the parking lot of Fuqin restaurant, with bloodstains on it. You met young Master Xiao Xizong when you were having dinner with Yan Qi and the others, right? Tell me all the information you know. Chen Jingtian, what do you mean by that? This matter definitely has nothing to do with Yuan Dao. Qin Shu was unhappy and glared at her husband. She then quickly explained to Butler Huang, it is absolutely impossible for Li Yuandao to kill someone. He has always been a humble and courteous person since he was young. He doesn't even dare to kill a chicken. Huang Hong turned around and looked at Li Yuandao. He found that his figure looked familiar, but he couldn't remember where he had seen him before, so he said, "Tell me what you know." "There's nothing to say. I was the one who killed Xiao Xizong. If you, the Xiao family, don't accept it, just come at me." Li Yuandao looked at her coldly with an indifferent look. "However, if you dare to disrespect Aunt Qin again, I will kill you." Li Yuandao's words were earth-shattering. Qin Shu and the others were stunned for a moment. Li Yuandao actually admitted that he killed Xiao Xizong. This is no joke. There was a strong contempt for Huang Hong in his words. The Huang Hong in front of him is the steward of the wealthy Xiao family and has a distinguished status. Wherever you go on weekdays, you represent the face of the Xiao family. As long as you are not a fool, you will not offend easily. Yuandao, you can't say such nonsense. Qin Shu was very anxious and stopped him immediately. Huang Hong came back to his senses and sneered, "Boy, do you want to die?" Internal energy immediately surged in his body, hidden but not revealed. It turned out that Huang Hong was a martial arts master. As ordinary people, Qin Shu and Chen Jingtian couldn't see it at all. Li Yuandao, however, was calm and nonchalant, as if he was looking at a jumping ant, and said, "If you are unhappy, just do it, don't complain. You have guts." Huang Hong's old face was grim, and a dangerous aura flashed in his turbid eyes. Li Yuandao pretended not to hear anything and spoke again, "But I remind you, you Xiao family had better not mess with me. It's just killing someone, how dare you bring an army to punish me? With what Xiao Xizong did, I'm lucky I didn't destroy your Xiao family." Huang Hong's old face turned completely gloomy. At such a young age, he actually had the guts to jump onto his old face just to show off. "Butler Huang, please calm down. Young people are ignorant, please give me some face. I'm sorry for apologizing to you. I'm sorry." Qin Shu was anxious and angry at this time. She apologized to Huang Hong repeatedly, turned around and glared at Li Yuandao. "Yuandao, stop talking. You have to know your limits when you are making trouble." Li Yuandao curled his lips and said nothing more. Seeing Aunt Qin's panic, he remembered that Aunt Qin and her husband Chen Jingtian were just ordinary people. They were naturally afraid when facing the powerful Xiao family. "Today is our master's birthday, a day of great joy. I don't want to see blood." Huang Hong looked at the panicked Qin Shu, suppressed the murderous intent in his heart, and sneered. To him, a little kid who hadn't even grown all his hair had no courage to kill anyone. It's just to show off. And the more arrogant and domineering he was, the more he didn't believe it. "Thank you, Butler Huang, for your generosity." Qin Shu and Chen Jingtian expressed their gratitude repeatedly, both with a look of fear on their faces. "Humph. The two of you must be on time for the birthday party tonight." Huang Hong sneered and said to Qin Shu harshly, "If it were any other day, based on what this kid just said, asking you and your daughter to crawl onto my bed to apologize would be the lightest punishment." After that, he turned and left. Chen Jingtian's eyes were filled with anger and his fists were clenched. But in the end, he lowered his head dejectedly again. He was powerless to do anything as his wife and daughter were verbally humiliated like this. We can't afford to offend the Xiao family. Being reckless will only lead to self-destruction, and the consequences will be even more unimaginable. Gritting his teeth, Chen Jingtian couldn't help but glare at Li Yuandao. He wanted to vent all his anger on the latter. Everything was caused by Li Yuandao. Qin Shu's face turned pale and she shook her head at Li Yuandao. "Yuandao, don't be impulsive anymore. Aunt Qin's company still relies on cooperation with the Xiao family. Jingtian, calm down too." Chen Jingtian stared at Li Yuandao and shouted angrily, "It's understandable that young people are impulsive, but because of you, you almost got our family into trouble. Humph, be careful about what you say in the future." Li Yuandao nodded to show that he understood. But he glanced in the direction Huang Hong left, with murderous intent in his eyes. In his eyes, Huang Hong is already a dead man. Return to the villa. Qin Shu and Chen Jingtian walked in front, talking in low voices. Before, you talked about matching our daughter with him, but I think you should forget it. I'm worried about leaving my daughter to him, as he is too impetuous. Yan Qi has the same personality as me and is very well behaved. Her partner needs to be calm and measured. I'm a little sorry, Wan Wan. You can't force young people to do something, so why do you feel sorry for that? Forget it, let's see what fate brings. Li Yuandao listened to what the two said. He shook his head and walked towards the garden in the backyard of the villa. He had no idea about matters between men and women. His lifespan is endless, and the world between immortals and mortals is separate. No matter how much Chen Yanqi or anyone else tries to bring them together, it is meaningless. As soon as I arrived at the backyard garden, I saw Chen Yanqi and Zhuge Xiaoxia leaning on the lounge chairs by the swimming pool. They were wearing thin nightgowns, one with long snow-white legs stretched out, the other with two plump breasts, both of which were extremely pleasing to the eye. Li Yuandao couldn't help but take a few more glances. Zhuge Xiaoxia exclaimed, "Brother Dawei, you are peeking at Yan Qi again." Li Yuandao didn't expect this girl's eyes to be so sharp, and shook his head and replied, "I'm looking at you." "Hee hee, Brother Dawei, stop quibbling. You were just peeking at Yan Qi." Zhuge Xiaoxia swung 2 cups and came forward, "Brother Dawei, do you have a girlfriend? Why don't you consider our Yan Qi? From now on, you can look at Yan Qi's beautiful legs openly." "Xiaoxia, what nonsense are you talking about?" Chen Yanqi blushed and stood up angrily. But she still couldn't help but steal a glance at Li Yuandao. Her eyes kept rolling around, and no one knew what she was thinking. "I'm not interested in beautiful legs. You are no different from mosaics to me." Li Yuandao curled his lips and said disdainfully. "Snort. I really want to see it. Pack. Just keep pretending." Chen Yanqi raised the corner of his mouth, in a good mood, and pulled Zhuge Xiaoxia out of the backyard garden. "Let's go, let's change clothes and go to the party. Let someone stay at home alone." In less than 2 minutes, Aunt Qin's family and Zhuge Xiaoxia went out. Li Yuandao flew away and left the Lily Garden Villa. His spiritual sense quickly locked onto Huang Hong, who had left not long ago. But before he could chase after him, his phone rang. It was Jun Jiantian calling. "Senior, I found it. It's the Shao family." The arson was instigated by the Shao family. They put pressure on the police department and turned that premeditated plan into an ordinary fire. 2 months ago, someone was pushed into the Tianlei Lake. It was done by Huang Hong, the steward of the Shao family. These are all we can find out at the moment, and they are all related to the Shao family. Jun Jiantian reported respectfully on the phone. "Shao family. It seems that I made the right decision when I killed Shao Xizong before. Huang Hong just now deserves to die. I have to attend the Shao family's birthday party tonight." Li Yuandao was suddenly filled with murderous intent. The air temperature around him dropped sharply, and thin ice spikes and snow mist appeared on the ground around him. "Very good. Jun Jiantian. Prepare 100 coffins for me and send them to the Shao family to celebrate his birthday." Li Yuandao spoke coldly, with murderous intent. Jun Jiantian felt a chill in his heart and quickly obeyed the order. After hanging up the phone, Li Yuandao took a step and disappeared on the spot. Shao Xizong suddenly disappeared, and his life or death was unknown. No one had found his body, nor had he come back alive. Huang Hong, along with Zhao's family and the police, searched for him, but found nothing. Now that the old man's birthday party is approaching, he can only go back to report. The streets were empty in the evening, and he was at the Xianjing master level, so he was extremely fast. When he reached the corner, he stopped suddenly. A young man in casual clothes walked over leisurely. "It's you." Seeing who was coming, Huang Hong's eyes narrowed. "I have spared your life before, and you actually dare to chase me." Li Yuandao was filled with murderous intent. He looked at Huang Hong and shook his head, saying, "A dying man, no need to waste words. You humiliated Aunt Qin, so you deserve to die. Since you are from the Shao family, you deserve to be killed. You little brat, you said you wanted to kill me." Huang Hong laughed in anger, and was completely murderous. You are such a fool. You don't even know what you are facing. Ordinary people are no better than ants in front of warriors. Come and die. His 5 fingers turned into sharp claws, and a strong wind surged and whistled out, hitting Li Yuandao's face in the blink of an eye. You don't know your own limitations. Li Yuandao said something, raised his finger and pointed in the air. Bang. Huang Hong's arm, which he attacked with a whistling sound, exploded instantly. Ah! Huang Hong had no idea what was going on. He let out a shrill scream and flew back in terror. Gravity magic. Li Yuandao raised his hand and grabbed the air. Huang Hong, who was about to fly back, was immediately pulled back by an invisible force. Who are you? You are the legendary War King. Otherwise, otherwise how could there be such a method? Huang Hong was terrified as Li Yuandao grabbed his throat and held it in his hand. He struggled with all his might, but it was all in vain. Why did you push me into the Lake of Tears 2 months ago? 10 years ago, there was a fire at number 60 Dongi Road, Qianlong Street, Binzhou County. How much do you know about it? Li Yuandao's voice was extremely cold, and he asked in a chilling voice. What? You are Li Yuandao. You are not dead. And it's become so powerful. Huang Hong's eyes widened in disbelief. No wonder Li Yuandao's figure seemed familiar before. He didn't even see his appearance clearly when he ambushed and knocked the ladder down to Tianlei Lake. Bang. Li Yuandao's eyes suddenly turned cold, and Huang Hong's other arm exploded. I'll give you one last chance. Tell me what you know. Ah, ha, it looks like you've had an adventure, little thing. But you can't get anything out of me. Besides, even if you knew, what would it matter? Those people are not someone you and I can offend. They will come looking for you sooner or later. You, the remnant of the Li family, will not be able to escape death. Huang Hong knew he had no chance of survival, so he burst into laughter. Snort. You don't want the easiest way to die, so I'll let you endure the pain of soul searching. Li Yuandao turned his hand and pressed it on the top of Huang Hong's head. The latter's face suddenly twisted and his body shook like a sieve. 2 minutes later, Li Yuandao retracted his hand, snapped his fingers and a flame shot out, turning Huang Hong into ashes. The one who pushed me into the lake of heavenly tears was none other than Huang Hong. But, he actually knew nothing about the fire that happened that year, except for leading people to set the fire. Li Yuandao frowned and said in a voice as sharp as a knife, in that case, let's go to the Shao family and turn tonight's birthday banquet into a funeral banquet. Night fell. The Shao family manor villa is brightly lit. Today is the 80th birthday of Shao Yuanshan, the old man of the Shao family, so the parking lot outside the manor is filled with luxury cars. Families big and small, celebrities, wealthy businessmen, and high-ranking officials in Liujiang City all came to celebrate the birthday, making it extremely lively. Such a scene. All of these demonstrate the Shao family's status as a wealthy and powerful family in Liujiang City, and are sufficient to show the influence and status of the old men of the Shao family in the upper-class circles of Liujiang City. Li Yuandao put his hands in his pockets and walked slowly. Looking at such a grand occasion, murderous intent swept through his eyes. He murmured, how much blood and bones did they step on to achieve the current glory of the Shao family? Probably including my parents who were buried in the sea of fire and whose life and death are unknown. Such a blood feud should be paid with the lives of the entire Shao family. Li Yuandao still vividly remembers the raging fire when he was 10 years old. His parents were buried in the sea of fire, screaming miserably, and finally struggled hard to push him out of the fire. Across the sea of fire, he watched helplessly as his parents were engulfed by the flames, separated from them forever. He cried out loudly until he was hoarse, and the weak and powerless him fell into the most desperate and dark moment. That was also Li Yuandao's last memory of his parents. Afterwards, he fainted in the raging flames and was rescued by his Aunt Li Wan. Every scene was engraved in his mind forever. But now, he realized that the fire was not an accident, but a man-made murder. Thinking of this, Li Yuandao's murderous intent almost turned into substance and burst out. When Jun Zhantian brings the coffin, we will turn the Shao family's birthday banquet into a grand funeral banquet. Let them party for a while first. Soon, the people of the Shao family will be able to understand the sorrow of losing their family and relatives, and will also know what it means when happiness turns to sorrow. Li Yuandao turned and rushed to the back of the manor villa, and slipped in silently through the side door that had never been open. Villa lobby. At this time, the room was full of distinguished guests and dignitaries, who were drinking and chatting happily. Li Yuandao put his hands in his pockets and walked among the crowd without attracting anyone's attention. He sat down in the corner of the hall and leisurely ate the pastries at hand. Looking at the well-dressed figures in the hall, Li Yuandao's eyes were cold and stern. What a boring world of fame and fortune. This place is destined to be a river of blood later. But it's so slow for old man Jun Jiantian to make 100 coffins. When he comes, we'll have to knock them down. 10 minutes had passed and Li Yuandao was getting a little impatient when a soft, surprised voice came from the side. Big Viagra. Li Yuandao looked in the direction of the sound and found Zhuge Xiaoxia coming out from the crowd. This girl, is she always so sharp-eyed wherever she goes? He had already hidden in the very corner. Apart from the servants of the Shao family passing by, no one paid attention to this small corner. Result. But was discovered by Zhuge Xiaoxia. At this moment, the girl was wearing a white long dress. She was not tall, but she had a pretty face made of collagen like a porcelain doll, and her proud breasts could not be covered up no matter what. She was simply a blooming lily, very pleasing to the eyes. Brother Dawei, is it really you? Why are you here? After confirming that it was Li Yuandao, Zhuge Xiaoxia approached him with a look of astonishment. Did you sneak in? Li Yuandao stuffed a mouthful of cake, shrugged and said, I'm hungry, come here to get some food. Free food. Zhuge Xiaoxia opened her mouth, a little confused. Want to eat for free? Came to Zhao's house. Xiaoxia, wait for me. That Su family Xuyong is so annoying. Let's just stay here. At this time, Chen Yanqi also squeezed through the crowd and followed closely. She was also dressed in a black evening gown, with a cool face and temperament. She looked like a proud black swan, forming another extreme beauty. Li Yuandao took a look at it and couldn't help but think of Xiao Qiao's classic glory skin in The King's Pesticide, Swan Dream. Elegant, noble, yet cool. It's like Chen Yanqi has an extra PUS version of Tianmeng Dream skin, so dazzlingly beautiful. Li Yuandao couldn't help but admire in his heart, with pure admiration in his eyes. Yan Qi, look, who's here? Zhuge Xiaoxia turned around and said with a smile. When Chen Yanqi saw Li Yuandao sitting there leisurely, the smile on his face froze and he looked stunned. Li Yuandao, how did you get in? Chen Yanqi asked in surprise. Li Yuandao replied calmly, of course I sneaked in. You, really sneaked in? Chen Yanqi continued to question, and Li Yuandao admitted it on the spot. Her pretty face changed slightly. She looked back and saw that no one was paying attention. Then she shouted in a low voice, do you know where this is? It's the Shao family. Not only did you beat up Shao Xicong before, but now you sneak into the Shao family. If you are discovered, no one can save you. Moreover, we will be implicated as well. Leave quickly. We haven't been discovered yet, have we? Li Yuandao shrugged indifferently. Yes, yes, yes. We haven't been discovered yet. Yan Qi, keep your voice down. Zhuge Xiaoxia lowered her voice and said, if we leave now and get discovered by accident, that would be really troublesome. It would be better to let Dawei stay here first. Li Yuandao shook his head and said with a smile, it doesn't matter if we are discovered. I am here to destroy the Shao family. There is no need for them to exist. Puff. Zhuge Xiaoxia was so scared that she spat out the cake in her mouth. She quickly covered Li Yuandao's mouth and turned around in horror to look around. Chen Yanqi almost lost his balance, and hurriedly came forward to sit down, and scolded Li Yuandao, shut up. You want to die, but we don't. You keep talking nonsense every day, is it fun? If you don't believe it, forget it. Li Yuandao was too lazy to explain. He slapped Zhuge Xiaoxia's hand away and continued to eat pastries. From time to time, he looked towards the door of the villa, waiting for Jun Jiantian to arrive with the coffin. But at this time, a tall young man wearing gold-rimmed glasses walked towards this side. He was wearing a high-end custom-made suit, with a slick back hair and powdered face, and looked quite respectable. Yan Qi, why are you here? The young man walked forward, shaking a red wine glass in one hand, and his words and actions were extremely elegant. But he stared at Chen Yanqi and glanced at Zhuge Xiaoxia beside him from time to time. The visual impact of the two cups made his eyes burn. Sorry, Master Su, we are tired. We will leave you for a while. Please go on with yourselves. A flash of impatience flashed across Chen Yanqi's brows, and she tried hard to force a smile on her face. Zhuge Xiaoxia lowered her head and rolled her eyes, then turned to look at the young man and said with a forced smile, Mr. Su, there are still many beauties at the banquet, don't miss them, go quickly. It's okay. I'm tired from playing too. It's a good opportunity to have a few drinks with these two beauties. Xu Yong smiled and shook his head, his eyes swept across the pastry counter and found that there was no place for him. His eyes immediately fell on Li Yuandao. After a look, he said coldly, Boy, who gave you the courage to sit next to two beauties? Get out of the way. Li Yuandao, who was eating pastries, looked up and saw that there was no one else. Then he narrowed his eyes and said, You told me to get out. Nonsense. This position belongs to me, Xu Yong. If you don't want to die, get up quickly. Xu Yong looked sideways with an extremely domineering look. Alas, beauty is a disaster. Li Yuandao glanced at the two women on his left and right, shook his head and sighed. He took a bite of pastry and waved at Xu Yong as if to shoo away a fly, Don't disturb me while I'm eating. I still have work to do later and I need to fill my stomach well. If you keep nagging me, I'll twist off your head. Twist off your head. Su Yong's face suddenly froze, his eyes widened in disbelief. He thought he had heard it wrong, and shouted angrily, Boy, what did you say? Say it again if you dare. You don't understand what people say. If you don't shut up, I'll make your head move. Li Yuandao rolled his eyes and reminded again. He was very puzzled. Are all these pampered young masters from wealthy families so stupid? It seems that the villains in novels are not stupid, but their real life is even more outrageous. Ha 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 ha. You're the first one in Liujiang City who dares to threaten me, Xu Yong. You're dead. Xu Yong laughed in anger, gritting his teeth, his face vaguely ferocious. In the past, who wouldn't be in awe of Xu Yong when seeing him? Not to mention competing with him for a woman. Li Yuandao said these words in front of the two beauties. If he doesn't get back at them, it would be tantamount to losing face. Chen Yanqi and Zhuge Xiaoxia were both terrified at this time. From Li Yuandao's arrogant words to Su Yong's rage, they were still unable to react. In Liujiang City, compared to the Shao family, the Su family is only stronger, not weaker. As the eldest son of the Su family, how noble is Su Yong's status? If an ordinary family or celebrity offends someone like Xu Yong, the consequences are self-evident. What's going on? It's Master Xu Yong. It's rare to see him so angry. It was that kid who pissed off young Master Su and threatened to chop off young Master Su's head. Fuck, so brave. Who gave him the courage, Fish Liang? Is he jealous of Master Su because of those two beauties? He is really amazing. He dares to compete with Master Su for women. He is dead. The quarrel immediately attracted the attention of many celebrities nearby. After learning about the situation, many of them were shocked. Mr. Su, I'm sorry. This is my friend. He comes from a small town. He doesn't know your identity, nor does he know the rules. Chen Yanqi stood up in panic and apologized quickly. At the same time, she turned around and glared at Li Yuandao, feeling angry and furious. Li Yuandao was talking nonsense, and she thought he was just bragging to them in private. She didn't expect that he didn't know how to restrain himself in front of someone like Xu Yong. You are really risking your life. Li Yuandao apologized to Master Su. Bang. Only. As soon as Chen Yanqi finished speaking, Li Yuandao picked up an empty iron plate beside him and hit Xu Yong hard on the head. This shot was fast, fierce and accurate, as quick as thunder, and the muffled sound echoed throughout the Shao family banquet hall. Su Yong's head was like a spinning top, spinning several times before stopping. The next moment, Su Yong's body shook, and he fell straight down without a sound. This was only because Li Yuandao had restrained enough strength, otherwise Su Yong's head would probably have flown off. Xu Yong was beaten to death, causing everyone in the hall to look in the direction of the sound. After seeing Su Yong's body on the ground, the banquet fell into silence. Kill someone. Someone actually dared to cause trouble and kill people at the Shao family banquet. Many dignitaries and celebrities were all shocked and stood there in a daze. Chen Yanqi and Zhuge Xiaoxia were also frightened and froze in their seats. Brother Dawei, you killed him. Zhuge Xiaoxia's voice trembled and she turned to look at Li Yuandao in surprise. Yeah. He was too noisy. I warned him. Li Yuandao nodded calmly and said, I am naturally strong, but I didn't expect him to be so weak. His head is twisted. Fortunately, it's quiet now. Let's continue eating. Still eating. Brother Dawei, you are very manly now, but this is not the right time to be manly. How could the Shao family let you go after you killed someone right before their eyes? How could the Su family let it go? Zhuge Xiaoxia didn't know what to say for a moment. Li Yuandao, you really don't know what you've done now. Chen Yanqi was so frightened that he almost fainted. He shouted in panic, you can die, but now you are dragging us to be buried with you. Whether it is the Shao family or the Su family, just a flick of their fingers is enough for Li Yuandao to make their entire family disappear from Liujiang City. What happened? A voice filled with majesty came from the other end of the hall. The crowd who had gathered together and toasted each other immediately made way for them. Everyone looked over and saw a middle-aged man walking towards them with a stern face. The current head of the Shao family, Shao Yusin. Following behind him was Shao Li, the eldest son of the Shao family. He is now the most powerful heir of the Shao family. Xu Yong. What happened? Who did it? When Shao Li saw Xu Yong lying on the ground in a miserable state, he was stunned for a moment, and then he looked up and shouted angrily. The Shao family and the Su family have been friends for generations, and he and Xu Yong can be considered brothers who are friends for life and death. Now, he was killed at his grandfather's birthday party. I killed him. Li Yuandao raised the cake in his hand and responded leisurely. You. Shao Li looked at Li Yuandao and found him unfamiliar. He angrily asked, who are you? You actually killed Xu Yong. At this time, Shao Yusin waved his hand, interrupting Shao Li's words, and shook his head with a dark face, saying, no matter who he is, it is intolerable for him to dare to kill someone at your grandfather's birthday party. It seems that our Shao family has been too low-key in recent years, and any cat or dog dares to come to provoke us. Someone, take him down. Following an order. Dozens of family guards immediately appeared around the Shao family's hall. They were full of internal strength and murderous aura, and they were all top-notch masters. Master Shao, what happened? Seeing that the fight was about to begin, Qin Shu and Chen Jingtian ran over in a hurry and asked urgently. Mom, something happened. Li Yuandao got into trouble. When Chen Yanqi saw her parents appear, her eyes turned red and she burst into tears. Ah, what are you doing all the way? Qin Shu saw her daughter crying and knew that the situation might be serious. She quickly looked at Shao Yusin and said, Master Shao, this is a child of a distant relative of mine. Please forgive me if I offended you. I can't forgive him. Because he killed someone. He killed Xu Yong from the Su family. Shao Yusin's face was as gloomy as water, and murderous intent surged in his eyes. He killed someone on my father's birthday. This matter cannot be undone. And this matter, did Mr. Qin and Mr. Chen know about it, or did you plan it together? What? Kill? Impossible. Qin Shu took one look at the corpse on the ground, her eyes went dark, and she almost fainted. Chen Jingtian supported Qin Shu, but at the same time his head was buzzing and he was terrified. He almost couldn't stand still. He said in panic, Shao. Master Shao. You misunderstood. We have nothing to do with him. He knew we were coming to the banquet and he sneaked in. This matter has nothing to do with us. Jingtian, how could you do this? Qin Shu's expression changed and she became anxious. If we really abandon Li Yuandao and let him face the Shao family alone, I dare not imagine what the final outcome will be. Shut up. He's going to kill us. Chen Jingtian interrupted Qin Shu's words, and then quickly apologized. Master Xiao, I'm sorry, we failed to restrain him, but this matter really has nothing to do with us. You said it has nothing to do with it. At this time, another cold and furious voice was heard. More than a dozen figures walked quickly from the banquet entrance. The leader was a burly man with red eyes, trembling body, and murderous aura. It's Su Tsuanqing, the head of the Su family. That kid is finished. And the entire family of Chen Jingtian and Qin Shu, the couple from Jingshu group, is also going to be finished. Su Tsuanqing is well known for his vengeance. When they saw who was coming, many people gasped and sighed. Xiao Yong. Looking at the miserable state of his son on the ground, Su Tsuanqing's body trembled violently and his face gradually distorted. He had originally planned to come to celebrate the birthday a little later, but when he learned that his son had been killed at the banquet, he thought it was a misunderstanding, so he rushed over and found out that it was actually true. Brother Tsuanqing, the murderer is here. Xiao Yusin pointed to where Li Yuandao was. Su Tsuanqing stared at Li Yuandao intently, then turned to look at Chen Jingtian with murderous intent. Mr. Chen, I don't believe that a young boy dares to kill my son. This matter must be related to you. When my son was alive, he loved to play with women the most. Your daughter is good, go down and accompany him. Then, he glanced at Qin Shu and smiled grimly, your wife is also very sexy. Let her be buried with you. This kid caused trouble, and in the end, he would have to involve Chen Jingtian's wife and daughter to be buried with him. Su Tsuanqing, so cruel. Many people in the banquet hall were breathing heavily and swallowing their saliva secretly. Most people know about the Su family's decisive and murderous style of action, and they also know that Su Tsuanqing, the current head of the Su family, is vindictive, but they did not expect him to be so unreasonable, wanton, and domineering. They have no good feelings towards the Su family. Because Xu Yong inherited Su Tsuanqing's cruelty, and was even more domineering. Bullying men and women is no problem. Many wives and daughters of the people present had suffered at the hands of Xu Yong. But basically everyone dares to be angry but not to speak out. If they offended the other party, with the power of the Su family, they could make any family of theirs disappear in Liujiang City overnight. Uncle Su is right. Brother Yong loved women the most when he was alive. These 3 women will be buried with Brother Yong. Let's start with this. Shaoli thought that the scene before him would be able to scare Li Yuandao. With a ferocious look on his face, he quickly stepped forward and grabbed Zhuge Xiaoxia with one hand. It seems that Xiao Li's target is Zhuge Xiaoxia, and the place he is trying to catch is where the 2 phone cups are. Li Yuandao couldn't help but think of the senior sister, and he became even angrier. Catching these 2 cups was equivalent to catching the senior sister. Zhuge Xiaoxia is one of the few people who can bring him memories. Xiao Li is looking for death. Li Yuandao's face suddenly turned cold and he grabbed Xiao Li's throat. Xiao Li had no martial arts foundation, and his body was almost hollowed out by alcohol and sex. In Li Yuandao's hands, he was just a struggling grasshopper. I originally wanted to let you live a little longer, but now you are in a hurry to die. You all like to sleep with other people's women, right? Wait, I will make you watch your own wives and daughters suffer a fate worse than death. Li Yuandao lifted Xiao Li up and looked at Xiao Yusin, Su Tsuanqing, and others with a cold gaze. Oh my god, Dodge is so strong. When Zhuge Xiaoxia saw Li Yuandao standing in front of her, she subdued Xiao Li with her backhand, and suddenly she felt a full sense of security, her eyes shining with admiration. Xiaoxia, now is not the time to focus on this. Chen Yanqi's eyes turned black and he was terrified. Things are getting more and more serious. Li Yuandao is trying to kill them. I'm afraid they have no chance of survival. Let Xiao Li go. Otherwise, you will die miserably. Xiao Yusin's face was gloomy and he shouted loudly. No, 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 it's you who will die horribly. Li Yuandao shook his head, murderous intent in his eyes. Young man, my Xiao family and the Su family have no grudges against you, why do you have to do this? Suddenly, an old voice was heard, and an old man with a hunched back came over with a cane. Beside him, there are several martial arts masters, all of whom are warriors at the internal strength level. This kind of existence is second only to the master of Xianjing, and is a master of the field. Dad. Xiao Yusin looked back at the old man who was approaching and said respectfully. Su Tsuanqing also hurriedly greeted him, Mr. Xiao. Grandpa, save me. Xiao Li, who was captured by Li Yuandao, screamed. It's the old patriarch Xiao Yuanshan. The real pillar of the Xiao family. Many guests in the banquet hall cried out in low voices. No grudges or hatred. Li Yuandao sneered, and seeing the real master coming, he pointed at Qin Shu and others beside him. Let them leave, I will talk to you. The real mastermind behind the fire that year might be Xiao Yuanshan right in front of us. Since we are going to settle the accounts, there will surely be a river of blood. Li Yuandao doesn't want Aunt Qin and others to see such a tragic scene. It's a long way, don't. Qin Shu was already at a loss as to what to do. Her eyes were red and tears were streaming down her face. Li Wan handed Li Yuandao over to her, but now it is leading to an irreparable tragedy. Qin Shu, shut up. Li Yuandao wants to die, but I don't want anything to happen to you and my daughter. Chen Jingtian was shocked and terrified, and cursed angrily. Xiao Yuanshan frowned, glanced at Chen Jingtian, Qin Shu and others, and then nodded and said, let them leave. My Xiao family has a culprit for every wrong. The many guards of the Xiao family looked at each other and hurriedly walked away. Xiao Yusin frowned and opened his mouth, but in the end he didn't dare to contradict the old man. Including Chen Jingtian's family, even if they were asked to leave now, with the power of the Xiao family, they would be found quickly. Walk. Go. Chen Jingtian didn't dare to stay any longer and dragged Qin Shu, Chen Yanqi, and Zhuge Xiaoxia out of the Xiao family villa. Now, can you let go? Xiao Yuanshan shouted in a deep voice. Li Yuandao shook his head and said word by word, 10 years ago, Binzhou County, Li family. After hearing this, all the guests in the hall looked at each other in surprise. Xiao Yusin and Su Tsuanqing looked at each other, frowned, and vaguely thought of something. Xiao Yuanshan fell into deep thought. 10 years ago, Pennsylvania County. The events and memories are a bit distant and vague. But, the fire is still vivid in my memory. After a long while, Xiao Yuanshan sighed, I never thought that you are the remnant of the Li family. 2 months ago, I ordered people to push you into the Tianlei Lake, but you didn't drown. Tianlei Lake, a 1,000-foot cliff, an ancient lake with a deep abyss, ordinary people would have died long ago. You are very lucky. It's just, since you're still alive, why don't you hide yourself under a different name? Why did you come here to die? It's him. Xiao Yusin and Su Tsuanqing both exclaimed. Obviously, they recognized Li Yuandao's identity. This kid is here to seek revenge. But, he broke into the Xiao family alone, which was like entering a dangerous place. All the guests in the hall were surprised. The young man was too impulsive. He actually broke into the Xiao family alone to seek revenge. It was unwise. It seems like you were the one who caused the fire that year. Even your Su family is involved. Seeing Su Tsuanqing's reaction, Li Yuandao looked away and his voice was icy cold. Su Tsuanqing's face was grim, he gritted his teeth and said, back then, this remnant of the Li family managed to escape the sea of fire, and no trace of him could be found. At that time, we should have investigated it thoroughly, found it, and nipped it in the bud. I wouldn't have to let my son suffer at his hands now. Very good. There is one more Su family. I will thoroughly investigate what happened back then, and today I will make you pay an unimaginable price. Li Yuandao was filled with even more murderous intent. A thorough investigation. Haha, you ignorant boy. You really don't know what a powerful person you are facing. Xiao Yuanshan couldn't help but burst into laughter, and then shouted to the people beside him, Mr. Feng, take him down. An old man in plain clothes stepped out and rushed towards Li Yuandao. His whole body was surging with aura, and he was like a warrior at the peak of internal strength, and he was only one step away from becoming a master of the Xian realm. Seeing the old man coming to kill him, Li Yuandao's eyes were filled with murderous intent, and he raised his hand and slapped him hard. Bang! A muffled sound exploded in the air. Before old Feng could reach Li Yuandao, he turned into a ball of blood mist on the spot. Ah! Xiao Li, who was being carried by Li Yuandao, fell with blood all over his face and screamed in fear. Everyone present. Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned. It's too brutal and bloody. And the strength of this young man is also extremely terrifying. Xiao Yuanshan's expression changed, and he immediately shouted, "Come on, all together." Crash. Many experts and guards of the Xiao family rushed out together. Bang bang. But the next moment, Li Yuandao grabbed Xiao Li's hand, stepped out, turned into an afterimage, and swept past. As the dull sound of punches hitting flesh spread, many masters of the Xiao family were sent flying like dumplings. They fell to the ground, either dead or injured, unable to get up again. How is that possible? How did the remnant of the Li family become so powerful? Xiao Yuanshan, Xiao Yusin, Su Tsuanqing, and others were all stunned and stood there in a daze. Those who took action were all elite masters of the Xiao family. They rushed forward in a rush. Even the masters at the Xian realm level did not dare to face their sharp edge. Could it be that this little thing had an adventure after falling into Tianlei Lake and cultivated to the peak of the Xianjing master in just 2 months? Even reached the half-step grandmaster level. How is this possible? The peak of the Xianjing master is the strongest person below the martial arts grandmaster. In the entire Yunzhou, there are only a handful of masters, and they are rarely seen. After a while, Xiao Yuanshan let out a breath of cold air, his old face showing shock and fear. He turned around quickly, clasped his fists and shouted towards the depths of the Xiao family, "Old Ma, my Xiao family is in crisis now, please help us get through this crisis." The words fell. A round-faced old man in his 60s, wearing a white martial arts uniform, walked towards him slowly. His steps seemed very slow, but he arrived in a few breaths. Call. Seeing this, Xiao Yuanshan, Su Tsuanqing and others couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Ma Zhonghua, a master who created the Lightning 7 Whips, a peerless expert who is half a step away from becoming a grandmaster, is known as Ma Qibian and is very famous in Longhua. It is not an exaggeration to say that he is the #1 person under the martial arts master. Young men, killing them all is not an option. Ma Zhonghua put his hands behind his back, showing the demeanor of a master. He looked at Li Yuandao and snorted coldly, "I don't want to see blood. It's not too late for you to retreat now." Ma Zhonghua, the one who created the once popular Lightning 7 Whips. The real person seems to be even cuter than the rumors. It is said that his martial arts skills are not that good, but his character seems to be okay. He is a very nice old man. Li Yuandao thought secretly, then laughed and said, "Old man, you are old now. If you don't want me to break your bones, then get out of here." Young man. Arrogant. Whether you are teasing me or speaking rudely, you are not allowed to do that. Ma Zhonggua's face changed and he replied angrily. Li Yuandao rolled his eyes and shouted, "If you don't get out of here, I will really kill you. You are so arrogant. Look at my 7-whip lightning strike." Ma Zhonghua was completely furious. The energy in his body suddenly surged, his body was as fast as the wind, and his hands were as fast as lightning, as he attacked Li Yuandao. Suddenly, there were popping sounds in the air, like muffled thunder. Bang! A muffled sound was heard, and a figure flew out into the air, violently knocking the wall open and creating a crack. Li Yuandao took his hand back and yawned, "Old Ma, if you do that again, I will really break your old bones." "Young man, how could you attack by surprise?" After a while, Ma Zhonghua recovered and looked at him with shame and anger. "This is so unethical." Unethical. Jun family, Jun Zhantian. Jun Wuhui. Come to celebrate your birthday. Suddenly, the MC at the door of the Xiao family villa shouted at the top of his voice, trembling with excitement. The entire banquet hall was filled with shock and fell into dead silence. Jun family. One of the 8 martial arts families in Liujiang City, it is a dominant and famous family and the ruler of Liujiang City. Although the Zhang family, one of the 8 major martial arts families, is behind the Xiao family and the Su family, they had basically no cooperation with the Jun family in the past. They have no chance at all even if they want to get on board with such a powerful person. Now, the head of the Jun family, and even the ancestor of the Jun family, Jun Zhantian, actually came in person to celebrate the birthday. Xiao Yuanshan, who was shocked by Li Yuandao's powerful display, suddenly showed great joy on his face and hurriedly said, "Go and greet him." But as soon as he turned around, Jun Jiantian had already walked in with many masters of the Jun family, including the current head of the Jun family, Jun Wuhui, and walked like a dragon and a tiger. Except for the Shao family, everyone else, get out of the Shao family villa. Jun Jiantian raised his hand and shouted domineeringly. Many guests were awed. They didn't understand why, but they didn't dare to hesitate and left the Shao family in a hurry. Xiao Yuanshan, greetings to Senior Jun. Xiao Yuanshan not only did not dare to show any displeasure at Jun Jiantian's domineering behavior, but instead walked forward with great surprise, bowed to greet him, and looked fawning. However, Jun Jiantian ignored him and shouted again, "It's Xiao Yuanshan's 80th birthday. My Jun family has nothing to give, so we brought 100 coffins to celebrate his birthday. At the same time, we also send them to everyone in the Shao family." Bang bang. Dense and dull footsteps were heard, and many guards of the Jun family carried hundreds of coffins and filed into the hall of the Shao family villa. With a rumbling sound, hundreds of coffins were lined up in a row, which was extremely spectacular. Xiao Yuanshan and other members of the Shao family, as well as Su Tsuanqing and others, all had frozen faces and stood there in a daze. A moment ago, seeing Jun Jiantian, the ancestor of the Jun family, personally come to celebrate the birthday, all the Shao family members were flattered and overjoyed. Originally, I thought that by currying favor with a powerful family like the Jun family, the Shao family would be able to move to a higher level. However, when Jun Jiantian put up such a scene, Xiao Yuanshan and others suddenly felt something was wrong. Sending a coffin to celebrate birthdays is obviously a sign of ill intention. Senior Jun, I wonder why you sent me this coffin. If my Shao family has ever offended me, I am willing to take the blame. I hope Senior Jun can give my Shao family a chance. Xiao Yuanshan gritted his teeth and spoke in a trembling voice, and finally knelt on the ground in response. Xiao Yusin and others from the Shao family also knelt down. Even Su Tsuanqing next to him was at a loss as to what to do, not knowing whether to kneel or not. To them, the Jun family is a giant. They can only rely on them and cannot offend them in any way. What's the point of you kneeling down? No one can save you today. Li Yuandao walked up with Xiao Li in his arms and said coldly. He glanced at the hundreds of coffins laid out and nodded with satisfaction. Jun Jiantian arrived just in time. You ignorant boy, Senior Jun is here, and you still dare to speak nonsense. Su Tsuanqing's face was grim. He shouted at Li Yuandao, then bowed and clasped his fists, and said to Jun Jiantian urgently, Senior Jun, please help us. This kid was the enemy of our Su family and Shao family. His family was brutal and killed innocent people. We joined forces to suppress him. But in the end, we missed this remnant. He had a fortuitous encounter, and relying on his increased strength, he made a scene at the banquet, killing people wantonly, and also planned to exterminate our clan. Did you bring these hundreds of coffins to speak up for us? Su Tsuanqing had a strange way of thinking and he actually thought of this in the end. Xiao Yuanshan seemed to have grasped a life-saving straw, and quickly agreed, Senior Jun, are you here for the remnants of the Li family as well? In Xiao Yuanshan's opinion, Ma Qibian is no match for Li Yuandao, but Jun Jiantian is a veteran martial arts master and will definitely be able to capture him. Bang. However, the one who responded to Xiao Yuanshan and Su Tsuanqing was Jun Jiantian, who walked towards them. His aura was so strong that it made them breathless. As Jun Jiantian slapped out, Su Tsuanqing, who was originally standing, had his legs snapped apart and fell to the ground with blood flowing from the corners of his mouth. The floor is cracked. Senior. Jun Jiantian ignored them and walked towards Li Yuandao tremblingly, greeting him fearfully. Li Yuandao waved his hand, changed the name. Now that he is back, he is actually only 20 years old. He always feels weird being called senior by Jun Jiantian, an old man who is over 100 years old. Yes, Mr. Li. Jun Jiantian was stunned for a moment, then changed his words and continued, how is Li Xiao going to deal with them? Xiao Yuanshan, Su Tsuanqing, and others who were kneeling nearby almost dropped their eyes when they saw Jun Jiantian, such a big shot, being so respectful to Li Yuandao that he almost wanted to kneel on the ground. You know. Jun Jiantian is a powerful martial arts master. Why should they be so servile to Li Yuandao, the remnant of the Li family? At this moment, they couldn't figure it out no matter how hard they tried. You killed my parents and annihilated my clan, so blood debt must be paid with blood. Li Yuandao's eyes were cold and his voice was extremely indifferent. Now they still want to confuse right and wrong. I will leave no one alive in the Shao and Su families. Now, except for Xiao Yuanshan and Su Tsuanqing, everyone else, kill them. Yes. Jun Jiantian agreed without any hesitation and prepared to take action. Butler Sun Yu of the Zhang family is here to celebrate your birthday. Just when Jun Jiantian was about to take action, the MC outside shouted again. Then an old man in a purple tang suit walked in. When he saw the situation in the banquet hall clearly, he was stunned. Jun. Senior Jun. Junior Sun Yu, nice to meet you, Senior. Sun Yu saw Jun Jiantian clearly, and hurried forward to greet him respectfully. This matter has nothing to do with your Zhang family, get out. Jun Jiantian is very domineering. Butler Sun, help. When Xiao Yuanshan and Su Tsuanqing saw Sun Yu, they shouted as if they had found a life-saving straw. The Zhang family is a martial arts family like the Jun family, and their strength is comparable. And their two major families are usually taken care of by the Zhang family. Now that the Jun family has launched an army to hold them accountable, the only one who can save them is the Zhang family. Sun Yu looked around the hall of the villa and saw hundreds of coffins. He immediately knew that the matter was not simple. He turned around and bowed to Jun Jiantian. Senior Jun, is there any misunderstanding here? For the sake of my Zhang family, can you give them a chance? Just consider it as my Zhang family owes you and the Jun family. Who do you think you are? Just give me a chance when I say so. Li Yuandao's eyes were filled with murderous intent and he spoke coldly. Who are you? Let Xiaoli go. Sun Yu only noticed Li Yuandao's presence at this time. When he saw Xiaoli being captured, he couldn't help but shout in a deep voice. Snap. Li Yuandao twisted his hand and broke Xiaoli's neck, then threw him in front of Sun Yu, with murderous intent. If you don't get out of here, I'll kill you. Xiaoli. Leer. A cry of grief was heard from the Xiao family. Boy, are you going to be an enemy of my Zhang family? Sun Yu's old face suddenly became so gloomy that water seemed to drip out of it. The young man in front of him was too arrogant. He actually dared to kill someone in front of him without giving him any face, let alone the Zhang family. This is a slap in the face. Even if it is Jun Jiantian, even if it is the Jun family, they usually have to give some face to the Zhang family. Bang. Li Yuandao raised his hand and swung it through the air. Sun Yu was immediately blasted away and hit hard against the wall. It was only because Li Yuandao restrained his strength, otherwise Sun Yu would have been killed on the spot. Butler Sun has also reached the level of a master in the profound realm. He was still blasted away from the air. This remnant has truly achieved the Grandmaster level. Xiao Yuanshan, Su Tsuanqing, and others felt a chill on their backs and their hair stood on end. You, who are you? Senior Jun. Sun Yu struggled for a long time before he sat up and screamed in horror. Jun Jiantian had a blank expression on his face, and remained silent with a cold face. Li Yuandao looked at him coldly. I'll give you one last chance. Either get out of here or call the strongest person in your Zhang family. Listen carefully, it must be the strongest person. Otherwise, you are dead. You, okay, just wait. Seeing that Jun Jiantian ignored him, Sun Yu was suddenly shocked and angry, and took out his phone. Being courteous to Jun Jiantian doesn't mean that the Zhang family is afraid of the Jun family. The Zhang family also has a martial arts master in charge. Jun Jiantian had a strange look on his face as he watched Sun Yu making the phone call. The strongest person in the Zhang family? Isn't it just Zhang Kaifeng? I had met Li Yuandao before, and he knelt down in fear as well. Seeing Sun Yu making a phone call, Xiao Yuanshan and other members of the Xiao family showed expressions of surprise. The Jun family is powerful, but the Zhang family is equally powerful. Isn't this remnant of the Li family relying on Jun Jiantian? When the strong men of the Zhang family arrive, let's see how he can still act recklessly. At that time, they were also saved. Both Xiao Yuanshan and Su Tsuanqing were filled with ecstasy at this moment. Just 3 minutes. Outside the Xiao family villa, there was a rapid sound of breaking through the air. A woman in a loose white military uniform rushed into the hall. "Greetings, ancestor." When Sun Yu saw who the woman was, he was overjoyed and knelt down to greet her. "Greetings, Senior Zhang." Xiao Yuanshan, Su Tsuanqing, and others also showed ecstasy at this time and greeted him one after another. This woman looks to be only 40 years old, but she is a genuine martial arts master, the mainstay of the Zhang family, and a top powerhouse like Jun Zhantian. It is also the support behind their Xiao family and Su family. Li Yuandao raised his eyes to look at the woman, and when he saw her clearly, he was stunned. Isn't this Zhang Kaifeng from the Zhang family who appeared by the Tianlei Lake 2 days ago? What's going on? Zhang Kaifeng glanced at Sun Yu, then looked at Xiao Yuanshan and others who were kneeling on the ground, frowned and asked. But soon she noticed Jun Zhantian standing next to her and became even more surprised. On the phone, Sun Yu only said that someone provoked the Zhang family and wantonly beat and killed the Xiao family, so she came angrily. Is this the strongest person in the Zhang family? She is too weak and not good enough. She can't save you. What else do you have to rely on? Keep calling for help. Li Yuandao withdrew his gaze from Zhang Kaifeng, shook his head and said, if there is no one left to call, then you can wait to die. How dare you? How dare you? How dare you disrespect Senior Zhang? Xiao Yuanshan and Su Tsuanqing were both furious and shouted loudly. Zhang Kaifeng is their last straw. Even if Jun Zhantian wants to kill them at this time, he has to think twice. Even if Li Yuandao really had the skills of a martial arts master, they did not believe that he could be a match for Zhang Kaifeng, the ancestor of the Zhang family who had entered the ranks of martial arts masters very early. Damn it. How dare you, little brat, disrespect our ancestor? How arrogant. Sun Yu got up, shocked and angry, and shouted at Li Yuandao. Our ancestor is the Zhang family's greatest support, and his status in Liujiang city is extremely noble. Has anyone ever dared to be so contemptuous? Although he was slapped into the air by Li Yuandao, this master of the Xian realm once doubted his life. However, he didn't believe that Li Yuandao, who was so young, could achieve the level of a martial arts master. Even if he really had the strength of a martial arts master, he would definitely not be a match for his ancestor who had accumulated decades of cultivation. Boom. Before Zhang Kaifeng could say anything, Li Yuandao's eyes flashed with murderous intent. Without any movement, an invisible force burst out from nowhere and blasted Sun Yu into the air, and then he exploded into a ball of bloody mist. A sudden scene. Xiao Yuanshan and others were all shocked. They could understand why Li Yuandao had just knocked Sun Yu away from the air. After all, a martial arts master could do that. But now, without Li Yuandao making any move, Sun Yu exploded into a bloody mist on the spot. What kind of mysterious method was this? Or was it this guy who had hidden something on Sun Yu a long time ago, and it just exploded now? Maybe it's true. Think of this. Xiao Yuanshan and others became excited instead. Wouldn't killing Sun Yu be a slap in the face of the Zhang family? How could Zhang Kaifeng bear it? We must get back the face for the Zhang family. Only. Watching Sun Yu turning into blood mist, Zhang Kaifeng was not shocked or angry, but fell into endless panic. After she saw Li Yuandao's appearance clearly, her body began to tremble. Now she also understood why Jun Zhantian appeared in the Xiao family. This senior in the divine realm has appeared again. Damn it. Sun Yu is damned. Why didn't you explain it clearly just now? Don't even think about coming to the Xiao family to kill. Even if you want to kill someone from my Zhang family, you should still stick your head out respectfully. Zhang Kaifeng had already cursed Sun Yu's ancestors in his heart for offending a senior in the divine realm, yet he still had the nerve to call back. The senior was furious. Not only would she be implicated, but the Zhang family would probably suffer a devastating disaster. After a moment of daze, Zhang Kaifeng knelt down on the spot with a thud. She kowtowed with a pale face. Zhang Kaifeng, I greet Senior Shenjing. Just now, a servant from the clan offended you, and I am terrified. Boom. Zhang Kaifeng's actions and her words were like thunder, exploding in the minds of Xiao Yuanshan and others. Senior in the divine realm. They don't know what realm this is. But Zhang Kaifeng, a martial arts master, actually knelt down in fear before Li Yuandao and respectfully called him senior. What kind of person is he? Xiao Yuanshan, Su Tsuanqing, and others almost fainted. They felt their eyes go dark and their whole bodies turn cold. Finished. Finished. The remnant of the Li family had a miraculous encounter. Xiao Yuanshan and Su Tsuanqing both looked as pale as death at this moment. So it's you. Li Yuandao glanced at Zhang Kaifeng and said lightly. Such a plain sentence made Zhang Kaifeng even more uneasy. She kowtowed repeatedly. I failed to control my clan members, I deserve to die. I am willing to die in exchange for the safety of the Zhang family. I beg you to grant me your wish. I am not a bloodthirsty person. The person who bumped into me has been killed. You can go now. Li Yuandao waved his hand and shook his head. This. Thank you for not killing me, senior. Zhang Kaifeng was extremely surprised and kept kneeling to thank him. At the end, her eyes suddenly turned cold. She glanced at Xiao Yuanshan and others, and then said respectfully to Li Yuandao, the Xiao family and the Su family have cooperated with my Zhang family in the past. They have offended the seniors, and I am willing to clean up the mess myself. No need, just go. Li Yuandao frowned and said coldly. Zhang Kaifeng couldn't help but look disappointed. She wanted to take this opportunity to hug Li Yuandao's thighs like Jun Zhantian. But thinking that she had survived the catastrophe, she felt lucky again and bowed again hurriedly. Junior, I'll take my leave. Old Ma, get out of here too. I've already spared your life, don't wait for me to change my mind. Li Yuandao glanced at Ma Qibian with a cold gaze and spoke indifferently. Thank you for not killing me. Ma Qibian had been standing there in panic, not knowing what to do. When he heard Li Yuandao's words, he suddenly showed ecstasy and hurriedly followed Zhang Kaifeng's steps and left. After Zhang Kaifeng and Ma Qibian left, Xiao Yuanshan, Su Tsuanqing and others fell into complete despair. Why did you want to kill my whole family? We are just a small, ordinary family. We have no grudges against you. And we have nothing to do with the big families in Liujiang City, right? Li Yuandao was puzzled and looked at Xiao Yuanshan and Su Tsuanqing and asked. There is indeed no grudge between us. But why would they want to wipe out your entire family? Of course someone in the higher-ups wants you dead. Why would they need any other reason? Xiao Yuanshan smiled bitterly. The person above. There is actually someone behind the scenes. Li Yuandao narrowed his eyes and said coldly, very good. Tell me who ordered you to do this, and I will give you a quick death. A quick death. Ha 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 ha. Xiao Yuanshan suddenly laughed, even if we tell them, we will still die. We can't afford to offend them. If the Jun family can't afford to offend them, you can't afford to offend them either. Bang. Li Yuandao raised his hand slightly, and several members of the Xiao family nearby turned into blood mist on the spot. I just need answers. Li Yuandao's eyes were filled with murderous intent, and his voice was as cold and sharp as a knife. Ha 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 ha, we would rather die than tell. Kill him. Kill him. I thought there might be retaliation, but I didn't expect it to come so early and so suddenly. My Xiao family admits defeat. Xiao Yuanshan laughed wildly and had completely given up resistance. But you don't know how tragic your parents' deaths were. They looked, haha, as miserable as they could be. You were lucky to escape, but they didn't have that chance. We tortured them so badly that they died worse than dogs. Boom. Li Yuandao's eyes suddenly turned red, as if stained with blood. Thinking of his parents being engulfed in flames, and that after that he would be brutally slaughtered by Xiao Yuanshan and the others, he was filled with murderous intent that surged into the sky. Give it to me, get up. Li Yuandao roared loudly and snapped his fingers. Flames swept out and enveloped every member of the Xiao family. The nameless flame burned loudly, but it did not engulf and burn the Xiao family members to death all at once. Instead, it made them suffer in the flames and let out miserable screams. Ha 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 ha, you're so cruel. Xiao Yuanshan was shocked and terrified, but more of it was despair. He laughed uncontrollably. Okay, okay. I say. Before your parents died, they knelt down and begged us not to arrest you, to spare your life. And to spare their lives. But we ended up ruthlessly trampling on them and even chopped off their heads. Ah. You deserve to die. Li Yuandao let out a cry of grief, his whole body filled with murderous intent. His parents were actually dead. Suddenly there was a loud bang, the floor under his feet cracked, and the ceiling of the villa above his head exploded. Above the void, dark clouds suddenly rolled in and strong winds blew violently. Cast the soul-devouring forbidden spell for me. Li Yuandao cast a series of strange spells with his hands, and soon a black magic circle condensed in front of him, revealing a terrifying bloodthirsty intention. The next moment, black flames shot out from the black magic circle and fell on all the members of the Xiao family except Xiao Yuanshan and Su Cuanqing. The transparent souls in their bodies were seen being extracted and gradually enveloped by black flames. Hundreds of Xiao family members screamed miserably and were in a state of panic. Extract the soul. Refine the spirit. Li Yuandao was completely furious. His parents had died tragically, and even extracting the souls of these people and lighting lamps on them was not enough to quell his anger. But it's not over yet. He raised his hand and drew a circle in the air. An invisible halo ripple appeared. The picture suddenly froze and the scene of Su's villa appeared. Swoosh. From the black soul-devouring forbidden spell formation, countless forbidden spell flames once again swept out and flew towards the void. Just a few breaths. Those forbidden flames appeared above the Su family and blasted towards the Su family villa. All members of the Su family had their souls extracted and their spirits refined, and were burned and tortured by the flames of the forbidden spell. Their wailing and screaming reached the sky. Such a scene. Jun Zhantian and others were panicked by this. What kind of supernatural method is this? Can a strong person in the divine realm be so powerful? This moment, Jun Zhantian and others looked at Li Yuandao with even more awe. At this time, Xiao Yuanshan and Su Cuanqing were both furious and yelled loudly. So cruel, you are so cruel. Ha 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 ha. Die. Die, all of you. You want to know who ordered it, who is behind it? We won't tell you. Yes, yes. If we don't tell them, what can you do? They will come after you, damned remnant, just wait for death. Xiao Yuanshan and Su Cuanqing both laughed out loud, looking crazy. They went crazy, watching their fellow tribesmen die in the most tragic ways, and they became completely desperate, until they went insane. Even so, they were desperate and would rather die than tell anyone behind the scenes, thinking that Li Yuandao would be completely helpless. Xiao Yuanshan and Su Cuanqing were completely crazy. All the tribesmen were brutally tortured until they died in agony. They could only watch helplessly. This despair left them with nothing but mad struggle. They would rather die than tell the truth of that year, and this is their last resistance at this time. Looking at the two of them like this, Li Yuandao's eyes turned red and he was filled with murderous intent. Jun Zhantian only felt a chill running from the soles of his feet to the top of his head. He was glad that he did not offend Li Yuandao at Tianlei Lake, otherwise, the Jun family's fate would not be much better than it is now. Jun Zhantian exhaled coldly and shouted sternly, Xiao Yuanshan. Su Cuanqing. Don't resist stubbornly. Tell me the truth of that year. I promise that I can give your two families a good burial afterwards. Ha 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 ha. Jun Zhantian, you dare to help this remnant, you are dead. Your Jun family will also be finished. Just wait. They will show up soon, and your Jun family's end will not be good. Xiao Yuanshan raised his head and laughed wildly, then spoke through gritted teeth, full of sarcasm. Jun Zhantian's old face changed slightly, and his eyes were extremely cold. The strong person who can stand behind the Xiao family and the Su family is definitely not simple. Judging from what Xiao Yuanshan said, the other party is not comparable to their Jun family in terms of strength or background. But now, the Jun family has no way out. Just hold on to Li Yuandao's thigh. Thinking that Li Yuandao was a powerful god-level warrior, Jun Zhantian felt relieved. Sir, what are you going to do with them? Jun Jiantian turned around and looked at Li Yuandao, saying respectfully, why not leave it to us? I have 100 ways to make them speak. No, there's no need to go through so much trouble. Li Yuandao shook his head, he turned around, and the blood-red light in his eyes gradually subsided. Whether they say it or not, it doesn't really make much difference. After saying that, he grabbed Xiao Yuanshan and Su Tsuanqing through the air. Gravity magic. A dull bang. The two of them grabbed Li Yuandao from midair. He raised his hands and placed them on top of their heads. Soul-searching technique. Regardless of whether Xiao Yuanshan and Su Tsuanqing tell the truth of that year, Li Yuandao will choose to search their souls in the end. Memory doesn't lie. Simply check the memories in their heads, and all the truth and necessary information will become clear. As Li Yuandao performed the soul-searching technique, Xiao Yuanshan and Su Tsuanqing's faces were distorted with pain, their bodies were trembling, their eyes were staring out, and white foam was constantly coming out of their mouths. After a while, Li Yuandao withdrew his hand, raised it and pressed it down. There were two muffled bangs, and the two men were completely turned into blood mist. Sir, what are you doing? Jun Jiantian couldn't understand the situation. Li Yuandao used strange methods and killed them. How could he get more information? Li Yuandao frowned, said nothing with a cold face, and sat down cross-legged on the ground. He forcibly set up a soul-devouring forbidden spell formation and performed a soul-searching technique, which made his head dizzy and his already damaged Naiwan palace became further damaged. Fortunately, it's all worth it. From the memories of Xiao Yuanshan and Su Tsuanqing, he saw that after he was pushed into the sea of fire by his parents were tortured and killed by the two. Only Li Yuandao noticed that his parents died in a very strange way. They were murdered and died in the blink of an eye. Two weak souls were pulled out of their bodies and disappeared. Parents, not dead. But how do you explain the two corpses? He was shocked and suspicious. Unfortunately, more information about their parents could not be found in the memories of Xiao Yuanshan and Su Tsuanqing. But the person behind the scenes already has some clues. The other party is hiding very deeply. After taking a breath, Li Yuandao looked up, Jun Jiantian. Young master. Jun Jiantian and his family came forward, and finally he pointed at the middle-aged man next to him. This is my son Jun Wuwei, a son born in old age. From now on, if you have any instructions, you can just ask him to run errands. It would be better if you can polish him up. Jun Jiantian is now over 100 years old, and Jun Wuhui is only in his 40s, so it is not an exaggeration to say that they have a son in their old age. Wuhui, meet you, sir. Jun Wuhui bowed to greet him, but secretly looked at Li Yuandao. How could such a young man be the legendary powerful god? Normally, how is this possible? However, thinking that he always keeps his word, and seeing the terrifying and shocking method Li Yuandao used just now, Jun Wuhui no longer had any doubts. Li Yuandao glanced at Jun Wuhui and couldn't help but think of Bai Pengfei and the coquettish bitch fighting fiercely by the Tianlei Lake. Above this guy's head, there was a vast Hulunber grassland, so green that there was no end in sight. Not wanting to bother with Jun Wuhui's trivial matter, Li Yuandao waved his hand and looked back at Jun Jiantian. There was a fire at number 60 Dongi Road, Qianlong Street, Binzhou County. What have you found? My lord, regarding the fire 10 years ago, the old man personally went to the Pennsylvania County Patrol to look through the files. He also got the photos of the scene from that year and compared them one by one. In the end, the old man even went to the scene. Jun Jiantian looked puzzled and slowly said, "It's just, very strange. The files from the patrol department mentioned that no traces of bodies were found at the scene. Even if there were signs of burning, it was clearly not a human body. So the case has not been closed yet, and the couple are still missing. Are the parents really not dead? But who were the two people Xiao Yuanshan and Su Tsuanqing killed?" Li Yuandao's mind was full of mystery. Thinking of the unknown life and death of his parents, he couldn't help but rekindle his hope. However, Li Yuandao's murderous intent did not diminish at all. He looked at Jun Jiantian coldly and said, "I need you to do two things now." "Sir, please speak." Jun Jiantian's expression became serious and he said solemnly, First, he is wearing a black robe and has a mask on his face. There are golden plum blossoms on his cuffs. He is a one-armed man. Follow this clue and investigate. Even if you have to turn the entire Yunzhou and even Longhua upside down. The masked man with a broken arm. Gold plum blossoms on the cuffs. Jun Zhantian showed a look of surprise on his face. He had never seen any force or strong person with such a symbol. At least in Liujiang City, there should not be such a person. As for a force with such obvious signs, as long as it exists, he will know it as soon as he hears it. It can be seen that this person is not from Liujiang City. Li Yuandao added, this is the information obtained from the memories of Xiao Yuanshan and Su Cuancheng. Follow this clue and investigate. Get it from memory? Jun Zhantian found it unbelievable, but he quickly agreed, Junior will do his best to track it down. Second, help me find a few medicines, 7 sacred grass, corpse firewood, relic dust grass, transit wood, 1,000 machine dew. Also, if you have any news about spirit stones and demon pills, please inform me immediately. Li Yuandao reported several precious elixirs to Jun Zhantian in succession, and explained in more detail the so-called spirit stones and demon pills. Jun Zhantian was confused as he listened. Except for a few of the herbs, he had never heard of the others. But he didn't dare to question anything and just agreed to everything. Some of these herbs are meant to help you improve your cultivation. Once you find them, tell me, and I will help you improve your cultivation to the peak of the Grandmaster of the Transformation Realm. Of course, even if you are at the Martial King level, which is above the Grandmaster level, you still have a great chance. Li Yuandao exhaled, stood up, and pointed to the hall of the Xiao family's villa. You come to clean up the mess between the Xiao family and the Su family. After saying that, he turned and walked towards the Xiao family villa. Although he can now easily help Jun Zhantian improve his cultivation level, this old man has average talent and is old. Without the help of spiritual medicine, forcing him to improve his cultivation level may easily damage his heart meridians. If you're not careful, you might die on the spot. Li Yuandao's words made Jun Zhantian stunned on the spot. Shock was evident on his face, and at the same time, endless ecstasy swept through his eyes. He dared not even think about reaching the realm of King of Martial Arts in this lifetime. Even for Jun Zhantian, who has reached the state of Grand Master of Transformation, it is extremely difficult to break through. But Li Yuandao said it so lightly. Dad. Young Master said, he can help you improve your cultivation to the level of Grandmaster of Transformation Realm, or even to the level of Martial King. How is this possible? Jun Wuhui was so shocked that he was stunned for a long time before he exclaimed. Before, I would have thought it was impossible. But after witnessing your many mysterious abilities just now, I have no choice but to believe it. If I can find some spiritual medicines like the Zhenmai grass, you might be able to help me break through to the Grandmaster level, or even the Martial King level. Jun Zhantian was extremely excited and shouted repeatedly, make arrangements. First, do your best to track down the clues that the young master needs and look for those strange elixirs, as well as spirit stones and demon pills. At the same time, find medicines such as Zhenmai grass. By the way, the Xiao family and the Su family, clean them up first. Outside the Xiao family villa, there were still many people who had not left, waiting to watch the fun. Among them were Qin Shu's family of 3 and Zhuge Xiaoxia, all of whom looked anxious at the moment. Qin Shu and Zhuge Xiaoxia were worried about Li Yuandao's safety. Chen Jingtian wanted to drag his wife and daughter away. He had offended the Xiao family. Waiting here was tantamount to waiting for death. But Qin Shu refused to leave, as she was worried about Li Yuandao. If he hadn't pulled her back, Qin Shu would probably have rushed back into the Xiao family villa. Mom, don't worry. I got the news. Chen Yanqi hurried back from the side and said repeatedly, those guests who came out later said that the Jun family came to our house with hundreds of coffins. It is said that they are going to call the Xiao family to question them. The person who just entered was from the Jun family. How did the Xiao family offend such a big family? If the Xiao family is gone and we lose their cooperation, it will be a devastating blow to our company. This can be said to be the success and failure of the Xiao family. Chen Jingtian let out a breath of cold air and shook his head dejectedly. Jingshu Group's biggest partner and greatest reliance is the Shao family. Once the Shao family is gone, most of the business will not be able to continue. By then, when the funds are cut off, the only outcome will be bankruptcy and reorganization. The Jun family came to our house to call for punishment. So, you and Dao will be fine. Great, let's wait and see. You and Dao will definitely be fine. Qin Shu didn't listen to Chen Jingtian at all. She was only concerned about Li Yu and Dao's safety. Auntie Qin, don't worry, Brother Dawei will be fine. Zhuge Xiaoxia pursed her lips and pressed the buttons of her mobile phone, ready to make a call at any time. She comforted Qin Shu at the same time. I think the Jun family came to the Shao family to ask for punishment, which must have been planned in advance. Brother Dawei beat that Xu Yong, the other party was either pretending to be dead, or the Jun family had already secretly attacked him. How could Brother Dawei kill someone with just one hit? Yes. That must be the case. How could such a sensible and well-behaved child like Yu and Dao kill someone? Qin Shu nodded repeatedly. She felt that this was how things should be. Chen Yanqi next to him rolled his eyes in anger. How could Li Yu and Dao be so well-behaved and sensible? What on earth is my mom thinking? Ah, Dawei is out, he's fine. Suddenly, Zhuge Xiaoxia pointed at the door of the Shao family and screamed in surprise. A few people looked and found that Li Yu and Dao was coming towards them. Yu and Dao, are you okay? Did they give you any trouble? Qin Shu ran forward, grabbed Li Yu and Dao's hand, checked him up and down, and made sure that he was harmless. Then she smiled and cried, Yu and Dao, he's fine. Li Yu and Dao was moved by Qin Shu's behavior and said with a smile, Aunt Qin, I'm fine. I'm glad you're okay. If something really happens, I don't know how to explain it to your aunt. Qin Shu let out a long sigh and nodded happily. Brother Dawei, why did the Jun family suddenly appear? How is the Shao family now? Zhuge Xiaoxia asked curiously. Chen Jingtian also looked up, looking nervous. He doesn't want anything to happen to the Shao family. The Shao family, the entire clan, is dead. Li Yu and Dao said calmly with murderous intent in his eyes. What? The Shao family was exterminated. The expressions of several people changed drastically, and they were all shocked. Chen Jingtian, who had already thought of this possible result, shook his head helplessly, his face looking extremely ugly. Yu and Dao, what's going on? How could the Shao family offend such a big family as the Jun family? Qin Shu asked in confusion. The Jun family is a dominant family in Liujiang City. Even Qin Shu had only heard of them and had no chance to meet them. Even a powerful family like the Shao family is just a small grasshopper in front of the Jun family and is not worth mentioning at all. I was the one who called the Jun family here. The Shao family deserves to be destroyed. Li Yu and Dao shook his head and spoke calmly. It's a long way, this. Qin Shu was stunned for a moment, then smiled bitterly. Zhuge Xiaoxia cast a disdainful look at him. Brother Dawei, you are bragging a bit too much. Li Yu and Dao, when will you change your habit of talking nonsense? Chen Yanqi couldn't stand it anymore and sneered sarcastically. Oh, believe it or not. Li Yu and Dao replied indifferently. My mom is asking you, why can't you just speak properly? What's your attitude? Chen Yanqi was so angry that he jumped up and down, his chest heaving. Okay, Yanqi, Yuan Dao may not know the details. He was just joking. Qin Shu pulled Chen Yanqi and shook her head slightly. She felt that Li Yu and Dao was joking with her and wanted to relax the atmosphere. As for the Jun family killing the Shao family, who dares to find out the truth? Mom, are you still in the mood to joke at this time? The Shao family is gone, and our company has lost its biggest partner. The company will face a huge crisis in the future. Chen Yanqi glared at Li Yu and Dao angrily, and then said to Qin Shu urgently, You and Dad have to think of a solution. I don't want to move out of Lily Garden Villa because of this. If her family's company were to fall into difficulty, she would no longer be able to enjoy such a comfortable life. Listen to the words. Li Yu and Dao's heart moved. He didn't expect that his destruction of the Shao family would bring about such a chain reaction. He nodded and said, This is a small problem. Let me solve it. Aunt Qin's company can move to a higher level by cooperating with any top family in Liujiang City, such as the Jun family, the Zhuang family, the Zhang family, etc. However, his words made Qin Shu and others look at him in shock. Chen Yanqi's mouth twitched fiercely, and then he sneered and said, "Li Yuandao, you said this is a small problem. How can you solve it? Can you stop talking nonsense? People from small places are from small places, you really don't know what you are talking about." Finally, Chen Yanqi's eyes turned red, and he said angrily, "Since you came here, our family has started to have bad luck. I think this is all the bad luck you brought." Li Yuandao couldn't help but frown slightly. He really didn't like Chen Yanqi's self-righteous tone. "Yan Qi, shut up. He came all the way here with good intentions to help." Qin Shu scolded, turned back and sighed, looked at Li Yuandao. "Yuandao, Yan Qi is just speaking his mind." Li Yuandao smiled and shook his head. "Aunt Qin, it's okay. Call me anytime if you need me. I need to go to the incense pavilion now." "Mom, look at him." Chen Yanqi was so angry that he was about to explode. "Yan Qi, please stop talking." Qin Shu sighed and continued to say to Li Yuandao, "Yuandao, something happened at the Shao family tonight, and it's not safe outside. Why don't we go back together first?" "Okay." Seeing Qin Shu's concerned eyes, Li Yuandao was stunned for a moment, then he changed his mind and agreed with a smile. Qin Shu turned around and looked at Chen Jingtian. "Jingtian, without the Shao family, the worst that can happen is that we can just tighten our business and not end up with nothing." "Yes, Uncle Chen, the company will be fine." Zhuge Xiaoxia also tried to comfort him. "Now that things have come to this, we can only try to recover the losses. Go back." Chen Jingtian nodded, looking very decadent. At the same time, the news of the demise of the Shao and Su families quickly spread throughout Liujiang City, like an earthquake, shocking countless people. The two wealthy tycoons were so powerful, but they were destroyed at the same time in the blink of an eye. Some say it was done by the Jun family, some say it was the enemies of the two families who came to visit, and some say it was a supernatural event. Because the police received the call, they rushed to the Su family before the Jun family cleaned up the mess, and saw a scene that would haunt them for the rest of their lives. Hundreds of people in the Su family were burned to death. The strange thing is that there is no damage on their appearance. But their eyes were all empty, and all the organs in their bodies were gone. The black things inside were obviously burned. "Is this what your family did? How did you do that?" The police department finally went to the Jun family and wanted to conduct a thorough investigation, but the Jun family denied it. Naturally, the police department did not dare to do anything to the Jun family, so the matter could only continue to be investigated from the source. After returning to Lily Garden Villa, Qin Shu and others who received the news were stunned for a long time. "I told you, Yuandao would never kill anyone. Such an evil method must have been used on Xuyong a long time ago. Yuandao just took the blame." Qin Shu was completely relieved, and at the same time looked at Li Yuandao who was standing next to her and said, "Yuandao, don't be so impulsive when you encounter problems in the future. Those big families are too complicated and it's easy to cause unnecessary trouble." "Aunt Qin, I remember it." Li Yuandao smiled and nodded. "Yan Qi, and Xiao Xia, things have been very tense lately, so don't go out at night." Qin Shu turned around and looked at the two girls, giving them serious instructions. The two girls who were staring at the TV in a daze could only helplessly tighten the pillows in their arms and nodded. At this time, the doorbell of the villa rang. Chen Yanqi got up to open the door, and when he saw who was outside, his face suddenly became unhappy. "Second uncle, why are you here? Is there something wrong?" "Yan Qi, what are you saying? If second uncle is fine, can't he come to see you? Your parents are here, right?" The man at the door was dressed in a suit and tie, smiling, looking very elegant. He looked 70% similar to Chen Jingtian. His name is Chen Jingwei. He is the second child in the Chen family. He is the younger brother of Chen Jingtian and the uncle of Chen Yanqi. It's just that this guy is uneducated and idle on weekdays, and Chen Yanqi really dislikes him. Naturally, Chen Jingtian disliked this younger brother. Seeing Chen Jingwei appear, he stood up with a sullen face. "What's up?" Chen Jingtian had no intention of letting Chen Jingwei in. He looked at the door and asked. Chen Jingwei smiled awkwardly, not caring, and said, "Brother, something happened to the Shao family, you should know, right?" "I heard about it." Chen Jingtian replied coldly. Chen Jingwei's face was serious. "My parents got the news and asked me to come over to see you right away. As for the company, we have lost the cooperation of the Shao family. What are you going to do next?" When something happened, instead of making a phone call, he asked Chen Jingwei to come over. "Are you planning to hold him accountable?" Chen Jingtian suppressed his anger and groaned, "We will find a way." "Brother, do you mean there is no other way?" Chen Jingwei smiled again and said, "If that's the case, then you don't have to worry about it, big brother. My parents have already made other arrangements. Come home in a couple of days." "Any other plans?" Chen Jingtian's expression became even uglier. Qin Shu looked at him coldly. "What do you mean, Mom and Dad? The company is what it is today because of Jingtian and I's hard work. No matter how big the difficulties are, we will handle them ourselves. Don't worry. The Chen family has always claimed that Jingshu Group is owned by the Chen family and has long wanted to reap the benefits. Qin Shu saw through it from the beginning. Sister-in-law, you misunderstood. This time the Shao family suddenly changed. After my parents got the news, they immediately found the Yuan family. The other party agreed to cooperate with us. Now we can solve the crisis caused by losing the Shao family." Chen Jingwei spread his hands and explained with a wry smile, "My parents also said that you, sister-in-law, should go back with us, because the Yuan family said that you must personally discuss cooperation with them. Without you, they refused to cooperate. After all, sister-in-law's ability in business is obvious to all." Yuan family. Qin Shu and Chen Jingtian's expressions changed slightly, and disbelief flashed in their eyes. Li Yu and Dao looked at Zhuge Xiaoxia beside him in confusion. "Yuan family, what's their background?" "It is also a big family in Liujiang City, on the same level as the Shao family. Even stronger." Zhuge Xiaoxia replied in a low voice. Li Yu and Dao showed a look of understanding and nodded. Qin Shu looked confused and uncertain. She looked at Chen Jingtian and both could see astonishment in the other's eyes. Previously, Jingshu Company was able to cooperate with the Shao family after they had made countless efforts. Now, is the Yuan family willing to cooperate with their company so easily? After all, with a big family like the Yuan family, many big companies are vying to negotiate contracts. Under normal circumstances, it is not their turn at all. "Chen Jingwei, are you lying to us about your parents and coming here to fool us?" Chen Jingtian didn't believe it and shouted with a sullen face. Chen Jingwei smiled and said, "Brother, if you don't believe it, you can call Mom and Dad. We'll be back in 2 days. Go ahead." Qin Shu exhaled and said coldly, "It seems like I'm not welcome here." Chen Jingwei shrugged, didn't care, and turned away. After Chen Jingwei left, Chen Yanqi turned around and said angrily, "Mom, I don't want to go back." "You don't want to go back either. Think about how your grandparents treated you in the past." Chen Jingtian frowned and fell silent. Qin Shu was also silent for a moment. Ever since she gave birth to Chen Yanqi, the old playboy in the family had always had a tense face because it was a daughter. Especially because after giving birth to a daughter, she developed serious physical sequelae and could no longer have children, so her parents never looked at her in the eye again. They even threatened afterwards that she would not be allowed to return home. Qin Shu also has a temper. Over the years, she has never gone back even during the holidays. However, if she could cooperate with the Yuan family to resolve the company's crisis, she would consider it. "Yan Qi, Mom knows everything you said. But if we are just cooperating with the Yuan family, why should we care about what your grandparents say?" Qin Shu pondered for a moment, then sighed. Chen Yanqi pursed her lips, thinking that if something went wrong with her parents' company, her life would be in an ugly situation in the future. She couldn't help but look at Chen Jingtian. "Dad, what do you say?" "Girl, I am like your mother. Of course, the company is my priority. More importantly, I hope to give you the best environment to grow up in. As for your grandparents, they are old, and it is difficult to change the ideas of their generation. Chen Jingtian shook his head helplessly, and then said, "It just made your mother feel wronged. This is not a grievance at all." Qin Shu smiled and shook her head, indicating that she didn't care. Li Yuandao hesitated for a moment, but couldn't help asking, "Aunt Qin, has the Yuan family ever expressed any intention to cooperate with you before?" "Not really. After all, even a big family like this might not even look at us straight in the face." Qin Shu shook her head and said, "I don't know how Yan Qi's grandparents were able to convince the Yuan family in such a short time. There must be something fishy going on when things are out of the ordinary, and Qin, we need to be cautious when it comes to cooperation." Li Yuandao finally reminded. Chen Yanqi looked back and said, "Li Yuandao, shut up first. You don't think that a big family like the Yuan family would have any conspiracy against us? Haha, you've watched too much TV, you're talking nonsense without knowing anything." "Yan Qi, I came all the way here out of concern." Chen Jingtian scolded him, and finally said, "Maybe the Yuan family is attracted by your mother's business ability. If they are really willing to cooperate with us, that would be great. You and Xiaoxia still have a long way to go, so stay at home. Your mother and I will go back now to sit and prepare, and we will return to your grandparents' house in 2 days. Uncle Chen, Aunt Qin, I have something to do at the incense pavilion. I need to go there." Li Yuandao stood up, said something apologetically, then turned and walked out the door, heading straight for the Zongxiang pavilion. He had forcibly cast the soul-devouring forbidden spell and soul-searching technique, and needed to recuperate properly. Chen Jingtian and Qin Shu were both stunned. Chen Yanqi gritted his teeth in anger, "Mom and Dad, look at him, there's no hope for him." Zongxiang Pavilion. When Li Yuandao arrived, the manager rushed over immediately. "We were preparing to arrange for box number 10. Li Yuandao waved his hand and asked curiously, "You said before that we can't go to the basement, so what is the courtyard behind your Zongxiang Pavilion?" When he first came to Zongxiang Pavilion, he noticed that there was a separate courtyard at the back. "I just thought it might not be open to the public, so I didn't mention it. Compared with box number 10, the spiritual energy generated by that private courtyard is slightly richer." Now, Li Yuandao thought of entering that private courtyard to practice. "Mr. Li, are you talking about the nameless courtyard in the back?" The manager was stunned for a moment, then smiled and said, "That is Miss Lu's private courtyard. Except for special circumstances, it is not open to the public." "Special circumstances? Who is Miss Lu you are talking about?" Li Yuandao became curious and interested. Miss Lu is the daughter of the Lu family, Lu Rushi, and she is also one of the shareholders of our Zongxiang Pavilion. The manager hesitated for a moment, then smiled bitterly and said, "You can't go in there without Miss Lu's permission." "Oh, never mind." Li Yuandao was too lazy to investigate further, so he shook his head and entered box number 10. Northwest of Yunzhou. Silver Frost City. In a majestic and magnificent building complex. On the shore of the vast lake stood a tall, one-armed man in black martial arts uniform. At this moment, his aura gradually rose, his internal force became violent, and the aura around him was like a rainbow, and the fallen leaves on the ground were swept into the air. Above his head, there were continuous sonic booms like thunder, and the water surface not far away was also affected by him, and waves were also rising. Boom. Suddenly, the tall man raised his hand and punched through the air. The terrifying force swept across the entire lake. The surging waves suddenly rolled into the air, as if to tear down the clouds in the sky. Haha. I am only half a step away from entering the legendary realm of Martial King. The tall man felt the aura on his body and suddenly laughed out loud. Just as he finished speaking, an old figure on the other side of the lake came over, standing not far away, and said with a smile, "This punch can be described as thunder and lightning. Congratulations, Third Master, for reaching the peak of the Grandmaster of the Transformation Realm and becoming a half-step Martial King. But I have to bother you for a moment, Master San. There is something very important that I need to tell you." The Third Master raised his eyes and frowned. "What's going on? Did the mysterious beast from Swallowing Tiger Ridge appear again?" "Third Master, it's more important than this. I just got the news that the Shao family and the Su family in Liujiang City were just exterminated. From the current information, it seems that it was done by the Jun family in Liujiang City." The specific reason has not been found out yet. The old figure bowed slightly and replied respectfully, but it is said that the remnant of the Li family in Binzhou County is still alive. He is back and appeared at the Shao family's birthday banquet. Whether the extermination of the Shao and Su families is related to him is still unknown. What? That remnant is still alive? Didn't I ask Xiao Yuanshan to get rid of him 2 months ago? Damn it. This old loser is really more of a hindrance than a help. The third master's face was filled with anger and murderous intent, but when he thought that Xiao Yuanshan was already dead, he suppressed his anger and said in a cold voice, "Forget it, a little beast who has lived for more than 10 years can't make any waves. The destruction of the Shao and Su family should have nothing to do with him. Find a few reliable people to take care of that little beast. Don't leave any traces. If we alarm someone who shouldn't be alarmed, both you and I will lose our heads. Don't worry, third master. I'll arrange it myself this time." The old figure replied solemnly. The third master exhaled, and after a moment of hesitation, he continued, "By the way, it's time to take over the Lu family in Liujiang City. Prince Bai Xiangren, Master Bai, he said that he has set his sights on Lu Zongyuan University and wants to completely control it. It's strange, why would Master Bai set his sights on that shabby place? Forget it, just go ahead." It was late into the night, almost midnight. Li Yuandao stopped practicing and left the Zongxiang pavilion. After several hours of practicing breathing exercises, I was finally able to get rid of the feeling of weakness and dizziness. But at this moment, Li Yuandao was already extremely hungry. This is the disadvantage of not building a foundation. If you cannot practice fasting, you will easily starve. Although you can endure it and won't die, it is really uncomfortable. Is there anything to eat nearby? Li Yuandao looked at Manager Wang who had escorted him out and asked. "Mr. Li, you've asked the right person." Manager Wang hurriedly said politely, "Just a dozen meters from here, in the direction of Lu Zongyuan University, there is a herbal medicine store called Xiankaju, which is still open at this time. The herbal medicine porridge there is absolutely unique. Young Master Li, you must have been exhausted after galloping for several hours just now, so you can replenish your body." At the end of his speech, Manager Wang made a face. "Get lost." Li Yuandao glared angrily and walked away. Vanilla House. Li Yuandao swallowed 10 bowls of porridge in one gulp, and only then did he feel a little full. He waved to the pretty girl standing next to him with her eyes wide open, and said, "Give me 10 more bowls." 10 more bowls. Luo Lingxiang stared at the 10 empty bowls in front of her, stunned. Is this guy planning to dine and eat for free? He looks clean and innocent, but secretly he is the same as those gangsters. Forget it, I'll go into your kitchen at the back and eat. You're too slow. I can't wait. Li Yuandao suddenly shook his head, stood up and walked inside. "Come here and help me make porridge, don't dawdle. Why is this person like this? Can you be a little more gentle with me? You treat me like a servant." Luo Lingxiang stamped her feet, but adhering to the principle that the customer is God, she had no choice but to follow. In the kitchen, a woman who looked to be in her 40s was busy. When she saw Li Yuandao coming in to eat, she was not angry but rather extremely enthusiastic. Luo Lingxiang could only stand aside angrily and serve porridge to Li Yuandao. Finally, she whispered secretly, "Mom, aren't you afraid that he's also eating a free meal? I can just eat. Not everyone is like those hooligans, right?" The proprietress shook her head and smiled gently. "Where's our school beauty Luo? Haha, come out and keep us company. If you're happy, we'll pay for tonight's meal." Suddenly, there was a noise outside the store, followed by the sound of various bowls, chopsticks, and tables being overturned. "Mom, those people are here again." Luo Lingxiang's pretty face changed and she said angrily. The proprietress heard the noise outside and could only look helpless and apologized to Li Yuan. "Young man, wait a moment, I'll go outside to take a look. Can't we just eat properly?" Li Yuandao's face suddenly became unhappy and he said in a cold voice, "I'm still very hungry." "Don't worry about them, just continue cooking. I want to eat a lot more." Li Yuandao still felt very hungry. As the injuries gradually recovered, the feeling of hunger became more and more intense. Every time you practice, you need more energy to replenish it. Eating more than 20 bowls of medicinal porridge in a row was too crazy in the eyes of Luo Lingxiang and her daughter. They were afraid that Li Yuandao would have problems. But at this time, Li Yuandao was only 5/10 full. He just wanted to continue eating and didn't care about the commotion outside. Add this medicinal porridge, it's really good. Wild herbs, wild poria, combined with a small amount of wolfberry and red dates, can be boiled into such a delicious medicinal food. There is still a faint trace of spiritual energy emanating, even if it is very slight. Little brother, don't let them hear you saying this. They are notorious thugs in this area, and they are Brother Wei's men. We can't afford to offend them. Xie Yalan has been running vanilla residence here for more than 10 years. Every now and then these thugs would come to cause trouble, eat free meals, and collect protection fees. To this, she was used to it, and usually she would spend money to avoid disaster. Her only concern was her daughter being harassed by these people. So I only let her come back to help on weekends or holidays. Now, these hooligans are here again. Brother Wei. Li Yuandao glanced outside and remembered that Xiao Xizong said he wanted to call Brother Wei before he died. Maybe these people were the ones. But he looked normal, glanced at Luo Lingxiang calmly and said, "You go and entertain them. Your mother just continues to cook porridge for me." Still eating. Luo Lingxiang widened her beautiful eyes and stomped her feet. Who is this person? Doesn't he see the situation in front of him? These people are obviously not easy to mess with. Little brother, you should go first. Once they come, it will be very difficult for us to do business. Xie Yalan sighed and hurriedly advised Li Yuandao. The medicinal porridge you cooked is very appetizing. No matter how difficult your business is, you have to do it. I will come here every day from now on. Li Yuandao spoke calmly, his tone unquestionable. Why is this little guy so stubborn? Xie Yalan was helpless. Hey, Madam Boss, you and your daughter should have a few drinks with us tonight. A few ruffian-looking young men came into the store and shouted inside. But finding no one there, they went to the back kitchen. Ouch! Where is the beautiful girl hidden in the golden house? I can't believe that the boss lady and the school beauty Luo, who usually pretend to be innocent, are eating young grass here. It's true that women are like wolves in their 30s and tigers in their 40s. Our lady boss can sit on the ground and suck dirt, can this guy's body withstand it? A few yellow-haired guys poked their heads out and saw Li Yuandao in the kitchen, and started swearing at him. You, stop talking nonsense. Xie Yalan was so angry that her face turned pale and blue. She held the soup spoon in her hand, gritted her teeth, and protected her daughter Luo Lingxiang behind her. If you want to cause trouble, wait until I finish eating. Li Yuandao reminded the yellow-haired guys without even turning his head. Then, he pointed to the kitchen stove and said to Xie Yalan, continue cooking your food. Is this little puppy out of his mind? A few yellow-haired people looked at him in astonishment. One of them walked up and slammed the table loudly, then came up to Li Yuandao noisily. Boy, are you stupid? Hoo-hoo. Were you trying to make sense or give us an order? Hey, speak up. This guy is obviously a fool. The yellow-haired scoundrel challenged Li Yuandao and said, Fool, if you don't want to die, get out now. Vanilla House is closing now. We're going to have a few drinks with the boss lady and her daughter later. After saying that, a few yellow-haired thugs winked at each other, their eyes glowing green, and kept looking at Xie Yalan and Luo Lingxiang, mother and daughter. Not to mention that Luo Ling is very pretty and exudes youthful vitality, she is a school beauty. Even Xie Yalan, who is 40 years old, still has charm. These gangsters have a strong taste for food and they enjoy it more as they get older. Oh, wait till I finish eating, you guys can do whatever you want. Li Yuandao reminded again. He needs to fill his stomach now. As for the safety of the mother and daughter in front of him, he was in no mood to care. After 20,000 years of hard training, there are very few things that can cause any ripples in his heart. There are countless people living in the world, and every moment there are people in danger and life and death situations. How can they be saved? Brother Liangkuan, don't waste time talking to him, break his legs and throw him out. The other few yellow-haired guys cursed, their eyes flashed with murderous intent, and they rolled up their sleeves, ready to take action. The leader, Liang Kuan, grinned and said sinisterly, "Boy, you still want to eat fart. Whether this place can be opened in the future depends on our mood. Block the way out. I'm going to teach this little puppy a lesson. Close the door. If this place closes down in the future, where can I find such delicious medicinal porridge? This is tantamount to destroying his job." Li Yuandao's face sank, and murderous intent flashed in his eyes. He looked up at Luo Lingxiang and asked seriously, "Can you kill people here?" Kill someone. Little brother, what are you going to do? Don't be impulsive. We just want to do business well. Xie Yalan panicked when she heard what Li Yuandao said, and hurriedly shouted to Liang Kuan, "Don't mess around, I'm going to call the police." "Call the police? Go ahead. We'll wait." "Ha ha." Liang Kuan sneered disdainfully. Seeing that the other party was not afraid, Xie Yalan didn't know what to do. They had called the police before, but the other party would be taken away for a while and then come back soon, carrying out even more crazy revenge on their vanilla house. "It looks like we can't kill anyone anymore. If someone really died here, I would not be able to continue my business and I would not be able to eat medicinal porridge anymore." Li Yuandao nodded, suddenly grabbed Liang Kuan's hand, raised his hand and stabbed the chopsticks in his hand through the other's palm. "Ah!" Liang Kuan screamed miserably and shouted, "Get him! Get him for me!" Several yellow-haired guys were frightened by Li Yuandao's sudden and brutal behavior. Hearing Liang Kuan's screams, they reacted and grabbed stools, bottles and other useful things beside them and rushed towards Li Yuandao. "Ah!" Luo Lingxiang screamed and was pulled into a corner by Xie Yalan, trembling with fear. Click, click. Li Yuandao sat in his seat motionless as a mountain. One of his hands turned into a shadow and in the blink of an eye he knocked several thugs to the ground. Several people, some with broken hands and some with broken legs, lay on the ground screaming and wailing, unable to get up. Li Yuandao drank the remaining porridge in the bowl, his eyes fell on Liang Kuan, and he said slowly, "Why don't you take your rubbish away? If you dare to come again next time, the chopsticks in my hand will pierce your forehead." "You, wait." Liang Kuan met Li Yuandao's cold gaze and felt a chill all over his body, but he gritted his teeth, said something cruel, and limped out of Vanilla House with a few yellow-haired men. Li Yuandao didn't bother to pay attention to what the other party said. He turned to look at Xie Yalan and said, "They probably won't dare to come again. I will come here to eat every day from now on. Remember to prepare more ingredients. Here's 100,000 yuan, it's my advance payment for future meals. Oh, and I want to take 2 bowls away." He didn't know whether Chen Yanqi and Zhuge Xiaoxia were asleep at home, so he packed some food and took it back with him so that they could have it if they needed a midnight snack. 100,000. Seeing Li Yuandao scanning the code and seeing an extra 100,000 yuan in Zifubo, Xie Yalan was stunned. Luo Lingxiang's eyes were red. "Thank you, classmate. Otherwise." 10 minutes later. Li Yuandao returned to the Lily Garden Villa carrying 2 bowls of medicinal porridge. But when he wanted to open the door, he found that it was locked from the inside and the combination lock didn't work. He listened carefully and could vaguely hear the conversation between the 2 women. Let him sleep in the incense pavilion and die in a woman's belly. Mom is really something. She even gave him money to go to that kind of place. Oh, Yan Qi, Dawei was just having fun. If we lock the door like this, they won't be able to get in when they get home. What should we do? Then sleep in the yard. Li Yuandao frowned and shook his head helplessly. He cast a spell through the air, and with a click, the door of the villa opened. The 2 girls were still awake at this time and were actually complaining about him behind his back. But he was too lazy to take it to heart. At home in the villa, the reason why he did not use his spiritual sense was not only because his Naiwan palace was damaged and it was better to use it less, but also because he was afraid of seeing things he shouldn't see. After all, they are 2 young girls. Enter the house. Li Yuandao found that there were waves of white mist in the house, rushing straight to the door. Is this a fire or a gas leak? After putting down his things, Li Yuandao hurried inside and followed the smoke to the balcony. Yan Qi, why don't you soak for a while? It's such a pleasure to take a bath on the balcony and look at the starry sky. If you keep soaking, your skin will peel off. If you don't, I'll scratch you. Oh, I'll get up. I'll get up. Stop scratching me. There is a large bathtub on the open balcony, which is also well protected. The air is filled with mist and two women are playing around. Li Yuandao just happened to walk to the balcony door and saw Zhuge Xiaoxia walking out of the bathtub wrapped in a thin bath towel. The small bath towel couldn't cover up her proud breasts, which were really eye-catching. Hee hee, look at you tickling me. Suddenly, Zhuge Xiaoxia attacked from the side and pulled off the bath towel on Chen Yanqi. The flawless white body appeared in sight. Except for his long black hair, the rest of his hair was bald and so dazzlingly white that Li Yuandao was stunned. Ah! Chen Yanqi screamed and said angrily, "Hey! Zhuge Xiaoxia, you have no moral principles. Lulu, you actually learned Teacher Ma's golden words." Teacher Ma is a guest professor of our Luzon Yuan University Ancient Martial Arts Society. We will have a chance to watch his performance in the future. But Yan Qi, you have a great figure, the size is just right, and your legs are long. Brother Dawei will definitely like it when he sees you. Zhuge Xiaoxia looked at her success and stuck out her tongue with a smile. Hee hee, I'll go back to my room first. Ah, Brother Dawei. Brother Dawei. Zhuge Xiaoxia's exclamation made the air freeze instantly. The white mist floating on the balcony seemed to be still. Drops of water dripped from the long hair and rolled down the snow-white body, so much so that you could hear a pin drop. The strange fragrance slowly lingered around his nose, leaving Li Yuandao stunned. He was unable to react for a long time. Especially when the bath towel slipped off, Chen Yanqi's long black hair with rippling water droplets set off her bald white body, with an amazing impact. Looking back suddenly, seeing the beautiful woman and white tiger, even the gods can't sit still. If Li Yuandao's mind had not been as solid as a rock, he would probably be furious at this moment. Ha! Li Yuandao exhaled, retracted his gaze, and said awkwardly, I brought you some midnight snacks. Oh, I'm going to have a midnight snack. Zhuge Xiaoxia grabbed the bath towel tightly and fled. Zhu. Gu. Xiao. Xia. Chen Yanqi screamed angrily, his face full of madness. She gritted her teeth and grabbed the towel, wrapping herself tightly. When she saw Zhuge Xiaoxia running over, she glared at Li Yuan and asked, "What did you see?" "Ah, there's nothing, it's all bare, I don't see anything." Li Yuandao was startled, and then subconsciously explained, "I really didn't see it. Put on your clothes and come over to eat." He turned and left, returning to his room. But there was still a blank feeling in my mind that could not be shaken off for a while. "Let's practice." Li Yuandao shook his head, lay down, and practiced his main technique, the 9 revolutions of heavenly evolution. This technique was obtained accidentally by the master. It is extremely special and only Li Yuandao can practice it. At any time and in any state, as long as you have the intention, you can enter into cultivation. At the same time, he was wondering whether the teacher Ma mentioned by Zhuge Xiaoxia and Chen Yanqi was Ma Zhongguo who appeared in the Shao family. In the hall, the two women were quarreling fiercely at this time, arguing with each other while eating, and the pots and pans were clanging like a fight, making a mess. Wow! Yan Qi, don't say anything yet, this porridge is so delicious. Dawei is so big, it's burning me to death. What a good man. Yes, it's delicious. But I'm here to settle accounts with you. You've ruined me. He saw everything. We locked the door, so how did he get back? This pervert must have known that we were bathing on the balcony and pried the door open to get back in. How can it kill you? There's nothing anyway, hee hee, and besides, it won't cost you anything to show it to Brother Dawei. You're still laughing. Is it just a matter of taking a look? How can I face people in the future? And I have to live under the same roof with him. He is a pervert, who knows what he imagines at night. I'm going crazy. A woman's mouth is like a firecracker, which can explode a piece of pure land with its crackling sound. Li Yuandao listened secretly, speechless. Ah. Yan Qi, what is that? Little white rabbit. It ran out and was being chased by something. There was a clang of dishes and chopsticks falling to the ground in the living room. There were also the staggering footsteps of Chen Yanqi and Zhuge Xiaoxia as they ran out to chase after them. Li Yuandao stopped practicing and stood up to explore his spiritual sense. What is this? The spiritual consciousness swept across the lily garden villa, and a black afterimage appeared in the spiritual consciousness. A strange and dangerous aura emanated from the afterimage. This thing is at least as powerful as a master of the Xian realm, and is currently chasing Zhuge Xiaoxia's hamster rabbit. One black and one white, they quickly rushed into the back garden. Chen Yanqi and Zhuge Xiaoxia staggered after him, but couldn't catch up at all. Li Yuandao locked onto it with his spiritual sense, turned around and sprinted out of the room, appearing in the back garden. But he was still a step slow. The hamster and the little white rabbit were swallowed by the black shadow in one gulp. Li Yuandao could now see the appearance of the black shadow clearly. It was actually a black cat without any other color on its body. It stood on the top of the pavilion in the back garden, its hair standing on end, baring its teeth in the direction of Li Yuandao with a ferocious look in its eyes. But the black cat only has one eye, and that dull eye is empty and black, as if it is blind. Woo-woo, little white rabbit, don't run away, come to me quickly. Zhuge Xiaoxia changed into a thin silk nightgown and a pair of slippers, and hurried to the back garden, calling out with red eyes. The nightgown she was wearing was already loose, and as she jumped around like that, her two full breasts popped out, revealing their snow-white flesh. She was just concerned about the safety of the little white rabbit and didn't care about anything else. Xiaoxia, that black shadow over there, is that black cat. And it's a one-eyed cat. Chen Yanqi came jogging over and pointed at the pavilion in the back garden and said loudly. Hey! Damn black cat, you have no moral principles and actually attacked my little white rabbit. Zhuge Xiaoxia pointed at the black cat on the pavilion and shouted angrily, did you eat my little white rabbit? Shouldn't it be possible? Chen Yanqi's pretty face changed, and she consoled him, the little white rabbit may have been scared away. She knows. Zhuge Xiaoxia has raised the hamster and the little white rabbit personally for a long time and has developed feelings for them. Woo-woo, I'm going to kill this damn black cat. Zhuge Xiaoxia's eyes turned red from crying. She turned around angrily and prepared to find a suitable weapon. Woof woof. Seeing that Zhuge Xiaoxia was going to get something, the one-eyed black cat on the pavilion started to get even more furious, and finally barked like a dog. The two girls' eyes suddenly widened, staring at the black shadow on the pavilion. No matter how they looked at it, it looked like a cat. Why is it making a dog barking sound? They were all stunned for a moment. Li Yuandao was also a little confused. Is this a cat or a dog? Or some kind of rudimentary murderer? After taking a look and scanning it with his spiritual sense several times, Li Yuandao still couldn't see anything different about this one-eyed black cat. No matter how you look at it, it's a real cat. The powerful aura in the body seemed to come from the blood. But at this moment, the one-eyed black cat was standing there. If one did not use spiritual sense to investigate, that breath would be vague and difficult to detect. Damn cat, you barked at our dog. This thing is unlucky. I want to chase it out, woo-woo, it ate my little white rabbit. Zhuge Xiaoxia took a wooden stick from the side while crying and hit the one-eyed black cat with it. But the one-eyed black cat was incredibly fast, dodging and evading all attacks with ease. And it didn't show any intention of escaping, as if it wanted to stay in this garden. Okay. I just saw that your little white rabbit escaped from the garden and was not eaten by it. Maybe it will come back in a few days. Seeing Zhuge Xiaoxia's red eyes and tears streaming down her face, he could only tell a white lie and comfort her. Real. Zhuge Xiaoxia was overjoyed, wiped her tears and smiled, great. The little white rabbit is fine. It will definitely come back. By the way, Brother Dawei, what should we do with this one-eyed black cat? It's black all over, like coal, and it can bark like a dog, which is scary. Let me drive it away. Li Yuandao looked at the two women with horrified expressions, shook his head, and looked up at the one-eyed black cat. Get lost, you little bastard. If I see you again, I'll sprinkle cumin on you. The cold shout affected the one-eyed black cat like a thunderclap. Woof woof. The one-eyed black cat was so scared that its fur stood on end. A look of fear appeared in its one eye. It trembled and retreated for a distance. Then it turned around, jumped over the garden wall, and disappeared into the night. After what happened just now, Chenyenchi and Zhuge Xiaoxia seemed to have forgotten about pulling off the bath towels just now. They finally finished their midnight snack quietly in the living room and then went back to their room to sleep. Li Yuandao could also concentrate on his practice. The next day, the morning light was dim. Li Yuandao walked out of the room and went to the back garden to prepare for cultivation. At this moment every day, when the purple air comes from the east, it is the most suitable time for cultivation. With the existence of the underground spiritual vein in the back garden, the effect of cultivation will be even better. Woof! The barking of a dog broke the tranquility of the early morning. Li Yuandao looked up and found that the one-eyed black cat that he scared away last night appeared again. Squatting on the garden pavilion, still grinning at him. Why did this beast come back again? He is really not afraid of death. Li Yuandao's eyes turned cold and he said in surprise. The barking of the dog also woke up Chenyenchi and Zhuge Xiaoxia who were sleeping. They took off their shoes and ran to the back garden. When they saw the one-eyed black cat, their eyes widened. Yan Qi, could it be that this one-eyed black cat has taken a fancy to our garden? Zhuge Xiaoxia was puzzled. Chenyenchi frowned, shook her head, and looked at Li Yuandao. Is there something it wants here? How do you plan to deal with it? It might be an abandoned stray cat. Its eyes are blinded. How pitiful. Zhuge Xiaoxia was filled with love at this time and felt a little reluctant. Brother Dawei, why don't you let it stay? As for the little white rabbit, it should come back to me on its own initiative. If you have no objection, then just let it be. Li Yuandao took a deep look at the one-eyed black cat, hesitated for a moment, and nodded in agreement. He repeatedly confirmed that the black cat had no hostility towards them, so there would be no danger. Hee, we'll have some company until the little white rabbit comes back. Zhuge Xiaoxia was extremely happy. She looked at the black cat and said, one-eyed, and can bark like a dog, so let's call it Cole from now on. Cole. This name is quite suitable. If it was all white, it could be called a white tiger. Li Yuandao glanced at the dark one-eyed black cat, nodded, and spoke subconsciously. However, when his eyes fell on Chenyenchi next to him, he suddenly remembered the bald scene last night and couldn't help but look at him a few more times. White tiger. White tiger, your uncle. Don't you ever mention this again. If it weren't for my mom's kindness, I would have made you sleep on the street. Chenyenchi was extremely embarrassed and annoyed, her expression was shocked and angry, her pretty face was flushed, and it was unclear whether she was angry or embarrassed. Yan Qi, Brother Dawei. Zhuge Xiaoxia opened her mouth and tried to persuade him. Zhuge Xiaoxia, it's all because of you. I've never let any other man look at me like this. Chenyenchi thought of the embarrassing scene last night and how Li Yuandao had seen her naked. She felt like she could be seen through at any time, and she felt uncomfortable living under the same roof with Li Yuandao. Now. She felt like she was going crazy. Zhuge Xiaoxia knew that he had done something wrong, so he quickly lowered his head and dared not say another word. She didn't mean it last night. Forget it. I've forgotten about it and I won't tell anyone else. Li Yuandao smiled bitterly and said helplessly. It's really not good to see the naked body of someone's best friend. Even if you erase your memory, you can't change the facts. He did think about erasing Chenyenchi's memory of last night, but the memory in Zhuge Xiaoxia's mind had to be erased as well. But Zhuge Xiaoxia is just an ordinary little girl. No one knows whether she can withstand the second erasure of her memory. Once the spell is cast improperly or she cannot bear it, she may become an idiot. Li Yuandao finally suppressed this thought. Forget. Even a man can't forget it. And not even someone like you. Not only can I not forget it, I'm afraid you'll tell others about it in the future and use it as a capital to show off. Thinking of this possibility, Chenyenchi's mentality immediately exploded again. She glared at Li Yuandao, her beautiful eyes full of disgust. You are just like your aunt, full of scheming. You even lied to my mom and said you had excellent grades and were very good-looking, and finally asked our family to pay for your tuition. I think you only have good looks, but the rest of you are just as mean as your aunt. A few words. Li Yuandao's face suddenly darkened when he heard this, his eyes flashed with coldness, and he said coldly, "You can scold me, you can say anything to me, but not to my aunt. If it weren't for the fact that you are Aunt Chin's daughter, you would be dead now. Hopefully, there won't be a next time." Chen Yanqi on the opposite side was so frightened that her pretty face turned pale. The murderous intent suddenly emanating from Li Yuandao made her subconsciously panic. What are you doing? You are so mean to me. What did I say wrong?" Chen Yanqi came back to his senses, his eyes reddened, and he said aggrievedly. Li Yuandao ignored her, turned around and walked into the house, leaving behind a back view, and said, "Don't worry, I will move out after a while." "Good. Move. The sooner the better. And I hope you'll keep your promise." Chen Yanqi was so angry that he was shaking all over and shouted. But Li Yuandao had long disappeared. Zhuge Xiaoxia said weakly, "Yanqi, don't be angry. Brother Dawei is actually a good person. Do you really want to chase him away? He must go. And he was the one who said he wanted to move away." Chen Yanqi was so angry that he felt both wronged and resentful. Now my favorable impression of Li Yuandao has dropped to freezing point. She had never been treated so harshly by anyone before. All the other boys revolve around her. Everything revolves around her, like the moon surrounded by stars. Now things are different. Li Yuandao wouldn't accommodate her at all. Why? Where does this confidence come from? That would be a lot less exciting. Zhuge Xiaoxia sighed, shook the cup and said regretfully. Chen Yanqi glared at him and said angrily, "Zhuge Xiaoxia, which side are you on? If you speak for him again, you will leave with him in the future." After saying that, he went back into the house angrily. "Oh, of course I'm on your side, Yanqi. We used to be together as two people, how happy we were." Zhuge Xiaoxia quickly chased after him, comforting him, "Today is the first day of school, hurry up and pack your things, we'll go to school together." Because of Chen Yanqi's words, Li Yuandao lost the mood to practice, so he simply went into the kitchen and cooked 3 bowls of noodles. Although he was a little angry just now, with his state of mind, he soon didn't take it to heart. For Aunt Chin's sake, he didn't bother to pay attention. 20,000 years have passed and a lot of things have happened. Chen Yanqi is just a kid under 20 years old. There is no need to be angry with him. Wow, it smells so good. Is that big Viagra making breakfast? Zhuge Xiaoxia had packed up early and came downstairs, sniffed, and then trotted into the kitchen. Zhuge Xiaoxia, damn girl, where have you been? Chen Yanqi went downstairs and didn't see Zhuge Xiaoxia. Thinking that she had gone out first, he followed her out of the villa. At this time, Zhuge Xiaoxia came out of the kitchen, touched her slightly swollen belly, and trotted out of the villa. "Yanqi, wait for me." There was no one at the gate of the villa, so Chen Yanqi waited outside. Seeing Zhuge Xiaoxia chasing after him with a noodle hanging from the corner of his mouth, he sneered, "Zhuge Xiaoxia, you traitor. That pervert's bottom tastes good, right? You really are on his side." Zhuge Xiaoxia's face was solemn, and she said loudly, "I, Zhuge Xiaoxia, will naturally stand on Yanqi's side. It's just that the noodles cooked by Dawei are so delicious. How about you try it?" After that, she took out a lunchbox full of noodles from the school bag behind her. "Just a bowl of noodles, and you were bought off. I'd rather starve to death than eat his food, and I don't want to have anything to do with him anymore. He was mean to me, and you didn't even help me." Chen Yanqi gritted his teeth, the anger in his heart was hard to extinguish. "It smells really good." Zhuge Xiaoxia opened the lunchbox and a strange aroma wafted from the steaming noodles. The aroma was so tempting that Chen Yanqi's gluttony immediately moved and he couldn't help swallowing hard. Because these noodles are so delicious. How did he cook it? I never realized a bowl of noodles could be so delicious. I'll try. Chen Yanqi couldn't hold back any longer, so he took the lunchbox and started eating, saying, "I just don't want to let you down, Xiaoxia, for being so good to me." Zhuge Xiaoxia immediately smiled. How could she not see that her best friend was being stubborn? Why is his noodle so delicious? Is it really just noodles? Compared to this, the takeouts I ate before were like chewing wax, so disgusting. Chen Yanqi was screaming in his heart at this moment. As a foodie, he completely forgot about the idea of drawing a line between himself and Li Yuandao just now. At this time, Li Yuandao just went out. Chen Yanqi desperately finished the last bite and quickly hid the lunchbox behind him. Haha, a scheming man who wants to capture Xiao Xia with breakfast and alienate our relationship. No way. Chen Yanqi glared at Li Yuandao angrily, then pulled Zhuge Xiaoxia away. Let's take a taxi first and let him go to school by himself. I don't want others to know that I know him. Seeing Chen Yanqi hiding the empty bowl behind him and getting into the car with Zhuge Xiaoxia, Li Yuandao did not point it out. Brother Dawei, we're going to school first, hurry up. Zhuge Xiaoxia stretched his hand out of the car window and waved with a smile. Li Yuandao smiled faintly and walked away. This place is only a few hundred meters away from Luzongyuan University, so there is no need to take a taxi. The reason why Chen Yanqi took a taxi to school in such a hurry was simply because she didn't want to go with him and was also afraid that he would break the empty bowl in his hand. Li Yuandao's speed seemed slow, but it was actually very fast. In a blink of an eye, he was dozens of meters away. Even if someone saw him, they would think they were seeing things, because no matter how hard they looked, it was Li Yuandao walking slowly. Just 1 minute. Li Yuandao appeared at the gate of Luzongyuan University. Soon after, Chen Yanqi and Zhuge Xiaoxia also arrived by taxi. As they got out of the car, they immediately attracted countless surprised glances. Chen Yanqi wore a gray knee-length jumpsuit, which perfectly set off her snow-white skin and tall figure. With her long Korean-style hair, she is simply a plump version of Li Jiyun. Zhuge Xiaoxia was wearing a red JK suit and skirt, and her school bag was also red. Her proud and plump figure was eye-catching, and she was definitely the younger version of Li Qingli. The hungry wolves' gazes could not be looked away. Both girls raised their chins proudly. They were used to being the center of attention all the time, and they were proud of and enjoyed it. Brother Dawei, how come you got here before us? Zhuge Xiaoxia noticed Li Yuandao at this time and was shocked. Chen Yanqi also looked over in astonishment and asked in shock, how come you are so fast? You came here. I was afraid you would pester me. What happened last night was really a misunderstanding. I'm not interested in it. Li Yuandao looked back and said something lightly, then hung his school bag on his shoulder with one hand, put the other hand in his pocket, and walked into the school leisurely. Last night. Bald. You bastard. We haven't even had time to take a closer look at this new school beauty, but she's already been taken advantage of by a pig. All around, countless eyes, as if wanting to kill, were cast towards Li Yuandao's back from afar, and at the same time, waves of wailing were heard everywhere. The first day of school. The university campus is extremely lively. The people coming and going are always young and energetic handsome men and beautiful women. This time of year every year, many clubs in the university have begun to actively recruit new students and accept new resources. There are student unions, football clubs, photography associations, literature clubs, English clubs, dance clubs, music clubs, taekwondo associations, and ancient martial arts clubs, etc. Li Yuandao was dazzled as he walked along. But he had no interest in so-called clubs. Joining them was a sheer waste of time. Besides, he came to university just to please his aunt, not to study. Li Yuandao filled out his application form and applied for the major of traditional Chinese medicine. This was said to be his parents' wish before they died, so he had no choice but to follow his aunt's wishes. He pulled a cute kid passing by and asked where the new students should register. Li Yuandao thanked him and walked away lazily again. This junior is so handsome, I found out I'm in love. Wow, so this is what it feels like to be in love. The little cutie looked at Li Yuandao's receding figure, her hands on her chin, her face full of happiness, but soon she stomped her feet. Oh, I forgot to ask for my junior's contact information. With this stomping of his foot, the little cutie's bucket-like body shook violently, causing the earth to shake. Her pretty face, like Xiao Biluo, showed regret and loss, which made people feel distressed. Li Yuandao didn't know that he had hurt the heart of a cute senior schoolmate without realizing it. He soon arrived at the new student registration office. There are quite a lot of people gathered here, all of them are seniors who have come to welcome the new students. Of course, there were also some wolf-eyed seniors who came to join in the fun, just to see the pretty new junior girls. Li Yuandao found the registration office for new students of the Department of Traditional Chinese Medicine at a glance. Because there are the fewest freshmen there. When he arrived at the registration office, Li Yuandao was stunned. Because there was only one female senior standing at the registration desk to welcome the new students of the Department of Traditional Chinese Medicine, and she knew him. The pretty girl from Vanilla House. Luo Lingxiang. She turned out to be a senior student at the Department of Traditional Chinese Medicine of Luzongyuan University. Today Luo Lingxiang was wearing a white sportswear and a ponytail. She looked simple and plain, but gave people the feeling of first love. "Ah, it's you." Seeing Li Yuandao approaching, Luo Lingxiang's beautiful eyes widened. She couldn't believe it. It was such a coincidence. What a coincidence indeed. I never thought you would become my senior. Li Yuandao smiled and nodded. "My name is Li Yuandao, please help me register." "Oh, that's great, we can go to and from school together from now on. If you need any help in the future, just come to me. By the way, here is my contact information." Luo Lingxiang was extremely surprised. She secretly wrote down the name and phone number on the form filled out by Li Yuandao, and also gave Li Yuandao her own phone number. She was grateful to Li Yuandao from the bottom of her heart. Last night, he not only drove away Liang Kuan and his men. He even prepaid 100,000 yuan for meals, which helped ease the financial pressure on Vanilla House, which was already a bit tight. My mother will also feel a lot more relaxed afterwards. "Oh, okay, I remember that." Li Yuandao said calmly, and asked, "Where is the Department of Traditional Chinese Medicine? I just need to see the classroom." Seeing that Li Yuandao didn't take out his cell phone to write down her phone number, Luo Lingxiang pursed her lips, feeling a little disappointed. She naturally didn't know that Li Yuandao could remember it after just hearing it once. Not to mention a string of numbers, even a whole book of geometry and algebra, he could memorize it and understand it thoroughly with just a glance of his spiritual sense. This is the power of immortal cultivators. "Li Yuandao, why don't I take you to see the classroom? Our Luzongyuan University is quite special. Usually, registration takes 2 days. You can report the day after tomorrow." Luo Lingxiang let others take over and personally led the way for Li Yuandao. To this, Li Yuandao did not refuse and followed him, so as to avoid having to go back to the classroom and look around. "Li Yuandao, are you usually so good at eating? Or is it because you really like my medicinal porridge?" Luo Lingxiang blinked her beautiful eyes, shook her long ponytail, and asked with a smile. "Maybe I've been a big eater since I was a kid. So I can run for several kilometers in one breath without even taking a breath." Li Yuandao replied casually, "Your herbal porridge is quite special. I will go there every time in the future." "Wow, you're amazing." Luo Lingxiang's beautiful eyes lit up slightly and she exclaimed in surprise. "I am great in so many ways." Li Yuandao frowned, turned his head to look at Luo Lingxiang, and asked seriously, "Which aspect are you talking about?" No. Luo Lingxiang's pretty face turned red, and she secretly said, "Pooh, this junior fellow was flirting with her right in front of her." Thinking of Li Yuandao wolfing down bowl after bowl of porridge, she said, "How about I bring you some medicinal porridge for breakfast in the future? If you don't mind it being troublesome, that's fine." Li Yuandao's eyes lit up. The medicinal porridge was indeed delicious, with a special flavor and some spiritual energy. It just needed to be improved. But then he frowned and said, "You won't cause me any trouble, will you? I don't want to cause any trouble because of a bowl of porridge. It's too noisy." Now he just wants to improve his cultivation as soon as possible and doesn't want to be bothered by all kinds of things. No. Luo Lingxiang waved her hands repeatedly. Although this junior looked a little strange, he was a good person who helped them mother and daughter out of a sense of justice. In her opinion, Li Yuandao paid a deposit of 100,000 yuan just to help them. And his cold and cruel appearance is definitely to cover up himself. To put it bluntly, he does good things without leaving a name. So Luo Lingxiang felt it was natural to deliver breakfast to Li Yuandao. "That's good. You performed pretty well last night." Li Yuandao's expression relaxed a little and he nodded with satisfaction. Luo Lingxiang thought of her guess about Li Yuandao last night, and her pretty face blushed with embarrassment. She said, "Thank you for last night. I didn't do well enough. I will work hard in the future to satisfy you. Watch it for yourself," Li Yuandao said indifferently. And at this time, suddenly an angry voice came from the side. "Lingxiang, who is he? What did you mean by what you just said?" A tall boy hurriedly caught up with them and blocked their way. At this moment, the boy's face turned blue and he glared at Luo Lingxiang. At the same time, he looked at Li Yuandao with a rage as if he wanted to kill someone. "And you said it's no trouble. Trouble comes in a blink of an eye." Li Yuandao frowned, turned his head and glanced at Luo Lingxiang, feeling very dissatisfied. "Zhang Wanquan, what are you doing?" When Luo Lingxiang saw the person coming, she frowned slightly, and impatience and disgust flashed in her eyes. This Zhang Wanquan is from the finance department next door and is also a sophomore. Relying on his family's wealth and power, he was considered a well-known playboy at Luzon Yuan University and acted recklessly on weekdays. Since freshman year, he has been pursuing her madly. But Luo Lingxiang always refused politely and repeatedly declined. But Zhang Wanquan was a domineering person and claimed that she was the woman he had chosen, so other boys naturally did not dare to covet her. Although this made Luo Lingxiang less troubled by having to deal with suitors, Zhang Wanquan made her even more annoyed. "Right before my eyes, school had just started and it popped up again. I asked you what you did." Zhang Wanquan gritted his teeth, anger surging in his eyes. "Who is he? What do you mean by what you just said? Were you together last night?" At this moment, Zhang Wanquan felt like there was something green on his head. "I'm not obliged to tell you." Luo Lingxiang looked impatient and shook her head, saying, "Don't bother me again. Li Yuandao, let's go." "Ha ha. He dared to cheat on me. Today, I will kill him first." Seeing Luo Lingxiang's attitude, Zhang Wanquan became even angrier. Li Yuandao looked gloomy and looked at Luo Lingxiang with dissatisfaction. "He is your boyfriend." "I said, I don't like trouble. I don't want others to misunderstand me like this." "Ah, boyfriend. No. He just wanted to woo me, and when I refused, he told everyone that I was his woman." Luo Lingxiang was stunned for a moment, then began to explain angrily and annoyedly. "Turns out he's a fool. I haven't even touched your hands, but you're already saying you're being cuckolded." Li Yuandao rolled his eyes, then turned around and walked away, saying, "Go get treatment if you are sick. You guys continue. To reason with a fool is to lower your IQ." Li Yuandao was too lazy to say more and turned to leave. Zhang Wanquan was already filled with rage. Hearing Li Yuandao's words, he became even more furious and stepped in front of Li Yuandao. "Boy, what did you say? Did I let you go?" The commotion here immediately attracted the attention of passing students. Many people stopped and watched. "Isn't that a member of the Ancient Martial Arts Society? How did this freshman get in trouble with someone from the Ancient Martial Arts Society? It would be fine if it was just an ordinary member of the Ancient Martial Arts Society, but the one he offended was Zhang Wanquan, the troublemaker of the Ancient Martial Arts Society. Is he Zhang Wanquan? The new student here is so clueless. What a stupid vision. Didn't he see that the girl next to him is Luo Lingxiang, our civilian school beauty? He dares to flirt with the woman that young Master Zhang likes. He is courting death." Those who were watching the fun were all whispering and pointing, and looking at Li Yuandao with sympathy and disdain. Li Yuandao's eyes were slightly cold, and he curled his lips and said, "I've never touched a woman's hand, and I don't know what you are shouting about. You are looking for an enemy in the void, and you are cuckolding yourself. What's wrong?" These words stung Zhang Wanquan so much that his face twisted with anger. "If you don't kneel down and beg for mercy today and explain yourself clearly, I will break 3 of your legs." "Zhang Wanquan, don't mess around." Luo Lingxiang opened her hands, blocked Li Yuandao's way, and said angrily, "Nothing happened between Li Yuandao and me. And I have nothing to do with you. My affairs have nothing to do with you." Luo Lingxiang's obstruction and words not only had no effect, but instead ignited Zhang Wanquan's anger. His face was ferocious and his eyes were red as if he wanted to kill someone. Haha, you two are having an affair. He's dead. Li Yuandao looked at Zhang Wanchuan, who was barking like a dog and wanted to slap him into a ball of blood. He turned to look at Luo Lingxiang and said, "You've caused me a lot of trouble. It's just a trivial matter, but it's like my parents have died. It's so annoying. But for the sake of the medicinal porridge, let's forget it this time." Li Yuandao looked at Zhang Wanchuan again and said coldly, "Get lost." Ha 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 ha. Dare you ask me to get out? Zhang Wanchuan laughed in anger and said fiercely, "Do you know who I am?" Li Yuandao rolled his eyes. "Even if you are the king of heaven, it's none of my business. If you don't get out of here, you will be in bloody disaster. Call. Are this year's freshmen so vigorous and aggressive?" Anyone who dared to shout at Zhang Wanchuan like this before was either admitted to the hospital or dropped out of school. The students who were watching the excitement all around couldn't help but gasp. "Haha, very good. I'll beat you until you kneel down and beg for mercy." Zhang Wanchuan's face was terribly ferocious and his fists were clenched so tightly that they made crackling sounds. At the same time, there was a trace of internal force surging in his body. This guy had barely touched the threshold of an external force warrior. Compared to ordinary people, they are much stronger in speed, strength, etc. Many students around him could clearly feel the strong invisible aura from Zhang Wanchuan, and they all swallowed in fear. Why pick on Zhang Wanchuan when there are so many other options? This freshman is so stupid. He picked on the wrong girl. Now he's in big trouble. Beauty is the root of all trouble. Many people shook their heads and sighed. Boom. At the same time, Zhang Wanchuan raised his fist and punched Li Yuandao's door. If it were an ordinary student, he would definitely not be able to avoid this punch, and would end up being beaten to a pulp. However, in Li Yuandao's eyes, Zhang Wanchuan's attack was as clumsy and slow as a child's babbling. Li Yuandao stretched out his hand and firmly grasped Zhang Wanchuan's fist. The latter found that his attack could not advance any further, and he wanted to retract his fist, but it did not move at all. The palm that Li Yuandao grabbed seemed to have a force of 1,000 pounds and was difficult to shake. You. Zhang Wanchuan's expression changed drastically, and horror flashed in his eyes. The other party clearly looked like a bookworm, but I didn't expect that the strength in his hands was so amazing. Bang. Li Yuandao kicked out, and Zhang Wanchuan flew into the air, landing on his face in the mud. He screamed, his body convulsed, and blood spurted from the corners of his mouth and nose as he hit the floor. Zhang Wanchuan was kicked away by this freshman. The students watching all opened their eyes wide with a look of disbelief. Li Yuandao did not stop at this time. He stepped forward, grabbed Zhang Wanchuan's legs, and dragged him to the willow tree by the school lake. "What are you going to do? Let me go." Zhang Wanchuan felt something was wrong and roared loudly, while struggling to get free. However, no matter how he struggled, it was of no use. Li Yuandao's hands were like iron clamps, holding his legs tightly. "If you like to show off so much, there's no need for your shit to exist." Every word Li Yuandao spoke was as cold as a knife. He spread Zhang Wanchuan's legs apart and put them around the trunk of the willow tree. Then Li Yuandao pulled it hard, and with a dull bang, Zhang Wanchuan felt like he had lost everything. "Let me go." Zhang Wanchuan wailed and said angrily. Li Yuandao ignored him, pulled the other person's legs and rubbed them against the willow tree. After a few seconds, a crackling sound was heard. Zhang Wanchuan's pants were torn, revealing the red panties underneath. Zhang Wanchuan is being rubbed. I never thought that the arrogant and domineering Zhang Wanchuan would be brutally abused by a freshman. Zhang Wanchuan is wearing red underwear. This is too eye-catching. If he keeps rubbing, he'll be in big trouble. He'll just have to pretend to be awesome. The students who were watching were stunned for a while, and then they burst into an uproar. Not far away, Luo Lingxiang stared blankly, thinking that this junior fellow was really cruel and violent. However, she quickly remembered that last night, Li Yuandao had taught Liang Kuan and others a lesson, and his methods were even more cruel and decisive than this. "Stop. You, stop it. I was wrong. Forgive me this time, and I will never look at Luo Lingxiang again." After a while, Zhang Wanchuan hurriedly begged for mercy. The red panties were about to be worn out. Being embarrassed and becoming a laughing stock are minor matters. If we continue like this, we will probably lose everything. He saw the coldness and indifference in Li Yuandao's eyes. If he really confronted him, the bird would be killed and he might even lose half its life. Do you really know you're wrong? Are you still trying to act cool? Li Yuandao looked at the other party and asked very seriously. I really know I was wrong. I don't want to be pretentious. Zhang Wanchuan had a sad face and was trembling all over. He was really scared at this moment. I hope you won't mess with me again. Li Yuandao nodded, threw the other person down, turned and left. Luo Lingxiang hesitated for a moment, then hurriedly chased after him. Wait. Kid, just wait for me. Zhang Wanchuan got up in a panic, and when he saw that Li Yuandao had disappeared, he left in a hurry, leaving behind some harsh words. Compared with other universities, Luzongyuan University is a little special in all aspects. For example, each department has fixed classes. Li Yuandao belongs to the clinical class, so he has his own fixed classroom. After confirming the classroom with Luo Lingxiang, the two separated and Li Yuandao left the school again. The day after tomorrow is the day to report to school. Right now, his most important thing is to practice well in the Zhangxiang pavilion and recover his skills as soon as possible. But before he left the school, he received a call from Jun Zhantian. Old Jun, do you have any medicine or other news? Li Yuandao asked subconsciously. Jun Zhantian smiled awkwardly on the phone and said, Mr. Li, please give me some more time. I called to give you a good welcome. I just wanted to introduce you to my juniors, and hope to get your guidance. What do you think? You old fox, you have a really good plan. The welcoming ceremony is fake, the real purpose is to let your younger generations come to curry favor with you, right? However, thinking about the fact that the other party was busy looking for medicine for him and looking for clues to the blood feud of the past, Li Yuandao was too lazy to care. I'm always free. Great. Then tonight, there is an inn waiting for you, Mr. Li. Jun Zhantian was extremely surprised. Li Yuandao agreed and hung up the phone. There is an inn that seems to be not far from the Zhangxiang pavilion. We can go there directly tonight. Leave school. As soon as he arrived at the gate, Li Yuandao saw three familiar figures. When he saw who was coming, he was stunned and remained silent for a long time. Because the three people who came were my high school classmates. It seemed that only 2 months of summer vacation had passed, but Li Yuandao understood that this farewell was actually a reunion after 20,000 years. For a moment, he was filled with emotion. Wow, brother Yuandao, I'm so glad you're okay. The petite figure with twin ponytails trotted over and said excitedly. Little Bean, you are here too. Li Yuandao subconsciously touched the other person's head and smiled. The little girl is named Zhu Ting. She is the daughter of her high school class teacher. She is petite and cute. I admired and was close to him the most during my 3 years of high school. Because Li Yuandao is one of the top 3 students in his high school grade. From what Zhu Ting said, she should have learned about her Aunt Li Wan's missing person notice. Haha. Mr. Li, I finally got you. A fat guy standing next to him spoke with a wry smile on his face. Wu Junbo. He is a well-known second generation among high school classmates, with money and background. Li Yuandao glanced at the other party and said calmly, Bobo, we meet again. Did you come to see me specially? Is there something going on? Bobo. There was a cold look in Wu Junbo's eyes, and he felt unhappy. He hates being called Bobo the most. But he held back his outburst, and put his arm around the other girl next to him, looking at her with a fake smile. Yes, we meet again. I thought you were gone, I'm glad you're not dead. By the way, Mei Li and I are together. Li Yuandao glanced at the girl in the other man's arms and was stunned. Gao Mei Li is considered one of the most beautiful girls in the class. During the 3 years of high school, she secretly developed feelings for Li Yuandao and expressed her feelings several times, but was rejected by Li Yuandao every time. Congratulations. Li Yuandao smiled slightly. Junbo and I are going to enter Longdu Foreign Languages College together, and then we will study abroad together. Gao Meili gritted her teeth and spoke secretly, while staring at Li Yuandao's face, hoping to see a look of regret on the latter's face. Li Yuandao was calm and nodded, very good. The other party is just an ordinary person, and he will not have much interaction with him in the end. Fortunately, I am not with this poor guy. Gao Meili was secretly annoyed when she saw Li Yuandao's reaction. She raised her chin and said, I hope you don't misunderstand what happened in the past. I was just joking with you at that time. You didn't agree to me at that time because you felt that you were not worthy of me, right? In fact, I was just joking at that time. Fortunately, you didn't take it seriously. Li Yuandao was speechless. Was this woman so self-righteous? Okay. We finally got together tonight, let's not make it unpleasant. Seeing that the atmosphere was not right, Zhu Ting quickly tried to smooth things over, pulled Li Yuandao's arm, and said, Many of our classmates from Class 3 are studying at several universities in Liujiang, including you, Yuandao. It's a good opportunity for us to get together. Wu Junbo, Meili, and I are all going to Longdu to study this time. I don't know when we will see each other again in the future. Glancing at the little kid, Li Yuandao smiled and didn't want to get angry. He was too lazy to pay attention to a self-righteous woman like Gao Meili, it would be a waste of his mood. Yes, I passed by Liujiang and wanted to get together with everyone. It will be difficult for us to get together next time. After all, we are not on the same level and cannot get together. Gao Meili raised her proud chin, squinted at Li Yuan and said, There is an inn tonight, don't be late. Wu Junbo looked at him with a smile, Student Li Yuandao, I'll pay for all the party tonight, don't worry about not being able to afford it. You can eat and drink as much as you want, after all, this opportunity is rare, and you may not have the chance to enter a place like Youjian in the future. Wu Junbo, please stop talking. Zhu Ting glared at Wu Junbo, looking somewhat helpless, then turned back to look at Li Yuandao and said, Brother Yuandao, it's okay, just go and sit for a while. Otherwise, we don't know when we will meet again in the future. Jun Zhantian said he wanted to have a meal and arranged for the younger generation of the Jun family to stay at an inn, right? It's on the way. Looking at the little bean's pleading expression, Li Yuandao smiled and nodded, Tonight, I will be there on time. Separated from the three, Li Yuandao went straight to the Zongxiang pavilion and stayed there for the whole day. As he practiced, the injuries in his body were somewhat alleviated. Now he can be sure that there must be a spiritual eye under the Zongxiang pavilion. Spiritual eyes are different from spiritual veins. The latter is dead, condensing the fixed essence of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. The spiritual eye can grow and become stronger, and possesses a certain spirituality. If you make good use of it and practice it, the spiritual energy provided will be endless. I must get this spiritual eye later. Li Yuandao was thinking about it. Night. He got up and left the Zongxiang pavilion and came to the inn as promised. This is considered to be a relatively famous high-end wine shop loft in Liujiang City. Its grade, consumption, reputation, etc. are all first class. It's also because Wu Junbo's family has some money and can organize a gathering here. At the door, Zhu Ting had been waiting there for a long time. Seeing Li Yuandao, she waved happily and said, Brother Yuandao, come here, come here. It's just a party, look how happy you are. Li Yuandao smiled casually. Zhu Ting said with a smile, Of course I'm happy. Many classmates are here, and Brother Yuandao is here too. We can have a good reunion. After all, in college, everyone really goes their separate ways. Hearing the reluctance and loss in her words, Li Yuandao nodded, followed her into the inn and restaurant, and came to the outside of the number 2 private room upstairs. There is an inn whose private rooms are divided into 3 levels, Tian, Di, and Ren. Tianziho is almost never open to the public except in special circumstances and for certain people. The fact that Wu Junbo was able to hold the party in the ground level box shows that he had invested a lot of money. At this time, the door of the box just opened. Wu Junbo came out and saw Li Yuandao. He was stunned at first, then said with a smile, Our top student brother is here. Come in quickly. Li Yuandao shrugged and entered the box with Zhu Ting. There were already more than a dozen people in the box, almost all of them had arrived. Wu Junbo clapped his hands to attract everyone's attention. Everyone, look who's here. The eyes of many students in the box were suddenly focused on Li Yuandao. When they saw who was coming, they were all stunned. Li Yuandao, are you okay? I heard you were missing and your aunt posted missing person notices for you everywhere. I heard that you were abducted to northern Myanmar, your kidneys were taken away, and you are gone. That's too mysterious. I heard from our class teacher that Li Yuandao worked illegally during the summer vacation and was cheated by his boss. The boss is a money grubber. Being good at studying is one thing, but if you don't have a good brain when you enter society, it's useless. Haha, isn't this guy fine? Stop talking nonsense. The students present expressed surprise, sympathy, laughter, even sarcasm, and a great deal of gloating in their words. What are you talking about? That's not happening at all. Zhu Ting's expression changed, and he spoke angrily, looking back at the same time. Brother Yuandao, ignore their clamor. Li Yuandao smiled and shook his head, indicating that it was okay. He could see the true colors of these people. He had always been superior to them in his studies, and he must have been unhappy about it for a long time. What's more, this gathering was organized by Wu Junbo, so they must have made some preparations in advance, otherwise how could they be so unanimous in confronting him? Wu Junbo hugged Gao Meili beside him, a sneer flashed across his lips, and he waved his hand and said, "Didn't our top student brother come back safely? What you said are just rumors. Come on, sit down. We are all gathered here tonight mainly to have fun. Don't mention the unpleasant things." Everyone sat down again. Everyone started talking to each other about the universities they attended, looking forward to the upcoming university life, and envisioning the struggles after graduation. By the way, Shueba brother, you ignored our beautiful advances several times. Do you regret it? At this time, a classmate looked at Li Yuandao and asked. The eyes of the people present were focused again. Student Li Yuandao, you only want to study, how can you look at me straight in the eye? I am just being sentimental. Gao Meili cast a disdainful look at Li Yuandao, tightened her arms around Wu Junbo, rubbed his towering peaks hard, and said angrily, "Fortunately, I didn't miss Junbo and miss true love. I'm not interested." Li Yuandao shook his head and replied. Wu Junbo narrowed his eyes, and a hint of dissatisfaction and coldness flashed in his eyes. "Oh, our top student, you shouldn't say that. In fact, it's a good thing that Meili is not with you. After all, in today's society, being good at studying is not enough." That's right. Many college graduates are struggling to find jobs. Now Meili is with Wu Xiao, so she won't have to worry about the rest of her life. A group of classmates started to tease. At the same time, many female classmates looked at Gao Meili with envy in their eyes. Not to mention marrying into a wealthy family, how many women dream of marrying a rich second generation like Wu Junbo? Mr. Wu is not only from a wealthy family, he is also very talented. He went to Longdu Foreign Languages College this time to prepare for studying abroad in the future. Even now, young Master Wu knows a lot of top young men in Liujiang. His connections are amazing. Good at studying. It's worthless in front of young Master Wu. Some people flattered Wu Junbo and expressed their disdain for Li Yuandao. I can only say that choice is more important than hard work. I used to have naive ideas, but luckily I met Junbo, who helped me to find all the ways. At that time, I had come to terms with it, and he had also come to terms with it, knowing that I was his true love. It was natural for us to be together. Looking back now, Junbo is indeed my true love. Gao Meili smiled sweetly, but her words were full of boasting and sarcasm. Seeing everyone pulling and stepping on Li Yuandao and Wu Junbo, and then looking at Gao Meili's face, Zhu Ting couldn't stand it anymore and said angrily, "How can you say that? As long as you work hard, you will definitely become a top talent in the country in the future. You can't be compared with nouveau riche." The corners of Wu Junbo's mouth twitched, and then he smiled. A classmate retorted, "Zhu Ting, you think too simply. If you want to become a top talent in our dragon country, how many years of hard work will it take? And it also depends on ability. Look at someone like Shueba who was easily deceived and almost got beaten up. Do you think he has a chance? Some people are born in Rome. Others work hard all their lives but never get to set foot in Rome. You are making up nonsense. Zhu Ting pouted angrily. Li Yuandao glanced at Wu Junbo and others, then shook his head helplessly. Faced with a group of frogs in the well, he was too lazy to say a word. Brother Shueba, take it easy. There is no need to force some things. For example, if beauty is not yours, stop dreaming about it. In fact, I know that you like beauty in your heart, but you feel that you are not worthy of her, so you dare not express your feelings. Wu Junbo turned to look at Li Yuandao and said with a smile, put it down, there's no need to be so serious. We are classmates, so let's have fun tonight. Li Yuandao was speechless for a while, and looked over. I don't have any thoughts about her. Li Yuandao, are you so hypocritical? The way you looked at me before, did you think I didn't know? Stop pretending, okay? Gao Meili rolled her eyes, feeling that her charm was offended, and spoke in displeasure. Wu Junbo added, Brother Shueba, it's really boring to be so hypocritical. If you like it, then you like it. Why do you have to pretend? Aren't you tired? After saying this, a smile flashed in his eyes. He was unhappy with Li Yuandao from the beginning. Apart from family background, the other party also crushed him in appearance, study, conversation, popularity with women, etc. Especially when Gao Meili pursued Li Yuandao and he tried his best but failed to catch up with her, he felt very upset. Now that Gao Meili is in his arms, and there is a chance to take advantage of her misfortune, he will naturally step on her hard. Li Yuandao took a look at Wu Junbo's asking for a beating look and could only nod and say, okay, just assume that I have liked you, and you are my leftover. Now, I'm giving it to you. Li Yuandao, shut up. What do you mean by leftovers? Gao Meili exploded and screamed, I never let you touch me. I was ignorant at that time, so I was interested in a piece of trash like you. The person I ultimately liked was Junbo. Wu Junbo looked gloomy, and water seemed to be dripping from his face. This is like a slap in his face. Li Yuandao looked at Gao Meili with disdain, you like his money, right? Li Yuandao, what you said is really too much. How can you talk about beauty like that? That's right. Meili liked you at least. I think you slandered me like this because you couldn't get her. It's even more of a disguised way of pestering me. If you can't get it, then destroy it. It's best to stay away from such a selfish man. Many students present stood up and criticized Li Yuandao. Li Yuandao raised his eyelids and said secretly, what a bunch of fools. If Zhu Ting hadn't been sitting next to him, he would have gotten up and left long ago. Wu Junbo suppressed his anger and said indifferently, forget it, everyone doesn't have to be like this. I can understand Li Yuandao's feelings. After all, what you can't get will always make you restless. Besides, he is very lucky. His parents died in the fire, but he survived. Maybe he can really do something great in the future. Li Yuandao narrowed his eyes slightly, and a hint of coldness flashed in his eyes. He didn't care about all the ridicule and mockery directed at him. But by mocking the death of his parents, Wu Junbo is courting death. Wu Junbo, how can you bring up such a thing? Hurry up and apologize to Brother Yuandao. Zhu Ting glared at Wu Junbo and said angrily. At the same time, she saw that Li Yuandao's face looked strange, so she quickly grabbed the latter's hand. Zhu Ting, Master Wu is only telling the truth. Look, classmate Li Yuandao isn't angry at all, why are you so anxious? A classmate curled his lips at Zhu Ting. Wu Junbo waved his hand and continued with a smile, Xiaoban, you misunderstood me. I meant that the fire that year might have been a blow to our top student, but it was also an inspiration. Maybe he can really make a name for himself, right? During the 3 years of high school, Zhu Ting was the class monitor and the head teacher was Zhu Ting's father, so everyone got used to calling Zhu Ting Xiaoban. Haha. Young Master Wu is absolutely right. The students present immediately burst into laughter and complimented Wu Junbo one after another. Zhu Ting was so angry that her nose was about to be crooked. Gao Meili looked at the silent Li Yuandao and smiled, Li Yuandao, we have no ill intentions, and everything has passed. There is nothing wrong with you being an ordinary person at the bottom of society in the future. Meili is right. After you graduate, as long as Master Wu says a word, he will let you join a big company in Liujiang City and arrange a good position for you. It will be no problem at all. A classmate spoke again at this time. Others quickly took over the conversation. I remember young Master Wu said that he knew young Master Su from Liujiang. The Su family's Hengtian group is a real estate giant in Liujiang, and its assets are extremely astonishing. You mean Su Qinfen, right? He's my good buddy. In the future, arranging a top student to work in his company will only take a phone call. It's a piece of cake. Wu Junbo looked proud and looked at Li Yuan with disdain. Those who can survive the fire where their parents died are all very lucky. I will definitely use my buddy to the death. Li Yuandao's eyes were filled with murderous intent. He turned around and said, "You dare to say another word?" Seeing Li Yuandao, who always looked timid and submissive, suddenly showing such a cold and stern look, Wu Junbo was stunned. But soon, a playful smile appeared on his lips. "Brother Shueba, you are so fierce. Are you going to hit me? I'm so scared." Bang. The words fell. Wu Junbo raised his hand and slapped the table in front of him. With a loud crash, the table broke into pieces, causing the students present to stare with their eyes wide open and gasp. The table in the box is made of tempered glass. He smashed it with just one palm. What kind of skill is this? Good at studying? What's the point? I'm richer than you, and more capable than you. What can you do to me? In my eyes, you are just a piece of trash, and you're trying to show off to me. Wu Junbo sneered and stopped pretending. He said to Li Yuandao with disdain, "During the 3 years of high school, my grades were average, but I learned martial arts. I can crush someone like you with just one finger. Are you dissatisfied?" Looking at Wu Junbo's majestic appearance, Gao Meili's eyes were filled with excitement and she hugged Wu Junbo even tighter. This is a real man, giving people a full sense of security. Li Yuandao raised his eyebrows slightly. Before he could make a move, Wu Junbo started to show off. Only. In his eyes, Wu Junbo was like a showing-off ant, looking extremely ridiculous. How could a thing that could kill someone with just a slap be installed? "Brother Yuandao, you can't do anything, stay calm." Seeing Li Yuandao silent, Zhu Ting thought it was the calm before the storm, and hurriedly grabbed the former's arm, shaking his head and trying to persuade him. Seeing this, Wu Junbo was even more disdainful. "You are a piece of trash. You can only hide behind a woman and dare not say a word. For Xiaoban's sake, I am too lazy to bother with you. Enjoy your food and drink later. It will be difficult for a piece of trash like you to have anything to do with us in the future." Li Yuandao looked at Wu Junbo deeply, then looked at Zhu Ting who was holding him tightly and shaking his head to signal him. Finally, he suppressed the murderous intent in his heart. Wu Junbo left Li Yuandao and looked at a classmate, saying, "Qin Zhe, go to my private cabinet and get my treasured Daijinzhou. When young Master Su comes over later, we'll treat him well." "What, young Master Su Qinfen is coming? Wow, it's a great honor for us to be able to toast to a figure like Mr. Su. Hey, Mr. Wu, why didn't you tell me earlier? If I had known, I would have changed into better clothes." The students present all exclaimed. Many female students tried hard to fix their makeup, some pulled their tops to reveal more, and some simply ripped a big hole in their skirts at their thighs. Every door is open and everything is self-explanatory. Qin Zhe, who was called to get the drinks, quickly returned in a hurry, looking anxious. "Mr. Wu, the inn said that your drinks were taken away without permission, and they paid 10 times the compensation. Mr. Wu, what should we do now?" 10 times the compensation? Who are you looking down on? Do I need that little money? Wu Junbo's face darkened. "Who took it?" "Guests of Box A." Tanzei replied. "That's a limited edition Daijinzhou. You want to take it away for 10 times the price? And you're a jerk in a box with a human shape. You're courting death." Wu Junbo was immediately furious and shouted, "Take a few people with you and tell that guy to come over here with the drinks. That's the drink I'm going to serve to young Master Su. You're asking for your own life or death. I'm going to make him kneel down and kowtow." Speaking of this, he straightened his clothes, with a disdainful look in his eyes, as if to say, "I'm about to show off, don't stop me." When the many male students present saw this, their blood immediately boiled. They all came from Pennsylvania County. To a place like Liujiang City, they were all country bumpkins from a small place. Now that he can take advantage of Wu Junbo's prestige and show off in Liujiang City, what man wouldn't be excited? Come with me. Get that bastard over here. How dare you take the wine and drinks that Master Wu used to entertain Master Su? You must be tired of living. When that person hears Master Su's name, he might be so scared that he will pee. Tanzai waved to several male classmates, and then they stood up and left the box one by one with pretentious steps that deserved a beating. Box A. The young man in a suit and tie paced back and forth and stopped after a while. He glanced at the manager standing respectfully beside him and said, "Go and confirm whether the number 1 box has been arranged properly. When young Master Jun comes, notify me immediately." "Mr. Tan, I'll go check it out right away. But can you go to the number 1 box and wait?" "There's no need to wait here." The manager lowered his head and replied quickly. "This man is Tan Xiaofu, the young master of an inn. He also has great power in the black, white and gray worlds of Liujiang City. Whether it's going to the Jun family, scaring the world of martial arts, or dealing with the major forces, he can do it with ease. Not to mention, the manager has to beg for food from the young master, so he cannot make any mistakes. Otherwise, losing your job is a small matter, but if something really bad happens, someone may die. No need to change the box, this is on the first floor, we can greet the big boss right away." Tan Xiaofu waved his hand and said, "Go ahead, and don't let anyone get close to the number 1 box. If you mess it up, you'll be out of here." "Yes." The manager didn't dare to say anything more and turned and left the box. But not long after he left, the manager hurried back with a bad look on his face. "Mr. Tan, something happened." "What's up?" Tan Xiaofu's face darkened and he asked loudly. The manager smiled bitterly and said, "Didn't you just tell me to take the guests Daijinjo? That VIP is in box A right now. He sent a few people over here and asked you to go over and apologize." "Didn't you make up for it?" Tan Xiaofu frowned and said coldly. "I have repaid you tenfold. The money has been transferred back to that customer's card." The manager said helplessly, it looks like this guest is very reluctant." Hearing this, Tan Xiaofu nodded and said, "Dainzhou has no more stock. It is indeed inappropriate to take the customers without permission. But, he is so arrogant. Isn't he afraid of getting his tongue bitten? Forget it, he wants the Daijinjo, I'll take it and see if he dares to take it back." Tan Xiaofu picked up a bottle of exquisitely packaged wine beside him and walked straight out of the box. Outside. Seeing Tan Xiaofu coming out, Qin Zai, who had been waiting outside for a long time, raised his chin and squinted his eyes and said, "Is it the drinks that you took? If you don't want to die, take the drinks now and apologize to our Master Wu at the same time." The students behind Qin Zai crossed their arms and sneered. The manager standing by the side saw the scene and lowered his head quickly, muttering in a low voice, "Where did these idiots come from? They actually threatened Mr. Tan. They are really tired of living." Tan Xiaofu glanced at the arrogant people and couldn't help but laugh. "Who is your Wu Xiao?" "Wu Junbo, Mr. Su's friend." Tan Zai spoke proudly, and at the end he emphasized, "Mr. Su Qinfen of Hengtian Group." "Oh! Su Qinqin!" Tan Xiaofu exclaimed in surprise, "Then let's go. I'll go and apologize to your Master Wu soon." Qin Zai and his group took Tan Xiaofu back to the box. When Wu Junbo saw the person coming alone, he crossed his legs and sneered, "You are the bastard who took my drink." "I'm not a bastard. My name is Tan Xiaofu, and I'm the young master of an inn." Tan Xiaofu shook his head and said solemnly, "The great brew in my hand needs to be used to entertain a very distinguished guest. I hope young Master Wu can give it up." "Young master? That's the owner of the inn." Tan Zai and other classmates all changed their expressions slightly. Being able to afford to open such a large tavern and inn in Liujiang, it must be very difficult, both in terms of strength and background. However, compared with the Hengkong group, it seems to be completely inferior. Wu Junbo also thought so. After his expression changed slightly, he sneered and said, "As the owner of an inn, it's really overbearing to take the guests' drinks without permission. Is this how you all do business? Humph. Put down the drinks, apologize sincerely, and get out of here." Otherwise, when Master Su comes, you'll be dead. Tan Xiaofu narrowed his eyes, turned back and casually closed the door of the box, then walked forward and put down the daijinjo in his hand. See here. Qin Zhe and others' faces suddenly turned red, and they looked extremely excited. The guy in front of me obviously wanted to apologize and give in, but he was afraid of losing face, so he closed the box. It's really cool to show off like this. So what if there is an in like this for the young master? They just slapped me in the face with their pretense. Wu Junbo's smile widened. Very good, you are sensible. I will not embarrass you if you apologize. Mr. Su's reputation is really useful. He was secretly delighted. Bang. But, suddenly, Tan Xiaofu picked up the ashtray next to him and smashed it hard on Wu Junbo's head. Suddenly, the scalp cracked and blood flowed out. He grabbed Wu Junbo's hair, pulled him up, and slapped him in the face with fierce force. In a blink of an eye, several teeth flew out of Wu Junbo's mouth. The sudden scene stunned Qin Zhe and others, and they turned pale with fright in an instant. When had they ever seen such a bloody scene? Zhu Ting was so scared that she hid behind Li Yuandao, but Li Yuandao watched everything as usual with a playful smile on his face. Wu Junbo's mind froze for a while, and he angrily said, "How dare you hit me?" He raised his hand and grabbed Tan Xiaofu's hand, trying to counterattack. But he soon discovered that the other person's hand was like an iron clamp, motionless, and he was unable to resist at all. Pa! In the box, the crisp sound of slapping continued for several minutes, until both sides of Wu Junbo's face were swollen like a pig's head, and then it finally stopped. Do you still want me to apologize? Tan Xiaofu held Wu Junbo in one hand and asked with a sneer. Are you really not afraid of Master Su? Wu Junbo raised his head, ready to use Su Qinfen to scare the other party again. Pa! Tan Xiaofu slapped him several more times and said viciously, if you keep talking nonsense, I'll kill you. Wu Junbo quickly shouted, I was wrong, stop hitting me. If the fight continues, all his teeth will fall out. Moreover, the opponent's ferocity was completely beyond his expectations. He had never met such a ruthless person before, and he did not give Su Qinfen any face at all. The other people present were all silent and trembling with fear. Someone, go get a bottle of strong liquor. Tan Xiaofu shouted to the outside. 1 minute later. The manager came over in a hurry, holding a bottle of ordinary white wine of extremely high purity. Putting the liquor on the sofa, Tan Xiaofu kicked Wu Junbo away and said coldly, there is a beauty here. Come out and drink up this bottle of liquor. The matter in front of you will be exposed. Otherwise, none of you can leave. Upon hearing this, everyone's expression changed drastically. Beautiful, come on, drink it. With your alcohol tolerance, you can do it. Otherwise, we will all die. Wu Junbo concluded that this vicious guy in front of him might have killed countless people. He didn't dare to take the risk, so he hurriedly shouted to Gao Meili. At the same time, I was thinking to myself that when Su Qinfen comes, I will definitely get my revenge. Gao Meili was so frightened that she turned pale. She dared not hesitate and prepared to pick up the liquor. Wait, you are too worldly wise, it's bad luck. Tan Xiaofu spoke up to stop them, and then pointed at Zhu Ting who was sitting next to Li Yuandao, you come. Gao Meili's face turned pale and blue, and her chest heaved violently with anger, but she did not dare to lose her temper. Compared to asking her to drink a bottle of white wine, the other party's words that she was too worldly wise were simply a critical blow. She was filled with resentment and shame, and clenched her hands tightly, with her nails almost digging into her palms. Then she turned around and glared at Zhu Ting fiercely, her eyes full of resentment. I can't drink. Facing Tan Xiaofu's gaze, Zhu Ting shrank his head in fear, his eyes turned red, and he was at a loss. What time is it? Even if you don't know how to drink, give it to me. Wu Junbo grabbed the liquor and prepared to put it into Zhu Ting's hand. But a hand took the bottle and pushed him aside. She said she doesn't drink. Li Yuandao raised his head and looked at Tan Xiaofu. Except for her, it doesn't matter what you do to her. But, don't touch her. Among the classmates present, the only one who was truly kind to him was Zhu Ting, who had been the class monitor for 3 years in high school. Tan Xiaofu wanted to force Zhu Ting to drink a whole bottle of white wine, and Li Yuandao could not just sit back and watch. Huh? Aren't you afraid of death? Then I want her to drink it. Tan Xiaofu raised his eyebrows, sneered, and pointed at Zhu Ting and said. Bang bang. Li Yuandao raised his hand and threw the bottle of white wine in his hand, which happened to hit the Daijinzhou not far away. The two bottles collided and broke into pieces, falling to the ground with a crash, and large amounts of white and red wine were spilled. Waste, what are you doing? Wu Junbo glared and shouted angrily. Gao Meili followed up with a scream, Li Yuandao, you're crazy. Not only did he disobey the other party and not let Zhu Ting drink, but he also broke the Daijinzhou that the other party cared about the most. This was completely crazy and suicidal. Looking at the wine on the ground, everyone in the box was shocked. Wu Junbo was beaten up just for asking the other party to come and apologize. Now that Li Yuandao has broken this bottle of treasured limited edition Daijinzhou, what else can happen? The other party took away the Daijinzhou without permission. He must have valued it very much to entertain some distinguished guests. Now that the wine and drinks are gone, what will be the consequences? Tan Xiaofu was also stunned for a moment, looking at the wine on the ground, and then looked at Li Yuandao, his face gradually covered with tyranny. Idiot, do you know what this Daijinzhou is going to be used for? It's to entertain the top guests. Now you broke it, you are really a talent. You are dead. Number 1. Old man Jun Zhantian said he would host a banquet for me here, so it must be the highest class Tianzi box. Li Yuandao ignored the other party's non-threatening nonsense, and was surprised. Then he looked up and said, the distinguished guest you mentioned should be me. I don't need to drink this wine, you can go away. You said you are the big boss of Tianziho. Ha 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 ha, good. You country bumpkins are really talented. You all speak sweetly and are good at showing off. I don't have time to waste with you. It's more important to entertain that big shot. I'll deal with you later. Tan Xiaofu laughed in anger, gritted his teeth and spoke repeatedly, walking out and saying, don't even think about running away, you can't escape Liu Jiang. If something goes wrong tonight, you'll just have to wait for death. The manager who was waiting at the door of the box was so frightened that his legs went limp. The big shot who was to be received tonight was the eldest son of the Jun family, who had to be entertained personally. If one thing goes wrong, not only will he be implicated, but Tan Xiaofu will probably be held responsible as well. Seeing Tan Xiaofu leaving in a hurry with a sullen face, he quickly followed him and asked someone to notify the security to seal off all the number 2 private rooms on the second floor, allowing only entry but no exit. Inside the box, Gao Meili pointed at Li Yuandao angrily and shouted, Li Yuandao, are you crazy or have you been kidnapped and gone insane? You can pretend to be cool, but can you recognize your own identity as a loser? Now you are dragging us to die with you. Other people present. I've been at a loss for a long time. Hearing Gao Meili's words, they all looked at Li Yuandao fiercely. Brother Yuandao, you are too impulsive. What should we do now? Zhu Ting was also nervous and at a loss, and said in a hurry. Li Yuandao sat calmly and said with a smile, don't worry, nothing will happen. We will continue the party. Whatever happens, I will solve it. Solve it? What are you going to do to solve it? Gao Meili glared at him and shouted again, you are a useless person who only knows how to study. Are you doing this to show off in front of me and to outdo Junbo? You are so ridiculous. Li Yuandao, you are going to kill us. The other students present all started to criticize in unison. Gao Meili looked back at Wu Junbo, at a loss. Junbo, what should we do now? Shut up first. Killing this loser now won't solve the problem. Wu Junbo glared at him, grimacing in pain as he spoke, wait for Master Su to come. I must get my revenge. What a mess, what happened? At this moment, a surprised voice came from outside the box. Speak of Cao Cao and he will appear. Su Qinfen, dressed in casual clothes, walked into the box leisurely. This guy had dark circles under his eyes, a shriveled face, unsteady steps, and looked like he was hollowed out by alcohol and sex. He saw the mess on the floor of the box and then looked at Wu Junbo's miserable appearance, and was stunned. Mr. Su. You are here at last. When Wu Junbo saw the person coming, he felt like he had grabbed a life-saving straw. He rolled over and shouted, "I was beaten up. You have to help me get back at my level." Qin Zhe and others present were immediately excited. The looks they gave Su Qinfen became extremely fiery. Heng Tian Group is one of the top business giants in the entire Yunzhou, and the Su family is also a first-class wealthy family. If you can get hold of the thigh of this young master of the Su family, even if you just become his lackey, you can soar to the sky. Who hit me? Su Qinfen's face darkened and he asked. Mr. Su, there is an inn's young master, Tan Xiaofu. He secretly took away the wine I was going to treat you to, and beat me. Wu Junbo quickly recounted what had just happened. Bang. Su Qinfen slapped Wu Junbo in the face, making his already pig-like face even more torn, and he cried out in pain. Why would you offend Mr. Tan if there's nothing wrong? Are you going to drag me down with you? Su Qinfen cursed at him fiercely, and then kicked Wu Junbo hard several times. Everyone who was originally full of excitement was stunned in an instant. Wu Junbo was also confused and said in a trembling voice, Mr. Su, this Tan Xiaofu, you can't afford to offend him. I just opened an inn like this, and you think it's nothing special, right? What an idiot. Tan Xiaofu, I can mix well in all three walks of life. He has connections among many big bosses in the Jianghu world. He has the support of the Jun family and other powerful clans. Su Qinfen glared at him and said viciously, if you don't want to die, then follow me and apologize. If young Master Tan's anger is not calmed down, you will die. It's useless even if Mr. Su comes. I really hit a wall. Wu Junbo's face turned pale, and he nodded in shock and fear. Mr. Su, I will go over to apologize to you. Please say a few good words for me. Get out here, everyone. If you can kneel down, then kneel down and apologize. Su Qinfen shouted coldly and was the first to leave the box. Wu Junbo quickly got up and turned around and shouted, everyone, get over here. Especially a loser like you. If you cause trouble later, I will kill you first. Compared with their previous arrogant attitude, Qin Zhe and other classmates now lowered their heads and followed him out of the box nervously, as if they had lost their parents. Zhu Ting pulled Li Yuandao and said, Brother Yuandao, let's go over and apologize. If you offend someone like Tan Xiaofu, it will be difficult for you to stay in Liujiang City in the future. It will even be a problem for you to go to college. It's not worth it just for a moment of anger. Seeing Zhu Ting's earnest advice, Li Yuandao smiled helplessly, then stood up and left the box. Come to the A box on the first floor. Su Qinfen turned around and said coldly, just a few of you come in with me, and the rest of you wait outside the box. Otherwise, there will be a lot of noise, which will only make young Master Tan unhappy. The people he was referring to were Wu Junbo and Gao Meili who were walking in front, and Li Yuandao, Zhu Ting, Qin Zhe and others who were behind. Upon hearing this, Wu Junbo and others looked uneasy. No one knows what the situation will be like next. If Tan Xiaofu doesn't give face to Su Qinfen, they will be in big trouble. Li Yuandao followed closely into the box, with a calm expression and a smile on his lips. He wanted to see how Tan Xiaofu would play when he came down. Inside the box, Tan Xiaofu was puffing out smoke, his face was as gloomy as water, and his eyes were filled with anger, as if he wanted to kill someone. Mr. Tan, I'm sorry, we didn't recognize you before. Please give us another chance. Wu Junbo lowered his posture and took the initiative to apologize. Everyone else, except Li Yuandao, also lowered their heads. Su Qinfen walked up to him with a smile and said, Mr. Tan, this is Wu Junbo, he is one of my younger brothers. This time, it was a misunderstanding, how about you forgive them this time? I will give you a few bottles of all the losses and the Daijinjo later. Master Su, when have I ever failed to give you face? Sit down first. Tan Xiaofu pointed to the sofa next to him and said, it's just that this time, I need the broken Daijinjo urgently. Hearing this, Su Qinfen breathed a sigh of relief, sat aside, and said, well, can we use other drinks instead? Is there any other distinguished guest who needs it urgently? Mr. Tan, if you change them to other collections of wine and beverages, they will all be mine. Please give us a chance. Wu Junbo spoke again, his words filled with fear and pleading. Hee. If it's just some other distinguished guest, it would be fine if I replaced it with other drinks. but the drinks were specifically requested by Master Jun. I've already said that I would give him the most unique daijinjo. Tan Xiaofu sneered and shook his head. Now that the wine is gone, how can I explain to Jun Xiao? Su Qinfan's expression changed. He exhaled a breath of cold air, and said, the young Master Jun that young Master Tan is talking about, is it, the one from the Jun family? Jun family? That is one of the major families that dominate the entire Liujiang. Wu Junbo's whole body trembled, his eyes widened, his breath was choked, and he dared not breathe. If they offend such an existence, even I, the emperor, can't save them. Otherwise, who else is the young master in the entire Liujiang? Tan Xiaofu curled his lips. Call. Su Qinfen exhaled cold air again and frowned. Mr. Tan, can you please say a few nice words to Mr. Jun? My little brother and I were blind and offended you, and indirectly offended Mr. Jun. There's no problem with Master Jun. Tan Xiaofu pinched out the cigarette butt in his hand and shook his head. Thank you, Mr. Tan. I will give those plots of land at the triangle head of the university town to Mr. Tan later. Su Qinfen heaved a sigh of relief and at the same time offered the other party the benefit that would most easily tempt him. For others, it would be an absolute bloodbath. However, if you can get close to the eldest son of the Jun family through Tan Xiaofu, it will definitely be worth it. Maybe this will allow the Su family to soar to great heights. When Master Jun comes, I will say a few nice words to him. Tan Xiaofu looked at him with a half-smile. Very good. Su Qinfen clenched his fists excitedly. Wu Junbo, who was standing next to him, also had a look of surprise in his eyes. If I could establish some connection with the Jun family through Su Qinfen, I would benefit greatly. At present, it can be said that blessing and disaster are interdependent. It's just. Tan Xiaofu suddenly changed the subject and said coldly, this time, young Master Jun specially asked me to find the great brewing wine to entertain a big boss. And in front of that person, young Master Jun had to bow his head. Do you think that breaking the wine can be so easily covered up? Is this an existence that young Master Jun has to bow his head to? It's over. Su Qinfen roared inwardly and trembled all over. He turned around and glared at Wu Junbo. Wu Junbo, do you want to kill me? Wu Junbo just felt his eyes go dark. Hearing Su Qinfen's angry curse, he pointed at Li Yuandao and said, Mr. Su, it wasn't me. It was this guy who broke the daijinjo. His name is Li Yuandao. He has been missing for 2 months and has a problem with his brain. He is the one who caused us. Gao Meili also screamed, waste, why don't you kneel down for Master Tan? If you can't get Master Jun's forgiveness in the future, I will tear you to pieces. She finally managed to get Wu Junbo, a wealthy son-in-law, and will be able to live the life of a rich lady in the future. If something goes wrong, we'll all be doomed. He's the useless classmate you mentioned recently, the one whose parents died and who disappeared in the past 2 months. Su Qinfen glanced at Wu Junbo, and then looked at Li Yuandao. It is really the parents' sacrifice to the heaven, the power is boundless. Hurry up and get down on your knees and apologize to Master Tan. If you can't get Master Jun and that big guy's forgiveness, you're dead. This moment. Su Qinfen felt that he had suffered an unexpected disaster. Originally it had nothing to do with him at this time, but now he has gotten into trouble, and even if he wants to distance himself from it, he can't. Boom. In an instant. A overwhelming murderous intent burst out from Li Yuandao, swept out and enveloped Su Qinfen's entire body. I don't know whether the others are alive or dead, but you are dead. Li Yuandao's eyes were as sharp as knives, extremely cold, and filled with endless murderous intent and coldness. It was as if a real murderous intent was looming over him, and Su Qinfen stood still with a look of horror on his face. The breath of death penetrated deep into his soul and made him panic. But this feeling was fleeting. Other people. They were all stunned. At this time, this loser Li Yuandao is still threatening Su Qinfen. After being kidnapped for 2 months, my brain is definitely broken. Wu Junbo shouted angrily, you useless bastard, are you sick? How dare you threaten Master Su? Threaten? Li Yuandao shook his head, I'm not threatening you, I'm going to twist his head off. I didn't kill you just now, but it was because of you. Ha ha. Su Qinfen came back to his senses and laughed out loud, you want to attack me and even threaten to kill me. You really don't know how to live or die. The person in front of him was considered a half-warrior, and 3 or 4 grown men couldn't get close to him at all. In his eyes, Li Yuandao looked so weak that he was not even worthy of being slapped away. On the edge. Tan Xiaofu watched with interest. I thought to myself, are today's young students so ignorant of the immensity of heaven and earth? In front of Tan Xiaofu, he threatened to kill someone. Interesting. For me, killing you would be a waste of time. Li Yuandao shook his head slightly and sighed helplessly. It would be difficult for such a hard-working little Karami to kill someone unless he brought disgrace upon his parents. Ha ha. Ridiculous, extremely ridiculous. Why don't you take action? What's the point of just talking? What I said just now is indeed true. Parents offer sacrifices to the heavens, and their magical powers are boundless. If you just talk and don't do anything, you will be the one to die soon. Su Qinfen laughed out of anger. Wu Junbo, there are so many talented people in a small place like your Binzhou County. If he dies later, it shouldn't matter, right? Whoosh. Sudden. A shadow passed by. Snap. Then came a crisp sound. Li Yuandao grabbed Su Qinfen's neck and broke it on the spot. Su Qinfen died on the spot and stopped breathing. Box. There was a moment of dead silence. Everyone looked on in horror. Wu Junbo and Gao Meili, who were closest to Li Yuandao, screamed and crawled into the corner. In their eyes, Li Yuandao at this moment was as scary as the king of hell. How could he become so vicious after being missing for 2 months? Even Zhu Ting was startled and stepped back in fear. Tan Xiaofu's eyes narrowed and he stood up suddenly. Who are you? Li Yuandao threw Su Qinfen's body aside and walked over calmly, scaring Tan Xiaofu so much that he quickly stepped back. I'm the one you're waiting for. After yawning, Li Yuandao sat down on the sofa. Tan Xiaofu frowned in confusion, glanced at the corpse on the ground, and took a deep breath. Su Qinfen, you were able to kill him instantly, you must have some skills. No wonder you are so confident. But, when Master Jun comes later, you won't even know how you died. Wu Junbo, who was hiding in the corner, looked at this in horror. Li Yuandao, you better stop messing around. The Jun family is not someone you can afford to offend. Now, he is very scared. He was afraid that Li Yuandao would attack again and kill him. Don't worry, I won't kill you. We are old classmates after all. Li Yuandao glanced at Wu Junbo with disdain, and then looked at Tan Xiaofu. Isn't the young master you mentioned coming over? Let him roll over. What a big tone. Just wait. Tan Xiaofu was secretly extremely nervous as he didn't know where Li Yuandao came from or what his specific strength was. Hearing the other party calling Jun Xiao to come over, he breathed a sigh of relief and immediately picked up the phone to make the call. Master Jun, are you here? We are in Box A on the 1st floor. It's just that something unexpected happened. When the call was connected, Tan Xiaofu seemed to have found his backbone, and his confidence in speaking immediately changed. Here it comes. At the same time, a cynical voice rang out from the phone and outside the box. Mr. Li is here. Is that boss surname Li? I haven't seen him. Tan Xiaofu was stunned and looked at the door of the box. Jun Xiao, please come in first, there is a problem at hand. The words fell. The door of the box was pushed open, and a young man with a slicked back hair walked in. This guy, is he Jun Zhangtian's descendant? When Li Yuandao saw the person coming, he smiled and said, I am the Li Xiao you mentioned. My name is Li Yuandao. Are you Mr. Li? My name is Jun Moxie. The young man with the slick back hair took out his cell phone, hurried forward and spoke with a smile. But then, he looked at Li Yuandao and kept comparing him with a photo in his mobile phone. After a long while, he asked doubtfully, it doesn't seem to be you. Could it be that Grandpa overbeautified the photo and turned it into a photo that even my parents wouldn't recognize? Looking at Jun Moxie who was chattering away, Li Yuandao frowned and glanced at his phone. On top was a woman with short hair that was half covered and half exposed, who looked quite heroic. Bang. Li Yuandao kicked him away. That's not me. The sudden scene left Tan Xiaofu and others present stunned. This is Jun Moi, the eldest son of the Jun family. He actually kicked her away. June Moxie patted his butt, got up and didn't care. I heard from my grandfather that this Mr. Lee is a young man from a prominent family in Longdu, so it's normal for him to have a bit of temper. June Moxie comforted himself in his heart and walked over with a smile again. Mr. Lee, I'm sorry, I took the wrong photo. This is the Sakura Country movie I watched last night. The one on it is called Gangli Kaya, and I haven't deleted it yet. I made a mistake, This is your photo, Mr. Lee. Wow, Master Lee is even more wise and powerful than he looks in the photo. When I heard of Master Lee's name before, I wanted to lick his boots. Now I admire you even more, like the endless flow of the Yellow River, and I can't stop. Li Yuandao frowned slightly. Is this guy really June Jiantian's grandson? His giggling look is totally different from that old fox like June Jiantian. Li Yuandao cast a cold look. Don't disgust me. Otherwise, I will ask your grandfather to collect your body. Okay. Mr. Lee, I have some personal matters to deal with first. Please wait for a minute. No, 30 seconds. I will do my job for you and I can arrange it in 3 minutes. Of course, I'll take you out to play later and at least guarantee you a few hours of enjoyment. June Moxie started to flatter once again. Li Yuandao smiled without saying anything and nodded. After taking a look inside the box, especially at the corpse on the ground, June Moxie knew that things were getting serious. Tan Xiaofu, give me an explanation. June Moxie swept away his cynical attitude and his eyes fell on Tan Xiaofu. Wu Junbo and the others in the box felt a chill all over their bodies when they saw June Moxie nodding and bowing to Li Yuandao. Everyone present knew that they had made a big mistake. Wu Junbo and Gao Meili's eyes almost popped out to the ground. They all looked at June Moyue, a young master from a prominent family, in disbelief, as he was treated like a grandson in front of Li Yuandao. Li Yuandao is just a useless guy whose parents died, how could he get such treatment? Tan Xiaofu's legs had already gone weak, and were shaking like sieved bran. Only Zhu Ting kept staring at Li Yuandao with her beautiful eyes full of curiosity. Hearing June Moc's question, Tan Xiaofu trembled all over and said in panic, June Xiao, I deserve to die. I really didn't know that Li Xiao was here. Immediately, he recounted in detail everything that had just happened. Bang. June Moc slapped him and cursed, I asked you to treat Master Li well, but you showed off to Master Li instead. You are courting death. Half of Tan Xiaofu's face swelled up in an instant. He lowered his head and muttered to himself, who is showing off? It's obvious that this guy is pretending to be a pig and eating the tiger among a group of little karami. But he would never dare to say such a grievance even if he was beaten to death. Pa. June Moyue turned around and slapped Wu Junbo, Gao Meili, Qin Zhe, and others more than a dozen times. Almost everyone had torn mouth corners, blood flying everywhere, and countless teeth lost. The worst off was Wu Junbo, who had been beaten like a pig by Tan Xiaofu before, and now the situation was even worse, as he was beaten so badly that even his parents didn't recognize him. Etc. Just when June Moxie's hand was about to fall on Zhu Ting, Li Yuandao said coldly, if you hit her, I will make your head move. June Moxie's body stiffened and he withdrew his hand awkwardly. He kicked Su Qinfan's body hard on the ground and said angrily, is this guy Su Qinfan? Good thing he died. He dared to offend young Master Li, he must be tired of living. Brother Yuandao, what is going on? Zhu Ting ran to Li Yuandao and couldn't help asking. Now she just felt confused and bewildered. She knew very well what the situation was at Li Yuandao's home. It is unbelievable that a young man from a prominent family like June Moy would be so servile to Li Yuandao. It's a long story. I just did some favors for the June family. Li Yuandao smiled, not knowing how to explain, and turned his gaze to Wu Junbo, Gao Meili, and others. Wu Junbo was so frightened that he knelt on the spot, classmate Li Yuandao. No, it was Master Li. I was too arrogant before. Please forgive me this time because we are classmates. Just treat it as a fart. Yes. Mr. Li, we know we were wrong. Gao Meili also spoke quickly. At this moment, she was regretting her decision to the core. If only she had tried harder. Maybe she is Li Yuandao's woman now. In this Liujiang city, he will be a very powerful person. Get lost. Your party can continue if you want. Li Yuandao waved his hand, bored. Yes, yes, yes. Wu Junbo and a few others crawled out of the box as if they had been pardoned. Li Yuandao turned around and looked at Zhu Ting. Little Bean, you can continue to play with them. This gathering is also rare. When you go to Longdu, take care of yourself. Zhu Ting pursed her lips and shook her head, saying, I won't go. I want to go to Longdu now. Brother Yuandao, come to Longdu to play with me later. Must. After getting a response, she stood up, waved her hand, and walked out of the box reluctantly. Outside. A group of classmates supported Wu Junbo, who looked miserable, and walked him out. They were all full of doubts, but they didn't dare to ask. Wu Junbo was muttering to himself, extremely indignant. How did that damned piece of trash become so powerful? And this loser is really good at licking. He is protected by the young master of the Jun family. Listening to Wu Junbo's words, everyone was a little confused. Most of the students were outside the box, so they naturally had no idea what had just happened. Gao Meili gritted her teeth and said unwillingly, Junbo, that loser is just lucky. Yes, this idiot is just lucky. Compared to Longdu, a place like Liujiang is nothing but a barren land. The Jun family is nothing but a group of frogs in a well. Once I have established a firm foothold in Longdu, I will sooner or later make that loser kneel before me and force him to lick the soles of my feet. Wu Junbo said this viciously and limped out of the inn. It's like this, he's no longer in the mood to have a party. In the box, Li Yuandao glanced at Su Qinfan's body on the ground and stood up. Let's change places. Mr. Li, we have already prepared the number 1 box for you. Come this way. Jun Moxie hurriedly walked ahead and turned back to signal Tan Xiaofu, clean up this place. Seeing this, Tan Xiaofu was ecstatic. He thought that this matter would not be resolved today. Entering the number 1 box, Li Yuandao smiled and said, Is your grandfather coming here in person? He's not just inviting me over for dinner, is he? Mr. Li, my grandfather will be here soon, and I want to give you something in person. Jun Moxie didn't dare to sit down and waited aside. After packing up everything, Tan Xiaofu followed into the box. When he heard what the two said, he was so scared that he staggered and almost fell down. Jun Moxie's grandfather, isn't that the ancestor of the Jun family? And come here in person. Who is this gentleman? Tan Xiaofu was secretly shocked and couldn't help gasping for breath. Less than a quarter of an hour. Jun Jiantian, dressed in a black martial arts uniform, came alone in a low-key manner. Greetings, Senior Jun. Tan Xiaofu was extremely terrified. Jun Moxie also hurriedly said, Grandpa, you are here. At the same time, he secretly complained that even if the other party was a young master from Longdu, as a powerful master of the Earth realm, was it necessary for his grandfather to be so servile? But the next moment. What made Jun Moxie take a deep breath was. Jun Jiantian bowed directly to Li Yuandao. Jun, I meet Mr. Li. Tan Xiaofu was filled with horror and fear. He was glad that he had not offended Li Yuandao to death before, otherwise, he would probably follow in Su Qinfan's footsteps and end up dead. Old Jun, what good things have you got these days? Li Yuandao spoke with a smile. Jun Jiantian brought over a large bag and said with a smile, there are some precious jades and some aged herbs in it. Most of them are hundreds of years old and very spiritual. Take a look. Li Yuandao took the item, examined it, and said in surprise, there is something that is 200 or 300 years old. How rich is your Jun family? Nowhere. Half of it was obtained from the Bai family. Old man Jun Jiantian is quite quick. Without Bai Yangfeng, the Bai family was leaderless and was soon swallowed up by the Jun family. Li Yuandao nodded, thinking secretly, and then said, that's right, I will definitely benefit you in the future. Come down. Jun Jiantian personally arranged dozens of sumptuous special dishes and hosted a welcome dinner for Li Yuandao. Li Yuandao didn't care about this. After filling his stomach, he said that he would definitely help Jun Moyue if he had the chance. Anyway, the old man Jun Jiantian just wants Jun Moxie to hold on to him. After dealing with them, he didn't want to waste time and delay his cultivation, so he said goodbye to Jun Jiantian and the other two and hurriedly left the inn. But just as I left the inn, two familiar figures happened to come towards me. It was Qin Shu and Qin Yanqi, mother and daughter. The two of them walking hand in hand on the street were a beautiful sight, and the rate of turning heads was undoubtedly extremely high. Li Yuandao, what are you doing here? After seeing the person opposite him clearly, Qin Yanqi was stunned and asked. Aunt Qin, Yan Qi. Li Yuandao smiled and said, I attended a class reunion and had dinner with Jun Moxie. I just came out after dinner. Aunt Qin, are you guys going shopping? Qin Shu smiled slightly and said, aren't we going back to Yan Qi's grandparents' house tomorrow? I came out to meet some company guests and bought some clothes and gifts. Wait, who did you say you were having dinner with? Mom, he seems to be talking about Jun Moxie. Is it just a coincidence that they have the same name? Qin Yanqi was surprised, with doubts in her beautiful eyes. Li Yuandao looked at the reactions of the two people, but he didn't care. He nodded and said, it's Jun Moxie. Liujiang City, the Jun Moxie of the Jun family. Qin Shu looked at him in doubt. Li Yuandao replied confidently, Aunt Qin, it's Jun Moxie from the Jun family. That guy insisted on treating me to a meal in order to curry my favor. He didn't mention Jun Jiantian because he was afraid it would be too scary. Only. He didn't know that Jun Moyue's name alone was terrifying. Jun Moxie of the Jun family, in order to curry favor with you, he had to treat you to a meal. Qin Yanqi stared at him, and the astonishment on his face was quickly replaced by a sneer. Li Yuandao, you are still so out of tune in front of my mother. Do you think we are fools? Who the hell is Jun Moxie? He comes to curry favor with you and even invites you to dinner. If you want to brag, can you please make a draft first? It's ridiculous. Li Yuandao was stunned. He couldn't think of it. Qin Yanqi would have such a big reaction. After all, what he said is true. But the other party obviously didn't believe it. Yuandao, are you really talking about Jun Moxie of the Jun family? Qin Shu's expression became serious and she asked solemnly. Li Yuandao nodded and replied seriously, Aunt Qin, it's Jun Moxie from the Jun family. Can't you just speak honestly? Seeing that Li Yuandao was being stubborn, Qin Yanqi became furious and shouted loudly. The first time she met Li Yuandao, she was greatly disappointed and had a very bad impression. It's okay now. In her eyes, Li Yuandao was a complete braggart, talking nonsense all the time and not telling the truth at all. Yan Qi, it's done. Maybe what Yuandao said is true. Qin Shu quickly stopped Qin Yanqi and shook her head secretly. Then she looked at Li Yuandao again and said with a serious smile, Yuandao, it's a good thing to make more friends. If you can really get to know young Master Jun of the Jun family, it would be great. Try to build good relationships. When you enter society in the future, these connections will be extremely important. Aunt Qin, I know. Li Yuandao could see that Aunt Qin didn't believe him either, but he didn't care and nodded with a smile. Qin Shu added, come back with us to Yan Qi's grandpa and grandma's house tomorrow, just treat it as a trip to have fun, don't stay out too late. Okay, I'll go to the incense pavilion first. I'll try to get back as soon as possible. Li Yuandao smiled and nodded, then turned and left. Mom, he is too much. Qin Yanqi was so angry that his chest was heaving and beating violently. Yan Qi, come on, stop talking. Qin Shu pulled her daughter's hand, shook her head helplessly, and sighed. We have no idea what happened during the 2 months your brother Yuandao was missing. The reason why Mom didn't ask about it was because she was afraid that he would recall the terrible experiences during this period. You know, he lost his parents when he was very young. Qin Shu paused and glanced at the direction Li Yuandao was walking, with pity and compassion in her eyes. Over the years, he may have been ridiculed a lot outside and in school. He did this to save face, to be strong, and to give you a good impression. Listen to my mother. Qin Yanqi opened his mouth and finally said, if he can behave himself, I won't say anything embarrassing to him. As a boy, who doesn't want to have some face? Mom and your dad went through the same thing. Qin Shu smiled gently and shook her head. Mom, what are you talking about? It's impossible for him and I to be together. You and Dad should not try to match us up. Not to mention that you and Aunt Li-wan have arranged a marriage for us. Chen Yanqi stamped her feet and said, it's just. Mom, aren't you protecting him too much? He can lie to you today, who knows what he will do next time. If he can keep his feet on the ground, maybe he can gain a foothold in Liujiang and achieve some small success. If he learns bad things, and accidentally offends someone in Liujiang where the powerful and wealthy run rampant, something bad will happen sooner or later. For example, if the other party finds out about the dinner with Jun Moy that I just mentioned, what will be the consequences? Qin Shu listened and nodded, and said solemnly, just pretend that this matter never happened, and don't tell Xiao Xia about it. If you have a chance in the future, you can remind your brother Yuan Dao more often, but be careful with your tone. Hee, Mom, I know. I just want you to worry less, and I hope he can change his behavior. But the kind of boy I, Chen Yanqi, admire is definitely not someone like him. Chen Yanqi pouted and hummed. You girl. Incense storage pavilion. Li Yuandao arrived and prepared to dive into box number 10 to concentrate on his practice. What he was holding in his hands were several elixirs that he had just received from Jun Zhantian. They are all hundreds of years old. It is an urgent need for him now. Recently he has been coming to Zhangxiang Pavilion every day, and box number 10 has almost become his exclusive place, so Manager Wang has reserved it. At this time, Li Yuandao sensed something and suddenly stopped. He turned his head and looked in the direction of the back door of the incense pavilion. To be precise, his eyes fell on a beautiful figure who just passed by him. The woman in the lavender horse-faced skirt had a slender figure and graceful curves. Even from the back, she looked as gentle as jade. It is like a ray of autumn water falling into the eyes, creating stunning ripples. Her twisting buttocks are particularly eye-catching. Because her breasts are so round and straight, they look so graceful when they move, making many men passing by roll their eyes up and down. Li Yuandao stared at the other person for a long while, with doubt in his eyes, and then quickly chased after him. You stay. Li Yuandao walked past the woman, stood in front of her, and spoke directly. At this time, he also saw the woman's appearance clearly. He looks to be about 23 or 24 years old. She is dressed in a very classical style. On her head, a tasseled wooden hairpin tied up her thick black hair, highlighting her slender snow-white neck. Her face was lightly made up, making her look even more delicate. There is a teardrop mole at the corner of the eye, which adds a bit of charm. At first glance, the whole person looks like a beauty walking out of an ancient scroll. Girl, she is really beautiful. It's not much worse than what the senior sisters did back then. You called me. The woman looked up in surprise and spoke in confusion. Her voice is warm and pleasant, like the sound of nature, and can gently pluck people's heartstrings. It's you. The woman was very beautiful, and Li Yuandao couldn't help but admire her for a few seconds, then looked at Manager Wang who was not far away, include her and arrange for her to move into box number 10. He was not attracted by the woman's beauty, but by the extremely strong yin yuan in her body. Her yin energy was several times more powerful than that of other women he had seen in the incense pavilion. This is one of the best candidates to set up the spirit gathering formation and provide the Xuanin energy. Even if you can absorb the yin yuan from the other person without hurting his life, it will have a better effect on recovering from injuries. Ah, she. When Manager Wang saw the woman clearly, he quickly lowered his head, feeling a little helpless. The woman looked at him with a half-smile. You want to order me? You are not from the Zhangxiang Pavilion. Li Yuandao raised his eyebrows and asked in surprise. Generally speaking, few women come to this place to play. I am. The woman replied. Li Yuandao curled his lips, then it's you. I'm afraid you can't light it. The woman smiled sweetly, like 100 flowers blooming. Can't light it. As long as you have money, it's not a big deal to come here. Li Yuandao looked at the other person and said, could it be that you are inlaid with gold and jade? I'm talking about you, it's you. But, the words had just been spoken. He was quickly stunned. In order to further confirm the other person's strong yin energy, he used a little secret technique. I discovered that the other person was really inlaid with gold and jade. But the inlaid places have some unique features, just like the horizontal scroll on the couplets in a wealthy family, which is really the finishing touch. Li Yuandao lowered his head and took a deep look, but since he was not well versed in this, he couldn't figure out anything. No wonder the other party says it's not worth it. You can't see anything special from the outside, but it's really gold and jade inside. He raised his head again and said jokingly, she is really inlaid with gold and jade, but she doesn't know the secrets of beauty. I have said something rash. Please don't blame me. The woman was startled, then she thought of something, her face suddenly turned red to her ears, and her beautiful eyes of shame and anger glared at Li Yuandao fiercely. Manager Wang didn't understand what was going on. He quickly introduced to Li Yuandao, Mr. Li, this is the young master of our Songxiang pavilion, Miss Lu Rushi. She doesn't accompany guests. Young master? That's the owner of this incense pavilion. Is she considered a brothel owner? It was just a misunderstanding anyway. Li Yuandao was stunned, and then smiled awkwardly. You go down. Lu Rushi spoke with a straight face. After Manager Wang left, she glared at Li Yuan angrily and asked, what did you see? A family of scholars. Bah, that's wrong. A family of scholars. I can see an elegant and scholarly temperament in Miss Lu. Li Yuandao smiled and said. Lu Rushi was even more embarrassed and annoyed, seriously. Who are you? Are you here for my Lu family? You think too much, I just came to the Zhongxiang pavilion to have some fun. Li Yuandao curled his lips, glanced at the other party, and said solemnly, you have a lot of yin yuan qi in your body, but your body is very strange. It looks like a magnificent vitality, but it is disordered and torn from time to time. Theoretically, you will not live past 20 years old. Lu Rushi's expression changed drastically, who are you? But strangely enough, you managed to pull through. You must be around 25 or 26 years old now. Is this related to the gold and jade inlaid on your body? Or is it because you have found a cure? If you smell carefully, you can smell a strong medicinal aroma from you. This kind of medicinal aroma can only be smelled by doctors or pharmacists who deal with herbs all year round. Li Yuandao did not answer Lu Rushi's words. Instead, he stroked his chin and said in amazement, and the medicinal fragrance on you is stronger than that of ordinary pharmacists. It seems that you are not weak in refining medicine. Lu Rushi's face gradually turned cold, you're investigating me. Investigate you. If I really investigated you, there would be no need to point you out. I have long shared the same ideals as you. Li Yuandao looked at the gold and jade inlays on the other party and shook his head, saying, this is the first time we have met. As for the symptoms you have, it may be because I studied medicine and combined with some techniques passed down from my ancestors, I was able to see some clues. Lu Rushi's eyes lit up slightly, and she felt that what Li Yuandao said made sense, so she smiled and said, I believe what you said. Can we talk? Who are you? Before Li Yuandao could respond, a cold voice sounded from behind him. A young man with hostility in his eyes walked in from outside. So, this toad is bothering you. The young man's gaze fell on Lu Rushi, his eyes filled with greed, passion, and a hint of sneer. Lu Rushi frowned, her eyes full of disgust and helplessness. He is my guest, he is here to make medicine. The young man didn't take it seriously and turned to look at Li Yuandao. From your accent, you're not from Liujiang. I'm from Pennsylvania. What's up? Li Yuandao said lightly. Pennsylvania County. The young man was stunned, and then he looked at Li Yuandao with a more disdainful look. I am Yuan Qianshu, you must have heard of me, right? Rushi is my woman, you can't get your hands on her. What's more, she has a first-class talent in alchemy, is Yao Lao's disciple, and is the daughter of the Lu family. You ignorant country bumpkin, stop dreaming of trying to eat swan meat. Get lost. Lu Rushi's pretty face changed suddenly. Yuan Qianshu, what are you talking about? Who is your woman? Facing Lu Rushi's shout, Yuan Qianshu didn't care. You and I will be together sooner or later, so who will be the couple between our two families? You. Lu Rushi was so angry that she gritted her teeth. Li Yuandao narrowed his eyes and thought, this Yuan Qianshu should be from the Yuan family, right? Aunt Qin's husband Qin Jingtian's family has found a new partner, the Yuan family. No wonder this guy is so arrogant. Thinking of this, Li Yuandao smiled and turned around, his eyes falling on the other party. Where did this dog come from? Why is it biting people randomly? Yuan Qianqiu showed an expression of disbelief. In Liujiang, no one dared to retort to him in this way. He was stunned and asked, "You want to die?" Yuan Qianqiu. What are you going to do? Don't scare my guest, he is here to ask me to make medicine. We will talk about the matter between our Lu family and your Yuan family later. Lu Rushi came over with a glare, then pulled Li Yuan and said, "Let's go in." He can't go in. Yuan Qianqiu blocked the way and sneered, "This courtyard and the incense pavilion will all belong to our Yuan family. Of course, they are also ours. After all, we will be a family in the future." A family? Ha. Yuan Qianqiu, forget it. Lu Rushi's pretty face was cold, and she sneered, "The Lu and Yuan families have an appointment for a martial arts competition once every 10 years. There are still a few days left, and it is still unknown who will win or lose. Even if my Lu family loses, at most I will give you the right to operate the Zhangxiang Pavilion for 10 years. You know the situation of your Lu family better than I do. You can't win. Therefore, this will eventually be my territory." Yuan Qianqiu finally pointed at Li Yuandao and laughed, "Do you believe it or not, I will break his legs right now. Don't even think about touching him while I'm here." Lu Rushi stood in front of Li Yuandao, protecting the latter, and shouted through gritted teeth. Yuan Qianqiu narrowed his eyes, and was even more upset when he saw that Lu Rushi was actually protecting a strange man. "You like this pretty boy very much, don't you? If you want to protect him, I will give you a chance. Either you obey me, or we will meet in a few days for a duel. According to my grandfather's suggestion, we will fight to decide the winner, and the winner will own the Zhangxiang Pavilion forever." How? You only have two choices. If you don't choose either, I will have to break his legs. Lu Rushi's expression changed again. She knows it very well. Yuan Qianqiu can do anything. Okay. I can make the decision for my grandfather, and will decide the outcome in one battle. Lu Rushi struggled for a while and finally made a decision. Haha, okay. Once you've finished making the medicine for this bastard, we'll discuss and set a time for the duel. Yuan Qianqiu laughed loudly, nodded, and looked at Li Yuandao. "You are very lucky." But in his heart he was already filled with ecstasy. In his opinion, it was a done deal for the Lu family to accept the challenge of the martial arts competition. The most important thing is to find a way to annex the Lu family and then take down Lu Rushi. With Lu Rushi's talent for alchemy and the fact that he is Yao Lao's disciple, he will definitely become a master of alchemy in the future. In any family, a master of alchemy will be regarded as the most honorable guest. What's more, Lu Rushi will become his woman in the future, and he can control her firmly. I'm lucky. Looking at the other party's condescending attitude and then looking at Lu Rushi who was protecting him, Li Yuandao was speechless. If this place wasn't in the incense Zhang Pavilion, and if Lu Rushi hadn't been there to help him out everywhere, he would have already twisted off the head of Yuan Qianqiu in front of him. For this kind of crazy dog that barks and bites people at every turn, either blow its head off or ignore it. But from what we heard, it seems that the two families are fighting for the Zhangxiang Pavilion. Could it be that they have also discovered the spiritual eye below? Or is there something else beneath the yard in front of us? Li Yuandao glanced around and thought secretly. "Come in with me." Lu Rushi signaled to Li Yuandao with her eyes, then twisted her hips and walked into the small house in the backyard. Li Yuandao was surprised to find that there were all kinds of herbs piled inside. Most of them were only herbs that were a dozen years old and were not even worth his attention. But the number of herbs is extremely astonishing. In the middle of the room, there was a black medicine furnace. "Are you really a pharmacist?" Li Yuandao spoke in surprise. It was just speculation before. Now that he saw what was inside the house with his own eyes, he still couldn't help being shocked. What else? Lu Rushi snorted lightly, with a proud look on her face. Alchemists are not accessible to ordinary people. Only powerful warriors or martial arts families with some background can afford to hire alchemists. For a warrior's training, the assistance and tempering of medicine are crucial. It also makes the already extremely rare alchemist become extremely noble. Is this so-called alchemist the same as the alchemist in the world of immortal cultivation? Li Yuandao was puzzled and asked casually, "Who is that mad dog outside? Are you really going to make medicine for me? What kind of medicine are you making? I'm just afraid that he'll beat you to death." Lu Rushi rolled her eyes, and her beautiful eyelashes fluttered. Li Yuandao smiled and said, "So arrogant, it seems that the Yuan family is very powerful in Liujiang City. You are one of the rich and powerful. What do you think? Crushing you to death is no different from crushing an ant. If you don't want to get into trouble, leave through the back door later." Lu Rushi glanced and snorted. It seems that there is something wrong with the Qin family's cooperation with the Yuan family. Li Yuandao thought secretly and asked curiously, "Your Lu family is a feud with the Yuan family. And why did you make a 10-year martial arts competition to fight for this incense pavilion? Is there anything special about this place?" Lu Rushi hesitated, then smiled bitterly and shook her head. She sat down in front of the medicine furnace, turned on the gas and said, "What's Southwest special about this place? Our two families are fighting for this place. It is said to be the original incense storage pavilion. It was built by our ancestors together. It is considered the common heritage of our two families. I'd better refine a few pills for you, so that Yuan Qianshu won't bother you. The incense storage pavilion built by the ancestors of the two families." This made Li Yuandao even more curious, and he asked again, "So because of this, your two families went from being aristocratic families to being feuding families?" "That's not the case. As far as I can remember, there has been a rift between our two families. We have a competition every 10 years, and the winner will have the right to operate the Zhangxiang Pavilion for 10 years. Lu Rushi was stunned for a moment, but eventually she continued to talk to Li Yuandao about the secrets of the two families that outsiders did not know. She didn't know why she was telling these things to this student-like guy in front of her. It seemed like these words that had been weighing on my heart for so long finally had a way to be vented. A long time ago, the relationship between our two families was not as tense as it is now. Of course, it was mainly because the Huiyuan family had fallen to the point where there was no way out. Lu Rushi paused and continued, "For the sake of the Yuan family, the old men of the Yuan family finally came to my grandfather's house and knelt down to beg for help. My grandfather was soft-hearted and soon had a drink with the other party. He also arranged a marriage between me and Yuan Qianshu. The relationship between the two families was also eased, and it can be said that they were reunited." Li Yuandao listened quietly and said at the right time, "So later, because of the Zhangxiang Pavilion, the conflict between your two families was further exacerbated." Lu Rushi shook her head and continued, "Yuan Zhen, the ancestor of the Yuan family, was originally sworn brothers with Lu Zongyuan, the ancestor of our Lu family. The two of them loved to visit brothels, so they founded the incense pavilion together. But for some reason, they did not get along well, and the conflict between the two families actually started from the time of the two ancestors. Later, they set a rule that the two companies would compete once every 10 years, and the winner would have the right to operate the business for 10 years. It is rumored that the ashes of our two ancestors are scattered in the incense storage pavilion, and there are unknown secrets here. But for thousands of years, our two families have dug deep underground and have not found any so-called secrets. It is the Yuan family that has the most evil ambitions. In the past 10 years, their family has risen again. Seeing that our Lu family has declined, they now want to seize the incense pavilion and even annex our Lu family as well. In this 10-year competition, our Lu family has almost no chance of winning." Speaking of this, Lu Rushi fell silent. Seeing that the alchemy furnace had become heated, she turned off the fire again. "I see." Li Yuandao listened to the past secrets of the Lu and Yuan families and nodded slightly. At the same time, he secretly thought that the ancestor of the Lu family was actually Lu Zongyuan. So what is the relationship between the other party and Lu Zongyuan University? Just named after the university. Thinking of this, Li Yuandao smiled and said, "But, the Yuan family doesn't have this opportunity." After saying that, he secretly added in his heart, "This place is mine. Unless I dig out the spiritual eye below." Lu Rushi's eyes lit up, "Do you have a solution?" The current Yuan family is extremely powerful. Whether it is the younger generation or the guest warriors who sit in their family, they are all superior to our Lu family. It is impossible for my grandfather to take action personally. Li Yuandao smiled and said, on the day of the competition, you just need to notify me. But I have a condition. What conditions? Lu Rushi asked subconsciously. Li Yuan said, I can come to your medicine refining place anytime in the future. I want to practice well here, avoid the noise, and focus on the Tao. Practice and devote yourself to the Tao. Lu Rushi glared at Li Yuandao for a while, then smiled bitterly and shook her head. How could Li Yuandao, who came from a small place, help the Lu family deal with the Yuan family? Even facing Yuan Qianshu, he can't protect himself. All she could say was that she really wanted the Lu family to win the competition in a few days, and she was so eager that she subconsciously thought that Li Yuandao could help. Thinking of Li Yuandao's words, she suddenly looked at him with shame and anger. You are devoted to Taoism. Why don't I call a few more beauties over for you? I can kill 2 birds with 1 stone and open up a few more passages. What does it mean? Are we sure that the Tao we are talking about is the same Tao? Li Yuandao blinked, a little confused. Seeing that he didn't understand romance, Lu Rushi curled her lips and said, forget it, you don't have to comfort me. I'm serious. Li Yuandao frowned, looking serious. Lu Rushi rolled her eyes and came over. Okay, just assume you are serious. If my Lu family can really win the competition, I can make the decision and send it to you. You can come anytime. Okay, it's a deal. Li Yuandao couldn't help but laugh and left his contact information. Seeing Li Yuandao about to leave, Lu Rushi shook her head and said, let me refine some pills for you. Maybe it can help you improve your cultivation a little. Have you entered the stage of an external force warrior now? I'm not a warrior. Li Yuandao shook his head and replied. So are you teasing me? Or do you want me to make you some medicine and start practicing martial arts from now on? Lu Rushi looked upset, but she didn't continue talking in the end because she was afraid of upsetting Li Yuandao. She continued, I will refine a few bodybuilding pills for you, you can try to practice. Take the pills later, leave through the back door, and finally leave Liujiang City quickly. That Yuan Qianshu will definitely not give up. Li Yuandao glanced at the alchemy furnace that had been rekindled. Lu Rushi had already thrown in the herbs. He simply sat down beside her and watched her making the medicine with interest. He also wanted to see whether this alchemy was the same as the alchemy in the immortal cultivation world. But soon, he was disappointed. Lu Rushi's method of refining medicine is too crude and low-level. The extracted medicinal essence is very turbid, which is a far cry from the real medicine. What made Li Yuandao laugh and cry was that at the end of refining, Lu Rushi picked up the residue that fell from the furnace and put it in her mouth to try, in order to determine the progress of refining the pill. It's disgusting. Otherwise, could you please come back and give me some advice? Li Yuandao secretly shook his head and said helplessly, who taught you how to make medicine? Your technique is too poor. Shut up. Lu Rushi's pretty face changed, and she turned around and said, you are not allowed to slander my master. He is our Dragon Country second-level peak alchemist, and he is already able to refine third-grade pills. In your eyes, the techniques he taught are poor. How dare you say that? With just this, can you refine a third-grade elixir? It seems that these 3 grades are not the same as those 3 grades, right? Li Yuandao saw the angry woman and laughed bitterly. Okay, I made a mistake. After hearing this, Lu Rushi's expression eased slightly. But after successfully refining the elixir, she angrily shoved it in her face. Humph, go away. Use the back door. Li Yuandao glanced at the other person's hips and nodded. I like to go through the front door. Remember to call me on the day of the competition. After saying that, he turned and walked out of the medicine refining hut. But when he reached the door, Li Yuandao noticed that Yuan Qianshu was still outside. Thinking of this guy's arrogance just now, he couldn't help but come up with an idea. He lifted his clothes, loosened his belt and dropped his pants. Then he walked out, shivering and holding up his trousers, and sighed, it feels better. He saw Li Yuandao walking out of the house. Yuan Qianshu's sharp eyes fell on him with a sneer on his lips. He already had a plan. He would have someone secretly capture this guy, break his legs, and give him a severe beating. Let everyone know what will happen to those who dare to scold Yuan Qianshu. As the eldest son of the Yuan family, don't you have any dignity? But at this moment, looking at Li Yuandao's actions and hearing his words, Yuan Qianshu couldn't help but be stunned. Didn't he go in to make medicine? What does this kid mean? There doesn't seem to be a toilet inside. Yuan Qianshu didn't react for a moment. Li Yuandao smiled, tightened his belt, and walked out of the incense pavilion. This made Yuan Qianshu even more suspicious. For a moment he did not chase after him, but instead pushed open the door of the house in the courtyard. Open the door. He just happened to see Lu Ru rinsing her mouth on the sink. He muttered, I tried adding something new, but why did it taste so bitter and fishy? But the effect should be better. There was white stuff flowing from the corners of her mouth. I don't know if it's toothpaste foam or something else. Yuan Qianshu's expression changed drastically, and he immediately exploded. Lu Rushi, what did you do? Yuan Qianshu, are you crazy? Why are you yelling so loudly? Lu Rushi was startled and turned around to glare. What did you do in there? Yuan Qianshu asked angrily again. Lu Rushi sneered and said, whatever we do, it has nothing to do with you. You stinky bitch, wait till the competition is over, I'll let you gallop endlessly. Yuan Qianshu cursed fiercely, turned around and left with murderous intent. How could he bear to see the woman who originally belonged to him being touched by someone else? Inside the house, Lu Rushi looked stunned. She didn't understand why Yuan Qianshu was so furious. After rushing out of the incense pavilion, Yuan Qianshu did not find Li Yuandao. He looked at the busy streets at night and shouted angrily, where is he? You bastard, don't catch him, or I'll skin you alive and throw you into the Liujiang River. People around saw this. They were all stunned, and at the same time showed fear on their faces, and they all stepped back a distance. Because many people recognized Yuan Qianshu. Young Master Yuan Qianshu of the Yuan family, who offended him. No matter who it is, that guy is dead. That's about right. Unless we escape from Liujiang overnight, there will be another missing person soon. As they whispered to each other, many people kept shaking their heads. Manager Wang, who ran into the Zhongxiang pavilion to see what happened, saw Yuan Qianshu's figure, and quickly shrank his head and slipped away. He didn't want to offend this young master. As for the person involved, Li Yuandao just wanted to make a prank on Yuan Qianshu and didn't think too much about it. At this time, he had already run to Xiankaju and had a delicious meal of medicinal porridge. The beautiful senior Luo Lingxiang still came to help her mother Xie Yalan. And he was much more enthusiastic towards Li Yuandao than he was in the previous 2 days. Delicious food, beautiful women, and a feast for the eyes. After eating and drinking, it was already late at night, so Li Yuandao got up and went home. If I make good use of the spiritual eye under the Tibetan incense pavilion, and add some spiritual medicines, it won't take long before my cultivation can be restored. It is the injuries to my Naiwan Palace and Dantian that are the biggest trouble. I hope Jun Zhantian and the others can help me. Walking on the deserted streets late at night, Li Yuandao looked inward at his situation and sighed in his heart. Not far away. A frogman with a waist full of little frogs was walking towards us. In many busy streets or squares, you can often see frog people selling little frogs. It is late night. It seems that this frogman didn't sell many of the little frogs on his body. No matter who is carrying the burden, the unhappiness of life is like prostatitis or the dripping and difficult sobbing. Handsome guy, would you like to buy a frog? She is also a female frog person with a soft and sweet voice. She handed over a small frog in her hand. I want all the little frogs on your body. Li Yuandao said with a faint smile. This moment. He thought of his Aunt Li Wan, who used to get up early and work late for him. He knew the bitterness of it best. But the words had just been spoken. He narrowed his eyes, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. Bang. The sound of the silenced gunshot suddenly dissipated. A big hole exploded in the little frog in the woman's hand, and the bullet instantly enlarged in Li Yuandao's sight. Only. The bullet is fast, and his movements are even faster. He reached out and caught the bullet between his fingers. You. The female frogman was horrified. Then she turned and ran, ready to escape into the alley next to her. She was extremely fast and obviously had some skills. Snort. Now that you're here, why rush to leave? Li Yuandao shouted coldly and used gravity to grab it in his hand. But when she took the frog head off the woman's head, she found that she had fallen silent. He committed suicide by taking poison. It looks like he is an extremely professional killer. If he fails, he will either flee or die. He won't reveal any information. But, in my hands, it's useless. Li Yuandao spat out coldly, raised his hand and searched his soul directly. The person has just died, but his spirit has not yet dispersed. After searching his soul, Li Yuandao looked puzzled. This woman is from a killer organization called Garden of Babylon. But the structure of this killer organization, like other killer organizations, is a very common independent existence of superiors and subordinates. They have no contact with each other, will not meet, or leave any phone number or identity information. There is no memory of where the Babylon Gardens headquarters is. And it was this woman who received the task secretly from the dark web. The employer only provided Li Yuandao's appearance and address, and no other information was left. Who hired the killer? The Shao family and the Su family? That shouldn't be the case. All the people in both families are dead. Is it Yuan Qianshu? It can't be that fast. Is that the enemy who set fire to my house and killed my parents? He found out that I'm back and is planning to eliminate the trouble. Li Yuandao guessed secretly. I couldn't get any useful information from the woman and couldn't follow the clues. No matter who it is, Li Yuandao is too lazy to worry about it. If they come again, they will all die. But if you make one mistake and leave any evidence, he will have to uproot them completely. If he could find information about the Garden of Babylon later, he wouldn't mind going straight to the door and uprooting it. Return to Lily Garden Villa. I found that Qin Yanqi and Zhuge Xiaoxia were still awake. In the living room, they displayed a large pile of clothes and kept gesturing in front of the mirror. Brother Dawei, you're back. Come on. We're going back to Yanqi's grandparents' house tomorrow. Help Yanqi and I see which outfit looks good. We're worried about this. Zhuge Xiaoxia came running over, with 2 cups that looked imposing and full of oppression. Qin Yanqi was wearing a cool, waist-length nightgown with her legs spread out, which was eye-catching. She glanced back, her eyes filled with disgust. Li Yuandao glanced at the clothes spread out by the 2 women, and pointed at 2 sets at random. They are the best looking. Let's go to sleep. After that, he turned and went into the house and fell asleep. Women, even putting on clothes is so troublesome. Haha, Xiaoxia, don't pay attention to this self-righteous man. He's full of lies. Hearing this, Zhuge Xiaoxia turned around in bewilderment, full of lies. Yan Qi, did Brother Dawei abandon you? Humph, when we just met a few days ago, we gave him a very happy welcome. Qin Yanqi's face froze, and then he rushed over in shame and anger. Zhuge Xiaoxia, you have learned to say dirty words with that annoying guy. I'll scratch those 2 lumps of flesh off yours. Li Yuandao fell asleep amid the noise of fighting. A dreamless night. Early the next morning. Just got up. Then I heard some noise coming from the living room. Walking out of the room, Li Yuandao found 2 pretty figures standing in the living room. At a glance, his eyes suddenly lit up. Qin Yanqi and Zhuge Xiaoxia were swaying their graceful figures in the living room, with fragrance everywhere. They actually wore the same dress today, one red and one white, which complemented each other. Qin Yanqi, dressed in fiery red, is just like a blooming red rose, delicate and charming. Zhuge Xiaoxia in a white dress is like a jasmine, full of youthful vitality. Not bad, not bad. Li Yuandao nodded and couldn't help but praise. Hee, Dawei brother, you are beautiful, right? Zhuge Xiaoxia turned around proudly and said happily. Pretty. Li Yuandao looked at the breasts that were squeezed beyond belief by the dress and exclaimed in admiration. Snort. Qin Yanqi hummed. Zhuge Xiaoxia quickly pulled the other person over. Yan Qi is more beautiful than me, such long legs, wow. Oh, not bad. Li Yuandao said, this woman Anxiang usually looks very cold, but today she is wearing such bright red, which shows that she is a real sultry girl inside. Chen Yanqi almost gnashed his teeth after hearing such a bland comment. Because they were going back to Chen Yanqi's grandparents' house for cooperation with the Yuan family, Chen Jingtian and Qin Shu arrived early. Return to Chen's house. Li Yuandao originally didn't want to go. But Aunt Qin insisted that he go with her to play, so he didn't hesitate and decided to go. Moreover, after seeing the arrogant young master Yuan Qianshu of the Yuan family yesterday, and learning that the Yuan family and the Lu family were competing for the Cangxiang pavilion, Li Yuandao felt that the Yuan family's choice to cooperate with the Chen family and invest in Aunt Qin's company was even more inappropriate. He went there with Aunt Qin just to see if the Yuan family would do anything naughty. Half an hour later. Chen family hall. Sitting in the main seat was the old lady of the Chen family, Chen Yanqi's grandmother. Chen Jingwei sat next to him as obediently as a quail. The rest of the Chen family's aunts and uncles were all there, talking to each other. Seeing Chen Yanqi and his family arrive, they all shut up immediately and looked at him coldly, with dissatisfaction and resentment in their expressions. Huh. You still remember to come back to this house? The old lady dropped the cane in her hand heavily to the ground and spoke coldly. That's right, this family is eager to cut off all ties with our family. Many people in the Chen family laughed at the same time. They have always been dissatisfied with Chen Jingtian and Qin Shu. Qin Shu, in particular, had a conflict with the old lady and others and did not go home for several years. After co-founding the Jingshu group with Chen Jingtian, they even kept the Chen family out of the picture, and they were not able to get a single cent on the company's dividends and other aspects. In their opinion, Jingshu group is also part of the Chen family, and they deserve a share of the pie. Mom, we didn't come back to quarrel. Chen Jingtian exhaled, suppressed his anger, and asked repeatedly, Jingshu group is in crisis now, and we need to find a solution as soon as possible. Jingwei said before that the Yuan family is willing to cooperate with us. Is it true? And he specifically mentioned talking to Xiaoshu. Is it because the Yuan family is interested in her business ability? What are her abilities? As long as she can give birth to a son, she will be the greatest contributor to our Chen family even if she doesn't know anything else. The old lady had a stern face, answered questions irrelevantly, and spoke in a nonsensical manner. Qin Shu's face turned slightly pale, with a look of grievance in her eyes. Then she lowered her head and said nothing. Grandma, what's wrong with me being a girl? Chen Yanqi couldn't stand it any longer. My mother is in poor health, and you still treat her like this. Presumptuous. The old lady banged the cane in her hand, making a loud noise, and shouted, How dare you talk to Grandma like that? Humph, you are really an uneducated person. Chen Yanqi, you little bitch, how can you talk to Grandma like that? As expected, this whole family is worthless. I have no respect for Grandma at all. This family is lawless. The other members of the Chen family all started to criticize. Even Chen Jingwei glared at him, but there was a hint of sneer in his eyes. You guys. Chen Yanqi was so angry that his nose was crooked, his eyes were red, and tears filled his eyes. Yan Qi. Zhuge Xiaoxia pulled the other person. As an outsider, she didn't know what to say for a moment. Qin Shu's face suddenly turned cold, and she looked up. Mom, you asked our family to come back to humiliate us. If that's the case, we'll leave now. Why, is there something wrong with what I said? As a woman, what's the point of not being able to give birth to a son? Don't think that the creation of Jingshu Group is all your credit. It's all because of the support of my Chen family. The old lady did not give in at all. Also, the Yuan family wants to cooperate with us, and they specifically want to talk to you. You can't just come and go as you please. If you want to talk, talk among yourselves. Qin Shu also got angry and said angrily. Bitch, you are so selfish. It is a shame for you to marry into our Chen family. The old lady was furious and shouted loudly. The other members of the Chen family also started to yell angrily. Shut up. Suddenly, a cold shout made the Chen family hall silent. Li Yuandao walked up to her, looked at the old lady and said, Are you old things becoming less and less worthless? Who are you and how do you speak? Who is this guy? It seems like they are here with Qin Shu's family. They are birds of a feather. Get them out. Many people in the Chen family were angry. The wrinkles on the old lady's face twitched fiercely, and she shouted, "Young man, you better be careful with your words. You should be more careful with your words." Li Yuandao scolded coldly, "You old guys, do you have to give birth to a son in your family? What about a daughter? Is there a chance for succession to the throne? If so, just give birth to another one yourself." You. Hearing Li Yuandao's outrageous words, the old lady almost fainted from anger. "Qin Shu, who is this person? You are really lawless." The other members of the Chen family could no longer sit still and began to speak up. Besides, Li Yuandao ignored these people and looked directly at the old lady, sneering, "And Qin's company had problems, and my Aunt Li Wan helped her out of the crisis. What were you doing at that time, Chen family? You still have the nerve to say you support Aunt Qin? Your faces are disgusting." After saying that, he looked back and said, "Aunt Qin, let's go. There is no need to cooperate with the Yuan family." Chen's hall once again fell into silence. Qin Shu looked at Li Yuandao in astonishment. She didn't expect that the latter would dare to stand up at this time and scold the old lady. The old lady's face was extremely ugly. Of course she knew that Qin Shu's company was in crisis. She was even more aware that Li Wan had given his all to help Qin Shu overcome the crisis. Before that, Qin Shu asked her family for help, but they ignored her. But with Li Wan's intervention, the company survived the crisis, which was invisibly a slap in their faces. At this moment, the other members of the Chen family looked at each other in confusion. Is he the nephew of Li Wan? This Qin Shu, what a good friend she has. Her nephew is also a country boy, extremely arrogant. Everyone in the Chen family looked at Li Yuandao with extremely unfriendly eyes. At this time, Chen Yanqi looked at Li Yuandao in astonishment, her beautiful eyes full of shock. She was still young when the family company encountered a crisis, but her mother often mentioned it to her. During that crisis, the family sat on the sidelines and did nothing. Instead, an outsider came to the rescue and became their family's great benefactor. Unexpectedly, the benefactor turned out to be Li Yuandao's aunt. She was also extremely surprised to see Li Yuandao showing his tough side. Zhuge Xiaoxia came over and whispered, "It turns out that Brother Dawei has such a tough side." Although the girl lowered her voice, Li Yuandao still heard it. He looked back and blinked, "I was always hard, you just didn't notice." Chen Yanqi subconsciously looked at a certain place on Li Yuandao's face. Something flashed through her mind and her face turned red. She spat secretly, "Bah, you old pervert." Snort. The old lady knocked the cane in her hand again with a loud noise. She looked at Li Yuandao fiercely and said, "Your aunt took the initiative to help me in the beginning, just to cling to my Chen family's thigh. Now she sends you here and asks for all kinds of benefits. It's natural, right?" Li Yuandao was speechless. This old lady is so shameless and unreasonable. At this moment, Chen Yanqi frowned slightly, and suddenly felt that the old lady's words seemed to make sense. Li Yuandao made endless demands on his mother. For example, when it came to pocket money, his mother was almost never stingy. And it seems that Li Yuandao also takes this for granted. Snort. No wonder he had the nerve to move into Lily Garden Villa. It turned out that he was relying on his Aunt Li Wan. After I've repaid you the favor, I'll let this shameless man who only talks nonsense leave. Chen Yanqi secretly had a plan in mind. At this time, the old lady continued, "Little country bumpkin, I don't have time to argue with you right now. I don't care what you think. Cooperation with the Yuan family is of vital importance. Now that we have agreed to cooperate with the Yuan family, you can leave now. If the Yuan family gets angry, you will not have a good ending." This. Chen Jingtian and Qin Shu's expressions suddenly changed, and their faces became extremely gloomy. "Brother, sister-in-law, I think you are very clear about how powerful the Yuan family is. If you want to die, don't drag our whole family down with you." Chen Jingwei sneered, looking as if he was speaking with great seriousness. Qin Shu gritted her teeth, finally exhaled, turned around and looked at Li Yuandao. "Yuandao, and Qin will handle the current matter. We just agree to the cooperation of the Yuan family. The Yuan family is not something we can offend. Besides, Jingshu Group really needs the strong cooperation and investment of the Yuan family now. Haha. Old lady, am I not late? Before Qin Shu finished her words, a laugh came from outside. Yuan Qianshu, with a ruthless step, walked into the Qin family with a few men in suits. Look clearly who is coming. The old lady's buttock seemed to have springs and she stood up suddenly. She hurried forward with the help of her crutches, and her wrinkled face was full of flattery. Master Yuan, I finally got you here. The old lady smiled as bright as a chrysanthemum, with 2 or 3 teeth in her mouth clearly visible, and she was extremely kind. The other members of the Qin family also left Li Yuandao, Qin Shu, and the others and followed forward, their faces full of flattery and fawning, and they all wanted to kneel down and lick the emperor on the spot. Yuan Qianshu looked at the Qin family with his nose up, then looked at the old lady and said, "We agreed before that our Yuan family will only negotiate the contract with Ms. Qin. We have also paid attention to her business ability, and it is obvious to all." The old lady's face froze for a moment, and then she laughed dryly and said, "Of course." The expressions of the other members of the Qin family also changed, but none of them dared to get angry. A few days ago, the Yuan family took the initiative to propose cooperation, and they were ecstatic. But after Yuan Qianshu emphasized that he must negotiate the contract with Qin Shu, everyone in the Qin family felt as if they had lost their parents. After confirming that the situation could not be changed, the old lady could only decide to let Qin Shu represent the Qin family. At the same time, she was secretly wondering if it was because the eldest son of the Yuan family liked to eat old grass that he fell in love with Qin Shu. If this is true, the other party is most likely just playing around. Sacrificing Qin Shu could bring benefits to the Qin family, and she would be happy to see it happen. "Qin Shu, why don't you come over to meet Master Yuan?" The old lady frowned and turned around and shouted. "Hello, Master Yuan." Qin Shu took a deep breath and spoke confidently. She has been in the business world for a long time and has seen all kinds of situations. When it comes to discussing cooperation with the Yuan family, as long as it is a business matter, she is confident that she can handle it with ease. "You are Miss Qin Shu." "Very good." Yuan Qianshu looked at him, his eyes slightly lit up. "I secretly think that the more mature a woman is, the more attractive she is. TSK. There are 2 innocent female college students next to them. At first glance, they are all chicks. Yuan Qianshu's gaze suddenly became extremely hot. However, thinking of the important matter at hand, he suppressed the urge in his heart. He smiled and looked at Qin Shu, saying, "I've heard that Ms. Qin has managed the Jingshu Group to its current size. You are truly a business talent. This time, my Yuan family will cooperate with you, and maybe it will allow both of us to reach new heights." Qin Shu's face was calm, and she said calmly, "Cooperation is fine. But let's talk about your Yuan family's conditions. Pies don't fall from the sky for no reason. Haha, communicating with smart people is different." Yuan Qianshu laughed loudly. The old lady and everyone in the Qin family changed their expressions slightly. This gentleman, is he really interested in Qin Shu? They thought secretly. On the side, Li Yuandao narrowed his eyes slightly. The Yuan family specifically wanted to cooperate with Qin Shu, and it turned out that they had a purpose. The conditions are actually very simple. Yuan Qianshu said meaningfully, "My grandfather is ill and needs a special HR-negative blood type to save his life. And Miss Qin happens to have this very rare blood type." Hearing this, everyone present was stunned. Even Li Yuandao was extremely surprised. "I didn't expect that the Yuan family took the initiative to propose cooperation because of Qin Shu's blood type. Blood transfusions used to treat illnesses and save lives have strict limits on amounts and generally do not pose any life-threatening risk. I do have HR-negative blood type." Qin Shu was stunned for a moment, then said, "Is it because of this that your Yuan family has lowered themselves to cooperate with me?" Yuan Qianshu nodded, his face showing seriousness. "Of course it is. We only need to draw a little of your blood to cure my grandfather. Miss Qin will not watch him die without saving him, right? After all, saving a life is better than building a 7-story pagoda." As long as you agree, in addition to the cooperation, our Yuan family will also unconditionally invest 100 million in Jingshu Group. How? Hiss. In the Chen family's hall. Waves of gasps could be heard. The old lady and others were shaking violently with excitement, and their eyes were filled with fire. Investing 100 million, what does that mean? The entire Chen family's assets are just this much. Blood transfusion, saving lives. Qin Shu frowned. Chen Jingtian, who was standing next to him, hesitated. At this point, we need to think about it. Mom, you have panda blood type. Chen Yanqi and the others were shocked. Good. Qin Shu nodded, and also hesitated, looking at Yuan Qianshu, but is it that simple to give a blood transfusion to save a life? See here. Everyone in the Chen family was anxious. The old lady knocked on her cane and shouted, Qin Shu, why are you still hesitating? Hurry up and agree to Master Yuan's request. It's just a little blood draw, look how scared you are. Even if I have to take half of your blood and cut off a few pieces of your flesh, you must agree to it. The Yuan family took the initiative to cooperate and invested 100 million. 100 million. The old lady sold Qin Shu out without even blinking an eye. Yes, 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 promise it. The other members of the Chen family quickly spoke up to urge them on. At the same time, someone shouted angrily, Qin Shu, you are not rejecting us on purpose to trick us, are you? You are a scheming bitch, don't be ungrateful when facing Master Yuan. You. The expressions of the old lady and other members of the Chen family made Chen Yanqi so angry that he stomped his feet. Qin Shu pulled Chen Yanqi and asked her to calm down, but she was actually furious inside and her body was shaking. The old lady and others are so cold-blooded. He wished he could sell her in exchange for endless wealth, or even use it to get on the bandwagon of a powerful family like the Yuan family. Yuan Qianshu smiled and looked at her, then said calmly, Ms. Qin, you can choose to refuse. But our cooperation will not be able to continue. And, if something unexpected happens to Ms. Qin after she leaves the house, it will be bad and will easily lead to misunderstandings. It would be even worse if the Chen family was also exterminated. Threaten. A definite threat. Qin Shu, why don't you agree now? If you don't agree, you will be the sinner of our Chen family. The old lady looked terrified and yelled in a hurry. For the Chen family, the Yuan family is simply a behemoth. If they want to deal with the Chen family, they can crush them with just a flick of their finger. Qin Shu's face suddenly turned pale. The Yuan family is indeed not someone that small people like them can afford to offend. But at this time, Li Yuandao's cold eyes fell on Yuan Qianshu. Are you threatening Aunt Qin? The familiar voice made Yuan Qianshu stunned. He turned around and when he saw Li Yuandao clearly, his eyes widened and he said angrily, how dare you come here? I was looking for you. Did this guy offend young Master Yuan? Everyone in the Chen family was in an uproar, with shock and fear on their faces. Chen Jingtian and Qin Shu both looked at each other in shock, with anxious expressions on their faces. Chen Yanqi suddenly turned around, her beautiful eyes glaring angrily, Li Yuandao, what have you done again? It's fine that you boasted about knowing Jun Moxie before, but now, you have directly offended Yuan Shao. You are trying to kill me. Li Yuandao ignored her, stared at Yuan Qianshu, and said word by word, speak clearly, are you threatening Aunt Qin? Haha, a threat. I'm telling the truth. Yuan Qianshu sneered and replied, also, what did you do with Rushi in the Tsangxiang pavilion before? If you don't tell me the truth, I will kill you right now. Bang. Li Yuandao slapped him and asked, are you sure you are telling the truth? You dare to hit me. Yes, you dare to hit me. In this Liujiang city, no one dares to hit me, Yuan Qianshu. Yuan Qianshu's eyes widened with disbelief. Li Yuandao curled his lips, murderous intent surging in his eyes. No wonder you are so arrogant and want to be beaten, it turns out you have never been beaten. Then I will satisfy you and let you know what it feels like to be beaten. Pa. The dense and crisp slaps echoed in the Chen family hall, making people tremble with fear. Yuan Qianshu's face was swollen like a pig's head. Everyone was stunned. The hall fell into dead silence, and you could hear a pin drop. They couldn't imagine that Li Yuandao actually dared to attack Yuan Qianshu. This is the young master of the Yuan family. He has a noble status and the support of the Yuan family. To offend the other party is to seek death. Now we have hit each other, how will this end? This moment. Everyone in the Qin family felt as if their hearts had stopped and they dared not even breathe. Yuandao, stop it. Qin Shu also recovered from her shock and hurriedly shouted, are you going to cause trouble for me and your aunt? Aunt Qin, he threatened you, I can't just sit there and watch. Li Yuandao stopped and pushed Yuan Qianshu, who had turned into a pig's head, aside. He looked back, suppressed the murderous intent in his eyes, and spoke calmly. If it were somewhere else, without Aunt Qin and others present, he would have beaten Yuan Qianshu into a ball of blood mist long ago. Li Yuandao, you are crazy. Chen Yanqi was shocked and terrified at this time and screamed loudly. Zhuge Xiaoxia was also frightened, and quickly pulled Li Yuan and said, Brother Dawei, calm down first. Chen Jingtian said gloomily, you are going to cause a disaster. At this time, Chen Jingtian began to believe what his daughter said. Wherever Li Yuandao goes, he seems to bring bad luck. The situation right now is pretty much the same. Brother, this country bumpkin you brought here is really troublesome. You want to die, but the rest of our family doesn't want to follow you to die. Chen Jingwei looked at him viciously and said sarcastically. Chen Jingtian's face was as gloomy as water and he ignored his playboy brother. Jingtian, don't be in a hurry. Qin Shu turned around and said something to comfort him, then quickly looked at Li Yuandao. Yuandao, you are thoughtful, but you're dead. You're dead. I'm going to kill you and your whole family. Yuan Qianshu recovered at this time and fell into a rage. Qin Shu's expression changed drastically. What are you going to do? If you dare to touch him, forget about saving your grandfather. Yuan Qianshu's face turned cold, and then he reacted. Thinking about his grandfather's situation, he gradually calmed down. His eyes were filled with cold resentment, and he stared at Li Yuandao for a long while before he finally suppressed his anger. Okay. Yuan Qianshu said yes 3 times in a row, then bit the broken teeth that were still in his mouth and said fiercely, if Miss Qin is willing to cooperate, I will regard it as being bitten by a dog. But secretly, he gritted his teeth and said, after solving the problem of Grandpa, I will kill this bastard and wipe out his entire family. Qin Shu didn't know that Yuan Qianshu was furious. She breathed a sigh of relief and asked, regarding the cooperation and your Yuan family's investment, are you going to sign the contract now? It has come to this. She had no other choice. Jingshu Group is in crisis and really needs the help and cooperation of big families like the Yuan family. Her words immediately made the old lady and other people in the Chen family look happy. By holding on to the Yuan family, the Chen family will soar to the sky. Don't worry. As the saying goes in our Yuan family, we always keep our word and will never break it. Yuan Qianshu was full of anger and snorted coldly, before that, we need to confirm Ms. Qin's blood type before signing the contract. My family doctor is here too, and we need to draw some of Ms. Qin's blood to compare and further confirm. I will talk to you about the contract in a few days. Is that okay? Do I need to draw blood for comparison? Qin Shu couldn't help but hesitate. The old lady was anxious. Qin Shu, what are you standing there for? I'm just drawing a little blood for comparison. It won't cost you your life. That's right, this bitch is really good at torturing people. She is thinking about how to separate the Yuan family's contract and investment from our Chen family, right? Humph, don't try to leave us alone this time. Everyone in the Chen family glared at Qin Shu and talked at once, showing their harshness. Li Yuandao raised his head and swept his cold eyes over these people one by one. Seeing their faces, he wanted to slap them and make each of them look bloody. When they met his gaze, the old lady and other members of the Chen family all had pale expressions on their faces and quickly shut up. Didn't you see that Yuan Qianshu was beaten into a pig's head? Who knows if this country bumpkin will also attack them brutally. Okay, I promise. When Qin Shu saw what Li Yuandao did, she quickly pulled his arm and agreed. Hearing this, Yuan Qianshu let out a sigh and glared at Li Yuandao. Then he ordered a doctor in a white coat who followed him to draw half a tube of blood from Qin Shu. Li Yuandao frowned as he looked at him. Is this really because HR-negative blood type is rare and needs to be saved? We will contact Ms. Chin in a few days. At that time, we will negotiate the contract, and the 100 million investment promised by our Yuan family will also be received. Yuan Qianshu said in a deep voice with a pig face. The old lady and everyone in the Qin family fell into ecstasy and cheered, completely leaving aside the biggest contributor Qin Shu. Yuan family. Deep within the vast estate. There is a deserted courtyard nestled in the mountains and beside the water. A hunched figure hurried into the courtyard and trotted towards the cramped entrance to the basement. Then walked into the passage. Layers of cold air blew in his face, causing the hunched figure to slow down his pace. He tried to retch several times, but finally managed to hold it back. If Li Yuandao were here, he would be able to feel the strong smell of corpses and demonic energy mixed in the cold air at the first moment, which would make people nauseous at the smell. The hunched figure gritted his teeth and entered the basement. He also held a blood vessel in his hand. "Master, I got it." At the door of a secret room in the basement, a hunched figure endured the stench and spoke in a trembling voice. Boom. In the dim secret room, a horizontal sarcophagus made a loud noise. The lid of the sarcophagus was opened, and a hand like a dry vine slowly stretched out, followed by a hoarse voice, "Is it Butler Deng? Now that you have the blood type, let me see it, ahem." Butler Deng was startled, stepped forward tremblingly, handed over the blood vessel, and then hurriedly retreated. Another dead wood-like hand stretched out from the sarcophagus. There was a bloody human head in the palm of his hand, but the head was hollowed out and turned into a container. The dry palm crushed the tube filled with blood in its hand. Crash. Gurgle gurgle. A dull sound suddenly came from the human head container. Faintly, one can see something boiling inside, blood surging, and vitality surging. The hoarse voice suddenly uttered ecstasy, "Ha ha. Okay. It's the Een woman's blood. It's the Een woman's blood. This girl, I want her. Find a way to bring her here, but don't hurt her in the slightest. Also, don't let anyone find out about this, especially the Dragon Patrol courtyard. Be careful." Steward Deng bowed slightly and said, "Master, don't worry. This time it's the young master who arranged it. He will do it himself to ensure that everything goes well." "Very good." A hoarse voice echoed from the sarcophagus, "When I have mastered the immortal arts and the magic skills, the 8 martial arts families will all submit to me. I will also dig out the secrets of the incense pavilion. Lily Garden Villa. Win the Yuan family contract and you will soon get a large investment." Chen Jingtian, who had originally breathed a sigh of relief, now looked worried. "Jingtian, don't worry. It was rumored before that the old man of the Yuan family was in poor health. Now it seems to be true." Qin Shu saw her husband's worry and smiled, "My blood type is special, even my daughter doesn't know it. But with the power of the Yuan family, it's easy to find out. So don't worry too much." "That's right, Dad. I think Mom is right. There shouldn't be any problem. A big family like the Yuan family doesn't need to use any shady means, right? If they want to harm us, they can just deal with us directly." Chen Yanqi also started to comfort her. But when she said this, she turned around and glared at Li Yuandao, who was sitting on the other side of the sofa. She opened her mouth to say something, but held it back. Zhuge Xiaoxia also nodded and agreed, "It's right to be cautious, but Uncle doesn't need to worry too much." After looking at several people, Li Yuandao felt uneasy. As a cultivator, his sense of danger is unmatched by ordinary people. He always felt that there was something fishy about this matter, so he said, "Aunt Qin, it is better to be cautious when cooperating with the Yuan family. Why not refuse their cooperation? They dare not do anything. It's a long way. Aunt Qin's company is in a difficult situation right now. We can't delay any longer. Besides, we can't afford to offend the Yuan family." Qin Shu smiled bitterly and shook her head. Li Yuandao disagreed and said with a smile, "Aunt Qin, they want a blood transfusion to save people, but I'm afraid it's not that simple. Maybe they have other plans. Besides, the Yuan family only invested 100 million, it's not worth the risk." Forehead. The Yuan family is just a mere 100 million. Qin Shu's face froze, and she smiled bitterly, not knowing how to respond. Chen Yanqi was angry. Li Yuandao, can you think before you speak? What is a mere Yuan family? Only 100 million. Why don't you go to heaven? Do you know the current situation of our company? The Yuan family is our life-saving straw. You think you can fight, right? You even beat Yuan Qianshu. If it weren't for my mother, you would have been killed. I think you just can't bear to see our family doing well. She output tons of words, her face was full of anger, and her chest heaved violently. Li Yuandao frowned, but still said calmly, I didn't mean that. It's just that the Yuan family probably has bad intentions. Ha ha. Isn't it just your aunt who helped our family? That's why you speak so confidently and as if it's a matter of course. You've been without parents since you were a child, and life has been difficult. You hope that my parents' company will fail again, so that you can feel balanced, right? So when you see the Yuan family cooperating with our family, you want to destroy it. Chen Yanqi was so angry that his nose almost crooked, and he said angrily, don't worry, we will repay your aunt's kindness, such as starting with your current tuition and living expenses. Yan Qi, shut up. Qin Shu's face changed drastically and she quickly interrupted her daughter. It's a long way. She looked at Li Yuandao with an apologetic look on her face. Li Yuandao looked normal and glanced at Chen Yanqi, believe it or not. He was too lazy to say more, and his kindness was taken as an insult. It's a long journey, nothing will happen. Business matters are not that mysterious. Qin Shu sighed, the Yuan family can't do anything about the contract. Your uncle and I have been in the business world for many years and know the pros and cons. Aunt Qin, just watch over here. Li Yuandao smiled and didn't try to persuade him any further. After all, he was an outsider. If he said more, it would be like interfering too much in Aunt Qin's family affairs. Chen Jingtian and Qin Shu and his wife did not stay in Lily Garden for too long and left quickly. They need to prepare in advance to discuss contracts and investments with the Yuan family. Following closely, Li Yuandao also left the villa. Take advantage of the last day before school officially starts to practice in Zhangxiang Pavilion. His cultivation level has improved by several levels recently, which can be considered a recovery visible to the naked eye, which makes Li Yuandao secretly relieved. What's more, in the Lily Garden Villa, Chen Yanqi was full of hostility, and he didn't want to see the other party's sour face. After another whole day of meditation in the Zhangxiang Pavilion, he was very hungry, so he ate dozens of bowls of medicinal porridge in Xiankaju. It was not until the second half of the night that Li Yuandao returned to the villa. The next day, the official opening day of school. Chen Yanqi, who was full of hostility, seemed not to want to see him. He dragged Zhuge Xiaoxia to school early and disappeared long ago. Li Yuandao followed his memory and came to the clinical class of the Department of Traditional Chinese Medicine. Arriving at the classroom door, he glanced around and quickly found his seat. There was a chubby boy sitting next to the seat. Fatty deskmate. Is this a novel reflected in reality? Does it have to be paired with a fat deskmate? Li Yuandao complained in his heart, but still walked over. But his appearance immediately caused screams in the class. Wow! So handsome. This new guy is definitely the school hunk. Wow, so handsome. That aura is so tempting that one can't help but. The many girls in the classroom are like lionesses on the grassland when spring comes and the social season comes. Their eyes were focused on Li Yuandao, all of them with shining eyes and covering their mouths in amazement. You're my deskmate. Damn, brother, you've stolen all the limelight. Those girls are dying to eat you up. The fat classmate noticed Li Yuandao and immediately felt jealous. Li Yuandao shrugged and said with a smile, there's nothing we can do. Appearance is justice. But these women, just look at them, why cover your mouth? If you covet beauty, no matter how hard you try, their saliva will flow out from other places. Golden words. Brother, nice to meet you. My name is He Qing Shuai. You can also call me by my nickname, Xiaoji. The fat man stretched out his hand and introduced himself. It is said that fat people are very small. Is it true? Li Yuandao looked strange, stretched out his hand and shook it gently, then replied, Li Yuandao. Ha. Liu and Dao will be desk mates from now on. The fat man He Qing smiled heartily, then shook his head and sighed, speaking of which, our freshmen this year are really awesome. For example, there are not many who are as handsome as you and me. For example, during the registration 2 days ago, a sophomore student from the Ancient Martial Arts Club was beaten by one of our freshmen. It was amazing, really amazing. This arrogant fat guy, is he talking about Zhang Wanchuan? Liu and Dao was slightly startled, then laughed and said, I beat that guy up, he deserves a beating. Ah, brother, if you want to brag, don't flatter yourself like this. He Qing rolled his eyes, obviously not believing it. He didn't seem to care about it, and soon spoke with a gloomy face, but there are also bad luck. It is said that our counselor is an old witch. It's so unlucky. But our department head seems to be a super beautiful woman. For the past 4 years, I have been aiming my gun at the dean of the department, and facing an old witch in class. What bad luck. What bad luck. Listening to the fat man's complaints, Liu and Dao smiled and shook his head. He no longer had any desire to go to college, it was just a formality. If it wasn't for reassuring his aunt, he wouldn't have bothered to come. How do you know that our department head is a beautiful lady? Liu and Dao asked curiously. It's been spreading these days. She's a very young beauty. She's a recent senior at our school. He Qing spoke slyly, with green light in his eyes. This guy might be small, but he has a big mouth. He is a real chatterbox. He came over and started talking non-stop. I heard from some seniors that our department head is extremely beautiful, as if she walked out of a painting. She likes to wear an ancient-style horse-faced skirt, has a stunning figure, and has a signature teardrop mole at the corner of her eye. Wow. They all say she is sexy and charming. No, I have to turn around and take a sneak peek. Ah. Listening to the fat man's words, the figure of Lu Rushi flashed through Liu and Dao's mind. Could it be her? I saw that almost all the students in the classroom were present. At the classroom door, a figure wearing a light green floral dress and red high heels walked in. This is a woman about 50 years old, with heavy makeup on her face and 2 ponytails on her head. Green floral dress, red high heels, twin ponytails, a 50-year-old woman, what a perfect combination. Many students in the classroom widened their eyes and remained silent for a moment. We will have to live with this old witch from now on. She wears red high heels, floral skirts, and pigtails. She thinks she is a beautiful young girl. Sigh, the only benefit is that she can be placed on the head of the bed to ward off evil spirits. Fatty He Qing muttered softly. Let me introduce myself. My name is He Guifan. I will be your counselor for the next 4 years. The old witch He Guifan had a stern face, shook her twin ponytails, looked at the students below, and said coldly, Come down, introduce yourselves one by one, so that the teacher can get to know you, and at the same time, it can also allow the students to have a preliminary harmonious communication. Then, one by one, the students stood up weakly and began to introduce themselves. Soon. It was the fat man He Qing turn. He stood up as if he had lost his parents and was ready to speak. But the phone on my body rang at the right time. Yamadi hurry up and answer the phone, I can't wait. The extremely discordant and unique ringtone of the phone attracted the attention of everyone in the class. He Qing was at a loss and laughed dryly, Teacher, can I answer the phone? Humph, how vulgar. The old witch He Guifan had a dark face and shouted angrily, Hurry up and answer it. Hello, I'm Xiao Ji, Optimus Prime, are you here? He Qing answered the phone and spoke as if no one was around. The voice on the other end of the phone was loud, Xiao Ji, this is Optimus Prime, I'm here. I almost missed the freshman registration. Hey, I'm in the dance department. Damn, there are so many beauties here, I can't see them all, I wish my parents gave me an extra pair of eyes. Xiao Ji, come find me at the dance department later so we can look at the beauties together. He Qing breathed a sigh of relief, luckily you made it. I'll come and play with you later. Our class is taking roll call. That's all for now, Optimus Prime, bye. Phone, okay, Xiao Ji, bye. After hanging up the phone, many classmates in the class focused their eyes on He Qing, all with shocked expressions, while some of them kept laughing. Sorry, I'm a childhood friend of mine, and he also got admitted to Luzon Yuan University. He Qing scratched his head and then introduced himself, by the way. Hello everyone, my name is He Qing from Yudong County, from now on you can just call me Xiaoji. Puff. Yudong County, a small one, right? Haha. Just one word, absolutely. Xiaoji is more appropriate, otherwise how can this fat guy be handsome? The class exploded with laughter, and everyone laughed in a more friendly manner. Then, it was Li Yuandao's turn. He just uttered 3 words softly, Li Yuandao. You haven't eaten yet. You have a nice appearance, but you are a useless sissy. You speak so softly. The old witchy Guifan looked dissatisfied and angrily scolded Li Yuandao. Li Yuandao raised his eyebrows. He thought that this woman was about to have her period, her menopause was prolonged, and she was full of gunpowder, just like the foundation on her face. Fortunately, the old witch did not continue to hold him. Let the students at the back continue to introduce themselves. After the self-introduction session, the old witchy Guifan pulled out a form, glanced at it and said, some of you have financial difficulties, so when you registered, the school has already applied for scholarships for you based on your situation and application. It's just that, the financial aid for some students needs to be readjusted. Scholarship. Li Yuandao was stunned when he heard this. He remembered that his Aunt Li Wan had applied for a scholarship for him. Given his situation, it would be no problem for him to apply for a scholarship. Wang Lei, you have spent thousands of fruit phones, the scholarship is cancelled. Sure Xiaoka, look at the Lolita on you, do you think I don't recognize you? The scholarship is also cancelled. Shen Guang. The old witch read several names in succession, and all of them had their scholarships cancelled due to various reasons. And many reasons are valid. The students who were cancelled did not dare to refute loudly, so they could only acquiesce in anger. After all, after 4 years of being here, I still have to look at the face of this old witch, and no one dares to disobey her. He Qing Shui. The old witchy Guifan's eyes fell on the fat man. You are too fat. You have good food and drink. What kind of scholarship do you want? Give it to other students. Your place will be given to Li Tai. What, just because I'm fat? Fatty He Qing Shui was confused. The guy named Li Tai who allocated his place was obviously a rich second generation from Liujiang City. He didn't want any scholarship. He Qing Shui's nickname is Xiao Heba, which means he is small in some places, but it doesn't mean he has a bad temper. He said indignantly, Teacher, you are abusing your power for personal gain and enriching yourself. What are you talking about? You don't want to study. You can drop out now. The old witchy Guifan's face, as hard as steel, turned stern and she scolded angrily. He Qing Shui's chubby face suddenly changed, he gritted his teeth, and finally lowered his head. Being expelled from school would be the most unacceptable thing for him. Difficulties at home. Li Yuandao frowned and turned to look. He Qing Shui shook his head and smiled bitterly, it's not that bad. Living expenses and tuition are no problem. It's just that my parents work very hard, and I hope to make it easier for them. Then work harder and repay your parents. Li Yuandao patted him on the shoulder. He couldn't say anything about this matter. You can't just fight that old witch for her scholarship, right? Your name is Li Yuandao. As soon as he finished speaking, the old witchy Guifan's eyes fell on him. Your scholarship has also been cancelled. Your parents died at home, but you still go to school and live in a villa. I think there is something fishy about your parents' death. Humph, you dare to lie to the school. Even if your parents are really dead, I think they died a good death. Li Yuandao's face suddenly turned cold, and his eyes flashed with a grim look. Old witch, what did you say? What did you call me? You're a bastard whose parents died. You're lawless. I did the right thing by withdrawing your scholarship application. The old witchy Guifan exploded, the foundation on her face fell off, and she angrily said, also, if you don't want to be expelled, come up and apologize immediately. Although she knew very well that many people secretly called her an old witch. However, no student has ever dared to curse and ridicule her so blatantly in front of her. Only Her words completely infuriated Li Yuandao. Li Yuandao rushed to the podium with murderous intent, grabbed the other person's collar, raised his hand and slapped the heavily made-up face that made people feel sick. The sound of slapping hands echoed in the clinical classroom. The old witch's foundation was flying, her cheeks were swollen, and many of her teeth were flying out. Many students in the classroom were silent and stunned. They had never seen such a brave student before, and even the teacher was beaten up on the spot. Student Li Yuandao is amazing. No, it was Brother Dao. Brother Dao is awesome. Now I believe that he might have beaten up the senior from the ancient martial arts club. He Qing was shocked and shouted with a breath of cold air. Seeing the old witch's face swelling up on both sides and her foundation gone, revealing her ugly face, Li Yuandao calmed down his murderous intent and stopped. If this place was not a school, but some other place, he wouldn't mind killing this old witch with a slap. For Li Yuandao, this concerns his parents and he cannot tolerate any humiliation. Expel, expel. I must be fired. The old witchy Guifan recovered and yelled hysterically, "You are a bad student, just a gangster. Luzhongyuan University cannot keep students like you." Li Yuandao smiled at the other party and said calmly, "You old witch, you are so evil, but you are a crying thief. You have irregular menstruation, bad temper, and bad character. You are not a qualified professor. Speaking of which, you are even more unlucky with men. The smell of at least 3 or 4 men remains on your body, and that's all within one day. As expected, the stench of an old woman is well deserved. There is Brother Xian above you, Brother Xian in front of you, and the disciples sitting down below you. What a great network of contacts. So you can choose the scholarships for our students as you like." A few words. This shocked all the students again. Is it so messy? Is it true that the entertainment industry is the only one that is so chaotic? The old witchy Guifan shouted subconsciously, how did you know? Is this true? All the students in the classroom were in an uproar. Knowing that she had let the cat out of the bag, the old witch reacted and screamed loudly, "You slander me, you slander me. Call the police, I'm calling the police now." "Okay, call the police. But what happens after you call the police? Do you dare to investigate thoroughly?" Sudden. A pleasant and melodious voice came from outside the classroom door, like ripples in an autumn pond, captivating. Many students couldn't help but turn their heads to look. Then came the rhythmic sound of high heels hitting the ground. Who is it? All the students were surprised and curious. Under their gaze, a tall figure walked into the classroom. What came into view was a pair of slender figures. Still the same red high heels, paired with a red horse-faced skirt, making the figure look more slender and slim. The woman's long black hair fell naturally like a waterfall, moving without any wind. The delicate and fair oval face, adorned with flaming cherry lips, eyebrows as dark as mountains, eyes as clear as autumn water, all come together in a stunning way that touches people's hearts. Especially the small teardrop mole under the corner of the eye, which is the finishing touch and adds a bit of charm and enchantment. Wow, so beautiful! In the class, the girls were the first to exclaim in amazement. The male student was suffocated and stared at the woman standing at the door of the classroom, with amazement in his eyes. Lu Rushi from the Lu family. What a coincidence, it's indeed her. Li Yuandao's eyes fell on Lu Rushi and he whispered in surprise. Li Yuandao, so beautiful. She is the director of our Department of Traditional Chinese Medicine. She has been my spiritual support for the next 4 years of college. The fat man He Qingshui was so excited that his round face turned red. But then he sighed again, what a pity. He didn't become our counselor. I see. You were alone with me last night. Li Yuandao retracted his gaze and said with a smile. Damn it. Brother, wake up and stop daydreaming. He Qingshui pushed Li Yuandao with a look of contempt. She seems to be Lu Rushi, the director of our Department of Traditional Chinese Medicine. It is rumored that the dean is the beauty in the painting, and it is true. Many students in the class were discussing in low voices. When she saw Lu Rushi appear, the old witchy Guifan looked away and gritted her teeth. This student hit me. Humph. If you don't want to call the police, then go to another department. The Department of Traditional Chinese Medicine doesn't welcome you. Lu Rushi's pretty face was cold as she spoke in a chilly tone. Okay, okay. The old witchy Guifan uttered a few words repeatedly, and then left in shame. Lu Rushi could only shake her head. She had no right to fire Guifan. Moreover, Guifan had some connections on the school board, so she could not do anything about it. Walking up to the podium, Lu Rushi looked at the students below and said with a smile, "Let me introduce myself. My name is Lu Rushi, and I am the director of the Department of Traditional Chinese Medicine. And from now on, I will also serve as the counselor of your clinical class." Wow! After a moment of silence, all the students burst into an uproar. The male students, in particular, were so excited that they couldn't control themselves. I can no longer hold back my primordial power. For the next 4 years, my counselor was my lover whom I thought about day and night. The poster in my dormitory will have a new owner. The muzzle of the gun is already polished and ready to go. Facing the fiery gazes and unspeakable discussions below the podium, Lu Rushi seemed to be used to it and there was no fluctuation on her face. "It was an accident that I became your class counselor, but I am very happy. From now on, I will be in charge of your studies, daily life, activities, etc. I hope you can cooperate well. Our Lu Zongyuan University has a history of thousands of years and is relatively traditional. This will be our main classroom in the future. We will take our main subjects here and our desk mates will be fixed. As for public courses, you need to choose them by yourself. When the time comes, register with me and I will apply." Hearing Lu Rushi's instructions, the students in the classroom, even the girls, had smiles and light in their eyes. After all, with such an eye-catching counselor, everyone would be full of energy in class every day. Also, for those who have applied for scholarships, there will be no changes. The adjustment of quotas that Guifan mentioned just now will not happen. Lu Rushi then emphasized again. These words surprised He Qing and other students. Li Yuandao didn't care about this. He didn't need the so-called scholarship at all. He was just very unhappy with Guifan. And at this time, Lu Rushi's eyes suddenly swept over where Li Yuandao was, and she was obviously stunned for a long while. "Is it him? He actually became my student." Lu Rushi looked confused and uncertain. Then she suddenly pointed at Li Yuan and said, "Your situation is rather special, come with me." Li Yuandao smiled and followed him out of the classroom. The other students in the class were suddenly shocked. "This classmate is so fierce, he beat up the old witch directly, it was so cool. Our beautiful counselor asked him to go, I'm afraid it's about hitting the teacher. It should be fine, right? Our counselor Lu will definitely protect her, otherwise she wouldn't have chased that old witch away. But it's only the first day of school, and I can be alone with the beautiful counselor. I'm so envious. If I had known earlier, I would have taken action." The boys in the class sighed. In the corridor of the classroom building, Lu Rushi was walking quickly towards the office, looking worried. "Teacher, please don't walk too fast. You're twisting and turning, and it's making my eyes dizzy." Li Yuandao looked at Lu Rushi's pleasing back and couldn't help but make a teasing remark. "Humph. I told you to leave Liujiang City before, but you didn't listen to me." Lu Rushi turned around and glared at him, then sighed, "But what I never expected was that you were actually my student. Since you are at Lu Zongyuan University, then, there is no way for you to leave, unless you stop studying. Don't worry, that Yuan Qianchu won't dare to cause trouble for me." Li Yuandao smiled and said, "I never thought that we would meet again under such circumstances. Go to my office first." Lu Rushi said coldly. Soon. Arriving at the office, Lu Rushi sat down and looked directly at Li Yuandao. "You didn't tell anyone else about me in the incense pavilion and about my Lu family, did you?" "I'm not that nosy." Li Yuandao shook his head and curled his lips. Lu Rushi breathed a sigh of relief and nodded, "If you can stay in school, stay in school. Don't run around. Yuan Qianchu will definitely not let it go. Remember, don't spread the news about what happened in the incense pavilion. Just for this. Don't worry." Li Yuandao nodded. "As for Yuan Qianchu, if that guy doesn't want to die, he should stop bothering him. Seeing Li Yu and Dao walk to the office door, Lu Rushi hesitated for a moment, then said, "After school, come with us to the incense pavilion." "Haha, no problem. When the time comes, I will give the teacher a thorough physical examination." Li Yu and Dao blinked, smiled and left. "Pooh. Little pervert." Lu Rushi spat secretly, then shook her head and let out a long sigh. Evening. After school, Li Yu and Dao got into Lu Rushi's car and headed to the Zongxiang pavilion. When Manager Wang, who was about to greet them, saw the two people appear, he was stunned. He could only admire in his heart, as expected of Master Li, he even won over Miss Lu. "Enter the incense pavilion." Lu Rushi hesitated for a moment and asked, "Do you really have a way to help me win the duel with the Yuan family?" "Certainly." Li Yu and Dao said with certainty. Lu Rushi said solemnly, "I am serious, don't joke with me, besides, you don't even know martial arts." "I'm serious too. Just call me when the time comes." Li Yu and Dao also nodded seriously. "If your Lu family loses the competition with the Yuan family, I will let you do whatever you want to me. You can even expel me from school. But don't break my promise. I need the small courtyard behind the Zongxiang pavilion." Lu Rushi was now in doubt. She looked at Li Yu and Dao and nodded slightly. "Okay. Remember your words. Do you come to Zongxiang pavilion often? Be careful not to get sick. I will go to your private courtyard now and not look for other women." Li Yu and Dao followed Lu Rushi with a smile on his face and walked towards the courtyard behind the Zongxiang pavilion. Hearing this, Lu Rushi blushed slightly and said coldly, "Is this how you respect your teacher? If the teacher needs anything, I will do my best to help him." Li Yu and Dao spoke ambiguously. Lu Rushi listened with suspicion in her mind, and let Li Yu and Dao follow her into the courtyard, saying, "If you want to practice martial arts, I can help you." "I have no interest in martial arts." Li Yu and Dao stepped into the courtyard, and at the same time, the 9 revolutions of heavenly evolution art on his body started to operate automatically, absorbing the surrounding spiritual energy. The spiritual I buried deep under the Zongxiang pavilion was also gently touched by him. What surprised him was that the Yin Yuan in Lu Rushi's body was also slowly surging and sinking into his body. The Yin energy in this woman's body seems to be a little special. Li Yu and Dao's heart moved, and he continued, "Just stay here with me, I can concentrate on practicing the great Dao. The great path of cultivation." Lu Rushi was startled for a moment, then reacted and became extremely embarrassed and angry. "You men are all the same." Snort. "However, if you can help my Lu family win the competition, I don't mind accepting you as my disciple." After a while, Lu Rushi pursed her lips and suddenly spoke in a low voice as soft as a mosquito's. "Sit down, disciple." Li Yu and Dao secretly thought that his beautiful counselor knew all kinds of lewd words. "Sit down, disciple, I won't say anything for now. I am more curious about the gold and jade inlaid on your body now." Li Yu and Dao sat on a wooden chair in the yard, practicing quietly. He looked at Lu Rushi and said, "Why don't you take off your clothes so I can take a good look at you? Maybe I can completely cure your problem." Lu Rushi gnashed her teeth in shame. But as they got along, she also saw through Li Yu and Dao's temper. There were all kinds of jokes and nasty words coming out of his mouth, but there was no substantive transgression. When other men act like hooligans, none of them are as direct as you. Lu Rushi shook her head and said with contempt. Li Yu and Dao smiled and said, "I am sincere and not pretentious. If the teacher doesn't want to show it to me, then forget it." After chatting for a while, it was soon approaching midnight, so the two decided to have dinner at a nearby restaurant. "Teacher, let me take you home. I'll take a taxi back later." Seeing that it was getting dark, Li Yu and Dao got into the car very gentlemanly and said. Lu Rushi smiled, her heart warmed. She did not refuse, and said while driving, "I live in the school recently, and it is convenient for classes. It is not far away. But you will not sneak back to the incense pavilion while I am away, right? Be careful not to fall into a woman's belly." After taking a look at Lu Rushi's flat belly, Li Yu and Dao wanted to dive right in. But Li Yu and Dao said, "Don't worry, I'm not interested in women. But I won't go to class tomorrow. I'm going to the incense pavilion. Unless it's a very important class." This is also one of the conditions for helping your Lu family accept the competition. Hello. If you can't come up with a solution for the duel, I'll make you pay. Lu Rushi glared at Li Yuandao, her chest heaving with anger, but she thought that the Lu and Yuan families would be competing in a few days. However, Lu Zongyuan would not start military training until several days after entering university. Before that, there were no important courses. Arrived at school. Li Yuandao got off the car and separated from him. Just as he was about to leave and return to Lily Garden Villa. Suddenly, Li Yuandao smelled a familiar fragrance in the air. It's the smell of medicine. And it has a very familiar medicinal scent. Lu Rushi just returned to school. It can't be her. Who is refining the medicine? Li Yuandao looked curious as he looked deeper into the school. Li Yuandao was full of curiosity. He flashed and turned into a black shadow, arriving at a dilapidated courtyard deep inside Lu Zongyuan University. Inside is a laboratory filled with various bottles, jars, and glass bottles. It looks shabby, but all the utensils are intact. Many things were kept in good order, with various bottles and medicines placed in different categories. With a sweep of his spiritual sense, Li Yuandao discovered an old man inside who was busy tinkering with bottles and jars, with various herbs piled beside him. Li Yuandao quietly entered the laboratory, sniffed, and said with surprise, "There really is 3 thoughts grass here. Sanyan grass, an extremely precious and rare 3rd-level elixir. The grade is not high, but because of its special nature, it is extremely rare even in the Xiananshan immortal cultivation world. One of the greatest functions of Sanyan grass is that it can repair and nourish the Naiwan Palace and curb the deterioration of injuries to the Naiwan Palace. At the moment, Li Yuandao is in urgent need of this elixir." Of course, this is not what made Li Yuandao ecstatic. What concerned him was that the growing conditions of Sanyan grass were extremely harsh. It is basically accompanied by Qingming water, which is a magical water that can calm the mind and guard the soul. It is extremely effective in strengthening and protecting spiritual consciousness. These 2 treasures are extremely rare in the Xiananshan immortal cultivation world. I never thought they would appear on Earth. Who are you? The old man who was busy making medicine was startled and looked back in surprise. Are you the alchemist at Lu Zongyuan University? Li Yuandao looked at the other person and felt that his appearance was somewhat familiar, so he said, "I need the 3 thoughts grass. Hand it over and I can meet any of your conditions. Of course, you can also refuse. The result is that I will break your old bones." He didn't want to kill people for treasure, but if he didn't scare the other party, it would only lead to procrastination and a waste of time. The old man looked at Li Yuandao in doubt, then laughed angrily, "Good boy, where did you come from? You sneaked into my Lu Zongyuan University laboratory in the middle of the night, and dared to speak so arrogantly. I, Lu Yunlong, really opened my eyes. Humph, if you don't want to get into trouble, leave quickly." Li Yuandao frowned, "If you take out the 3 thoughts grass, I will leave." "I don't know what the hell you mean by 3 thoughts grass." Lu Yunlong looked at Li Yuandao as if he was an idiot. "If you don't leave, I will make you pay." "What if I don't leave? I want to know how you're going to make me look bad." Li Yuandao curled his lips. Snort. Lu Yunlong snorted coldly, suddenly raised his hand, and hit a table 2 meters away. Bang. The table broke into pieces and turned into pieces. Only. At this moment, Lu Yunlong's blood was surging in his body, and a mouthful of blood rushed to his throat, but he finally suppressed it. "Did you see that? If you don't get out of here, this is what will happen to you." Lu Yunlong is bluffing. Li Yuandao was speechless. He could see through this old guy at a glance. It seems that he has some hidden injuries on his body, and they are not light. However, this old man's cultivation has actually reached the level of Earth Realm Grandmaster. But now I am injured. A palm strike from the air was like a death sentence for the old man. That's it, and you still want to kill him. Li Yuandao yawned, "Why don't you really try it? Are you really not afraid of death?" Lu Yunlong was surprised to see Li Yuandao calm and composed, with no trace of panic on his face. Li Yuandao curled his lips, "Who isn't afraid? It's just that you old men are just pretending to scare people. This little guy doesn't seem to be a martial artist, but his mentality is so strong. He showed no panic in the face of life and death. Lu Yunlong looked at Li Yuandao deeply, then waved his hand. You are not a student of our Lu Zongyuan University, right? Then you recognize me, an old man, and know that I won't do anything. At this point, Lu Yunlong shook his head. Go away, I don't have time to play with you. In his opinion, Li Yuandao was just a stubborn student who came here to cause trouble out of boredom. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The words just fell. Suddenly, a sound of breaking air was heard behind the laboratory in the old house. There was a loud crash. The glass window at the back shattered, and 3 men in black broke in through the window and landed a few meters away from Lu Yunlong. They were dressed in black and had their faces covered, so their appearance could not be seen clearly. Lu Yunlong's face suddenly changed, and he shouted, Who are you? You dare to break into Lu Zongyuan University, you are looking for death. Looking at the entire Long country, Lu Zongyuan University is one of the top 20 famous universities in terms of both its foundation and level. The Liujiang City Martial Arts Alliance Association attaches great importance to the security of Lu Zongyuan University. So generally speaking, no one dares to barge into the university. The 3 men in black in front of me are obviously here with bad intentions. Lu Yunlong, hand over the things, and we will give you a quick death. The leading men in black looked at them coldly, and every word he spoke was filled with murderous intent. Who are you? What are you talking about? Lu Yunlong's face darkened and he shouted, Those people rushed into my Lu family for something, but we don't have what you want. Ha ha. Lu Yunlong, stop pretending. Hand it over. The men in black laughed wildly and spoke angrily. Snort. Lu Yunlong's Earth Realm Grandmaster's aura suddenly surged, and he sneered, Are you just 3 profound realm Grandmasters here to die? Ha 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 ha. Lu Yunlong, stop pretending. We have found out the truth. You were seriously injured back then, leaving behind hidden injuries. You no longer have the strength of an Earth Realm Grandmaster. You are just strong on the outside but weak on the inside. The leading black-clad man laughed again and said, Since you are unwilling to hand it over, we can only kill you and search for you thoroughly. Boom. The words fell. The 3 men in black burst into aura and rushed towards Lu Yunlong. Young man, go. Lu Yunlong's expression changed drastically. He turned around and shouted angrily, then went to meet the 3 people. At this moment, his strength as a master of the Earth Realm completely erupted. However, due to hidden injuries, his strength is actually only 1/10 of what it was, and now all the strength in his body has been completely drained. Your enemy? Li Yuandao looked at the 3 people fighting each other and said in surprise. Get out of here. Don't get in the way here. When Lu Yunlong saw that Li Yuandao didn't move, he became so angry that his eyes popped out. If Li Yuandao hadn't been here, he would have turned around and fled long ago. Just as the other party said, he is strong on the outside but weak on the inside. If this continues, he will soon become weak and in grave danger. Old man, you are quite righteous. Li Yuandao could see that Lu Yunlong started fighting with the opponent in order to let him escape first. Otherwise, the old man would have run away long ago. He couldn't help but raise his impression of Lu Yunlong, and said with a smile, They are just 3 small shrimps, and they made you feel like you were dying. Puff. A mouthful of blood came out of Lu Yunlong's mouth. He was angry. Fuck you. They are just 3 little shrimps. If you have the ability, you can deal with them. Lu Yunlong was so furious that his hair and beard stood on end. Isn't that simple? The words just fell. Bang. 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 Li Yuandao slapped the 3 men in black and turned them into blood mist on the spot. The disheveled Lu Yunlong stood there in a daze, staring at the blood in the air and the bright red on his body with a look of disbelief on his face. What did you do just now? How did you kill them? After a long while, Lu Yunlong came back to his senses, turned his head suddenly, stared at Li Yuandao, and asked in horror. Li Yuandao raised his hand and gently slapped the rusty iron gate of the old house not far away, and said with a smile, Of course I slapped them to death. Boom. An invisible force descended from the air, and then the iron gate of the old house exploded, turning into iron filings that fell to the ground. Lu Yunlong was stunned just a moment ago because the three masters of the Xian realm turned into blood mist. At this moment, seeing Li Yuandao smashing the iron door into pieces from a distance, his brain instantly froze. His eyes widened and almost popped out of his head, as if he had seen a ghost. You know. That was an extremely hard stainless steel door. Even at his peak, he could at most blast the door open with a single punch from close range. It is simply impossible to smash the iron door into iron filings like this. Even a powerful martial king would find it difficult to have such means. And Li Yuandao in front of him just tapped the iron door lightly from the air, and it turned into iron chips. It was completely beyond Lu Yunlong's horizon. Is this boy a martial emperor? Such horrific means can only be accomplished by a martial emperor. Such a thought flashed through my mind. Lu Yunlong suddenly turned his head, stared at Li Yuandao, and said in a trembling voice, "You are not a student of our Lu Zongyuan University. You. Senior, are you a martial emperor? How is it possible? Are you a demon from the sect in the mountain?" Warriors walking in the secular world mostly exist in the form of families or individual practitioners. Most of these warriors have certified identities in the Martial Arts Alliance, so they can get the protection of the Martial Arts Alliance. As for the other warriors, they are the martial arts sects on the mountain. Especially some monstrous geniuses within the sect, who have amazing talents and can reach the level of Earth Realm Grandmaster at a young age. It is unheard of that someone like Li Yuandao has reached the level of martial emperor at such a young age. To have such a terrifying talent, he must be from a sect. I am indeed a student here, but I am not the martial emperor. Li Yuandao shook his head and said. Are you a student in school? And if it's not the martial emperor, could it be above the martial emperor? Lu Yunlong took a deep breath. Thinking about what he was about to do to Li Yuandao just now, he felt a little scared. This is no different from an old man hanging himself, tired of living. Senior. I was reckless before and didn't know your identity. Please forgive me this time. Lu Yunlong sat down on the ground, with a sad face, and begged for mercy. After all, when Emperor Wu gets angry, blood will splatter for thousands of miles, and he doesn't want to die. What's more, he has a family behind him, and he's afraid that they'll all be implicated. Weren't you going to attack me just now? Li Yuandao glared at the other person and snorted coldly, Get up, I don't have so much free time to kill people. Thank you for not killing me, senior. Lu Yunlong showed ecstasy on his face and stood up quickly. Faced with a strongman like Li Yuandao, he was convinced. Even though the other person might be his student and he was an old man, he felt it was natural for him to kowtow and kneel. Because, in the world of martial arts, the strong are respected. Besides, it was Li Yuandao who saved his life just now. If Li Yuandao hadn't been here, he might really have died here. Humph, don't call me senior. I'm not that old. My name is Li Yuandao, and I'm a student in the clinical class of the Department of Traditional Chinese Medicine. In front of other people, just call me by my name. After all, in public, I'm still a student of Lu Zongyuan University. Li Yuandao said coldly. Department of Traditional Chinese Medicine, students in clinical class. Isn't that from the Rusher department? Lu Yunlong was stunned, but countless thoughts flashed through his mind. He hurriedly said, Old man Lu Yunlong is one of the vice directors of our Lu Zongyuan University. Lu Yunlong, surname Lu. Could it be related to Lu Ruyo? Li Yuandao looked at the other party in surprise, pointed at the blood on the ground, and said, Do you know where these people came from? What do they want? Senior, no, it's Master Li. I don't know who they are either. My Lu family has made many enemies in the past. After so many years, I don't know who is still taking advantage of us. Lu Yunlong smiled bitterly and said helplessly, As for what they said, I still don't understand it. Is there anything in the current Lu family that is worth their attention? Oh, then I'll search their memories. I was so happy killing them just now that I forgot to check where they came from. Li Yuandao glanced at the bloodstains on the ground, his heart moved slightly, and he stepped forward. Return to the soul. Body shaping. Li Yuandao cast several strange spells at the pool of blood on the ground. The surging light immediately attracted Lu Yunlong's surprised gaze. Mr. Li, what are you doing? Lu Yunlong asked curiously. Let people live. Li Yuandao responded softly, but his tone was unquestionable. Puff. Lu Yunlong almost vomited blood. Is Mr. Li trying to be humorous, or is he trying to play a trick on me, an old comrade? There was only a pool of blood on the ground. How could the person survive? Lu Yunlong was just thinking this. But I saw a pool of blood on the ground, which suddenly condensed slowly and flew into the air. Then it gradually expanded with full flesh and blood, and in less than a minute, the man in black who was the leader just now reappeared alive. Ah! Oh my God! Is this a human or a ghost? Lu Yunlong was frightened this time. He quickly took a few steps back with a look of horror on his old face. Such a scene. It's too unbelievable. In doubt, he wanted to see if this was really a living person. The man in black on the opposite side exclaimed, I'm not dead. Escape. The man in black reacted quickly, although he was confused and couldn't figure out the situation. But his first reaction was to run for his life. Come over. Li Yuandao grabbed him from the air and used gravity to capture him, then searched his soul on the spot. Just a dozen seconds. Li Yuandao let the man go, and with a bang, he beat him into a bloody mist again. As long as it doesn't exceed an hour, with the help of the heaven-defying, Tai divine cannon, he can survive against all odds and save the people. It's the Garden of Babylon again. Could it be that they were chasing me because I knew Lu Rushi and I was affected by it? Li Yuandao was extremely surprised after checking the memories of the three killers. Because they also come from the killer organization called Garden of Babylon, just like the female frog killer they encountered before, they are all from Garden of Babylon. As for the other party's memory, they did not find what the other party said. It seemed that someone asked them to deal with Lu Yunlong, but they had no idea what specific things they wanted to take from the Lu family. Li Yuandao turned around and looked at Lu Yunlong, frowned and asked, Do you know the assassin organization called Babylon Garden? Lu Yunlong was still in shock at this time. It took him a while to come back to his senses. He said timidly, Babylon Garden. This assassin organization is the first time I have heard of it. It should be the assassins hired by the enemies of my Lu family. An exclamation. He kept looking at Li Yuandao as if he was a monster. The means used by the latter just now completely overturned his vision and worldview. What kind of mysterious existence is that? A living person turned into a pool of blood and still survived. This is something that can only be presented in movies, TV, or magic. Or in other words, the legendary magic. But where are the gods in this world? However, he witnessed this incredible scene with his own eyes. Mr. Li, what was that technique you used just now? Lu Yunlong couldn't resist his curiosity and asked. Li Yuandao shook his head, It's just a little trick. A little trick? Lu Yunlong was choked for a moment and was speechless. Is your ancestor called Lu Zongyuan? Li Yuandao asked again at this time. The Lu family can be considered a family with 1,000 years of history. Anything that can make others think about it must be extraordinary. Li Yuandao began to become curious about this. Master Li knows my Lu family's ancestor. Lu Yunlong looked at it in astonishment. Really? This old man and Lu Rushi are both from the Lu family. Li Yuandao was secretly surprised and said, I've heard of it. Can you tell me about your ancestors? Although before this, he had heard a lot of information about Lu Zongyuan from Lu Rushi. But if the enemy can hire assassins to come to the door, the things they like in the Lu family must be extraordinary. Maybe they were left by Lu Zongyuan. Maybe we can get some clues from it. The story about our ancestor Lu Zongyuan happened too long ago, thousands of years ago. All we know is a few details about his past. It is said that 1,000 years ago, our ancestor Lu Zongyuan was a loyal minister of our dragon kingdom. He reached the pinnacle of martial arts and was close to the divine realm. At that time, our ancestor's ambition was to enter the court, assist the dragon lord, maintain internal peace and resist external attacks, and revitalize our dragon kingdom. You must know that when he was young, he had lofty ambitions and promised to be the best in the world. Lu Yunlong exhaled, thinking of his family's ancestors. His face was full of pride, and he sighed, It's a pity that at that time, the government and the country were in a quagmire, and the ambitions and aspirations of our ancestors could not be realized. The quagmire was so deep that even 100,000 silver coins could not pave a smooth path. So your ancestor Lu Zongyuan resigned from his official position and retired to the countryside. Listening to Lu Yunlong's narration, Li Yu and Dao said something at the right time. There was some explanation about Lu Zongyuan in the university and middle school textbooks, which said that he was created by this ancient celebrity Lu Zongyuan. However, textbooks or history books only mention a few words about other aspects of Lu Zongyuan without much detailed explanation. There are also many controversial anecdotes in unofficial histories. So Li Yu and Dao didn't know any more about Lu Zongyuan. According to the rumors left by my great-grandfather, my ancestor had a strong temper and would not allow himself to back down. At that time, the government and the country were in chaos, and the patrol dragon courtyard's henchmen were rampant throughout the country. They were overbearing and rampant at home, and submissive to foreign countries. The Longwu army is also in a state of disarray, with almost all of its combat power gone. The Sakura Kingdom, the Tianju Kingdom, the Fengyuan Kingdom, and other countries are surrounded by fierce enemies. As a result, our ancestor could not bear it and fought to the end. In the end, he was banished to the barren land of Liujiang in Yunzhou. It was at that time that Lu Zongyuan University was founded. Recounting the past, Lu Yunlong's face was filled with helplessness and longing, and he sighed. It was from that time that the Lu family became the strongest family in Liujiang. With the powerful military force of the ancestors, countless villains dared not say a word. Unfortunately, with the departure of the ancestors, the family gradually declined. Lu Zongyuan University was really founded by Lu Zongyuan. However, even with an ancestor like Lu Zongyuan, a 1,000-year-old family like the Lu family could not escape the fate of decline. After listening to Lu Yunlong's words, Li Yu and Dao couldn't help but shake his head slightly. When he finished the college entrance examination, he had ambitions and ideals for the future. Although he is less than 7 feet tall, he is ambitious and determined to be the most romantic man in the world. Only. The reality is very bleak. No matter how big your ambitions and ideals are, no matter how passionate you are, you will soon be crushed by the cruel world. Fortunately, now I am standing at the top of this world, invincible in the world. The corners of Li Yu and Dao's mouth curled up, and a sense of heroism in his heart swept across the sky. He can make the final decision on his needs and the life and death of others. Lu Yunlong, with a bitter look on his face, suddenly looked up and stared at Li Yu and Dao, his cloudy eyes gradually becoming hot. Mr. Li, this old man has an unwelcome request. Lu Yunlong's eyes glowed green, his dry hands kept shaking, and he said expectantly, if you can help the Lu family dig out the secret of a certain place, our entire Lu family is willing to serve Master Li. Oh, what secret? Li Yu and Dao's expression changed slightly, and the first thing he thought of was the Zongxiang pavilion. The secret the other party was talking about was the spiritual eye. It has been passed down from generation to generation that our ancestors hid our Lu family's greatest support in the incense pavilion, but we have been searching for it for thousands of years and have found nothing. Lu Yunlong said excitedly, it is said that the support is the peerless martial arts handed down from our Lu family's ancestors. Peerless martial arts. Li Yu and Dao looked at the old man with disdain and sneered, you want to eat fart. Where did the peerless skills come from in that shabby brothel, Zongxiang pavilion? How about you please? Master Li, give it a try. After all, you are a martial emperor, maybe you can find it. Lu Yunlong smiled bitterly and said, whether our Lu family can rise again depends on what our ancestors left behind. Looking at Lu Yunlong's dejected face, Li Yu and Dao said helplessly, I'll pay attention to the incense pavilion later to see if I can find anything special. Thank you, Mr. Li. Lu Yunlong's eyes lit up and he was extremely ecstatic. Now, let's get down to business. Li Yu and Dao curled his lips and said, blue leaves, no roots, thumb-sized, with a green glow, and a fragrance like tuberose, but with a hint of beer. This is Three Thoughts grass, you must have seen it. Because the smell of Three Thoughts grass remains here. Ah. Mr. Li, isn't that Tong Suiko? This thing is indeed rare, but there are not many places where it can be used normally. I put the few trees I got by accident in my office at Lu Zongyuan affiliated Chinese medicine hospital. Lu Yunlong looked surprised and said, Mr. Li, do you need it urgently? The old man has to arrange teaching for the new semester these days. Can you wait until the military training is over before going with you? Anyway, the medicine is locked in my medicine box and no one will touch it. This old man has another identity. He is one of the expert consultants of the affiliated Chinese medicine hospital of Luzon Yuan University and has his own office. It's just that I don't go there often on weekdays. Okay, no problem. Li Yuandao was not in a hurry. It was good enough for him to know the whereabouts of the Three Thoughts grass. He waved his hand and turned away. As for my identity and strength, you just need to know it yourself. At the same time, I don't have much time to attend classes, so I want to practice in the Tsangxiang pavilion. You can handle the school. Mr. Li, attending class is just a small matter, you should practice well. Watching Li Yuandao disappear into the darkness, Lu Yunlong exhaled with excitement on his old face. Such a monster must have a complicated background. And even if my Lu family just clings to his thigh, it will be enough. Is this the hope for the family to rise? The Zhong family. Deep in the house. A figure rushed in under the cover of night and said urgently to the inner room of the courtyard, "Old patriarch, I just got the news that the mission failed. The assassin we hired died in Luzon Yuan University. What should we do now? The assassins in the Garden of Babylon are so unreliable. They couldn't even catch that old loser." From inside the house, an old voice was heard, filled with anger. The figure said respectfully, "Old patriarch, do you want us to do it ourselves?" Snort. Do you think the Martial Arts Alliance is a vegetarian? Besides, there is the Dragon Patrol Academy, which is even more unacceptable. Suspend the operation first and let Babylon Garden find out the reason for the failure. The old voice came again. Yes. Leave school. It's late at night. Li Yuandao walked all the way back, his stomach growling constantly. I didn't feel full at all when I had dinner with Lu Rushi before. But what surprised him was that when he passed by Vanilla House, he found that the store was still open. This time, I have to eat hard. Only when I am full can I sleep well. Li Yuandao spat out something and walked towards Xiankaju. At this time, Luo Lingxiang was still in the store, helping her mother Xie Yalan. Liang Kuan and others who came to cause trouble 2 days ago did not appear again. Li Yuandao was very satisfied with this. At least no one disturbed him while he ate. I'm used to Li Yuandao's appetite. With the 100,000 yuan she had saved up for prepaid meals, Xie Yalan bought enough ingredients. Just half an hour later, there was a pile of rice bowls half a person's height in front of Li Yuandao. Many diners in Vanilla House looked at Li Yuandao in shock. Some of them opened their mouths wide as if they had seen a ghost. The way Li Yuandao eats is not just a glutton, he is not even a human being. After eating and drinking, Luo Lingxiang personally sent Li Yuandao outside and asked worriedly, "Did Zhang Wanchuan come to trouble you?" Zhang Wanchuan. Oh, the guy I rubbed, he probably doesn't dare to come. Li Yuandao almost forgot about Zhang Wanchuan in the red shorts, and shook his head and said, "Go help your mother. I'll be in the Zhangxiang pavilion all day tomorrow, I'll come back at dinner time." Incense Storage Pavilion. Isn't that the famous club not far next door? It's the secret brothel in Liujiang City. Luo Lingxiang was stunned for a moment, and asked hurriedly, "What are you doing there?" "Of course it's cultivation." Li Yuandao replied with a smile. This senior sister is a pretty nice person. So he told the truth. Practice. Is it dual cultivation? This junior brother, just visit brothels, he really knows how to find a high-sounding excuse for himself. Luo Lingxiang's beautiful eyes widened, and then she rolled her eyes. Then she raised her head and chest and asked, "Li Yuandao, is senior sister pretty?" Li Yuandao's eyes were filled with confusion at first, and then he smiled and said, "Of course she is beautiful. Otherwise, how could she become the most beautiful girl in our school?" Hee, senior sister loves to hear you say that. I will never forget the breakfast I promised to give you. Military training will start in a few days, don't be late then. It's just. I'm so beautiful, why do you still want to go to the Tsangxiang pavilion? Luo Lingxiang laughed and said happily. Li Yuandao was puzzled, what does this matter? If you can practice in the Zhongxiang pavilion, can you practice there? Of course. Luo Lingxiang's pretty face was slightly red, and her beautiful eyes, which were as bright as if they could speak, stared at Li Yuandao's profile. Can you practice? Li Yuandao looked at the other party, but he didn't sense that he had the same yuan as Lu Rushi. Her face turned red, so she asked, "Are you feeling unwell? Do you have a fever? If so, you'd better get an injection. If you don't have a reliable doctor, I can help you. One injection at most will relieve the symptoms." The Taiyi medical canon is considered one of the most important medical classics. It covers everything, and the acupuncture and moxibustion techniques are the pinnacle of the art. Although Li Yuandao did not devote his whole heart to the study during the 20,000 years, he had polished this divine book quite a bit over the years. All you need is an ordinary silver needle, and with just one injection, simple minor illnesses will improve immediately. Certainly. There is also a simpler and more brutal method. He only needs to send out a stream of spiritual power to reduce Luo Lingxiang's fever. But, that's a bit shocking. Li Yuandao didn't want to waste energy erasing his memory. Sick. You want to give me an injection? Luo Lingxiang was stunned, then she came to her senses, stamped her feet, and said with a red face, "My mother is still here. Bad boy, I won't pay attention to you." After that, she ran back to the kitchen at a loss. But in the kitchen, Luo Lingxiang secretly glanced at the stunned figure of Li Yuandao outside. Her heart was secretly beating, and her emotions were ups and downs, like a plucked string, banging, and there was no peace anymore. "Ah. I just kindly reminded you, so why did it break down?" "Oh, woman." Li Yuandao looked at the disappearing figure, complained, turned around and left, and returned to Lily Garden Villa. With Lu Rushi's agreement and Lu Yunlong, Li Yuandao did not go to school the next day. He dived into the incense storage pavilion and concentrated on practicing. Lunchtime. He stopped practicing and went to Vanilla House to fill his stomach. He found that Luo Lingxiang had been waiting there early and had prepared food especially for him. Li Yuandao couldn't help but feel moved. The same is true at dinner time in the evening. He couldn't help but feel strange. This woman is so attentive to others for no reason. She is either a traitor or a thief. What is her plan? But when he returned to Zhongxiang Pavilion to continue his practice, Li Yuandao put this idea out of his mind. Before he started practicing, his phone suddenly rang. It was Qin Yanqi calling. "Li Yuandao, where are you? Remember, you are from the Department of Traditional Chinese Medicine. Xiao Xia and I have been waiting outside the school gate for a long time, but we still can't see you." Qin Yanqi almost gritted his teeth when speaking, very impatiently. "If Xiao Xia hadn't said that she had to wait for you, we would have been home a long time ago. You guys go back first. I'll be in the incense pavilion today, not in school." Li Yuandao replied indifferently. "What? You're not in school? Did you skip class and go to the incense pavilion?" Qin Yanqi screamed with anger. Li Yuandao felt like his eardrum was about to be pierced. He frowned and simply hung up the phone. At the school gate, Qin Yanqi listened to the busy tone coming from the phone and was shaking with anger. "How dare you hang up on me? Li Yuandao, you are a hopeless case." After yelling a few angry words, Qin Yanqi finally felt relieved. Brother Dawei is in the incense pavilion. Shouldn't he be making preparations before school starts? Zhuge Xiaoxia stared with her beautiful eyes, also very shocked. But she then said weakly, "I think Dawei just couldn't resist the temptation." "Zhuge Xiaoxia, shut up. You spoke up for him before, saying that he was walking to and from school alone these past few days, which was quite pitiful. But in the end, he is completely hopeless now. I suspect he cheated in the college entrance exam to get into Luzon Yuan University." Qin Yanqi glared at Zhuge Xiaoxia, and said angrily, "When I get back, I'll explain it to my mother. With his nonsense, he will be ruined sooner or later. When he goes out into society, he won't be able to find a job because he has no skills. Isn't this not good? Auntie and Dawei's aunt have such a good relationship. If you tell Auntie, she will probably tell Dawei's aunt, and she will definitely be very sad." Zhuge Xiaoxia looked reluctant and said unconfidently, How about we help him? Dawei is just obsessed with women, but he doesn't have any bad intentions. We can go back later and seduce him a little, maybe he will change his evil ways. Chen Yanqi felt sick when she thought of the scene of Li Yuandao and those women in the incense pavilion. She said angrily, he is completely hopeless, and you want us to sacrifice our bodies to seduce him. You are dreaming. Okay, let's talk about this when we get back. Zhuge Xiaoxia suddenly touched her belly and said with a sad face, Yanqi, I'm so hungry. We still have to wait for takeout when we get home. Why don't we go to Xiankaju to eat? Then go ahead. Chen Yanqi hesitated for a moment, and the two of them walked towards Xiankaju. The distance is not far, only a few hundred meters. Zhuge Xiaoxia was halfway through her meal when she suddenly said in frustration, why do I find the medicinal porridge here so unpalatable? Dawei's pussy is still the best. It's very chewy and delicious. Chen Yanqi stopped the spoon in his hand, thinking of the noodles Li Yuandao made 2 days ago, and felt that the medicinal porridge in front of him was not fragrant anymore and tasted like chewing wax. Don't think about the noodles he made. We will never eat his food again. Listening to Chen Yanqi's solemn words, Zhuge Xiaoxia cast a helpless look and expressed doubt at the same time. Li Yuandao still returned to Lily Garden Villa very late. Hear some noise. Upstairs. The door to the boudoir opened a crack. Revealing half of Zhuge Xiaoxia's sly face, she rolled her eyes and turned back to whisper, Yanqi, Dawei is back. But, do you think Dawei likes your style or mine? As long as we seduce him a little, maybe he won't go to Cangxiang Pavilion anymore. Well, of course I like your style. So go ahead. Because yours is big. Chen Yanqi took a look at Zhuge Xiaoxia's thin nightgown, and her body was slightly up and down like a swaying avalanche. The visual impact was very explosive, and he couldn't help but say, that pervert must like people like you. Bah, I never saw Dawei pay attention to me. Zhuge Xiaoxia spat and pulled Chen Yanqi and said, hee, it's you. I found that brother Dawei has been secretly looking at your beautiful legs these past few days. Boys, when they look at beautiful women, always look at legs first. Yanqi, you have a better figure than me. Brother Dawei must have fallen in love with you, but he just doesn't dare to say it out loud. Chen Yanqi's pretty face turned slightly red, and she felt inexplicably happy in her heart, but she sneered, you want me to seduce him? You wish. He is a pervert. Why? You want to see it, but I won't give it to you. Xiaoxia, go ahead and crush him to death with the phone cup. Zhuge Xiaoxia pouted and looked down. Her slightly chubby face showed a sense of helplessness. Why do you care so much about this? I feel like they are just a burden. I really want to switch with you. Brother Dawei definitely doesn't like it either. Yanqi, you should go. He likes your long legs more. Brother Dawei is actually quite good, don't miss this chicken. Damn girl. To Versailles. Chen Yanqi gritted her teeth, anger flashing in her beautiful eyes. Looking back at myself, I was so petty. Although it cannot be said that there is none, it seems much smaller compared to Zhuge Xiaoxia. Xiaoxia, you are so cruel. You let me show it to that pervert. Chen Yanqi struggled a bit and said indignantly. She hoped that Li Yuandao could mend his ways and not go to such a haunted place as Zhangxiang Pavilion again. But the thought of asking a young lady to lower herself to persuade him made her feel very unhappy. Let's go together, okay? You go first. If Dawei doesn't like your beautiful legs, I'll take over. If you don't go, Auntie will blame you later, saying that we didn't get along well with Dawei and didn't treat him well, which led him to go astray. Zhuge Xiaoxia's beautiful eyes turned, she shook Chen Yanqi's arm, and whispered, besides, isn't the money that Dawei spends when he goes out to have fun all yours? Oh yes. I don't know how much money I've wasted on pleasure-seeking every day. The Shao family is gone, the family company is in trouble, and Li Yuandao is still spending lavishly. Thinking of this, Chen Yanqi couldn't help but grit his teeth. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became, with fire in his eyes, Li Yuandao. I really don't know why my mother dotes on him so much. Humph, I'll go now. Swish. As she spoke, she tore open a corner of her nightgown and worked hard to lift up a large section of it, revealing her long, white legs. Hee, Yanqi, I'm drooling just looking at this. Zhuge Xiaoxia exclaimed exaggeratedly and chuckled with her hands covering her mouth. Humph. Chen Yanqi raised her chin proudly. She was extremely confident about her long legs. Take Lu Zongyuan University for example. In terms of figure, especially her two beautiful legs, absolutely no one can compare with her. She is very sure of this. Wait till I come back. Chen Yanqi walked downstairs and headed towards the bathroom. He had been practicing in the incense pavilion all day. Li Yuandao rarely felt exhausted both physically and mentally. So he didn't bother to pay attention to what the two women upstairs were whispering about. Take off your clothes and prepare to take a nice hot bath. But at this moment, there was a sudden knock on the door, followed by Chen Yanqi's voice, Li Yuandao, are you asleep? Her voice was noticeably trembling, and there was a hint of gnashing of teeth. But, for her mother and her family, she decided to give it a go. Even if I have to face this annoying guy. Get ready for a bath. Li Yuandao walked to the door and replied. Then, can you open the door? Chen Yanqi said again. Li Yuandao approached the door, stuck his head out, and blocked the door with his body. What's the matter? The tone was very flat, without any emotional fluctuations. I took the initiative to come to you, and this is your reaction. Chen Yanqi suppressed his anger, tried to calm himself down, and gritted his teeth and said, come out and talk. Oh. Li Yuandao uttered a word softly, and said, if you have anything to say, just say it. Chen Yanqi's pretty face froze. How can I fully show off my body at such a close distance and with a door between us? Chen Yanqi was angry and snorted coldly, can't you just open the door? After saying that, she pushed the door open with force. Li Yuandao was caught off guard and stood there in a daze for a moment. His powerful muscular lines are fully displayed, and his body proportions are excellent. At the same time, the skin that should have been very rough was extremely delicate and white, even better than her own. Looking down a little, the huge size is so eye-catching that it is simply explosive. Ah! Chen Yanqi screamed and quickly covered her eyes. But she soon couldn't help but open her fingers and take a peek. The main thing is, it's too explosive. I've never seen such a horrible thing. Look if you want. Li Yuandao curled his lips and slowly took the bath towel from the bedside and wrapped himself up. You pervert. When Chen Yanqi saw Li Yuandao wrapping his scarf, she let go of her hand and said angrily, gritting her teeth. But she couldn't help but secretly look at Li Yuandao with her beautiful eyes. He looks thin and weak when he is dressed on weekdays. But now I see that her figure is amazing. After watching it over and over again, Chen Yanqi found that the more he watched, the more he wanted to watch it. Stop looking. Wipe your saliva. Li Yuandao gave a reminder. Pooh. Who has seen it? It's more like you're peeking at me. Chen Yanqi blushed and spat. Listen to the words. Li Yuandao couldn't help but look at the two long legs lying across the door. I have to say that Chen Yanqi's white and flawless legs are very beautiful, extremely beautiful. Even Li Yuandao couldn't help but take a few more glances. Noticing Li Yuandao's gaze, Chen Yanqi was not annoyed at this moment, but secretly proud. Snort. Dogman. He usually pretends not to look around and insists that he didn't peek, but now his eyeballs are about to pop out. The trick Xiaoxia mentioned was indeed useful. Thinking of this, Chen Yanqi felt secretly pleased. At the same time, she shook her two beautiful white legs and said, Li Yuandao, let's go home together to eat after school. You cook and we wash the dishes. Do you think it's okay? Considering that the noodles made by Li Yuandao are so delicious, he must be a good cook too. It seems that this kind of arrangement and relationship is pretty good. It also saves me from being nagged by my mom later. Li Yuandao frowned slightly and suddenly said, it's a nice nightgown, why are you tearing it? Be careful not to catch a cold. Did I get you to pay attention to this? Snort. This man is deliberately changing the subject. Chen Yanqi raised the corners of her mouth slightly, deliberately raised her legs again, and opened her red lips slightly. What do you think of my suggestion just now? Not so good. I need to go to the incense pavilion to practice every day. Li Yuandao shook his head and said seriously. You. Chen Yanqi stared with her beautiful eyes, very annoyed. I am like this, am I not as attractive as those vulgar women in Zhangxiang Pavilion? Can I lend you 2 legs to help me? Li Yu and Dao pointed over and asked. Chen Yanqi's eyes lit up, thinking that the fox's tail was finally exposed. She raised her chin proudly and said, hee hee, you can. But you can only watch from afar and not play with it. Also, you have to go home with us every day. Li Yu and Dao shook his head and replied, you misunderstood. I want to borrow your 2 legs to take you back to the 2nd floor. Don't come down and disturb my rest. What's wrong with you? You're dressed like this so late at night. After muttering for a while, Li Yu and Dao closed the door and prepared to go to the bathroom to take a bath. Outside, Chen Yanqi was stunned for a long while before coming back to his senses. Li Yu and Dao, did you do this on purpose? She spoke word by word, almost biting her teeth to pieces. But soon Chen Yanqi sneered, you were just looking at my legs like a pig. I see, you know you can't get me, so you retreat to advance. I won't give you a chance. After saying that, she went upstairs angrily. Yanqi, what's going on? Seeing Chen Yanqi coming back with a bad face and looking angry, he asked hurriedly. He is just a perverted pervert. You're staring at my legs and you're drooling. And he's a naked runner. Chen Yanqi slammed the door, stamped his feet, and sat down on the bed, extremely angry. In the end, he asked me not to disturb his rest. What a bastard. I'm so pissed off. But as she gritted her teeth, she couldn't help but think of Li Yu and Dao's amazing body. Her heart was beating fast, her legs subconsciously tensed, and an undercurrent surged. Yanqi, don't be angry. Maybe Brother Dawei is really trying too hard to save face. Zhuge Xiaoxia tried to comfort him, saying, why don't I go down and talk to him? Maybe he'll have a way out. Sometimes men are more proud than us. He's just pretending. He got such a good deal. If you want to go, then go. Chen Yanqi was still furious and sneered. In the room on the 1st floor, Li Yu and Dao entered the bathroom and wanted to run the water. As a result, there was no hot water. After tinkering with it for a while, I found that there was something wrong with the water heater. Forget it, let's go to the shared bathroom on the 1st floor. Those 2 girls don't usually use it anyway. Li Yu and Dao, wrapped in a bath towel, reluctantly left the room and entered the shared bathroom on the 1st floor. Fortunately there was hot water. Pour hot water into the bathtub. Li Yu and Dao prepared to take a good soak to get rid of all his fatigue. But at this moment, he suddenly discovered that there were several pairs of panties hanging on the clothes hanger in the bathroom. There are all kinds of colors available, including red, white, black, pink, etc. Without exception, these panties either had broken threads on the sides or had holes in the front and back, hanging in a row. Whose pants are these? The 2 of them, they look luxurious on the outside, but they are actually very frugal on the inside. Looking at the white torn pants, Li Yu and Dao couldn't help but think of his time in the world of immortal cultivation in Xiaonan Mountain. At that time, the eldest senior sister sewed his clothes personally. Whenever Li Yu and Dao thinks of those scenes, he feels very warm. Forget it, I'll sew it for them. Aunt Qin is too busy on weekdays. With a sigh, Li Yu and Dao stopped taking a bath for the time being. He went back to his room, found needle and thread, and started to work. And at this time, after struggling for a while, Zhuge Xiaoxia decided to take the risk himself. She straightened her thin pink nightgown, straightened her chest, and walked downstairs carefully. After all, she couldn't even see her feet when she looked down. Brother Dawei, are you asleep? Zhuge Xiaoxia knocked on the door gently and shouted inside. You guys aren't sleeping yet. Li Yu and Dao was mending his shorts when he heard a knock on the door. He took his needle and thread and his shorts and walked to open the door. Zhuge Xiaoxia's pair of plump cups came into view. It's really amazing. You can't help but watch it. When he saw the 2 cups on the other side, Li Yu and Dao couldn't help but think of his past. Thinking of the senior sister who was of similar age, he had been extremely doted on by her for hundreds of years. The eldest sister's personality is similar to Zhuge Xiaoxia's, lively and simple, but she still has the demeanor of a sex eldest sister. During those days, the gentleness of the senior sister suffocated him, but it also brought him happiness. Think of this. Li Yuandao withdrew his gaze from the pink nightgown that was held up high by the two breasts and said with a smile, "Is there anything wrong? I'll help you sew your pants. It will be done soon." "Sew pants?" Zhuge Xiaoxia was stunned and his eyes fell on Li Yuandao's hand. When he saw the small pants in his hand, he was stunned. Then out of the corner of her eye she saw a pile of colorful things on the bed behind Li Yuandao. For a moment, Zhuge Xiaoxia was completely stunned. "Brother Dawei, what are you doing?" After coming to her senses, Zhuge Xiaoxia screamed and her face turned red with shame. Inside, there was her own panties, held in Li Yuandao's hand, making anyone feel ashamed. "Xiaoxia, what's wrong?" Hearing the shout, Chen Yanqi ran down from upstairs. "Did that guy bully you?" When she ran to the door of the room and saw what Li Yuandao was holding in his hand, and then looked at the bed behind him, Chen Yanqi was completely stunned. You. Chen Yanqi was trembling all over, his face full of shame and anger. Li Yuandao was stunned for a moment, and hurriedly explained, "Don't get me wrong. I saw that the thread of your pants was broken and there were holes, so—" "Ah, you idiot." Chen Yanqi was so ashamed and angry that he wished he could find a hole to crawl into. Then he pulled the pants from Li Yuandao's hand, picked up the pile on the bed, and hurried upstairs. Zhuge Xiaoxia pouted, "Brother Dawei, did you do this on purpose?" "Humph." After saying that, she followed him upstairs. Li Yuandao was a little confused when he saw the two women's reactions. He scratched his head, unable to understand why they were suddenly so angry. He simply gave up thinking about it and went into the bathroom to take a bath. Ah. Crazy. I'm going crazy. In the room on the second floor, Chen Yanqi felt ashamed and angry, and went crazy. Zhuge Xiaoxia nodded in agreement and said angrily, "I was almost scared to death. Brother Dawei, you are so perverted." "It's more than a pervert, it's a super pervert." Chen Yanqi's chest heaved violently and he gritted his teeth. This moment, she felt that she was no longer pure. Oh my God, my most fitting panties were held in a man's hand, and they were colorful. Did he put them on his face and smell them? Thinking of that perverted scene, Chen Yanqi almost went berserk. "Yanqi, don't be anxious. You must never tell Auntie about this." Zhuge Xiaoxia calmed down a little at this time and said, "Brother Dawei lost his parents when he was young. Do you think he might have some mental or psychological problems, so he didn't do it on purpose?" "I think he did it on purpose." Chen Yanqi was still furious. "Zhuge Xiaoxia, what should we do? We can't chase him away, that would be too pitiful. If his aunt knew, she would definitely be very sad. Otherwise, how about I go and give him some advice?" Chen Yanqi let out a breath of anger, gradually calmed down, and said, "Humph. From now on, we can't put anything on the first floor. He is not allowed to step onto the stairs to the second floor." "Then wait, Yanqi. I'll go take a look." Zhuge Xiaoxia patted the two cups, mustered up his courage, and went downstairs again. "Brother Dawei, are you asleep?" At the door of the room, she shouted again. Li Yuandao had quickly finished his bath and was about to lie down. Hearing the sound, he opened the door again and said helplessly, "That. I really didn't mean it." It's okay. But do you have any fetishes?" Zhuge Xiaoxia hesitated for a moment, then asked cautiously. "Hobbies?" Li Yuandao was confused again, then smiled bitterly and said, "I don't have any hobbies, I just devote myself to Taoism." "Devoted to the Tao?" Zhuge Xiaoxia was surprised, then she thought of something and her pretty face suddenly turned red as blood. "Are you feeling sick? Or are you hungry?" Li Yuandao looked at it in confusion and asked. "Ah, Dodge, I'm not hungry. I want to tell you, can you please not touch our things from now on? But, you can take a look." Zhuge Xiaoxia raised her head and said what she had prepared, while raising her cup slightly. Gurgle. But halfway through her words, she suddenly heard a growling sound from her belly. This made Zhuge Xiaoxia's face turn red. Li Yuandao smiled and shook his head, "You're still not hungry. Do you still want to eat the noodles from last time?" I can give you noodles. Real. Yes, yes. I want to eat. Zhuge Xiaoxia touched her belly, her eyes shining, and she forgot what she was about to say. She was indeed hungry. I originally wanted to eat some snacks to fill my stomach. But when she thought about the noodles Li Yuandao ordered last time, all the snacks that she once thought were delicious no longer tasted good. Now when she heard that Li Yuandao was going to feed her from below, she was suddenly very excited. She suddenly forgot the purpose of coming downstairs to find Li Yuandao. Wait. Li Yuandao also felt a little hungry, and it was nice to have someone to eat with. When he reached the kitchen door, he looked back and pointed upwards. Does that person want to eat? Forget it. She looked like she wanted to eat me just now. She must still be angry. I won't cook her portion. Don't. Zhuge Xiaoxia trotted over, the cup swaying and dancing happily. I want 2 bowls. Just give me yen cheese bowl. Okay, I'll let you eat as much as you want. Li Yuandao had no idea what the girl was thinking. He shook his head and went into the kitchen. Chen Yanqi secretly opened the door and saw the situation below. He was so angry that he gritted his teeth. You damn girl, I told you to persuade him and seduce him, but you ended up eating for free. At this moment, she wished she could strangle Zhuge Xiaoxia to death. But what made her even more angry was Li Yuandao's attitude towards Zhuge Xiaoxia. Why the different treatment? Did he do it on purpose? Just now she went downstairs and showed off her body to the fullest, and no matter how hard she tried to persuade him, he just didn't give her a good look. Now the noodles are cooking. Or did Xiaoxia seduce Li Yuandao in some way, which is why he is so concerned about her? Xiaoxia thinks her figure is not as good as mine, so she uses that pair of big cups to outdo me. Wrong. Xiaoxia and I are best sisters, she is not that kind of person. Chen Yanqi quickly put aside the messy thoughts in his mind, returned to the room and said angrily, Li Yuandao, this pervert, this bastard. No, if he likes Xiaoxia, then he likes her. What does it have to do with me? I don't need her to like me. It was just some self-consolation. Chen Yanqi's heart was still full of resentment and discomfort. At the dining table downstairs, Zhuge Xiaoxia became even more absorbed in the sight of the delicious food. She prostrated herself on the table, eating heartily, and said incoherently, Brother Dawei, you are really amazing down there. Your cooking skills are so great, I want to eat the food you cook. Don't go to the Zhangxiang pavilion anymore, come back and have dinner with us. Oh, some other time. Li Yuandao replied calmly and ate slowly. After finishing a bowl of noodles in a hurry, Zhuge Xiaoxia glanced at the other bowl of noodles next to him, his big eyes rolled around, and he said with a smile, Brother Dawei, I want to go back to my room to eat this bowl. I won't accompany you for now. By the way, remember to get up early tomorrow and go to school. Li Yuandao nodded without comment, go. Go to bed early. Good night, Big Viagra. Zhuge Xiaoxia carried a big bowl of noodles and went back to her room on the 2nd floor. You damn girl, you did this on purpose. When Chen Yanqi smelled the aroma of noodles, the glutton in her stomach immediately started moving, and she glared at Zhuge Xiaoxia angrily. Zhuge Xiaoxia didn't get angry either. She put down her bowl and chopsticks and pulled Chen Yanqi over. This bowl of noodles is for you. I won't eat his noodles. He's just a little pervert and a big pervert. Chen Yanqi sneered and refused to sit down. This is my bowl. I've already eaten the other one. You eat mine. Zhuge Xiaoxia pushed her down hard. Oh, is that your bowl? Then I'll just eat it reluctantly. Chen Yanqi pursed her lips, but ultimately couldn't resist the damn smell of flour. It smelled so good that her stomach growled. This is Xiaoxia's noodles. What I ate belonged to Xiaoxia, and had nothing to do with that pervert. Chen Yanqi secretly advised himself. After finishing the noodles, Li Yuandao came to the back garden of the villa. The one-eyed black cat Cole was still crawling on the pavilion. Late at night. That one eye, glowing with a green glow, was particularly eye-catching. When it saw Li Yuandao appear, its hair stood on end and it looked very scared. What on earth is this cat? It has been staying here for the past few days. Li Yuandao looked puzzled. But he was too lazy to worry about it and went back to his room to sleep. The next day, he left home early and did not follow Zhuge Xiaoxia's instructions to go to school. Instead, he went to the Zhongxiang pavilion and stayed there for the whole day. Originally, he planned not to go to class before the military training started and he and Lu Yunlong went to get the Sunyan grass. But when I think about the fact that there are already many elective courses that have officially started, will there be people like the old witchy Guifan in these courses? It would be bad if a phone call was made to my Aunt Li Wan. So the next day, he went to a class to get by. Of course, he was not just doing it in a perfunctory manner. Instead, he flipped through the textbook in his hands, memorized everything, understood it thoroughly, and then fell asleep on the table. Brother Dao, don't you listen to the class? Be careful that you won't pass the final exam. If you don't have enough credits, you won't be able to graduate. My deskmate He Qingxuai poked the sleeping Li Yuandao and whispered. Li Yuandao raised his head and said, "We'll review it later. We'll have military training in a few days, so get enough sleep and conserve your energy." Brother Dao, what you said seems to make sense. He Qingxuai nodded, then lay down and fell asleep. Do you two know how to do it? Then stand up and tell us what I just explained. Soon, the old man standing on the podium suddenly shouted coldly and glared at the two of them with a stern face. He Qingxuai shuddered all over, got up in a daze, and said with a smack in his mouth, "Teacher, the dance department sister is so pink, pink makes people look younger." Poochie. Ha ha. The whole class burst into laughter. Ah, no. Yes, yes. He Qingxuai was completely awake, but he had not been paying attention to the class just now, so he stumbled and could not answer anything. Oh. Li Yuandao stretched, then stood up and continued answering fluently. He repeated everything the old professor had just said and also expressed many of his own insights. Very good. Sit down. Little fatty, stand still. The old professor said dissatisfiedly. He Qingxuai's fat face was full of bitterness. He turned to look at Li Yuan and said, "Brother Dao, you have no moral integrity. You are such a nerd, you should have learned it a long time ago, but you come to trick me into sleeping." Li Yuandao rolled his eyes and ignored him. And he slept until school was over. Maybe he was too tired from the hard training in the past 2 days, so he just took a day off. The training in Zhongxiang Pavilion wouldn't cost one more day. But after school, Li Yuandao originally wanted to go to Zhongxiang Pavilion to practice for a night. When he arrived at the school gate, he was caught by 2 girls, Chen Yanqi and Zhuge Xiaoxia. "My mom is here and has made dinner. I want you to go back with me." Chen Yanqi's eyes were full of disgust and disdain, and he spoke coldly. She now wished that Li Yuandao would disappear, the farther away from him the better. But due to her mother's instructions, she could only invite Li Yuandao to go back. Aunt Qin cooked dinner herself. Li Yuandao was stunned for a moment and could only follow the 2 women back. Return to Lily Garden Villa. Qin Shu has already prepared a table full of dishes. Seeing Li Yuandao and the other 3 coming back, she smiled and said, "Yuandao, you've been here for a few days, and Aunt Qin hasn't been able to entertain you properly. I'll take advantage of the free time tonight to cook some food to welcome you back." "Aunt Qin, thank you." Li Yuandao was deeply moved. After the family sat down, Qin Shu smiled and said, "I haven't had time to come here for the past few days. I need to discuss cooperation with the Yuan family. In 2 days, the wine appreciation party hosted by the Yuan family will begin. Yan Qi, you should bring Xiao Xia and Yuan Dao with you and follow your father. At that time, I should meet you directly at the Yuan family's wine party." Yuan family wine tasting party. Li Yuandao looked puzzled. "Mom, I don't want someone to attend this time. His presence always brings bad luck." Chen Yanqi glanced at Li Yuandao and snorted coldly, with a hint of something in his words. Li Yuandao shook his head secretly and said to Qin Shu calmly, "Aunt Qin, I am not very interested in this cocktail party, so I will not go." "Then, it's okay if you stay at home even if you're so far away." Qin Shu thought about how Li Yuandao had beaten Yuan Qianshu at the Chen family before. If we follow them this time, there is a high chance that trouble will arise again. Li Yuandao hesitated for a moment and said, "Aunt Qin, I think, cooperation with the Yuan family may not be a good thing. How about you reconsider it? I can find a way with the company. It's a long way, it will be fine. The cooperation and investment of the Yuan family is our best chance. Qin Shu smiled and shook her head. Chen Yanqi, who was sitting next to him, glared at him with a slight sneer. Li Yuandao ignored it, and seeing Qin Shu was so persistent, he did not try to persuade her anymore. After dinner, Qin Shu left in a hurry. After looking at the time, Li Yuandao decided not to go to the Zhongxiang pavilion tonight and went back to his room. But at this moment, the phone on my body suddenly rang. Li Yuandao took out his cell phone, found it was an unfamiliar number, and hung up immediately. But then, the phone rang again. He frowned and prepared to hang up. But after thinking about it, he reluctantly answered the call. An anxious and old voice came from the other end of the phone. Senior, is that you? Li Yuandao asked coldly, who? Senior, I am Zhuang Jinglong of the Zhuang family. The voice on the phone became extremely respectful. Ah. How did you get my phone number? Li Yuandao's voice suddenly became displeased. Before, at Tianlai Lake Park, the ancestors of several major martial arts families showed up, and he finally let Jun Zhantian stay, but the other two, Zhang Kaifeng and Zhuang Jinglong, did not have his contact information. It's like this. I was shameless and asked old man Jun Zhantian for your number, so I called you without permission. Please don't blame me, senior. Zhuang Jinglong explained hurriedly. He paused, then continued, Senior, in 3 days, the Yuan family will hold a wine appreciation party. There may be some treasures that you are interested in. Can you condescend to come? I called you just for this matter. That's all I have to say. Zhuang Jinglong on the other end of the phone became anxious and frightened. This is a great opportunity for him to build a relationship with Li Yuandao, a powerful god-level figure. Before, he saw Jun Zhantian being chosen by Li Yuandao to stay, and recently the Jun family swallowed up the entire Bai family, and their strength was further improved. He saw it all and had been envious for a long time. Now, for the sake of the banker, he gritted his teeth and made the call, hoping to have a chance to hold on to this thigh. But at the same time, he was also afraid that this would anger this senior, which would bring him disaster. After listening to Zhuang Jinglong's words, Li Yuandao understood. Thinking of Aunt Qin's mention of the Yuan family's wine appreciation party just now, and hearing Zhuang Jinglong talking about it again, he couldn't help but ask curiously, what exactly is this wine party about? Tell me about it. Okay. Zhuang Jinglong's words were filled with ecstasy, and he quickly said, the Yuan family is the largest jade and antique business family in Liujiang. This wine party was hosted by the Yuan family, and it mainly involves the exhibition, trading and appreciation of various jade and antiques. At that time, some special treasures may appear, and senior may be able to use them. Oh. In that case, I'll go take a look then. Li Yuandao's eyes lit up slightly. Thinking that there might be spiritual stones or special jade antiques containing spiritual energy, which were what he needed, he agreed. Great. Senior, you can come. The Yuan family's wine party will surely be a great success. Zhuang Jinglong let out a surprised sound and said quickly, I will come to pick you up in person when the time comes. No, I'll go by myself, or you can arrange someone to pick me up. Otherwise, it will make me look arrogant and overbearing. Li Yuandao shook his head. Zhuang Jinglong could only smile bitterly. You are a powerful god. If you are not arrogant and domineering, who will be? Hang up the phone. Li Yuandao thought about what he had just agreed to, and promised Aunt Qin that he would not go to the Yuan family to participate in the discussion. Now I have to go again, isn't that a slap in the face to myself? Never mind. I'll explain it to Aunt Qin when the time comes. Li Yuandao was too lazy to think about it and prepared to go to bed. But at this time, another call came in. But it was an unfamiliar number. Li Yuandao frowned, but still clicked it. Li Yuandao. From the other side, Lu Rushi's pleasant and melodious voice came. Li Yuandao raised his eyebrows slightly and said, have you two families agreed on the duel? Yes. The day after tomorrow, the location is an abandoned martial arts training ground behind the Tibetan incense pavilion. Lu Rushi said, however, do you really have the means to accept the competition? Or have you invited some experts to help you? She has been skeptical these days about Li Yuandao's claim that he could help the Lu family accept the competition. She didn't want to make this call, but it came anyway. When the time comes, I will help your Lu family accept the competition. But the condition has been stated before. The courtyard at the back will be mine from now on, and you are not allowed to enter. Li Yuandao's tone was very firm. Lu Rushi was surprised and said, you are going too far, aren't you? But if you can really help us win the competition, I'll give you that little courtyard. But you are not allowed to bring women in. It's a deal. I'll be there on time the day after tomorrow. I'm asleep. Li Yuandao hung up the phone and let out a sigh of relief. The reason why he wanted to lend a helping hand to the Lu family was certainly not because he was attracted to Lu Rushi or something like that. Instead, he set his eyes on the courtyard where Lu Rushi made medicine. He needed a space of his own where he could practice wholeheartedly, so there was no need for him to go to box number 10. Moreover, if you want to dig the spirit eye out from the ground later, you can do it without anyone noticing. He must get the spiritual eye. 2 days later, Li Yuandao came to the private courtyard behind the Zhongxiang pavilion again. As expected, Lu Rushi was already waiting there. You are all alone. Seeing Li Yuandao coming alone, Lu Rushi looked back and made sure that no one else followed. She was shocked. I'm alone, that's enough. Li Yuandao nodded and said with a smile. Lu Rushi opened her mouth but was speechless. Finally, she thought of inviting Li Yuandao to come and see the fun. At worst, if you lose, you lose. Originally, the Lu family had no hope of winning this competition. Are you representing the Lu family this time? Li Yuandao was surprised that he didn't see Lu Yunlong appear. My grandpa has been busy with other things recently, so he asked me to come over. Lu Rushi frowned, shook her head and sighed. Li Yuandao smiled faintly and said, then your grandfather is really able to keep his composure. That's not the case. If I lose this competition, my grandfather will be very sad when he sees me. Lu Rushi shook her head and smiled bitterly. Li Yuandao said calmly, don't worry, we can't lose. Let's go to the back then. Lu Rushi didn't take Li Yuandao's words seriously. She sighed secretly and walked to the back with him. Passing through a hidden door in the incense pavilion, the two came to an open martial arts training ground. Here. It is surrounded by a clear river and tall grass and trees. In between, you can also see dilapidated pavilions, rockery, and lakes, as well as some old construction equipment. Everything looked run down. There are high walls built around it to block out the noise from outside. This place is not open to the public. The martial arts competition between our Lu family and the Yuan family is held here every 10 years. Lu Rushi walked along the small river, looking at the tall grass on both sides, her pretty face heavy. If we lose this time, this place will have nothing to do with the Lu family in the future. Enter the martial arts training ground. There were already more than a dozen people waiting in an old pavilion nearby. Miss. At this time, more than a dozen warriors came out of the pavilion and hurried to greet Lu Rushi. Butler Zhao, sorry to have kept you waiting. Lu Rushi nodded slightly, then turned around and said, this is Butler Zhao. The others are all elite warriors of our Lu family. This is Li. Mr. Li. For a while. She didn't know how to introduce Li Yuandao. Meet Mr. Li. Butler Zhao looked at Li Yuandao in surprise. The first impression he had was that Li Yuandao was too young, but he then greeted him politely. Since Lu Rushi brought him personally, his background and identity must be extraordinary. Li Yuandao smiled and nodded, his eyes sweeping over these people. Butler Zhao, who has the highest cultivation level, is only at the early stage of the Xianjing master. The others are mostly external force warriors, and there are only 2 or 3 internal force warriors left. They are all too weak. Miss, Master Hua has been waiting for a while, let's go over quickly. Butler Zhao glanced at the pavilion, then smiled bitterly and said in a low voice. Lu Rushi glanced over there. Inside the pavilion. There was an old man sitting upright with a big sword, looking very proud. Let's go. Lu Rushi exhaled, and hurried forward. When she reached the outside of the pavilion, she greeted him respectfully, Master Hua, I am a step late, please forgive me. The person in front of me is not a master of the Earth realm. But in the entire Yunzhou, he does have a great reputation. Hua Jiang, the founder of the 18 styles of Hua family fist, has reached the peak of the profound realm. A pair of iron fists of the Hua family made a name for themselves in Yunzhou. Known as one of the top 10 masters of the profound realm below the Earth realm master. In order to invite Hua Jiang to participate in the 10-year martial arts competition, their Lu family looked for connections in many ways and spent a lot of money to finally invite him. Therefore, for Lu Rushi and the rest of the Lu family, their biggest reliance in this competition is the powerful Hua family. Miss Lu, you are so arrogant that you made me wait for so long. Inside the pavilion, Hua Jiang's old face sank and he said in a cold voice. Lu Rushi smiled bitterly and said apologetically, Master Hua, you misunderstood. I was just waiting for this Mr. Li. Snort. Hua Jiang interrupted directly, looking unhappy and said, what do you Lu family mean? You don't trust me, do you think I can't win this competition? Master Hua has misunderstood. We invited Master Li here, to provide an extra layer of protection. Lu Rushi looked embarrassed and said helplessly. Hua Jiang's old face suddenly became even uglier. He squinted at Li Yuandao and sneered, Ms. Lu is such a joker. You say this kid who hasn't even grown all his hair is an extra layer of protection. It's ridiculous. Well, in this competition, of course, we will still be led by Master Hua. The others are just here to prevent other accidents. Let's just watch the fun and cheer for you, Master. Lu Rushi was helpless and could only comfort him impatiently. Hua Jiang's face finally softened a little, and he said proudly, it's just the Yuan family, what kind of accident can happen? Their strongest person is also at the peak of the Xian realm master, I will take it all. Unless a senior martial arts master appears, there won't be any accidents. As he spoke, he once again glanced disdainfully at Li Yuandao, as well as Lu family's housekeeper Zhao and others. However, he knew that Li Yuandao was invited by Lu Rushi, and he was dissatisfied, so he didn't say anything. After all, he was paid to do the job. Even if a martial arts master comes, he can't lose. Calm words came from Li Yuandao. He glanced at Hua Jiang with an indifferent expression. Everyone present couldn't help but be stunned. Lu Rushi also widened her beautiful eyes and turned around to look. You ignorant youngster, you are so arrogant. Hua Jia frowned and looked cold, anger surging in his eyes, so you think that even the martial arts master is not worthy of your attention. A martial arts master is just an ant. Why bother paying attention to him? Li Yuandao yawned, then sat down directly opposite the other party, calmly and confidently. Okay. Hua Jiang was extremely angry but laughed, wait a minute, I want to see if you dare to make a move. Li Yuandao glanced at the other person, as if he was looking at an idiot, even if it's a martial arts master, I think it's a waste of time to attack him. Do you think I would attack other scum? Puff, cough cough. Butler Zhao and other warriors from the Lu family almost choked and were all stunned. They have seen many arrogant young people, but they have never seen one so insolent. He actually spoke so arrogantly in front of a martial arts master like Hua Jiang. He doesn't even take the martial arts masters seriously. If they hadn't seen Lu Rushi personally bringing people here, they would have thought that Li Yuandao was definitely an idiot with a problem in his brain. Li Yuandao, shut up first. This is Master Hua, one of the 10 strongest Xian realm masters. Don't be rude. Lu Rushi hurried forward, holding Li Yuandao, and at the same time leaning forward, she lowered her voice and gritted her teeth and said, I didn't invite you here to ruin my show. If you can't help me win the competition, don't mess me up. Isn't it easy to win this competition? They are just a bunch of scum, I can handle them all by myself. Li Yuandao shrugged and said lightly. Lu Rushi rolled her eyes and thought to herself that it was a good thing that she had invited Hua Jiang, otherwise she would have no hope of winning this competition that had been scheduled for 10 years. Miss Lu, you look down on me so much that you invited such an ignorant kid to humiliate me. If the people of the Yuan family are scum, why would you invite me here? When Hu Jiaheng heard what Li Yuandao said, his old face turned completely gloomy and he shouted in a cold voice. Lu Rushi's expression changed drastically and she wanted to explain. But Li Yuandao said again, "Master, you misunderstood. The scum I mentioned also includes you. Besides, these days, masters are as numerous as dogs. Don't take yourself too seriously." Li Yuandao was not impressed by masters like Hu Jiaheng. What's more, when he got here just now, the other party took advantage of his seniority and acted like a superior, which he disliked the most. "How dare you? Arrogant boy, if you don't give me an explanation for what you said, don't even think about leaving here." Hu Jiaheng was completely furious, and he stood up suddenly, with a surge of energy all over his body. The peak cultivation of the Xianjing master completely erupted from Hu Jiaheng. The terrifying aura made the Lu family warriors, including Butler Zhao, who were standing nearby, stagger back with horror on their faces. Even Butler Zhao, who was at the early stage of the Xianjing master level, had a look of horror on his face. They both have the cultivation level of a master in the Xian realm. But the gap between the three small realms is insurmountable. Li Yuandao, however, sat there calmly, as still as a mountain. "Ha ha. Master Hu is so majestic. I could feel your rage from a distance. It was really scary." There was a wild laugh coming from the direction of the entrance to the martial arts training ground. Not long after the words fell, more than a dozen figures filed into the martial arts training ground. Li Yuandao followed the crowd and looked in the direction of the sound. The people who came over were discovered to be led by a young man with a red and swollen face. He walked with a ruthless pace and his eyes were full of arrogance. "Yuan Qianshu. TSK, what a narrow road the enemy meets." Seeing the young man's appearance clearly, Li Yuandao couldn't help but smile. This guy was beaten like a pig by him, and his wounds haven't healed yet, but he's jumping around again. But at this moment, Yuan Qianshu had no time to pay attention to Li Yuandao. He was extremely polite and respectful to a burly man walking beside him. And his eyes immediately fell on Lu Rushi. "If so, my Yuan family is determined to win this competition. Why don't you just admit defeat to avoid hurting the relationship? After all, we will be a family in the future." Yuan Qianshu looked at her with a smile, his fiery gaze constantly sweeping over Lu Rushi's graceful figure. Those eyes seemed to want to penetrate the horse-faced skirt on the ladder and see deep into it. "Humph, forget it. Even if you lose and give up the Tsangxiang pavilion, don't even think about touching me." Lu Rushi responded with a sneer. At this time, Hu Jiaheng in the pavilion restrained his aura, left Li Yuandao, and looked at Yuan Qianshu and others. In his opinion, the martial arts competition at hand was the most important thing. Li Yuandao was just an ignorant child and was not worth his effort at all. Moreover, getting angry with a junior was already a disadvantage in itself, which made him even more disdainful. The Yuan family is so arrogant. Hu Jiaheng glanced at the warriors of the Yuan family, then looked at Yuan Qianshu, and then fixed his gaze on the burly man next to the ladder. "Niu Chongchong, you are a defeated general, and you still have the nerve to speak so arrogantly. And you are also fighting on behalf of the Yuan family and against me." No. Not qualified. Unless your master comes, I will admit defeat." The burly man called Niu Chongchong had eyes as big as copper bells, a wide mouth, a flat nose, and untidy beard. He grinned and said in a muffled voice, "Old man Hua, I can afford to lose. Wait a minute, I will fight you for hundreds of rounds. Two seniors, even if we fight later, you must stop when it's too late. Make friends through martial arts." Yuan Qianshu smiled and clasped his fists towards the two of them, then said to Hu Jiaheng with a smile, "But Master Hua, my Yuan family is now looking for talents, and we are in urgent need of masters like you. Why don't you just join my Yuan family and become a guest of my family? My Yuan family will never treat you unfairly. At least the treatment will be several times better than that of the Lu family." Speaking of this, his fiery gaze fell on Lu Rushi again, full of strong aggression. Lu Rushi looked embarrassed and annoyed, and at the same time looked anxiously towards Hu Jiaheng. If the latter was really persuaded by Yuan Qianshu, then there would be no need for this competition to take place. Humph, although I also took action to see the benefits, I am not a treacherous person. Hu Jiaheng snorted coldly, his old face full of disdain. He has his own principles and pride. Old thing. Yuan Qinshu gritted his teeth secretly, but he didn't dare to scold Hu Jiaheng openly, so he could only curse him in his heart. But at this time, he suddenly noticed Li Yuandao, who was sitting in the pavilion as steady as a rock. His eyes widened and he froze in place. Why is this bastard here? Yuan Qinshu was stunned for a long while, and then the anger that had been suppressed for several days surged again. He turned back and said to Niu Chongfeng with gritted teeth, "Senior Niu, if you have a chance later, help me take off the legs of the boy opposite. I will beat him up and then kill him." Oh. Niu Chongfeng looked at Li Yuandao in surprise, and then laughed, "Haha, it's a small matter. Once I trample Hu Jiaheng under my feet, no one on the other side will be able to escape. Breaking his legs is a snap. He was just a defeated opponent before, so where does he get the confidence to charge forward like a bull?" Hu Jiaheng frowned and said solemnly, "Niu Chongchong, don't be arrogant, and don't let your tongue slip away later." "Haha. Old man, you'll know soon." Niu Chongfeng laughed loudly and sat down in another pavilion nearby with his horse and sword. Yuan Qinshu walked into the martial arts training ground and said with a smile, "In order to avoid accidents, this competition will be decided by 2 wins out of 3. The winner will directly own the Tsangxiang Pavilion permanently. How do you think?" His eyes fell on Lu Rushi. Lu Rushi's pretty face changed slightly, and finally said, "Humph, no problem. So can we start now?" Yuan Qinshu smiled and looked at the warriors from the Lu family. And at this time, a warrior from the Yuan family has already stepped into the training ground. Although he has a short and sturdy figure, he exudes the aura of a master in the Xian realm. "Humph. Miss, I'll go meet him." Butler Zhao, who was standing next to Lu Rushi, gave a deep shout and rushed into the martial arts training ground. The two of them soon came into battle, their internal strength surging and turning into thunder that continuously exploded. Rays of energy kept flying from their fight and confrontation. After all, he is a Xian realm warrior, second only to the Earth realm grandmaster, and his strength is already that of a supermaster. The energy released during their fight was already extremely astonishing. However, Butler Zhao and the short and powerful warrior of the Yuan family have similar cultivation levels and are equally powerful. For a while, the battle was indecisive. After a whole incense stick of time, both of them were too tired to move. "Humph, stop it, this game is a draw," Niu Chongfeng said in a muffled voice. The two men looked at each other and withdrew from the training ground. Yuan Qinshu looked at Lu Rushi with a half-smile. "Rushi, this gives your Lu family some hope." Lu Rushi frowned slightly and glanced at Hu Jiaheng who was standing next to her. She felt suspicious and uneasy. With Hu Jiaheng's strength, there will definitely be no problem. However, seeing Yuan Qinshu's confident look, she couldn't help but feel nervous and uneasy. "Humph, what trouble? I'll take over the last 2 rounds." Niu Chongfeng stood up suddenly, and his burly figure like an iron tower quickly rushed into the arena. He looked back and pointed at Hu Jiaheng. "Old man Hua, get out here and see how I, old Niu, will beat you to a pulp this time." "Haha. You are a defeated general, yet you are still so arrogant. This time, I will beat you into submission." Hu Jiaheng was already filled with anger, and when he heard Niu Chongfeng shouting like that, he became even more furious. Boom. The master of the Xianjing realm used all his peak cultivation skills to burst out, and charged towards the bull in the field. See this scene. Li Yuandao even nodded secretly. The Hu family is so powerful that they have some reason to be proud of themselves. But that's all. In Li Yuandao's eyes, they are just jumping ants. Haha, good job. Faced with the Hu family's explosive strength, Niu Chongfeng was not afraid at all and faced them head-on. The fight that broke out between the two was completely different from that between Butler Zhao and the other two. Butler Zhao and others who were watching not far away were so frightened that they stared blankly, their eyes full of horror. The battle at the peak of Xianjing Master is almost close to that of a martial arts grandmaster. The fight between the two was equally difficult to resolve at the beginning. Hu Jiaheng's old face gradually darkened, and he said coldly, "No wonder he spoke so arrogantly, it turns out that his strength has improved. But, this is not enough." The words fell. The powerful inner strength in his body surged and the attack from his hands suddenly increased. After all, compared to Niu Chongfeng, he had stepped into the peak of the Xianjing master more than 10 years earlier, and his cultivation was more solid. Yeah. Niu Chongcheng, however, strolled leisurely, parrying the attack easily with a sneer on his face. The next moment, the attack in his hand suddenly changed, and several lightning-like black shadows swept from the front, back, left and right, covering the Hua family in an instant. Your lightning whip, you have reached the 5th whip and have achieved perfection. Looking at the shadow looming over him, Wu Jiaheng's expression changed drastically, and he cried out in horror. Bang bang. As soon as Wu Jiaheng's exclamation fell, the 5 black whip shadows surrounding his body had transformed into black lightning, striking him fiercely from the front, back, left and right directions. With the muffled sound, Wu Jiaheng's face turned pale and he spat out several mouthfuls of blood. With a bang, he was blasted away by Niu Chongfeng's palm. Wu Jiaheng, who fell on the edge of the martial arts training ground, vomited blood several times. For a long while, he recovered and looked at Niu Chongfeng in shock and reluctance, gritting his teeth and saying, "No wonder Master Ma accepted you as his disciple. In such a short time, you have already mastered the 5 whips. You are only 2 whips away from the real Lightning 7 whips. Before, I underestimated you. I lost." Li Yuandao looked up in surprise at this time. Lightning 7 whips, Master Ma. Is this Niu Chongfeng the disciple of Ma Zhonghua? At this time, Niu Chongfeng stood in the martial arts training ground, looking disdainful and arrogant. "Old man Hua, times have changed. The last time I was defeated by you, it was only because I was not well trained and was too careless. And your title as one of the top 10 masters of the mysterious realm is a bit unworthy of the title. TSK, too weak. Phew." Niu Chongcheng's words were so heartbreaking that Wu Jia was so angry that he vomited blood again. He lost completely, lost so much that he had no temper at all. Who else? Niu Chongfeng put his hands behind his back, glanced at Lu Rushi and others, and asked classic questions. Puff. The wrinkles on Wu Jiaheng's face trembled violently, and he spat out blood again. This time, I was also angry. Niu Chongchao at this moment is so arrogant. Lu Rushi's pretty face turned pale and her eyes were full of powerlessness. Bull charge is too powerful. Even if her grandfather took action, he might not be her match. Is the permanent ownership of the Zhangxiang pavilion being given away just like that? If so, if you obey me now, it's not too late for us Yuan Lu family to become one. Yuan Qinshu grinned and looked at Lu Rushi. Lu Rushi gritted her teeth and said, "If I lose, then I lose. So what if I give the incense pavilion to your Yuan family? I just like your temper. It's more fulfilling to conquer it." Yuan Qinshu didn't care, nor was he angry, he just smiled and said. Lu Rushi pursed her lips, looked up at the martial arts training ground, then looked at the towering ancient building of the Tibetan incense pavilion not far away, and finally sighed, "Let's go. The fight isn't over yet, and we haven't lost yet, so why are we leaving?" Li Yuandao spoke calmly, then stood up and walked towards the martial arts training ground. Lu Rushi looked at him in astonishment. "What are you going to do?" "There's still a 3rd competition, let me do it." Li Yuandao didn't stop and replied with a smile. "You." Lu Rushi was stunned, then smiled bitterly and said, "Student Li, this is not the time to joke around. If you lose, you lose." The warriors who followed from the Lu family all frowned. In their opinion, Li Yuandao was so ignorant that, apart from being beaten, he would just let them stay and continue to be ridiculed by Yuan Qinshu and other members of the Yuan family. "I told you, I haven't lost yet. What's this bull charge? I can solve it with one slap." Li Yuandao did not stop and spoke calmly. Wu Jiaheng had recovered and stood next to Lu Rushi. Seeing Li Yuandao like this, he sneered and said, "Miss Lu, this ignorant kid who doesn't know his place should be killed. He is just trying to show off in front of you. Senior Nyo, break this kid's legs." Yuan Qinshu shouted excitedly at this time. Lu Rushi's expression changed drastically. She knew very well that Li Yuandao had angered Yuan Qianchu before. Now is a great opportunity to take revenge on Li Yuandao, and the other party will definitely not let it go. If Niu Chongfeng were really allowed to be sold, one can imagine what would happen to Li Yuandao. Li Yuandao, are you crazy? Come back soon. Lu Ru shouted towards the training ground. Li Yuandao stood a few steps away from Niu Chongchong at this time, ignoring everything. Haha, boy, you are great and very courageous. Niu Chongfeng rolled up his sleeves and grinned. Your uncle Niu is looking for you to practice with, to see how long you can last. I just promised Yuan Qianchu that I would cut off this guy's legs, but now he has come to me on his own initiative. You bastard, I let you be so arrogant and hit me. I'm going to make you want to live but not to die. Yuan Qianchu's face was ferocious, he gritted his teeth and spat fiercely. Li Yuandao put one hand in his pocket and yawned with the other. He glanced at the tall and strong Niu Chongfeng and said, Go ahead, or you can say I didn't give you a chance. Give you, Master Niu, a chance. Niu Chongfeng's eyes widened, then he laughed in anger, what a fool. Watch me slap you to death. The words fell. He turned into a tank and rumbled towards Li Yuandao. It only takes a few steps and you are there in the blink of an eye. Li Yuandao. Lu Rushi was so frightened that her face turned pale and she screamed. From the moment he met Li Yuandao, the other party acted like an ordinary person, without any fluctuations of a warrior's aura. Clearly just an ordinary person. Being attacked by Niu Chongfeng, a powerful master at the peak of the Xian realm, he would be crippled if not killed. Bang. The sound of crisp applause rang out in the air. A huge figure flew out into the air, slammed heavily on the ground, and raised a cloud of dust. Even if I give you a chance, it's useless. Li Yuandao put his hands in his pockets, stood there, and sighed in boredom. It seemed as if he hadn't made any movement at that moment. I can only say that this bull charge is too weak. There is no challenge for him. But this moment. Everyone present was in a daze. Especially Hu Jiaheng and Yuan Qianchu, their brains were a little confused. Both of them were well aware of Niu Chongcheng's terrifying strength. Yuan Qianchu was excitedly looking forward to Li Yuandao being abused. He would then beat him severely and kill him to vent his anger. But the result? Niu Chongfeng was slapped and flew away. Was it because of carelessness? Niu Chongfeng was also very confused. For a long while. He finally came to his senses. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Boy, you have no moral principles. You just attacked me by surprise. Niu Chongfeng ignored his swollen face, turned over and stood up, bursting out with his strength, and swept out with 5 lightning whips. Bang. There was another crisp slapping sound. The burly figure flew out again, and Niu Chong's massive attack came to an abrupt halt. It was like the foreplay that had been going on layer by layer and with so much effort was violently interrupted. This time. Everyone was completely stunned. Impossible, how is this possible? Yuan Qianchu felt a chill all over his body and shouted in horror. Hu Jiaheng exhaled cold air repeatedly, muttering in a trembling voice, could this kid be a martial arts master? He is so young, it is impossible. Is he a perfect master of the mysterious realm? But even if so, it would be difficult to crush a bull charge, right? And the opposite of that. Lu Rushi's beautiful eyes lit up completely. She stared at Li Yuandao's not-so-tall back, her eyes filled with strange brilliance. Such result. It was totally beyond her expectations. No wonder he kept saying that he could help us accept the competition. So that's how it is. So that's how it is. After a long time, Lu Rushi exhaled with joy on her face and murmured to herself. Miss, this Master Li is so powerful. Although his cultivation has not reached the level of a martial arts master, he is at least a half-step master. Butler Zhao took a deep breath, turned around and said with a smile, we should be able to win this competition. I didn't expect you to have such a trick up your sleeve, young lady. Hu Jiaheng, who was sitting next to him, had an embarrassed look on his face. Thinking about how he had been arrogant and disdainful of Li Yuandao before, he now wished he could find a hole in the ground to crawl into. Lu Rushi smiled and shook her head. Half-step Grandmaster. This guy was hiding something before. I guess he wanted to give me a surprise today. Thinking this way, Lu Rushi replied to Butler Zhao, where is the backup plan? I didn't know he was so powerful before, it's a pleasant surprise. Now it's a draw, the two games have been won and lost, and in the end it's a draw. In the martial arts training ground, Li Yuandao's eyes swept across Yuan Qianchu, and then fell on Niu Chongfeng again. This is the final battle to decide the winner. Do you want to continue or call for help? I'll give you a chance to call for help. Continue to attack. Even if you fight 100 times, you will still be abused. Niu Chongfeng felt depressed. But he was encouraged by what he heard. Yuan Qianchu's eyes lit up as he shouted, Senior Niu, why don't you call Master Ma? He will definitely be able to take this kid down. Master Ma, Ma Zhonghua. He was a half-step master a long time ago. With his 7-stroke lightning whip, he can be invincible against ordinary earth-level masters. Hua Jiaheng's old face changed slightly, and he said with a breath of cold air. Although he is known as one of the top 10 masters of the mysterious realm in Yunzhou. But if he really had to face someone like Ma Zhonghua, he would be far from being a match for him. Lu Rushi's pretty face was filled with worry again. What should we do now? Since this Mr. Li dares to ask them to call for help, he must have the confidence. Let's wait and see. Hua Jiaheng shook his head and said. Okay. Haha, you're calling someone for me, right? My master just broke through to the Earth Realm Grandmaster today. If you wait for him to come, you'll just be ready to die. Niu Chongfeng shouted angrily, then took out his cell phone and made a call. Should we call Ma Zhonghua over? If that old man comes, won't he be scared to death? Li Yuandao was slightly stunned, and then a half-smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Only 5 minutes had passed. Suddenly, a sound of breaking through the air was heard from the lake not far from the martial arts training ground. Everyone looked in the direction of the voice. I saw a man walking on the water on the lake. His whole body was filled with strong energy and his internal strength was condensed. The terrifying aura caused the water around this person to splash open. Waves formed under his feet, but were torn to pieces by the energy from his body. The inner strength is condensed into a form while the inner strength is released. This is a true martial arts master. Hua Jia stared at the person who appeared with his eyes wide open, muttering, with this level of cultivation, you can hurt the enemy from a distance, and with the 100-step divine fist, you can kill the enemy from several feet away. Ma Zhonghua has really made a breakthrough. Lu Rushi, Butler Zhao, and the others all looked stunned and their whole bodies tensed up. The martial arts master is almost invincible. Lu Ru knows this best. My grandfather Lu Yunlong was also a powerful master who was influential in his time. But after suffering a hidden injury, he no longer had his former might and retired in disgrace. Master, you are finally here. Seeing Ma Zhonghua walking on the water, Niu Chongfeng ran up to him excitedly and shouted with a sad face. Ma Zhonghua looked at him coldly and snorted, you useless idiot. You can't even win a duel and you still want your master to come here. I remember you said before that the Lu family invited Hua Jiang, right? If you can't even beat this old man, then don't practice martial arts. At the same time, Yuan Qianchu also responded happily, and said quickly, Master Ma, Senior Niu has defeated Hua Jiang. But a guy ran out and defeated Senior Niu. Who? Ma Zhonghua quickly landed on the martial arts training ground. But before he could look, Li Yuandao had already raised his eyes and said with a smile, it's me. Humph, Junior. Ma Zhonghua looked over subconsciously, and when he saw that Li Yuandao was so young, he was ready to scold him. But he suddenly felt that Li Yuandao looked familiar. Looking again, the scene of the Shao family's demise flashed through his mind. The appearance of that senior in the divine realm gradually overlapped with Li Yuandao in front of him. Ma Zhonghua's old face turned pale in an instant, his legs went weak, and then he collapsed to the ground. Yellow water was gushing out between his legs. It's that powerful god-level being. It was the senior in the god realm who destroyed the Shao family. The Lu family actually invited this person to this competition. How can we fight this? The Yuan family harmed me. If you run into this senior in the god realm, wouldn't that mean you're seeking death? Master, what's wrong with you? Seeing Ma Zhonghua suddenly sit down on the ground and urinate on the spot, Niu Chongfeng hurried forward and said in confusion. The other people present were also stunned and didn't understand what was going on. Master has a stomachache. Help me up, or I'm going to die. Hurry up, hurry up. Ma Zhonghua was trembling all over, his face turned pale, and he shouted at Niu Chongcheng in panic. And he noticed the half-smile in Li Yuandao's eyes, and he felt as if he was enveloped by death. It's so scary that my soul is trembling. Niu Chongfeng stared with his eyes wide open, and quickly helped Ma Zhonghua up, asking in confusion, Master, what are you doing? Stop talking nonsense, help me leave. Leave immediately. And leave Liu Jiang and Yunzhou. If you offend this person, you will die, run. Ma Zhonghua kept winking at Niu Chongfeng and roared in a low voice through gritted teeth. Senior in the divine realm. Where did this powerful god-level person come from? Niu Chongcheng was confused for 2 minutes. Seeing that Ma Zhonghua's face was already extremely ferocious, he did as he was told without saying anything, and helped the other party escape from the martial arts training ground. Watching the master and disciple flee in panic, Li Yuandao was speechless. He was too lazy to chase after them. It made no difference whether he killed the 2 men or not. Only. One is Niu Chongfeng and the other is Ma Zhonghua. They are really a match made in heaven, they even pee at the same time. Ma Zhonghua and Niu Chongfeng escaped without a trace. For a long while. Everyone present remained silent for a long time. They are more confused. A dignified Earth Realm Grandmaster, upon arriving here, uttered a few harsh words and then fled in a panic for no apparent reason. It's really hard to understand. Hua Jiaheng and the others looked at Li Yuandao in surprise and doubt. Ma Zhonghua, was he scared away? It's impossible. Yuan Qianshu and other members of the Yuan family looked extremely ugly. Not only did Ma Zhonghua run away before he could take action, but Niu Chongfeng also followed him. How could they fight back? Needless to say, this competition has already been lost. I remember you just said you wanted to break my legs. Li Yuandao looked back and his cold gaze fell on Yuan Qianshu. Yuan Qianshu's expression changed, and he stepped back subconsciously. What are you going to do? I tell you, if you dare to touch me, you will never get the Chen family's contract and investment. After being beaten up by Li Yuandao at the Chen family, he understood how ruthless the other party was, so Yuan Qianshu was afraid at this moment. Li Yuandao narrowed his eyes, thinking of Aunt Qin. He sneered, "This is your last chance, next time you come to me and I will twist your head." Yuan Qianshu gritted his teeth and ran out of the Zongxiang pavilion with his men at the speed of light. Got outside. He hurriedly made a phone call. Dad, I lost the competition. Lost. Humph, what a waste. The person on the other end of the phone was furious. That's all. Your grandfather is going to come out of seclusion and attend the wine party tonight. And after tonight, the Liu family will no longer exist. The incense pavilion will also be ours. Not only that, the 8 great martial arts families will no longer exist. Hearing this, Yuan Qianshu was ecstatic. Dad, Grandpa has made a breakthrough. That's great. I'll be back soon. Inside the Zongxiang pavilion. With the victory in the competition, the Liu family will permanently own the Zongxiang pavilion. Hua Jiaheng, who was invited by the Liu family, was too embarrassed to stay there and left in a hurry. Return to the backyard. Li Yuandao smiled and said, I have accomplished my mission and helped you in the competition. From now on, this courtyard will be mine. Lu Rushi looked at Li Yuandao deeply, and after a while she said, Are you a martial arts master? But, you are only a freshman now, how is this possible? I'm not a martial arts master. Li Yuandao smiled faintly and shook his head. Not a martial arts master. Lu Rushi was puzzled. But she thought maybe Li Yuandao didn't want to reveal his identity. She was smart enough not to ask further questions, and continued, However, should I call you senior or classmate Li? In any case, we were able to win the duel with the Yuan family this time thanks to your help. Whatever you want, my Liu family will definitely reward you handsomely if it can be done for you. Really? Li Yuandao's eyes fell on the other person and looked him up and down. No. You can't be shy, and I can't let you show it to you. Lu Rushi's pretty face turned red and she quickly lowered her head. Li Yuandao rolled his eyes. I didn't say what I wanted to see, right? Forget it, I just want this private courtyard. You. Lu Rushi was both embarrassed and annoyed, and angrily said, I'll give you the yard. But if I need to come here to make medicine occasionally, I'll tell you in advance. But you specifically wanted this yard. Did you find anything? Li Yuandao shook his head. You think too much, I just want a quiet environment and practice Taoism with all my heart. Then you should practice Taoism well. Lu Rushi uttered something heavily, turned around and walked away. I'm leaving. But when she walked outside the Tibetan incense pavilion, she couldn't help but look back and sighed secretly. Who is this senior? However, he doesn't seem to be arrogant. But it seems that getting along like this is not bad. If we can hold on to his thighs tightly, is there any fear that the family can't rise again? I'll call Grandpa first. Arriving at the parking lot and getting in the car, Lu Rushi immediately called her grandfather Lu Yunlong. As soon as the call was connected, she excitedly said, Grandpa, we won. From now on, Songxiang Pavilion will belong to our family forever. I actually won. Lu Yunlong on the other end of the phone seemed very surprised and laughed out loud. Haha, it's worth our efforts to invite Master Hua. Lu Rushi smiled and said, Grandpa, you are wrong. The Yuan family invited Niu Chongshang, and Master Hua was defeated. Immediately, she briefly introduced the process of the competition and Li Yuandao's narration. Finally she continued, when we get to school, I'll take him to see you, Grandpa. Huh, our Luzong Yuan University actually has such a young Earth Realm Grandmaster. No. Grandpa will go to meet him in person when the time comes. Lu Yunlong exhaled, and then said in doubt, however, even Senior Wu Wang has appeared, a master of the Earth Realm doesn't seem to be a big deal. After Lu Rushi left, Li Yuandao entered the courtyard and saw that the front yard was quite spacious. He stroked his chin and pondered, if we can dig a passage here, deep underground, close to the spiritual eye, will the effect of cultivation be better? Even, just move the spiritual eye out. Just as he was talking to himself, the phone on his body suddenly rang. I took it out and saw that it was Zhuge Xiaoxia calling. This little girl, why did you call me suddenly? Li Yuandao was surprised and answered the call directly. Brother Dawei, where are you? I feel like something's wrong. I just tried to call Aunt Qin, but the call didn't go through. Yan Qi and Uncle Chen both said that Aunt Qin was busy negotiating a contract and had no time to answer the phone. I'll see her at the cocktail party later. But I always feel uneasy. So I called you. On the phone, Zhuge Xiaoxia spoke very anxiously. Li Yuandao frowned and narrowed his eyes slightly, saying, you go to Yuan's house with Uncle Chen and the others first. I'll try to call Aunt Qin. Maybe it's true as Uncle Chen and the others said, Aunt Qin is busy. It won't be a problem. Hang up the phone. Li Yuandao's expression gradually became gloomy. He immediately tried to call Qin Shu, but just as Zhuge Xiaoxia said, the call was not connected. No matter how busy you are, you shouldn't turn off your phone, right? The Yuan family, it seems there is really a problem. Li Yuandao sneered. He immediately sat down cross-legged, and his majestic spiritual awareness swept out. It spread out from him like a rolling tide, covering the entire Liujiang city with the Songxiang Pavilion as its center. If it was not necessary, Li Yuandao didn't want to use his spiritual sense and cause any consumption. Now the injury of Naiwan Palace has not recovered yet, and the consumption of spiritual consciousness may make the injury of Naiwan Palace worse. However, since it concerns Aunt Qin's safety, Li Yuandao can't sit idly by. When his spiritual sense enveloped the entire Liujiang city, he soon sensed Aunt Qin's familiar breath. And the place where Aunt Qin was staying at this moment was actually where the Yuan family was. In his spiritual consciousness, Li Yuandao saw Aunt Qin in a basement of the Yuan family. She was sitting there in a daze with a dull look in her eyes. But there were no injuries on her body. The only difference was that her aura had changed. After his spiritual sense swept around the Yuan family, Li Yuandao exhaled and withdrew his spiritual sense. When he stood up, he felt dizzy. The injury to his Naiwan palace caused serious side effects every time he used his spiritual sense. Fortunately, this feeling of dizziness gradually disappeared soon. The basement of the Yuan family is filled with strong demonic and corpse qi. Is it an evil cultivator? Or a demon cultivator? Interesting. Another blind guy. Who knows, there might be some treasures at the Yuan family's wine appreciation party this time, so I might as well go take a look. Also, why did that guy target Aunt Qin? At this time, a strange phone call came in. As soon as the call was connected, a familiar voice came. Li. Mr. Li, is that you? It's me, Tan Xiaofu. Hear what the other person says. Li Yuandao was surprised. Are you Tan Xiaofu who owns an inn? Yes, yes, yes. Tan Xiaofu seemed extremely nervous and excited. Yes, it was Master Zhuang who asked me to pick you up and take you to the Yuan family. He said he couldn't spare the time at this time. What do you think? At this moment, Tan Xiaofu's voice was obviously trembling. He had to be afraid. 2 days ago, Su Qinfen of the Su family was killed in his inn. When the ancestor of the Jun family arrived, he was even more respectful to this gentleman. Even the Zhuang family's ancestor Zhuang Jinglong asked him to pick up the other party personally. With such terrifying connections and power, how could he not be afraid? Especially since there had been an unpleasant incident in the inn before, he was worried that Li Yuandao was still angry and he would be in trouble if he came back. Okay. Come to the Zongxiang pavilion to pick me up. Li Yuandao's voice suddenly turned cold, but, before you come, prepare a dozen tombstones for me. Ah, tombstone. Mr. Li, are you sure? Tan Xiaofu was startled and his heartbeat slowed down instantly. Yes, a tombstone. Prepare it for the Yuan family. Remember to carve the names of all the main members of the Yuan family. You will be given half an hour. Every word Li Yuandao spoke was as sharp as a knife. Sir, is he planning to cause trouble in the Yuan family? Tan Xiaofu was in doubt and asked, Mr. Li, are you sure you are preparing a tombstone for the Yuan family? Can you get it done for me in half an hour? Li Yuandao was a little impatient. If not, I will call that old man Zhuang Jinglong and ask him to do it. Tan Xiaofu was shocked. Yes. 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 Li Xiao, half an hour. I will bring it to you. At this moment, Tan Xiaofu was almost scared to tears. If Zhuang Jinglong really knew that he was incompetent, he would have to be skinned alive. Tan Xiaofu was quite efficient. Half an hour later, he personally drove a Wuling Hongguang and came to the back door of the Zongxiang pavilion according to Li Yuandao's instructions. When I saw a pile of heavy tombstones neatly stacked behind the car, all of them were engraved with the names of the Yuan family. Li Yuandao nodded with satisfaction. Very good, well done. Come with me to the Yuan family to attend the wine appreciation party. Mr. Li, I'll change a car and take you there. Tan Xiaofu was very respectful and prepared to turn around and change cars. He had already asked his men to follow in a Bentley and be ready at any time. No need, just these two Wuling Hongguang. Li Yuandao got into the van and said, drive. The tombstone is very important and must not go wrong. We will deliver it to the Yuan family in person. Everyone in the Yuan family will have a share. Gurgle. Tan Xiaofu didn't dare to refute. He got into the car trembling with fear, started the car, and kept swallowing his saliva secretly. Carrying more than 10 or 20 tombstones to the Yuan family for a cocktail party, anyone could see that something serious was going to happen. Wait a minute, someone might die. Thinking of Su Qinfen who was killed on the spot by the wine explosion, Tan Xiaofu couldn't help but mourn for the Yuan family in his heart. But the Yuan family is not a vegetarian. Tan Xiaofu drove the car nervously and glanced at Li Yuandao from the rearview mirror. He found that the latter had a gloomy face and was sitting there quietly with his eyes slightly closed. The atmosphere inside the car was invisibly depressing. After a long while, Tan Xiaofu could not help but say, Mr. Li, the Yuan family has some connection with Mr. Zhuang. It is said that the Yuan family helped the Zhuang family in the early years. Later, when the Zhuang family rose to power, they have always taken good care of the Yuan family. drive carefully. When you get to the Yuan family, if someone dies, you should give them a tombstone. Remember to put the names on the right ones, don't let them become nameless wild ghosts. Li Yuandao glanced at it and said calmly, don't worry about the rest, just watch the fun. Yes, Mr. Li. Tan Xiaofu didn't dare to say anything more and just drove obediently. This gentleman has a mysterious origin and is most likely a young master from a prominent family in Longdu. Even the old man of the Jun family has to bow and scrape to this person, so I'm afraid Zhuang Jinglong will be just as servile in front of this person. The Yuan family is in big trouble this time. 10 minutes later. Wuling Hongguang came to Yuanjia Manor. As one of the largest families in Liujiang City, the Yuan family manor covers a very large area. It is like a medieval aristocratic castle, surrounded by mountains and rivers, and shaded by green trees. It is very majestic and magnificent. The manor is surrounded by high walls, with large and small gates lined up in sequence. The huge parking lot ahead was now filled with luxury cars and valuables. Almost all the families, big and small, that could be on good terms with the Yuan family, or that could establish closer relations with them, were present. After all, it was a wine tasting party, and everyone wanted to watch the fun. At the same time, this kind of cocktail party is also a great opportunity to expand your network. But apart from the banker, several other top martial arts families in Liujiang City did not show up. Perhaps they simply looked down upon this treasure appraisal party. The Wuling Hongguang driven by Tan Xiaofu stopped in a parking space outside a small gate of the manor. This immediately attracted the attention of many people who had just arrived. Compared with rows of luxury cars, this Wuling Hongguang is really eye-catching. Is he pretending to be a pig to eat the tiger, or is this poor idiot from somewhere trying to join in the fun at the cocktail party? Who is crazy enough to drive a flashy Wuling Hongguang to attend the cocktail party at this time? He must be a poor guy from somewhere, trying to sneak in. That's not necessarily true. Maybe they are workers hired by the Yuan family. Many people looked at Wuling Hongguang and talked in low voices. But they just complained and looked away. Li Yuandao got out of the car, opened the trunk, took a look inside, and after confirming that everything was okay, he sneered, although it was a bit hasty, it's enough. People from the Yuan family don't deserve such a good tombstone. Tan Xiaofu stood aside, swallowing hard, not daring to say a word. He couldn't understand how the Yuan family had offended this gentleman and actually sent him a tombstone. This was a sign of the genocide of the entire family. And at this time, not far away, Chen Yanqi and Zhuge Xiaoxia just happened to follow Chen Jingtian here. Two women got out of the car, and their youthful and beautiful figures immediately attracted countless gazes. They all wore pleated white evening gowns that perfectly outlined their tall figures. Chen Yanqi also wore a dress hat, which made her look very fashionable. Zhuge Xiaoxia's 2 cups lifted her evening gown high, which was eye-catching. In an instant, the two of them became a beautiful walking scenery. Yan Qi, look, brother Dawei is here too. Zhuge Xiaoxia suddenly noticed the Wuling Hongguang over there and said in surprise. But she had already realized in her heart that Li Yuandao must have received her call and came over to check on Aunt Qin's situation. Chen Yanqi looked up, her pretty face changed. Didn't we tell him not to come? Humph, he kept saying he wasn't interested in the wine tasting party, but he still sneaked in. But what's going on with that Wuling Hongguang? I seem to have seen the man next to it somewhere before. It seems to be Tan Xiaofu, the owner of an inn. How come he is mixed up with that person? Chen Jingtian frowned as he listened to what the two girls said, and turned to look. When he saw Li Yuandao clearly and Tan Xiaofu standing next to him, his expression changed slightly. It's Tan Xiaofu. How did you get to know such a big shot from such a long distance? Chen Jingtian's face became extremely solemn, and he asked in a puzzled voice. Chen Yanqi looked back and said, Dad, I remember that Tan Xiaofu is from the underworld of Liujiang City, right? He is well connected to both the black and white worlds, and is considered a top-notch figure. Normally, we are not qualified to meet him. But now Li Yuandao appears with him, could it be that he is appreciated by the other party? If he is appreciated by the other party, then he is extremely lucky. If he seizes the opportunity, he may rise to the top in one step and become one of the upper class in Liujiang City. but is this possibility high? Chen Jingtian shook his head, his tone solemn. I'm afraid, he will just become the other party's lackey. He will just be cannon fodder, and we don't know when he will be dead on the street. Chen Yanqi's expression changed drastically, and he said anxiously, he actually became Tan Xiaofu's lackey. Isn't that the behavior of a gangster? He is going to use any means to gain a foothold in Liujiang. This man is simply hopeless. It's a pity that my mother treated him so well. Forget it, he's not a child. Since he's made his choice, he should pay for anything that happens in the future. Chen Jingtian frowned, then shook his head and sighed. Hey, big brother, your family came so quickly. Why didn't you inform us to come together? It would be great if the family could come together in harmony. I forgot, big brother is here to cling to the Yuan family. Suddenly, a voice full of teasing and ridicule sounded from the side. Chen Jingwei, the old lady of the Chen family and many other people from the Chen family got out of the car. When they saw them, they walked up to them. Whose thigh did you say Li Yuandao, the country bumpkin, hugged just now? Chen Jingwei looked around in surprise. The conversation between Chen Yanqi and the others just now was obviously overheard. Then, Chen Jingwei's gaze fell on Li Yuandao not far away, and then noticed the presence of Tan Xiaofu. His expression also changed slightly. It's Tan Xiaofu. Tan Xiaofu who owns an inn. That country bumpkin without parents hugged Tan Xiao's thigh. Humph. You country bastard, you'll do anything to get ahead. The old lady tapped the cane in her hand and said dissatisfiedly, from now on, stay away from this country bumpkin bastard. Chen Jingwei nodded in agreement. Mom is right. It would be great if he could be appreciated by Tan Xiaofu. But he is a country bumpkin, how can he be appreciated by such a big boss? The deacon becomes the other party's lackey, wandering around in the underworld, and he doesn't even know how he will die. Brother, next time you should kick this bastard out of the house, so that he won't lead Yan Qi and the others astray. Finally, Chen Jingwei looked back and grinned at Chen Jingtian. Yan Qi, keep your voice down. Zhuge Xiaoxia glanced around slyly, and when she found that no one heard what they had just said, she turned around and said, Brother Dawei, you can't say that, it will cause big trouble. Chen Jingtian frowned, and his tone became extremely stern. Yuandao, you are not a child anymore, there are some things you can't say casually. If what you said just now is heard by outsiders, and falls into the ears of Tan Xiaofu or the ancestor of the Zhuang family, we will all be finished together. Thinking of big guys like Tan Xiaofu, there are even more terrifying bankers. Chen Yanqi's face turned pale, and he subconsciously looked around with a frightened look. Looking at the reactions of the three people, Li Yuandao felt depressed and speechless. He understands. Even if those words just now were true, Chen Yanqi and others would not believe them. It made them think that he was just a big talker. In his eyes, whether it is Tan Xiaofu or Zhuang Jinglong, they are just like ants. But to people like Chen Jingtian, they are all big shots. Think of this. Li Yuandao sighed helplessly and smiled bitterly. Uncle Chen, actually, what I said just now was just a joke. I hope you don't mind. I won't say such things to others, don't worry. As for Tan Xiaofu, I attended a class reunion at an inn last time, and I unexpectedly blocked a few glasses of wine for him, and he appreciated me. But that's all. It will be difficult for me to have too many interactions with people like him in the future. Phew. After hearing this, Chen Jingtian and his daughter Chen Yanqi finally breathed a sigh of relief. If you had just spoken honestly like this before, wouldn't that have been all? Everyone can lie and brag, but is that fun? Chen Yanqi glanced at him and scolded softly. However, compared to just now, the tone of her voice when speaking to Li Yuandao had changed significantly. At least for her, Li Yuandao can now correct his attitude, gradually become a better person, and is not so annoying anymore. Li Yuandao is so ordinary, a person of lower status than her, she thinks it is natural. It was beyond the ordinary, she didn't believe it at all, it was simply impossible. Okay, it's just a joke from afar, it's okay. However, as for Tan Xiaofu, try to have less contact with him in the future. Chen Jingtian also breathed a sigh of relief and his expression relaxed. Li Yuandao shook his head secretly and said, Uncle Chen, could something have happened to Aunt Qin? Don't worry, your Aunt Qin has been working in the business world for decades, so she won't suffer any loss. Chen Jingtian smiled confidently and said, besides, this time it's the Yuan family that needs our help, so there won't be any problem. You better take care of yourself. Chen Yanqi spat out in a cold voice. It seems that this father and daughter are not in a hurry at all. If I hadn't come, Aunt Qin would have been eaten to the point where there were no bones left, and they wouldn't even have time to cry. Li Yuandao sighed in his heart. You've come a long way, so come with us and have a look. You'll have the opportunity to meet more people and expand your network. Even if you don't get to know them, that's okay. It's good to show your face and leave a good impression. Chen Jingtian taught Li Yuandao impatiently. At the same time, he pointed to the center of the front yard of Yuanjia Manor. There were quite a few people gathered there, all drinking red wine, clinking glasses, talking and laughing. Li Yuandao was moved by Chen Jingtian's words, and nodded, "Thank you, Uncle Chen." Then the group of four walked towards the center of the cocktail party in the front yard. Chen Yanqi walked over and whispered, "Many of those who came to the Yuan family's wine appreciation party are among the top bosses in Liujiang City. The Yuan family even invited the old patriarch of the Zhuang family. We can say that we will never have the chance to meet such a person in our lifetime. So who would believe what you just said about Mr. Zhuang Jinglong asking Tan Xiaofu to pick you up in person?" Li Yuandao only felt a buzzing in his ears. Chen Yanqi's words sounded like chanting a spell, or even noisy. If he could, he would beat this woman into pieces. But thinking of Aunt Qin, Li Yuandao suppressed the urge to take action and said calmly, "I understand, I won't say it again in the future." "Yeah, as long as you understand. If there is a chance to toast those big guys later, just lower your posture and seize the opportunity." Chen Yanqi gave another reminder. Li Yuandao secretly rolled his eyes, but thinking of Chen Jingtian's earnest advice just now, he didn't want to reject the other party's kindness. Chen Jingtian, who was able to establish Jingshu Group together with Qin Shu, is extremely outstanding in both ability and connections. Just walked past. Many celebrities came forward and toasted and greeted Chen Jingtian. Chen Jingtian did not miss this opportunity and quickly introduced Chen Yanqi, Zhuge Xiaoxia, and Li Yuandao. No matter what, even if it's just a meeting and leaving a little impression, it may be helpful in the future in society. Seeing that Li Yuandao toasted honestly and did not say anything shocking, Chen Yanqi breathed a sigh of relief. At the same time, his impression of Li Yuandao changed a lot again. Only about 10 minutes. Chen Jingtian took Li Yuandao and others and shuttled among many celebrities. His words and behavior were free and easy, and he was at ease. It can be seen that Chen Jingtian is already accustomed to such occasions. "Yuandao, Xiaoxia, Yanqi, come this way. Wait a minute, don't talk, just follow me and toast." Suddenly, Chen Jingtian's eyes fixed on a certain place, and then he turned around and gave serious instructions to Li Yuandao and the other two. "Dad, did you see any important people?" Chen Yanqi's eyes lit up and he said excitedly. "I'll explain it to you later, just follow me." Chen Jingtian nodded, then walked quickly towards a round table and sofa with a glass of wine. "Hee, Uncle Chen is taking us to meet the top bosses in Liujiang City." Zhuge Xiaoxia winked at Li Yuandao and laughed softly. Chen Yanqi's face was extremely solemn, and he quickly reminded Li Yuandao, "Wait, don't talk." "Oh, I'll just be dumb." Li Yuandao curled his lips and spat out something. Soon, several people came to the round table and sofa. Chen Jingtian bowed to the three old men sitting there one by one and said, "Hello, Uncle Tang. Hello, Uncle Li. Hello, Uncle Ji." The three old men turned their heads and looked at Chen Jingtian in confusion, all with surprise on their faces. "Who are you?" Uncle Li, who was wearing a white martial arts uniform, frowned. Chen Jingtian's expression froze, and he felt bitter, but he quickly reacted, "My name is Chen Jingtian, and Jingshu Group is my company. At the last wine appreciation party, I had the honor of toasting with the three uncles. So, I'm taking the liberty to toast you again this time." "Oh, no problem." The three of them nodded and replied casually. Chen Jingtian didn't take it seriously and quickly took the initiative to drink a glass. "Even though it may seem like you're being ignored, if you can show up more often in front of these big guys and get to know them better, you might actually get appreciated. At the same time, Chen Jingtian hurriedly asked Qin Yanqi, Zhuge Xiaoxia, and Li Yuandao to come forward and toast. Li Yuandao saw from a distance the three old men sitting on the round table and sofa. They were the three old guys he had met before. When Li Yuandao was pulled forward by Qin Yanqi, the three old men also noticed his presence, and their faces suddenly became gloomy. "It's you." Uncle Tang, who was dressed in a Tang suit, looked at him coldly. "A lackey, you also come here to join in the fun. Humph, do you have the right to toast here? Or, in your eyes, old guys like me are not qualified to toast you at all?" The other two old men also looked up at Li Yuandao, their eyes full of coldness. Li Yuandao didn't notice the appearance of Qin Yanqi and others at all. "I didn't know that Qin Jingwei and others cursed me behind my back." After he confirmed the tombstone on the car, he followed Tan Xiaofu towards the gate on the other side of Yuan's manor. There is only half an hour left until the wine tasting session begins. Countless celebrities came. However, most people can only go through the small doors of Yuan family manor. The main entrance of the Yuan family. It is specially guarded by Yuan family guards, and people of ordinary identities are not qualified to enter here. With Zhuang Jinglong's instructions and knowing the terrifying background of Li Yuandao, Tan Xiaofu took Li Yuandao directly to the main gate. "Just walk to the front door." 3 Rolls-Royces just happened to slowly pull up to the main entrance. 3 old men, wearing purple Tang suit, white martial arts uniform, and black double-breasted shirt, got out of the car at the same time. At the main gate, the butler of the Yuan family had been waiting for a long time. When he saw the 3 people appear, he immediately went to greet them. "Mr. Tang, Mr. Li, Mr. Ji, it is an honor for the 3 of you to visit our Yuan family. The head of the family was busy and was unable to greet you in person. Please forgive me." "Hee, it's okay, it's okay." The 3 old men all smiled and waved their hands in response. Tan Xiaofu, who was walking to the door with Li Yuandao, couldn't help but stop. The 3 old men happened to notice the appearance of Tan Xiaofu and looked at him in surprise. "Tan Xiaofu, why are you standing here?" The old man in purple Tang suit looked surprised and said with a smile. Tan Xiaofu looked back at Li Yuandao, then took a few steps forward and said respectfully, "Uncle Tang, Uncle Li, Uncle Ji. I just arrived too." In Liujiang City, there are only a handful of people who can make Tan Xiaofu bow his head. The 3 people in front of you are one of them. They are 3 old veterans in the world of Jianghu, with extremely high status and position, and great prestige. Any one of them, with just one word, could shake up the underworld of Liujiang City. And this kind of existence can also communicate with the ancestors of the 8 martial arts masters such as Zhuang Jinglong and Jun Zhantian. You know. The heads of ordinary large families or forces are not qualified to talk with the 8 major martial arts families. This shows the importance of these 3 people. Therefore, Tan Xiaofu did not dare to put on airs at this time. "Is this your new little brother?" Uncle Li, who was wearing a white martial arts uniform, pointed at Li Yuandao, sized him up, nodded and said, "He looks good. He has a close lackey, so he should be more efficient when he works for us old guys in the future." The other 2 people also smiled and nodded in agreement. Tan Xiaofu's expression suddenly changed and he was ready to explain. "Who are these 3 old guys?" Li Yuandao glanced at the 3 old men and frowned. "Let him be your close lackey." "How dare you say that?" And these words. The 3 old men's expressions changed drastically and they were all furious. "What did you say?" "Humph, you have no sense of taste. I just praised you, but you don't know how to appreciate it. Are young people nowadays so arrogant? It seems that I have been waiting for a long time and no one has remembered that I have been waiting." Seeing the 3 old men, he scolded them. Tan Xiaofu was so frightened that he hurriedly said, "Uncles, this is not, this is." "That's it." Uncle Tang waved his hand and shouted coldly, "We 3 old men are not narrow-minded people. We are just scolding you. We won't bother with your subordinates. Please help us make arrangements with Mr. Zhuang later." After saying, the 3 of them followed the Yuan family's steward into the manor. Tan Xiaofu opened his mouth with a bitter look on his face. He turned back to Li Yuandao and said in a panic, Mr. Li, I'm sorry that I didn't introduce your identity in time. I messed up. Please calm down. It's okay. I don't have time to argue with these three blind old guys. Li Yuandao shook his head slightly and said calmly, when I need a tombstone later, just help me get it in. Let's go. But when does the wine tasting party start? It looks like a lot of small things have been put on display inside. Looking from the main gate, the garden area of the manor has many shelves, on which are placed a dazzling array of jades, antiques, and other things. Seeing that Li Yuandao did not lose his temper, Tan Xiaofu secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He hurriedly led the way and explained, Mr. Li, we are entering the front garden of the Yuan family, which is the outer venue. We will reach the core reception area later, where there will be good things. At that time, I will take Mr. Li in and take a seat. Very good. You go ahead and do your work. I'll just sit here and relax. Li Yuandao looked around and nodded. Tan Xiaofu was stunned, hesitated for a moment, and whispered, then, what about the tombstone outside, Master Li? Deal with it. When I kill someone, you can have someone bring him in. Li Yuandao smiled coldly and said, go ahead, call me when the core cocktail party starts. Yes. Tan Xiaofu was full of suspicion, but he didn't dare to say much and quickly retreated to a distance. And he didn't know. After arriving at Yuan family manor, Li Yuandao's spiritual sense covered the place. To be precise, he had been investigating Aunt Qin's situation. Fortunately, apart from the more intense demonic energy on the latter's body, there was no other change. At least, apart from looking a little dazed, there was no other danger to his life. However, Aunt Qin's aura has begun to change. Is this a possession? If so, the method is too crude. Li Yuandao touched his chin and said to himself, why not wait until the possession is over before saving Aunt Qin? Otherwise, with Aunt Qin's ordinary body, it will be difficult for her to withstand unexpected fluctuations. Although he could take action now, if an accident really happened, he could not guarantee that Aunt Qin's memory and other aspects would not be permanently disrupted and severely damaged. With him around, no one can die. But if you become stupid, it will be difficult to deal with. It is better to take over the body and then extract the soul. It is simple, crude, and safe. Li Yuandao. The sound of gnashing teeth suddenly came from behind. Li Yuandao looked back and found that Chen Yanqi had already walked forward, with Chen Jingtian and Zhuge Xiaoxia beside him. You're really interesting. You said before that you weren't interested, but now you're sneaking in again. Chen Yanqi sneered between his teeth. Zhuge Xiaoxia secretly glanced at Li Yuandao. She felt that Li Yuandao's sudden arrival was because of the call she made. Li Yuandao did not refute Chen Yanqi's words, but said calmly, it depends on my mood. I came here to take a look because I was in the mood. You. Seeing Li Yuandao's nonchalant look, Chen Yanqi was furious and shouted, Li Yuandao, you've wasted my mother's kindness to you. Even if our family owes your aunt a favor, if Aunt Li Wan knew what you did, how sad would she be? What I do? What did I do? Li Yuandao was a little confused and frowned, what did I do? Hey, you still don't admit it, or do you want to make a good excuse? Chen Yanqi sneered, don't pretend, we all saw it. You actually secretly followed Tan Xiaofu to do things, you want to die. Working with Tan Xiaofu. What does this have to do with anything? Even though Li Yuandao had practiced Taoism for thousands of years and had an extremely intelligent mind, he was unable to react for a moment. Yan Qi, if you have something to say, just say it. Don't be so impatient. Chen Jingtian interrupted at the right time, and then looked at Li Yuandao with a serious expression, and said earnestly, your Uncle Chen also knows about Tan Xiaofu. We all saw you coming with him just now. He is a rather special person in Liujiang City, and he is good at all three ways of dealing with people. It is very dangerous for you to work with him, and it is easy to go astray. Of course, it would be great if we could cooperate with a big guy like Tan Xiaofu. But you have to know that, not to mention you. Even your Uncle Chen, I am not qualified to cooperate with him. Becoming his lackey is okay, but in the end, I will just end up being cannon fodder. Finished speaking. He looked at Li Yuandao quietly, hoping to persuade the latter to come back. Just because of this? Li Yuandao said in surprise. Just because of this? What tone? Isn't this a serious matter? Chen Yanqi raised her eyebrows, anger surging in her eyes. Chen Jingtian looked even more displeased. Seeing that the atmosphere was not right, Zhuge Xiaoxia quickly spoke up, Brother Dawei, what Uncle Chen said is true. As for Tan Xiaofu, it is better for ordinary people like us not to get close to him. Without the same strength as others, we can only be used by others. Also, Yan Qi's tone was a bit bad, but she was concerned about you. When she saw you for the first time just now, she was so anxious and worried. Damn girl. Do I care about him? Chen Yanqi glared at Zhuge Xiaoxia with her beautiful eyes and gritted her teeth. Xiaoxia is right, Yuandao, that's what Uncle Chen meant. Chen Jingtian nodded and sighed. Li Yuandao reacted at this time and smiled helplessly, Uncle Chen, you misunderstood. I am not Tan Xiaofu's lackey, but now he is my lackey. When I came here just now, it was Zhuang Jinglong who called and asked him to send me here. What? The three men's faces froze, their eyes widened, and they stared at Li Yuandao with shock on their faces, and they were in a daze. Li Yuandao, are you crazy? It's fine if you have all these nonsense all day long. But when you face the facts, you can still lie without blushing or beating your heart. Do you really think we are blind? Chen Yanqi was furious, his body was shaking violently, and his chest was heaving violently. She had never seen anyone so pretentious. She couldn't stand it anymore because she saw him pretending to be good even though he was obviously good for nothing. Chen Jingtian's face changed suddenly. The development of things was beyond his imagination. It is obvious that Li Yuandao has offended these three superbosses. He hurriedly asked, Three uncles, has my nephew offended you? Li Yuandao. Chen Yanqi was so frightened that he was shaking all over and gritted his teeth secretly. She was nervous and angry. The three people in front of us are so powerful that they can cause an earthquake in Liujiang City with just a stomp of their feet. The other party was furious because of this, and they were all going to die together. How suicidal must Li Yuandao be to offend such a big shot? Chen Yanqi's heart was filled with anger. The little goodwill that Li Yuandao had built up just now disappeared completely at this moment. We, the old men, don't have the time to bother with an ignorant kid. Even looking at an ant is a waste of time. Uncle Ji, who had been silent the whole time, cast a cold look at him and said in a cold voice, Chen Jingtian, take your people away. Don't appear in our sight again. Yes, yes. Chen Jingtian felt a chill all over his body. He bowed in apology, feeling overwhelmed, and then hurriedly left with Chen Yanqi and others. When he reached the edge of the cocktail party, Chen Jingtian stopped. His face looked extremely ugly. He looked at Li Yuandao with anger in his eyes. Li Yuandao, how did you offend those three bosses? Do you know that apart from the 8 major families, they are already among the top figures? If you want to die, don't drag us to die with you. Brother Dawei, you are wrong this time. Uncle Chen has waited so long for a great opportunity, but it was ruined because of you. And if they hold a grudge against him, Uncle Chen will have trouble taking a single step in Liujiang in the future. Zhuge Xiaoxia pursed her lips and muttered, with a complaining tone in her voice. Chen Yanqi was so angry that he sneered, Li Yuandao, you are really amazing. You can offend people wherever you go. And each of them is the best. You have no other abilities, but your ability to cause trouble is amazing. Li Yuandao opened his mouth, but in the end he could only remain silent. He could only smile bitterly in his heart. He didn't offend anyone at all, okay. With his status and existence, he should be the one to blame others. At the door, I was already giving face by not beating the 3 old guys to death. Oh, forget it. Too much talk can lead to mistakes, I understand. Chen Jingtian shook his head and sighed. Dad, you're just like Mom. You spoil him and give him too much face. Chen Yanqi complained to Chen Jingtian, and then glared at Li Yuan again and said, do you think you can do whatever you want just by holding on to Tan Xiaofu's thigh? Fortunately, those 3 big guys didn't care just now, otherwise no one could save you. We will all be hurt by you. Yan Qi, all right, Brother Dawei didn't mean it. After all, not everyone knows such an important person, so it's normal to say the wrong thing accidentally. Zhuge Xiaoxia hurriedly tried to smooth things over, saying, the court treasure appraisal reception is about to begin. Aunt Qin was able to negotiate a contract with the Yuan family this time, and we are lucky enough to be able to go in, so let's not talk about these unhappy things for now. Chen Jingtian perked up and nodded, saying, let's go over and take a look later. Those who can go in are all well-known figures. When we see those three later, try to avoid them. Uncle Chen, you guys go ahead, I'll go somewhere else. Li Yuandao said with a smile at this time. Now that the core treasure appraisal party is about to begin. Naturally, he had to go in and see if there were any treasures to be taken. At the same time, he twisted the heads of the main members of the Yuan family and rescued Aunt Qin. According to the time, the opponent's possession should be completed. That's fine, you can look around outside. This time, Chen Jingtian did not insist on taking Li Yuandao with him, as he was afraid that another big shot who was offended by the latter would suddenly show up. That's really unbearable. Shortly after Li Yuandao turned and left. The old lady of the Chen family, Chen Jinghui, and other members of the Chen family just happened to walk over. Mom, Xiaoshu should have finalized the contract. Let's go directly to the core treasure appraisal reception venue. Chen Jingtian spoke indifferently to the old lady. Snort. The old lady snorted lightly, with a proud look on her face. This time, she did a good job. If the Chen family successfully cooperates with the Yuan family, they will definitely soar to great heights, and will inevitably be courted by other families of equal strength in the future. It is foreseeable that the threshold of the Chen family will be trampled down. Mrs. Chen, Mr. Chen. At this time, the butler of the Yuan family suddenly appeared, walked up, and said expressionlessly, our young master asked me to tell you that the guy named Li Yuandao is very arrogant and is from your family, so you can't enter this core treasure appraisal party. At the same time, our Yuan family's cooperation with you is cancelled. Everyone, please do as you please. After saying that, the butler left. Old Mrs. Chen and the others just stood there in a daze, bewildered. Chen Jingtian, Chen Yanqi, and others also had dazed expressions. For them, the Yuan family's sudden cancellation of the cooperation was like a bolt from the blue. Their state of mind at this moment was no different from that of a roller coaster. I had originally expected that the family would be able to soar to new heights through cooperation with the Yuan family. But before it even got started, it was beaten back to its original form. Even comparable to hell. It is the most difficult thing to accept when hope is suddenly shattered. Dad, it's Li Yuandao again. Resentment and anger gradually rose in Chen Yanqi's eyes. When the other members of the Chen family came to their senses, they were also furious and wanted to skin Li Yuandao alive. At this time, Li Yuandao had already followed Tan Xiaofu and walked deeper into the Yuan family manor. Moreover, this is the passage where the main entrance is located, and ordinary people cannot enter from here at all. Outside the gate of the core treasure appraisal party, Zhuang Jinglong could be seen waiting anxiously from afar. Noticing Li Yuandao's appearance, Zhuang Jinglong's expression changed, and he came forward happily. Senior, I was unable to pick you up in person just now, please forgive me. Don't bother with those empty words, just go in. Also, just call me Master Li. Li Yuandao waved his hand. Zhuang Jinglong was surprised and happy, and hurried ahead. He was still worried that Li Yuandao would be arrogant and angry because he didn't pick him up in person. But it turns out that this senior is too approachable. When Tan Xiaofu witnessed Zhuang Jinglong's frightened scene, he felt even more incredible and became more curious about Li Yuandao's background and identity. But, young Master Li asked me to transport so many tombstones. I wonder if old Master Zhuang knows about this. Entering the core treasure appraisal reception venue, Zhuang Jinglong walked closely, looking back from time to time. However, he found that Li Yuandao was walking very low-key at the back. For a moment, he couldn't guess what the latter was thinking, so he didn't dare to say much. Maybe this senior likes to keep a low profile and not show off. However, Zhuang Jinglong was already very excited to be able to invite Li Yuandao this time. This is a great opportunity to get closer to this senior in the divine realm. The appearance of Zhuang Jinglong immediately attracted the attention of many bigwigs at the treasure appraisal party. They all stood up and came forward to greet him. The ancestor of the Zhuang family, one of the 8 major families, what a high status he has. Everyone present was terrified. The 3 old men, Uncle Tang, Uncle Li, and Uncle Ji, who were outside just now, also appeared here. When they saw Zhuang Jinglong, they hurried forward and kept nodding and bowing. But at this time, the 3 old men suddenly noticed Li Yuandao standing not far behind Zhuang Jinglong, and they were all stunned. "You lackey, why are you here? This ignorant kid must have sneaked in. Good boy, you dare to sneak in front of Mr. Zhuang, you are looking for death." The 3 old men pointed at Li Yuandao angrily and shouted at him. The angry shouts of the 3 people immediately attracted the attention of everyone at the party. Their eyes fell on Li Yuandao at the same time, with surprise on their faces. This is the Yuan family's treasure appraisal party. No one has ever dared to sneak in. At this time, Tan Xiaofu was shocked and stared at the 3 old men, thinking that they were really old people who wanted to hang themselves because they thought their life was too long. Tang Ren, Li Pu, Ji Lu. Zhuang Jinglong's old face suddenly darkened, he glared at them and shouted sternly, "Do you want to die?" Zhuang Jinglong's sudden shout stunned everyone present. Original. They thought that Zhuang Jinglong was furious and Li Yuandao would definitely be in big trouble. As a result, Zhuang Jinglong's anger seemed to be directed at Tang Ren and other 3 big bosses. Everyone looked at each other in bewilderment for a moment. "Mr. Zhuang, please calm down." Ji Lu, who was wearing a double-breasted shirt, said hurriedly, "This guy is not one of us. He is a younger brother of Tan Xiaofu." "Yes, yes." Tang Ren and Li Pu followed suit. Listening to what the 3 people said, Tan Xiaofu's face twitched violently. He felt very uncomfortable at the moment, thinking to himself, 3 big guys, you are just courting death by hitting your heads against the super aluminum alloy steel plate. Haha, you 3 are great. Zhuang Jinglong laughed in anger, gritting his teeth and saying, "The lackey and ignorant kid you are talking about is young Master Li whom I invited. Do you want to die?" Death's question again finally made Tang Ren, Li Pu, and Ji Lu's expressions change drastically and they reacted. "Mr. Li. Did you, Mr. Zhuang, invite him?" The 3 of them were trembling with fear, and could not speak clearly in their panic. "Mr. Li." Swish. All eyes were focused on Li Yuandao, full of surprise and suspicion. What is the background of the person who can make Zhuang Jinglong called Mr. So-and-so? Many people gasped slowly at this moment. The gazes that fell on Li Yuandao became filled with awe. Boom. Suddenly, Zhuang Jinglong raised his hand and struck out in the air. With a dull bang, the 3 people flew several feet away, spitting out several mouthfuls of blood. "You, do you want to die?" Zhuang Jinglong roared murderously. At this moment, he was really angry. The person in front of me is a genuine senior in the realm of gods. It can be said that it is invincible in the world. Unexpected. Before he could greet him in person, Tang Ren and 3 others were so blind that they had already offended Li Yuandao a long time ago. Isn't this a slap in his face? Li Yuandao turned around and was furious, and he was not going to have a good ending either. Plop. Tang Ren, Li Pu, and Ji Lu were also veterans. They knelt down immediately and looked towards Li Yuandao. "Mr. Li, we are blind and do not recognize a great man. Please, please forgive us. Mr. Li, just treat it as a fart. Master Li, Master Zhuang, we are blind." At this moment, they had completely lost their previous boss demeanor and were trembling with fear. Li Yuandao glanced at the 3 of them and said with a curled lip, "You 3 old bastards, I took the initiative to toast you just now, but you still said I was not qualified. How can you ask me to forgive you? Mr. Li, we are blind." The 3 of them had sad faces and secretly regretted their decision. If it was just now. Li Yuandao toasted, and if they just responded with a little toast, they might be able to hug each other's thighs. As a result, they hit a hard wall. At the same time, they secretly greeted all of Tan Xiaofu's ancestors for 18 generations. If Tan Xiaofu had introduced Li Yuandao first and explained his background at the main gate of the manor before, they would not have committed such a horrible act. Mr. Li, how should we deal with them? Just one word from you. Zhuang Jinglong ignored the three people, turned around tremblingly, and said respectfully to Li Yuandao. The scene whereby Yang Feng, the ancestor of the Bai family, was turned into a bloody mist by Li Yuandao at the edge of Tianlei Lake was still vivid in his mind. He doesn't want to follow in his footsteps. 3 old bastards, no time for that. Let them get out of the way, I'm busy killing people. Li Yuandao curled his lips and his gaze fell towards the depths of the Yuan family manor. Busy killing people. Everyone present was stunned. Tang Ren and the other 3 were shocked, but they soon realized that Li Yuandao wanted to kill someone, but it seemed that he was not referring to them. Zhuang Jinglong's face turned pale with anger, and he quickly said, Mr. Li, who do you want to kill? I will do it for you, why do you have to do it yourself? As soon as these words came out, the expressions of the guests and celebrities present changed slightly. Since the other party said he wanted to kill someone, the person to be killed should be among them. When a martial arts master like Zhuang Jinglong takes action, they have no chance of survival. What's going on here that's so noisy? Following a deep shout, the Yuan family members surrounded an old man and walked over from not far away. The people present quickly made a way around it. Everyone's eyes couldn't help but fall on the old man who was in the lead. The old man of the Yuan family, Yuan Machin. This old man retired more than 10 years ago. But as the Yuan family rises again and becomes increasingly powerful, no one can ignore the existence of Yuan Machin as the Yuan family's mainstay. One of the supports and backers behind the Yuan family is the banker. Therefore, Yuan Machin and other members of the Yuan family appeared. They just looked at Tang Ren and the other 3 who were kneeling on the ground in surprise, and then followed the old man Yuan Machin and walked quickly towards Zhuang Jinglong. Haha, it's so noisy, it turns out that Senior Zhuang is here. Please forgive me for not being able to greet you right away. Yuan Machin, who looked thin, raised his hand and clasped his fists towards Zhuang Jinglong. When the people around saw this, they couldn't help but sigh in their hearts. Even a powerful family like the Yuan family had to bow their heads in front of Zhuang Jinglong, the ancestor of one of the 8 major martial arts families. But the next moment, what is surprising is that Yuan Machin simply clasped his fists, then stood proudly, his hands behind his back, his old face changed. It's just. Senior Zhuang brought people to make a scene in my Yuan family, will you give me an explanation first? This scene made many people drop their jaws in shock. Zhuang Jinglong, the person involved, was so shocked that his eyes widened, his face full of disbelief. In the past, anyone from the Yuan family, even Yuan Machin, would bow down in fear and trepidation when facing him, right? Why is Yuan Machin suddenly so powerful? Mr. Yuan is so arrogant today. What explanation do you want from me, Zhuang? Zhuang Jinglong's old face suddenly became so gloomy that water seemed to drip out of it. He said coldly, I have also invited an elder. Elder, please don't make the mistake. Sir? Hee hee. Yuan Machin glanced at the people present, and found no powerful existence, so he sneered and said, the explanation is very simple. From now on, Mr. Zhuang will submit to me and be my dog. At the same time, the Zhuang family will be merged into my Yuan family. In this way, I will spare your life. Ha 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 ha. What a big tone. Yuan Machin, just based on what you said, I can flatten your Yuan family to the ground. Zhuang Jinglong was completely enraged, and his cultivation as a master of the earth realm swept out. The people present retreated hastily in fear. Is the Yuan family crazy? Are they going to rebel? What is going on? I am tired of angering a powerful martial arts master. What's more, the one who got angry was the ancestor of the Zhuang family, one of the top martial arts families. Don't worry, Mr. Zhuang. The Yuan family is not a simple family now. At this time, Li Yuandao smiled and spoke lightly. At the same time, his eyes had fallen on a figure next to Yuan Machin. It was Qin Shu. Qin Shu in front of him had a wooden expression and dull eyes, like a puppet, following Yuan Machin closely, as if she was following Yuan Machin's lead. It seems that the possession is completely completed. Li Yuandao walked forward and came to a central treasure appraisal shelf. He picked up a few pieces of broken jade, a broken vase, and a broken tree root. These items are placed on the shelf in the middle of the exhibition stand and are the most conspicuous. And above them, there is a faint spiritual energy lingering. Haha, Zhuang Jinglong, you're old. How can a young man who hasn't even grown a single hair have such good eyesight? Yuan Machin looked at Li Yuandao in surprise and found that the latter had no aura fluctuations and was just an ordinary person. He then retracted his gaze and looked at Zhuang Jinglong with a sneer. Zhuang Jinglong said with a serious face, "It seems that you have broken through to the Grandmaster level of the Earth Realm. Do you think you can compete with my Zhuang family?" "Grandpa, it's him." At this time, Yuan Qianshu, who was standing behind Yuan Machin, pointed at Li Yuandao angrily and said in astonishment, "It was this guy. In the competition of the 10-year agreement of Cangxiang Pavilion, he defeated Niu Chung Feng. He is looking for death, and he dares to come to our house." "Oh." Yuan Machin frowned and looked over again, but no matter how hard he looked, he could not detect any fluctuations in martial arts aura from Li Yuandao. Li Yuandao raised his eyes and scanned the Yuan family, and finally fixed his sight on Yuan Machin. "The tombstone is ready, I will give you a quick death." "You bastard, you've gotten so bold that you even came to my Yuan family and acted so arrogant in front of my grandfather." Yuan Qianshu had been holding a grudge for a long time, and now that he was in his own family with Yuan Machin by his side, he felt fearless and shouted angrily. Whoosh! Suddenly, Li Yuandao stepped out, and in a few steps he reached Yuan Qianshu. He grabbed his neck with one hand, and with a click, he broke it. "Tan Xiaofu, send his tombstone here." Li Yuandao turned around and said something to Tan Xiaofu, and at the same time threw Yuan Qianshu's body to the ground.